Chapter 1. Transmigration into the body of Emperor Odin. To my astonishment, I have been reincarnated. In my previous life, I was known as Qianjun, a player on the provincial basketball team's second squad. Due to my height, I had always been relegated to the role of a practice player for the first team in my province. There were no CBA teams, thus, the provincial team was the highest level of competition available. Failing to break into the first team indicated a bleak future in basketball for me. Eventually, I collaborated with others to establish a basketball training school, which ultimately succumbed to poor management and closed its doors. On the day of the closure, parents of students gathered at the school in protest. Some parents were particularly agitated, leading to a heated exchange between both parties. In the midst of the commotion, one parent shoved me, causing me to lose my balance and fall to the ground, striking the back of my head and losing consciousness. When I awoke, I discovered that I had inexplicably transmigrated into the body of the 2007 NBA Draft's first overall pick, Emperor Odin. Speaking of Odin, his fate was rather unfortunate despite being the first pick in 2007. He is often regarded as one of the most disappointing selections in history. Reflecting on the achievements of his rival, Durant, who is hailed as the unequivocal choice in a hypothetical redraft, it is indeed a tragic tale that Odin found himself without a team to play for in the end. I arrived in this new existence on December 5th, 2009, the day after Odin suffered a catastrophic patellar fracture. The day before, he had left the hospital feeling despondent and had indulged in a couple of drinks at home. Afterward, while taking a shower, he accidentally slipped, hitting the back of his head on the floor. When I regained consciousness, I was bewilderingly inhabiting his body. Upon awakening, my mind was still clouded, yet I felt an influx of memories flooding in, as if a film was being projected in my brain, showcasing the entirety of Odin's life. As the memories played out, I gradually began to merge with Odin's consciousness, realizing that I had indeed taken over his identity. In that moment of memory integration, a voice resonated in my mind, heralding the arrival of the essential system for reincarnators. Greetings, esteemed master. I am a 001 all-purpose basketball trainer system. It has been detected that you are suffering from severe injuries. Would you like to initiate repairs for the affected areas? Upon hearing this voice, Odin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that I possessed the system, a requisite for any reincarnator. Recalling the events of the previous day, I realized that my left kneecap had sustained a fracture, and I promptly thought, initiate repair. Insufficient energy detected. Currently, only alleviation can be performed. Would you like to expend energy to facilitate this alleviation? I did not ponder the implications for long given the dire state of my body. Even partial relief would be a boon. Thus, I silently repeated, initiate alleviation. With a chime resonating in my mind, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation emanating from my left kneecap. Immediately, the discomfort in my left knee had significantly diminished, and the system's voice resonated once more. Damage alleviation has been completed. You currently possess 3 energy points. To examine your physical indicators and remaining energy, you may call upon the system again. Qianjun did not immediately summon the system again. Instead, he wiped himself down and rose from the bathroom floor. Retracing his steps to the bedroom, he reclined on the bed, reflecting on all that he had endured. It was truly astonishing to have been reborn, and remarkably, into the body of the world-renowned yet unfortunate figure. Greg Odin IT was quite a dismal fate if one were to traverse into another's existence. Why must it be the beleaguered Odin? Moreover, he had transitioned precisely at a moment when injuries threatened to obliterate his professional career. What terrible luck. Nevertheless, he was fortunate to possess a system, and its name sounded rather impressive, seemingly capable of repairing injuries. Given Odin's physical attributes, once fully rehabilitated, he would indeed be formidable. It is worth noting that during the draft, Odin was heralded as a hybrid of Shaquille O'Neal and Bill Russell, excelling in both offense and defense during his college years. In his previous life, he had been unable to fulfill his dream of playing professional basketball due to physical limitations, though his skills were commendable. Once his body was restored, combined with his prior expertise, he was certain to carve out a niche in the NBA. As his emotions settled somewhat, he recalled the system's earlier mention of the ability to assess his bodily metrics. Once more, he summoned the system from within, requesting it to display his current physical statistics. Subsequently, his mind was flooded with data regarding his physical condition. Greg Odin. Speed, 74, currently affected by injury, reduced to 12. Strength, 92. Stamina, 91. Height, 213 centimeters. Weight, 113 kilograms. Wingspan, 224 Zentimeter. Injury status, left patellar. Fracture, right ankle has a latent injury if left untreated. It may lead to significant damage in the future. Discrepancy in leg lengths may result in various injuries over time. Current energy points. 3 can be increased through training. After reviewing his bodily metrics, he gained a clearer understanding of his physical prowess. He couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable strength of this physique. Next, he contemplated how to acquire energy points that he attempted to communicate with the system again, inquiring about methods to gain energy points and the amount necessary to heal his current injuries. Through this dialogue, he learned that given his current physical damage, at least 30 energy points were required to heal the patellar fracture, AS for the concealed ailment in his ankle. Approximately 20 energy points would suffice to restore it to optimal condition. Regarding the issue of inconsistent leg lengths, the system has responded that it requires 100 energy points to resolve. There are primarily 2 pathways to acquire energy points. The first is through training, achieved by completing various training objectives. The second method involves contributions made during competitions, which is assessed based on one's engagement and comprehension of the game. The former approach is relatively more straightforward, while the latter proves to be more challenging for accumulating energy points. However, due to a severe leg injury, I am uncertain about which training methods can yield energy points. Upon inquiring further with the system, I received the response that for the time being, I could gain energy points by focusing on upper body strength training. Glancing at my phone, I noted that the time was 1:32 a.m. Although I was not overly fatigued from my recent transition, the anticipation of tomorrow's training compelled me to force myself to sleep. Chapter 2. Preparing for treatment. The following morning, upon awakening, I intended to consult with the system regarding potential training regimens to acquire energy points. Unexpectedly, after completing my morning routine, my agent and the team physician arrived at my residence. The MY agent, Bill Duffy, who also represents Yao Ming, is quite capable and possesses a sincere demeanor. I welcomed them into the living room, where Bill Duffy promptly articulated the purpose of their visit. He had visited my residence the previous day to discuss my injury, and after assessing the situation, expressed his concerns. He understood that, given the severity of my injury, even with treatment, returning to my previous condition would be nearly impossible. Having spent a day with me, providing comfort, the specifics of my injury and subsequent treatment plan had now been established. The Trailblazers had informed Bill Duffy, prompting him to arrive early today with the team physician. The physician briefly outlined my injury status, but I had already acquainted myself with the details through the system. During my previous discussion with Bill Duffy, I had anticipated the general outcome, so I was not taken aback that I paid little heed to the treatment plan proposed by the Trailblazers physician. In fact, upon awakening this morning, I had already learned through the system about the optimal treatment for my injury. While acquiring energy points could potentially cure my ailment entirely, conventional treatments were still necessary to avoid raising suspicions among others. Furthermore, I understood through the system that even though my injury might not be completely healed, receiving appropriate conventional treatment could significantly alleviate my pain before I utilized energy points for recovery. However, the treatment plan provided by the Trailblazers medical staff is evidently not the most optimal solution. The reputation of the Trailblazers veterinary team is indeed well-deserved. Had he adhered to their proposed regimen, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences in the future. After patiently listening to his explanation, Bill Duffy escorted the individual out of the villa. Upon returning to the parlor, he unequivocally expressed his loss of faith in the Trailblazers medical team. Bill Duffy, upon hearing his fervent remarks, did not exhibit much surprise, considering they had already aired once back in February. After a brief conversation, the individual entrusted Bill Duffy with the task of seeking alternative medical professionals to address his injuries. Ideally, he hoped to enlist the services of the Suns medical team, which stands in stark contrast to that of the Trailblazers. Should he succeed in securing the Suns medical team for his treatment, he was confident they would provide the best possible care. Subsequently, Bill Duffy left the villa to initiate contact with the Suns. After his departure, the individual reached out to the system, which indicated that his leg injury was quite severe, recommending a regimen focused on upper body strength training. Fortunately, his residence was equipped with a modest training room, replete with various fitness apparatus. Following the system's guidance, he commenced his upper body workout, starting with bicep curls, followed by bench presses, dumbbell rows, and cable pulls. After 2 arduous hours of repetition, he found himself utterly exhausted. After a brief midday respite, he ordered to take away a nutritional meal that appeared unappetizing, yet he consumed it nonetheless to satiate his hunger. Prior to his transmigration, he had always been a disciplined individual. Thus, he did not resist the nutritional fare excessively. After resting for over 2 hours, he resumed training in the afternoon, determined to accumulate at least a modicum of energy. Another 2 hours of effort later, he finally surpassed an energy threshold of 1 point. Feeling thoroughly fatigued, he leaned on his crutch to wash up briefly in the bathroom. He then ordered another nutritional meal, which he consumed before reclining on the sofa to rest. He resolved not to train further that day, having been cautioned by the system that excessive training could be detrimental to his health. Observing the energy value displayed in his mind at 4 points, he felt a sense of satisfaction that this pace. He anticipated that his knee injury would be healed in just over 20 days. With all other matters delegated to his agent, he now needed only to concentrate on his training. After 2 days of training at home, his teammates from the Trailblazers came to check on him and expressed their concern for his injury. Odin had maintained a decent rapport within the team, as he was a former first overall pick despite having spent much time nursing injuries without participating in games. Thus, he lacked the arrogance often associated with veteran players, and the Trailblazers did not boast any particularly big-name athletes, leading to a cordial atmosphere among the players. Regarding the team management, Odin had entrusted Bill Duffy to liaise with them on his behalf. Over the course of these 3 days, Duffy successfully found a specialist in sports injuries to assist Odin. The Suns, however, did not agree to his request for treatment as the season was still ongoing. Having scheduled an appointment with the specialist for the following day, Odin and Bill Duffy set off together. Early the next morning, Duffy arranged for a business vehicle to take them to the airport, and they flew to San Francisco to meet the doctor. After undergoing imaging and an MRI, the doctor indicated that he needed to consult with colleagues regarding Odin's condition, with a potential response forthcoming the next day. Consequently, Duffy found a hotel near the hospital for their temporary stay. Due to the lack of convenient workout facilities at the hotel, Odin opted to rest in his room rather than engage in exercise at a gym. During their brief conversation, he subtly revealed to Duffy his intention not to continue playing with the Trailblazers next season. One reason was his apprehension stemming from the medical team's previous handling of his situation, while another was his awareness of the bleak prospects for the Trailblazers in the coming years, prompting his desire to depart. Duffy, still irked by a medical incident in February involving the organization, expressed agreement with Odin's decision. However, this was merely a temporary consideration, as the final decision would hinge on the outcome of his treatment and the conclusion of the current season. Chapter 3: Recovery from Ankle Injury. The following morning, Odin and Bill Duffy arrived at the hospital, where the doctor ushered them into a conference room. He explained Odin's injury and presented a treatment plan. Surprisingly, the proposed treatment aligned closely with the protocol suggested by the system. After the doctor concluded his explanation, he stepped out, leaving Odin and Duffy to deliberate whether to proceed with treatment at their facility. After some discussion, Odin decided to accept the treatment there. He informed the doctor, who responded that treatment would commence in 2 days, allowing them time to prepare. Following the treatment, Odin would need to remain in the hospital for 3 days for observation, a fact he was advised to mentally prepare for. Upon exiting the hospital and returning to the hotel, Duffy had other matters to attend to, so he left his assistant behind to look after Odin as the impending surgery loomed just 2 days away. He spent the intervening time in the hotel, indulging in 2 days of NBA 2K gaming. Within the game, he exhibited remarkable prowess, executing various slam dunks and soaring for the virtual realm with ease. He eagerly anticipated his recovery. On the day of the procedure, his assistant drove him to the hospital. Although he was confident that the treatment would proceed without complications, and even if the surgery were to fail, he felt no trepidation thanks to the system he possessed. Nonetheless, as he was wheeled into the operating room, a flicker of anxiety gripped his heart. After spending over 2 hours in the operating room, he was transferred to a spacious, luxurious recovery suite. As the anesthesia began to wear off and his consciousness gradually returned, he took a moment to gather himself before fully awakening his mind. With clarity restored, he summoned the system to assess his physical condition. The response from the system indicated that the recent surgery was remarkably successful, resulting in a significant alleviation of the knee injury. Thanks to the successful procedure, the energy required for treating his knee ailment has decreased by 5 points, now necessitating only 25 points for a complete recovery. Indeed, a cause for celebration. He has also come to understand that through conventional treatment of his injuries, he can reduce his energy expenditure. This realization has further solidified his resolve to part ways with the Trailblazers. Should he encounter injuries again, he would prefer to seek treatment elsewhere, as relying on the team's medical staff might lead to an increase in energy costs. After spending 3 additional days in the hospital, the doctors informed him that he was ready to leave. Upon returning to his home in Portland, he immediately commenced his training. The confinement within the hospital had been stifling, and he was eager to resume his regimen. He hoped to quickly accumulate energy points to heal his injuries and return to the court. Ordinarily, despite his injuries, he would attend home games to cheer on his team. However, given the nature of his knee injury and his desire to move on from the Trailblazers, he chose not to attend. During this period, he severed most connections with the team, communicating only sporadically with a few teammates. After spending over 10 days at home, he managed to accumulate 20 energy points and decided to prioritize the healing of his ankle injury. Even if his knee healed, engaging in ball-related training would be inconvenient. With a sense of anticipation and unease, he commanded the system to treat his ankle. It felt as though a current coursed through the joint, instantly dispelling the lingering discomfort. Upon checking the system, he noted that only the knee and the discrepancy in leg lengths remained as injury indicators. After moving his ankle, the previous discomfort had vanished. Elated by the system's reliability, he reviewed his physical metrics and discovered that his strength had increased to 93 points through diligent training, affirming the efficacy of the prescribed regimen. He realized that quantified data on his physical condition allowed him to witness incremental improvements, enhancing his motivation during workouts. Following the successful treatment of his ankle, his mental approach to training shifted positively. Although he had been disciplined, training alone at home often tempted him to slack off. Now, however, his mindset was resolutely focused on recovering swiftly and returning to the court. After more than 10 days of training at home, the day for his follow-up examination arrived. Initially reluctant to attend, as the system provided real-time updates on his physical status, he recognized that the 2-day round trip would detract from his training time. Nevertheless, to avoid any unnecessary complications, he accompanied Bill Duffy to New York for the checkup. The results aligned with his expectations. His recovery was satisfactory, and the doctor provided additional guidelines before he returned to Portland. In the days that followed, Duffy relayed numerous updates regarding his communication with the Trailblazers. Initially, the team expressed strong discontent over his decision to seek treatment independently, particularly since he had not communicated with the management since his injury. This lack of communication was unacceptable to the team's hierarchy, which also deemed it unlikely for him to regain peak form. Consequently, the management was contemplating trading him during the off-season. During discussions with Duffy, the team adopted a more assertive stance, stating that if they could not consistently monitor Odin's recovery, they would trade him to another team in the off-season. This development aligned perfectly with his own desires, prompting him to instruct Duffy to maintain the current approach and disregard the Trailblazers' concerns. When the time came for his trade, it would fulfill his wishes. Recognizing his determination, Duffy refrained from further discussion, allowing him to focus on his recovery. Duffy was typically busy, and had it not been for Odin's serious injury, he would not have made so many visits. Currently, he was occupied with a substantial endorsement contract for Yao Ming, which required his attention. As the All-Star weekend approached in just over 10 days, the Trailblazers found themselves devoid of excitement. Brandon Roy, initially selected as an All-Star reserve, was unable to participate due to injuries, leaving the team largely indifferent to the event. Odin had contemplated attending, eager to witness NBA legends and his idols, Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant, in action. However, reflecting on the current All-Star game, where both Bryant and Iverson were absent due to injuries in their own right, he lost interest. Instead, he resolved to train diligently at home, opting to relive the experience through television later. The time saved from not attending would allow him to accrue 5 energy points, a more prudent investment than the travel. As an NBA player, he would eventually have opportunities to meet those legends once he healed. After training for another 10 days, he successfully accumulated 25 energy points before the NBA All-Star Weekend of 2010. He communicated with the system and utilized his points to heal his knee injury. Although he had been capable of cautious movement for nearly 2 months, normal activity remained challenging. Now, he could finally walk without the trepidation that had previously accompanied every step. In an instant, as he underwent systematic treatment for his knee, a familiar tingling sensation enveloped him once more, reminiscent of the previous treatment for his ankle. The moment this sensation subsided, he found that his knee no longer harbored any discomfort. A glance at the injury section of the system revealed that only the disparity in leg length remained. Previously, he had been oblivious to this asymmetry, but with the healing of his knee, he began to perceive a distinct difference while walking. Although he had never graced the CBA in his past life due to height limitations, his body had been devoid of any flaws. Now, upon the recovery from injury, he acutely sensed the dissonance in his physique, causing his gait to feel awkward and uncoordinated. He sighed, acknowledging the necessity for diligent training to eradicate this lingering injury risk. However, after such an arduous period of rehabilitation, he decided to indulge in a brief respite. Rather than venturing outside, he opted to train at home while watching the 2010 NBA All-Star Game. The diminutive player showcased impressive dunking skills, securing his third dunk contest championship trophy. Although he paled in comparison to future stars like Levine and the legendary Carter. Having witnessed the exhilarating dunk contest duel between Levine and Gordon in subsequent years, he regarded this particular contest as a source of amusement. To his surprise, Pierce clinched the three-point contest title. Yet, knowing of his infamous incident on the court in later years, it rendered his triumph somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Pierce remained formidable at this juncture, exhibiting versatility on both ends of the court. The All-Star MVP accolade was awarded to Wade, who, during this period, was undeniably impressive. His first step in driving past defenders nearly invincible. During training interludes, watching the game served as a delightful diversion. With his knee injury now mended, he commenced ball-handling drills, shifting away from solely strength training. Having played the guard position in his past life, he was unfamiliar with the dynamics of playing center. Despite the advantage of Odin's memories, adaptation through practice was essential. He also needed to familiarize himself with various center techniques, dedicating more time to viewing game footage and analyzing center play. The system, integrated within his mind, could simulate game scenarios, immersing him in the experience, enabling him to rapidly learn how to maximize his impact on the court as a center given his current condition. However, each simulation, while highly effective, consumed a significant amount of energy, allowing for only 10 minutes of mental recreation per energy unit. As his injury risk had yet to be entirely resolved, he reluctantly set aside the simulation method for the time being. Now in mid-March, he was poised for another examination of his condition in San Francisco in just a few days. Recently, Odin's mother had visited, staying for 2 days, and upon confirming his recovery was progressing well, she returned home. During the few days that Odin's mother stayed here, he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he possessed all of Odin's memories from childhood to the present, interacting with his mother still left him feeling psychologically uneasy. After her departure, Odin sighed in relief, fearing that he might inadvertently reveal his true identity if she lingered any longer. A couple of days later, he returned to San Francisco for a follow-up appointment, where the doctor informed him that his injuries were healing remarkably well, though he should remain cautious in the future. It was advisable to avoid engaging in high-intensity contact sports for the time being. While he was aware that his knee injury had fully recovered, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude. The physician demonstrated considerable expertise, and there might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Maintaining a good rapport could only be beneficial. The hospital he visited was conveniently located near the Warriors' home arena, where a game was scheduled for that evening. Odin held a favorable view of the Warriors, especially since Curry had long been his idol in later years. Seizing the opportunity, he planned to attend the game that night and catch a glimpse of his former idol. Upon arriving at the Oracle Arena, he had leveraged connections to procure a front-row ticket in the afternoon, which cost nearly $3,000, an expense that still stung. Although he had earned some money previously, Odin had a tendency to spend lavishly and had little savings. Furthermore, due to injuries over the past 2 years, he had not played many games and therefore had not secured numerous endorsement deals, leaving his finances rather strained. However, he remained optimistic that once all his injuries were healed and he performed well in the upcoming season, he would undoubtedly secure a substantial contract. At 8 p.m., the game commenced, featuring the Warriors against the Timberwolves. It could be described as a clash of two struggling teams. The Warriors ranked 13th in the West, while the Timberwolves languished at 15th. The notable players on the Warriors were Monta Ellis and Curry, while the Timberwolves boasted Kevin Love. From the outset, the game was lively, with little defense exhibited by either side. The Warriors struggled defensively, while the Timberwolves displayed a complete lack of defense, with Love earning the title of the master of empty stats. Often, he would accumulate impressive numbers during games, yet the team's performance left much to be desired. With mismatched matchups among star players, the statistics appeared commendable, and the game was quite entertaining. However, knowledgeable fans recognized that the spectacle lacked substance. The score fluctuated back and forth, and by halftime, the Warriors led by 2 points, with a score of 53-55. Curry had a solid shooting performance, scoring 12 points on just 7 attempts, including 3 3-pointers and 1 2-pointer, along with 1 successful free throw. Monta Ellis, on the other hand, managed to score 9 points from 13 attempts, contributing 4 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals. His statistics were acceptable, but his shooting percentage left much to be desired. Meanwhile, Love capitalized on the Warriors' poor interior defense, finishing the first half with 18 points on 15 attempts and adding 7 rebounds to his tally. Although Kevin Love's tendency to accumulate statistics on the court is quite pronounced and his defensive efforts leave much to be desired, it is undeniable that without his contributions, the Timberwolves might have faced a more severe defeat against the formidable backcourt duo of the Warriors. During halftime, Odin approached Curry to exchange pleasantries before Curry dashed back to the locker room. As the second half commenced, the Warriors intensified their defensive strategy against Love, with Nelson deploying Bell and Randolph to apply pressure. Bell's defense proved to be quite tenacious, making it exceedingly difficult for Love to find his rhythm. Consequently, he had limited opportunities to score in the latter half. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors triumphing 112-98. With Curry emerging as the top scorer with 28 points, followed by Monta Ellis with 21 points, while Love recorded 26 points and 12 rebounds. After the match, Odin sought out Curry once more, proposing that they train together during the offseason before returning to the hotel. He initially hoped to invite Curry to dinner that evening, but given Curry's commendable performance and his impending attendance at a post-game press conference, Odin refrained from extending the invitation. Upon returning to Portland the next day, Odin noted that the Trailblazers were set to compete at home that evening. Having attended the Warriors game the previous day, he felt compelled to support his own team. The Blazers were facing the Cavaliers, and prior to the game, Odin visited the locker room to reconnect with his teammates. Upon encountering Roy, he felt a pang of unresolved emotions. As one of the Blazers' key adversaries, he vividly recalled that in just over a month, Roy would suffer another knee injury in the playoffs against the Suns, significantly limiting his appearances the following season. Roy's retirement announcement in December 2011 still resonated with fans who had once heralded the trio of Roy, Aldridge, and Odin as the dawn of a potential dynasty. As the game commenced, Odin was also witnessing LeBron James for the first time. He recalled that earlier that summer, LeBron had departed from the Cavaliers to join the Heat, forming a super team with Wade and Bosh, a historic trio of peak performers. As a fan, Odin had felt a sense of joy at the formation of such a formidable team, which ultimately achieved remarkable success, clinching 2 championships in 4 years. However, at present, LeBron remained with the Cavaliers, who, despite having a competent roster, lacked any player aside from him averaging over 20 points. This predicament likely contributed to LeBron's decision to leave the Cavaliers, as his earlier years in Cleveland were marked by a lack of substantial support from teammates. The game against the Trailblazers reaffirmed this reality. Despite LeBron's impressive performance, 28 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, the Cavaliers fell to the Blazers, 108-121. Whenever LeBron rested, the Cavaliers struggled to score, allowing the Blazers to capitalize on those moments and extend their lead. Following the game, the Blazers celebrated their victory, acknowledging the significance of defeating a strong opponent as they approached the playoffs. However, Odin couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness as he observed Roy limping towards the locker room. Had Roy not suffered subsequent injuries, he might have continued to thrive with the Blazers, especially now that Odin had a system in place to alleviate concerns about injuries. Moreover, with Roy and Aldridge together, they could have accomplished much. Regrettably, Roy's fate was sealed by injury, leaving Odin with a sense of futility regarding his own potential future with the team. As anticipated, just before the playoffs commenced, Roy underwent knee surgery. Remarkably, he returned to play just 8 days post-operation, despite the official recovery timeline suggesting 2 months. Out of goodwill, Odin had approached Roy before the playoffs, hoping to dissuade him from rushing back, believing it would benefit him in the long run. Yet, Roy's determination led him to participate, and the outcome remained unchanged. The Blazers lost to the Suns in the playoffs, 4-2. The dramatic buzzer beater in the 4th game became Roy's final moment of glory, a poignant reminder of fate's cruel design. Chapter 6, Request for Trade. The season for the Blazers had reached its conclusion, ushering in a period of contemplation regarding player trades and the upcoming draft. This season had been particularly disheartening for the Blazers, as their regular season performance was commendable. Yet injuries to key players cast a shadow over the team's future. Immediately following the conclusion of the Blazers' final game, Odin contacted Bill Duffy to discuss the possibility of a trade. Having spent 3 years with the Blazers, he was entering the final year of his rookie contract and would soon become a restricted free agent. The team would likely be amenable to a trade to avoid further losses, especially since Odin had not communicated his injury status to the management since his setback. In discussions with Duffy, Odin learned that some members of the Blazers' upper management had grown impatient with him. Given this context, he felt that proposing a trade would encounter little resistance. As anticipated, after Duffy conveyed Odin's desire for a trade to the team's decision-makers, they carefully considered the medical team's insights. They concluded that even if Odin's recovery progressed favorably, it would be challenging for him to perform at the level they required in future games. Moreover, in future competitions, the risk of his injury recurrence remained significantly high. After consulting with the medical team, the upper management of the club deliberated and concluded that it may be prudent to consider trading him while he still possesses a certain degree of trade value. Should he sustain another injury next season, his trade value would diminish considerably. It would be wise to act now, as there are teams likely willing to take a gamble on him, thereby exchanging him for valuable assets. Consequently, the team has initiated discussions regarding his potential trade and is now in a position to start identifying prospective targets. However, as it is still the playoff season, some teams currently lack the bandwidth to contemplate trades, thus there is no immediate urgency. Nonetheless, preliminary preparations can begin. The team's general manager, Cronin, has commenced communication with the general managers of various teams, including those currently competing in the playoffs. There is a notable interest in him from several teams, particularly those that have struggled in recent years. They are inclined to take a chance, as a successful gamble could yield great rewards, while a failed attempt poses minimal risk given that he has only 1 year remaining on his rookie contract, ensuring that no team incurs significant losses. Among those expressing interest are the Timberwolves, Warriors, and Heat. The Timberwolves, currently mired in dismal performance, find the contributions of players other than Love to be rather lackluster, and they are eager to acquire Odin. Their primary aim is to explore the potential impact of pairing Odin with Love to form a formidable frontcourt duo that could influence the team's current predicament. Odin and Love are both still quite young. Should their partnership yield a favorable chemistry, the team could potentially become a perennial playoff contender over the next decade. They have not entertained any unrealistic aspirations. Simply reaching the playoffs would suffice. However, apart from Love, they possess no assets that would be enticing enough for the Trailblazers, rendering a trade between the two parties unlikely. Currently, the Timberwolves are exploring possibilities for a three-way trade with other teams. Next, we turn to the Warriors, whose performance this season has been lamentable. The duo of Curry and Monta Ellis has not translated into many victories for the team. Their positions on the court overlap to some extent, compounded by Monta Ellis's personality issues. Additionally, with Don Nelson stepping down at season's end, the Warriors are eager to initiate a rebuild through trades. Curry's performance this season has evidently made him a better fit for the Warriors' future than Monta Ellis, prompting the team to contemplate trading for Odin centered around Monta Ellis. However, Odin's trade value does not align with that of Monta Ellis, necessitating further discussions regarding other trade details. Finally, we consider the Heat. Since Dwayne Wade and Shaquille O'Neal clinched the championship, the team has been on a downward trajectory, with performance diminishing year by year. While reaching the playoffs under Wade's leadership seems feasible, contending for a championship appears unattainable. Consequently, the Heat are interested in acquiring Odin, recalling their previous success with him, as his style bears some resemblance to O'Neal's. Perhaps he could form a partnership with Wade and stir up some excitement in the Eastern Conference. Moreover, Odin has previously joined the Heat, indicating that the management holds a favorable view of him. The team has briefed Bill Duffy on the situation, with the Timberwolves being dismissed as a viable option due to their chaotic management. Even if he were traded there, achieving notable success in the short term seems implausible. Regarding the Heat and the Warriors, he believes both are suitable options, while others may be unaware. He knows that this summer the Heat will form a trio of LeBron James, Wade, and Chris Bosh, potentially securing 2 championships over the next 4 years. If he were to join, the Heat's strength would undoubtedly be augmented, and the prospect of becoming a dynasty in the following years would seem assured. His exposure in Miami would be significant, yet the thought of playing alongside James is daunting. If given the choice, he would prefer to join the Warriors, partnering with Curry, and potentially acquiring Clay and Iguodala in a future trade would immediately position them as strong contenders against the Heat. Furthermore, with Curry and Clay's salaries remaining relatively modest for the next few years, the team would have substantial operational flexibility, rendering their roster far more balanced than that of the Heat. Thus, he leans towards a preference for the Warriors. He conveyed his sentiments to Bill Duffy, who subsequently communicated his wishes to the team. The organization appears to favor a trade with the Warriors, particularly considering Roy's numerous injuries. If they could acquire Monta Ellis, he could complement Roy in the backcourt when Roy is healthy, as their positions do not overlap. Coupled with Aldridge, this would present a formidable combination. If Roy were to be injured, he and Aldridge's inside-outside dynamic would still maintain a measure of competitiveness. Hence, compared to the Heat, the team seems to favor a deal with the Warriors. Chapter 7. The trade concludes now. It is merely a matter of waiting, as the destination of any potential trade is beyond his control. Regardless of where he may be traded, he has only 1 year left on his contract. As long as he achieves a certain level of performance on the court in the coming year, he will have the freedom to choose his next destination as a free agent next summer. At this point, he will no longer dwell on the trade issue. Instead, he focuses on completing his daily training, accumulating energy points, and rectifying the imbalance in his leg lengths, which is of utmost importance. Currently, he has only 35 energy points, far from the target of 100 points. He aspires to accumulate the requisite 100 energy points as swiftly as possible. Whether or not one has witnessed Portland at 4 a.m. is inconsequential. However, securing 1 energy point each day is imperative. The 2010 championship was decided on June 18th, with the Lakers and Celtics finally determining the victor after a decisive Game 7, resulting in the Lakers being crowned champions. Half a month post-finals, teams began engaging in trades. Oden has finally fulfilled his aspirations by being traded to the Warriors. Initially, the Heat intended to remain competitive. However, they were preoccupied with the trades involving James and Bosh, which caused a delay. They had planned to address the trade of Oden with the Trail Blazers after finalizing the deals for James and Bosh, but the Warriors swiftly seized the opportunity. On July 5th, the Warriors and the Trail Blazers announced the details of the trade, wherein the Warriors dispatched Monta Ellis in exchange for Oden, Mills, and a portion of cash. The news of Oden joining the Warriors did not generate much buzz, as the spotlight was predominantly on LeBron James's trade prospects. Finally, on July 9th, LeBron announced through a television program that he would be taking his talents to Miami, leaving fans worldwide in a state of uproar. However, the most heartbroken were the Cavaliers fans, who felt betrayed by their king. Some even resorted to burning LeBron's jersey in the streets. On the same day, Oden finally amassed 100 energy points and commenced treatment for his leg length discrepancy. Yet, the system indicated that the treatment would require a considerable amount of time, as it involved correcting a physical defect and could not be accomplished in a short period. It would take 3 months to complete. Upon receiving this information, he felt little disappointment, as long as he could heal before the new season commenced. The timeline was fortuitously aligned with the season's start, so he remained unperturbed. Since the completion of his trade, he had been preoccupied with matters pertaining to the Trail Blazers, primarily selling his house. His finances were somewhat constrained. Though he was a #1 draft pick, he was still within his rookie contract. Thus, he needed to sell his house in Portland before he could afford a residence in the Bay Area, where property values were considerably high. Once he wrapped up these affairs by mid-July, he proceeded to the Bay Area to search for a new home. At that time, Curry happened to be in the vicinity, and since they had previously exchanged contact information, Oden enlisted Curry's assistance in house hunting. Ultimately, he selected a villa not too far from the arena. While it wasn't overly large, it was well furnished and included a small basketball court, requiring only minor modifications for occupancy. The seller, a Warriors fan, offered it at a reasonable price, which led Oden to purchase it. With the house secured, he had no further obligations until the team reconvened at the end of September, affording him over 2 months of free time. During the off-season, most players traveled globally for leisure, while others remained committed to training. This year, the Warriors underwent significant roster changes, acquiring up to 9 new players, among whom Oden was familiar with David Lee, Jeremy Lin, and Mills, who had also transferred alongside him. As a rookie, Lin was preoccupied with the Summer League, leaving him little time for additional activities. Meanwhile, David Lee, Mills, and Curry were available and also in San Francisco. After reconnecting through the team, Oden proposed daily training sessions. As a local, Curry found a training venue and invited a few others, including Dorell Wright and Reggie Williams. These individuals were likely to be key rotation players for the Warriors next season, and they began to familiarize themselves with one another, enhancing their synergy for the upcoming season. Another impetus for Oden's eagerness to train stemmed from the system's training prompts, which indicated that to rapidly elevate his basketball skills and accumulate more energy points, he needed to engage in competitive training and participate in games. The more intense the competition, the greater the energy points he would earn. Training alone yielded meager energy points. Thus, he was keen to recruit others for training, effectively transforming their collective efforts into a mini training camp. Through their daily competitive training, Odin indeed found it easier to earn energy points, and he sensed a tangible improvement in his abilities. As a prospective all-star, despite David Lee playing the power forward position, Odin still found it challenging to keep pace with him. The team's acquisition of David Lee aimed to bolster their interior play, although they had traded for Odin. He represented a considerable gamble. Their primary focus remained on David Lee, though their positions, center and power forward, did not conflict. After over 2 months of training together, Odin gleaned much from Lee. His playmaking ability was commendable, and he was particularly tenacious on the boards. It was believed that the Warriors' front line, comprising Odin and David Lee, would astonish many teams in the league. After 2 months of training, Odin had amassed nearly 70 energy points, and his foundational physical attributes had seen some enhancement. His current baseline stats were as follows: speed 74, strength 93, stamina 92, height 213 centimeters, weight 113 kilograms, wingspan 224 centimeters. Through training, both stamina and strength had increased slightly. His leg length discrepancy had improved significantly over these 2 months, and he was optimistic that he would fully resolve the issue shortly. Chapter 8. Preseason commences currently. Odin's technical statistics had also improved through training, albeit slowly. After 2 months, his technical stats were 3-point shooting 29, free throws 55, vertical leap 72, finishing ability 72, notably strong, rebounding 82, blocking 78, assists 54, steals 62, drive 75. His 3-point shooting and passing abilities remained subpar, while his finishing skills were decent and his free throw shooting was lacking. Presently, he had 70 energy points available, which could be exchanged for 7 attribute points. However, he did not intend to convert all his energy points immediately. He planned to reserve 20 energy points as a precaution against potential injuries during future games, while he intended to exchange the remaining 50 energy points for attribute values. He decided to allocate all 5 attribute points to free throws, raising that skill to 60 points, ensuring it surpassed the acceptable threshold. In just a couple of days, the team would reconvene. The upcoming season not only saw a significant player turnover, but also a change in coaching staff and ownership. The new head coach would be replaced from Don Nelson to Keith Smart, who, in Odin's previous knowledge, had only served as the Warriors coach for a year during a transitional phase before being succeeded by Kerr. The ownership changed to Lacob, who would later be celebrated as one of the NBA's most willing investors. On the inaugural day of the new season, he arrived at the court at 8:30 in the morning, where several familiar faces had already gathered, exchanging greetings and appearing quite at ease with one another. Among them was Jeremy Lin, who had been signed by the team following the summer league. Although he was aware that Lin had only played 27 games with the Warriors before being released. 2 minutes later, the head coach made his way from the office to the training ground. As it was the first day of the new season, everyone was merely getting acquainted with one another. Following a brief warm-up, Smart commenced organizing the players into teams for a training scrimmage to better understand their individual skill sets. Odin, Mills, Williams, and Lin were assigned to one team, while Curry, David Lee, and Dorell Wright formed another. Each team was supplemented with additional players, and the match commenced. Given the nature of a practice game and the unfamiliarity among most players, the competition was somewhat chaotic. Much of the play relied on individual prowess. Odin showcased his remarkable abilities, exhibiting a range of impressive maneuvers, including powerful dunks that established him as a formidable presence in the paint. His athleticism and intelligent defensive skills made him difficult to outmaneuver, avoiding reckless gambles on defense, which contributed to a solid defensive performance. However, his shooting left something to be desired, a common shortcoming among centers. Notable performers on the team included Curry and David Lee. Lee exhibited strong playmaking and rebounding skills, displaying a degree of offensive initiative, although he found it challenging to score against Odin. Curry, on the other hand, excelled not only in his 3-point shooting but also in driving to the basket and running off the ball, though his defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. Dorell Wright also demonstrated commendable 3-point shooting and passing abilities, albeit with average defensive skills. The remaining players on the roster mostly operated at a bench level, with a few exceptions like Reggie Williams, who showed a commendable level of defensive engagement. Coach Smart busily took notes while allowing his 2 assistant coaches to manage the game. The scrimmage concluded with Curry's team triumphing 58-52. The head coach then tasked his assistants with leading the training sessions while he returned to his office. Over the subsequent week, the team engaged in cohesion training, gradually solidifying their roster. The forthcoming preseason games would serve as a litmus test to evaluate the team's compatibility, allowing for necessary adjustments thereafter. As for specific tactics, last year's strategy under Don Nelson had emphasized a barrage of shots, but with significant changes to the roster. The focus would shift to an inside-oriented approach this year. Given Curry's ability to stretch the defense from the perimeter, several pick-and-roll plays were devised specifically for him. On October 11th, the preseason commenced with the Warriors facing the Kings at home. The Kings' starting lineup included Francisco, Landry, Udry, Cousins, and Dante Green, while the Warriors countered with Odin, David Lee, Curry, Dorell Wright, and Williams. Attendance was sparse, reflecting the Warriors' less-than-stellar performance over the past 2 seasons. However, when Odin entered the game, the fans greeted him with enthusiastic applause. As the game began, Odin and Cousins approached the center circle for the tip-off. Although Cousins was a rookie this year, Odin's experience from his 3 seasons with the Trailblazers gave him a significant advantage in this matchup. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, both players leaped simultaneously, but Odin's elevation clearly surpassed Cousins. After tipping the ball to Curry, Odin sprinted down the court as soon as he landed. The Kings players were caught off guard by Odin's speed, and by the time they realized, he had already crossed the 3-point line. Thanks to their summer training, Curry and Odin had developed a rapport, and as Odin approached the 3-point arc, the ball was swiftly returned to him. Taking a step forward, he leaped, elevating the basketball above his head and emphatically slamming it into the basket. The resounding thud of the ball hitting the rim echoed through the arena, marking the Warriors' first points of the game with a dunk, eliciting a fervent cheer from the fans. After running back to his half of the court and exchanging a high five with Curry, he positioned himself for defense. As the Kings initiated their offense, Cousins quickly occupied the paint. With the Warriors' swift transition defense, the Kings found no opportunity for a fast break and resorted to a half-court offense. The Kings had undergone considerable roster changes this season, leading to some disjointed teamwork. After bringing the ball past half-court, Udry sought to connect with Cousins for a pick. But Cousins seemed oblivious to the intent, instead demanding the ball in the post while neglecting his positioning. Even if he were to receive the ball, he would face considerable challenges against both Odin and David Lee, both of whom were established players in their own right. Odin observed Udrych's reluctance to pass the ball and recalled subsequent critiques of the man's intellect, prompting him to intentionally provoke Udrich. While simultaneously guarding him from receiving the ball, Odin taunted him, insisting that as a rookie, he must embrace his role, suggesting that his teammates evidently doubted his capabilities. He advised Udrich to focus on securing rebounds, insinuating that his teammates regarded him as merely a blue-collar worker. Listening to Odin's jibes, Cousins shot him a fierce glare before directing another intense look at Udrich, vocally demanding the ball. Udrich, ignoring him, began to scout for opportunities beyond the 3-point line. Francisco approached and set a crossover screen, allowing Udrich to pass the ball into his hands. Udrich then sprinted toward the vicinity of the paint, while Curry, during a substitution with Dorell Wright, made a mistake and failed to keep pace with Udrich. Francisco returned the ball to Udrich, who paused momentarily before taking a shot. Curry abruptly halted, nearly colliding with Udrich, who drew a foul in the process. However, that brief pause disrupted Udrich's rhythm, resulting in a missed basket. Underneath, Odin effectively blocked Cousins from leaping, deftly tipping the rebound into David Lee's hands. Lee promptly passed the basketball to Curry, and both teams commenced their advance down the court. As they ran, Odin continued to chatter incessantly in Cousins' ear. "Isn't it better for a rookie to focus on grabbing rebounds? And now you couldn't even secure one. When you return to the bench, do you think your coach will refrain from reprimanding you?" Cousins, caught off guard by Odin's incessant taunts, could only glare back, struggling to articulate a retort. As he ran, he nudged Odin aside, longing to create some distance while silently vowing to make Odin pay once he got the ball. Upon returning to the paint, Curry passed the ball to Dorell Wright on the perimeter, initiating his off-ball movement. Francisco closely trailed him, while Odin and David Lee moved in to set a double screen, successfully shaking off Francisco. Once free, Cousins hurriedly switched to guard Curry, who executed a dazzling double hesitation move, leaving Cousins spinning in place. Curry then retreated beyond the 3-point line and effortlessly sank a shot. Francisco rushed over to offer words of consolation, stating that the shot was his fault for failing to stay with Curry. Although intended as a comforting remark, everyone understood that the blame could not rest solely on Francisco. However, still reeling from his recent embarrassment, Cousins failed to grasp the intent behind Francisco's words and blurted out, "Make sure to keep an eye on your man." It would be somewhat acceptable if such words were uttered by the team leader, but as a rookie, your utterance is rather inappropriate. Although Francisco chose not to respond, opting instead to sprint towards the front court, it was evident that his expression had begun to sour. Upon reaching the front court to engage in a set play, Udry directly instructed Cousins to move forward for a screen. Cousins, who was already positioned and ready to pivot for the ball, reluctantly complied and approached to set the pick for Udry. Just after completing the screen, before fully repositioning, he intended to cut down for a pass. Upon witnessing the situation, Auden swiftly advanced, positioning himself to obstruct Udry's path, while Morel Light closed in, effectively encircling Udry. Before Udry could even pass the ball, it was seized by Morel Light. Auden successfully intercepted a pass from Darrell Wright, accelerating towards the front court. By the time he entered the three-point line, the Kings players had yet to cross half court. Turning to receive Darrell Wright's pass, he effortlessly leaped and dunked the ball into the hoop. Upon turning around, he was surprised to see Cousins embroiled in a quarrel with Udry. Kings players hurried over to separate the two. Within just 2 minutes of the game, the Warriors had launched a 7-0 run, and it was evident that Cousins was on the verge of losing his temper with just a couple more plays. Auden believed he could provoke Cousins into a complete loss of composure. Unfortunately, after the Kings' next possession, their coach called a timeout. When the game resumed, Cousins was surprisingly benched, taking a seat on the sidelines. The game then returned to a normal pace. Although the Kings struggled, the Warriors roster was also in a period of adjustment, rendering them not significantly better. By the end of the game, Auden had played only 18 minutes, contributing 12 points, 9 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. Having participated primarily in the first and latter half of the second quarter, Curry scored the highest for both teams with 26 points in 27 minutes, along with 7 assists. David Lee also played 27 minutes, achieving a commendable double-double with 17 points and 11 rebounds. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 115-102. Cousins, meanwhile, logged nearly 30 minutes on the court, tallying 16 points and 12 rebounds, though most of his stats were accrued while Auden was resting. Despite achieving a double-double in his debut as a rookie, it was clear that he was not yet prepared for the rigors of the NBA. Had it not been for the preseason nature of the game and Coach Smart's protective instincts towards Auden, he would not have played for such a limited duration, and Cousins' statistics would not appear as favorable. Although Auden was aware that his body had recovered well, the Warriors' medical staff recommended that he not exceed 25 minutes of play time in a single game for safety reasons. This contrasted sharply with the Blazers' team doctors, leaving him uncertain about his close friend Roy's current condition. Consequently, Auden found himself benched after just 18 minutes of play. Chapter 10, Preseason Rematch against the Kings. Upon concluding the game, Auden checked the system and noted that his energy level had risen from 20 to 22 points. Despite playing merely 18 minutes in a not particularly intense preseason game, his energy had increased by 2 points. Clearly, the system's assertions held merit. More game time would yield greater benefits. If this had been a regular season game and he had played the full duration, he surmised that his energy could have increased by 4 or 5 points. With another preseason game against the Kings scheduled in 2 days, he felt more familiar with the opposing team. He anticipated gaining another 2 points of energy in the upcoming match, which filled him with excitement. The prospect of accruing more energy without rigorous training thrilled him, and he began to look forward to the start of the regular season. The following day, Auden trained for the entire morning at the team's facility, engaging in relatively light drills primarily focused on tactical adjustments in practice. The previous game against the Kings had revealed several shortcomings in the team's performance, prompting the coaching staff to gradually refine their strategy. After practice, feeling unexhausted due to the moderate training intensity, he opted for some additional workouts. By 9 p.m., he checked the system again and saw that he had earned an additional 2 points of energy, bringing his total to 24 points. He concluded his training for the day, optimistic that he could further enhance his free throw skills by 2 more points before the regular season commenced. After showering and dressing, he drove away from the arena, noticing the lights still on in the coach's office. Clearly, the coach was under considerable pressure, still working at this hour. Upon returning home, he had a light meal and browsed his phone for updates on the day's game. Most discussions centered around the more popular teams like the Heat and the Lakers, while the Warriors and Kings, having had disappointing seasons, drew little attention except from a handful of diehard fans. After scrolling for a while, he finally stumbled upon a post from a devoted Warriors fan praising the team's performance. As a key player, he was also lauded. with comments suggesting he truly lived up to the title of the Emperor, effortlessly securing the game. Although he found the praise somewhat exaggerated, he nonetheless commented with his alternate account, expressing agreement with the sentiments shared. He then tossed his phone aside and drifted into slumber. The next day, there was no scheduled practice. Instead, the team was instructed to gather at the arena by 4 p.m. He woke up promptly at 7 a.m. and practiced shooting on his home court for the morning. After lunch and a brief rest, he drove to the arena around 3 p.m., arriving to find a few teammates already there. Spotting Curry alone, he approached him, and they exchanged light-hearted banter until David Lee arrived. Odin seized the opportunity to seek financial advice from Lee, and before long, it was already 4 p.m. Although he could have arrived slightly later for practice, the coach preferred that the players acclimate to the court in advance, especially with the Pistons also scheduled to train on the same day. Following dinner, David Lee suggested they unwind at a nightclub, but Odin declined, citing his desire to continue training. Curry also opted out, not wishing to disrespect Aisha by visiting a nightclub. Seeing that neither was keen on going, David Lee didn't press the issue and instead took a few other teammates along. With time on his hands, Curry accompanied Odin to the hotel gym for a workout. After noticing that he had already earned 1 point of energy for the day, Odin concluded his training, which had stretched past 9 p.m. After a light meal at the hotel restaurant, he returned to his room. In the early hours, just past 1 a.m., he rose to use the restroom and faintly heard the sound of a door closing next door. It seemed David Lee had just returned from the nightclub. Thankfully, they hadn't stayed out all night, indicating some restraint. The following morning, at 8:30 a.m., he gathered with the team for a brief training session. By the time they arrived at the arena around 5 p.m., over an hour ahead of schedule, he changed into his uniform and warmed up. The game was set to commence at 7 p.m. Unsurprisingly, he and Cousins squared off for the tip-off, and the Warriors emerged victorious, with Odin directing the ball to Curry. This time, the Kings were clearly prepared. Post-tip, all players quickly retreated into defense, leaving no openings for a fast break. Observing this, Curry maintained composure, deliberately searching for an opportunity as he passed the ball around the three-point line. After failing to find a suitable position, he noticed Odin had established himself in the paint and lofted the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Odin faked a shoulder move to gauge Cousins' defensive stance, then executed a leftward spin, causing Cousins to retreat a step. Following this, he pivoted to face the basket and executed a smooth fadeaway jumper, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Given the absence of a straightforward fast break, Odin resolved to confront the Kings head-on. When the Kings initiated their offense, Cousins had learned from experience. As Udry brought the ball up, he signaled for a screen, and without hesitation, Cousins rushed to set the pick. Following the switch, Odin began to guard Udry, who pulled him toward the three-point line. Initially intending to exploit his foot speed to break past Odin, Udry was taken aback by Odin's agility and defensive positioning. After 2 unsuccessful fakes that failed to disrupt Odin's defense, he noticed Cousins had established a strong position, guarded by a Warriors guard. Hesitating briefly, he passed the ball to Cousins, who, while seeking position, should have had Lee switch with the guard. However, Lee hesitated, and by the time he moved forward, it was too late. Cousins received the ball and executed a back-to-the-basket move, easily scoring 2 points. After his basket, Cousins provocatively glanced at Odin, leaving him bemused. What was there to gloat about? Scoring over a smaller guard while being the dominant center? Chapter 11. Embracing the Cousins mentality as the Golden State Warriors prepared for their offensive play. Odin once again called for the ball in the paint. This time, he eschewed finesse, opting instead for sheer power. He backed down forcefully, delivering 2 solid bumps before rising up to execute a delicate hook shot off the backboard, successfully scoring. He cast a defiant glare at Cousins, a clear retort to the previous play. Cousins, feeling the heat from Odin's stare, was momentarily consumed by rage, tempted to retaliate with a couple of punches. However, recalling the coach's pre-game admonitions, he restrained himself, silently vowing to respond in kind with his performance on the court. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams engaged in a spirited back and forth. The Kings, having grown accustomed to the Warriors' strategies, kept the score close. By the 8th minute of the first quarter, the scoreboard reflected a narrow 18-15 lead for the Warriors. As the head coach prepared to substitute in the reserves, anxiety began to creep into Cousins' mind. In the fleeting moments that had passed, he had found little opportunity to counter Odin's impact, having been scored upon twice instead. With Odin accumulating 8 points while he had only managed 2, Cousins felt a growing urgency. At that moment, the ball was deftly passed to him by Udry, According to the game plan, he was supposed to return the ball to Udry, allowing him to distribute it to the teammates stationed at the corners. However, driven by his desire to outshine Odin, he disregarded the strategy, lowered his head, and began to dribble forward, intent on penetrating Odin's defense to finish with a layup. With determination, he advanced 2 steps against Odin, finally reaching the basket. As he leaped to take the shot, Odin thrust forward, elevating his arms high, which prevented Cousins from jumping. Odin's hand forcefully swatted the basketball down, sending it back into Cousins' grasp. As Cousins prepared to shoot again, Odin moved in tandem with his steps, ensuring that Cousins could not effectively shield him. Consequently, when Cousins attempted his second shot, Odin once more blocked it. At this moment, Cousins was bewildered. However, the ball found its way back to him. With little time for contemplation, he retreated a step, resolute to take another shot. He was determined to score at this basket. Come what may. Though his intentions were noble, reality dealt him a harsh blow as Odin delivered yet another resounding block. This time, Odin had ample time to react, leaping to swat the ball out of bounds. He then pointed at Cousins, vocally taunting him with, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie," aiming to rattle Cousins' confidence. The Kings fans were left in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension, before the referee could blow the whistle for a technical foul against Odin. Cousins' frustration had reached its peak. He thrust his hands toward Odin's chest, exclaiming in anger. Odin retreated while firmly grasping Cousins' arms, simultaneously shouting to the referee, "Look, he is laying hands on me. Call a technical foul." He slightly raised his knee, aiming it at Cousins' thigh. Cousins, feeling the pain, was unable to massage the spot due to Odin's grip and bent down to avoid the impending knee strike. At that moment, players from both teams rushed to separate the two, with the referee quickly positioning himself between them. As Cousins had initiated the altercation, the referee immediately issued him a flagrant foul. Meanwhile, Odin's earlier gesture of wagging his finger also earned him a technical foul. Witnessing Odin's smug expression, which suggested he had gained an advantage while feigning innocence, Cousins nearly lost his temper again. Sensing the brewing conflict, the Kings head coach swiftly substituted him out. David Lee, being the closest, witnessed the entire incident unfold and was taken aback by Odin's unexpected cunning, despite his seemingly benign appearance. The Kings proceeded with free throws, followed by the Warriors, as the referee's call of a flagrant foul against Cousins awarded the Warriors not only 2 free throws but also possession of the ball. During the free throws, Keista Smart also began to rotate the Warriors' key players onto the court, including substituting Odin. As Odin exited the game, he was met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. This incident marked the beginning of a rivalry between him and Cousins, ensuring future encounters on the court would be fraught with tension. However, given Cousins' skill set, he felt confident that he could dominate Odin in their next matchup. In the ensuing game, Cousins did not return to play, while Odin re-entered for a few minutes in the latter half of the second quarter. The Kings, lacking Cousins in the paint, became increasingly vulnerable. As it was a preseason game, the head coach chose not to field Odin and Curry alongside the other starters for the second half. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Kings with a score of 122-105. Odin achieved an impressive tally of 15 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 blocks, all of which were against Cousins. Curry contributed 16 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists, with a flawless 3-point shooting performance, hitting all 4 attempts. Only first-hand experience can attest to the accuracy of Curry's shooting. David Lee recorded a commendable 11 points and 10 rebounds, truly living up to his reputation as a double-double machine, accomplishing this feat in just 15 minutes on the court, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Although this was partly due to the Kings' vulnerability in the paint. On the Kings' side, the leading scorer was Francisco, who amassed 21 points, along with 3 rebounds and 5 assists. His high scoring was partially attributed to the Warriors' lackluster perimeter defense, as well as his extended playing time of 35 minutes during the game. Conversely, Cousins struggled, finishing with only 2 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 turnovers. At the conclusion of the game, during the press conference, the head coach initially intended to bring Odin along, but he declined, deeming the preseason matchup unworthy of discussion and preferring to rest instead. After a refreshing shower and changing attire in the locker room, he headed towards the team bus with his teammates. Given their proximity, the team opted to return directly to San Francisco, primarily for budgetary reasons. Upon arriving back in San Francisco at midnight, he tidied up and drove home. During the bus ride, he checked his system, noting that he had only earned 2 energy points from the game. Yet another unremarkable day. Chapter 12. Facing off against Big Ben the following morning. He awoke and perused Twitter, eventually stumbling upon news regarding himself. The headlines were exceedingly sensational, revealing that clickbait exists beyond national borders. A round of 3 blocks, Warriors establish no-fly zone. Dominating both offense and defense, the Emperor descends upon Sacramento, leaving no grass to grow. The media truly dares to write anything. He shook his head and commented beneath each article, "My sentiments align with yours." Having just played a game. Their next match was not scheduled for another 5 days, and the coach granted them a 2-day break. With little else to occupy his time, he decided to train at home, earning a modicum of energy points daily, which was better than nothing. After 2 days of training, he arrived at the training facility promptly at 8:30 a.m. on the 3rd day, preparing for an upcoming game against the Pistons. Tactical arrangements were made and practiced over the next 2 days in anticipation of the Pistons' current roster. At 8 p.m. on the 5th day, the game commenced. The Pistons' starting lineup featured Hamilton, Rodney Stuckey, Prince, the Unibrod Villanova, and Ben Wallace. The Pistons currently boasted a backcourt that was overcrowded yet a frontcourt that was alarmingly thin, creating a striking imbalance. The Warriors retained their previous starting lineup, which had been performing adequately, as Coach Smart deliberately aimed to solidify this lineup as the regular starting unit for the new season. Ironically, the weaknesses of this lineup were in stark contrast to those of the Pistons, with the backcourt being relatively feeble. In truth, the offensive capabilities from the backcourt are commendable. Both Curry and Dorell Wright exhibit commendable accuracy from beyond the arc, with their three-point shooting percentages hovering around 40. However, their defensive prowess leaves much to be desired. Fortunately, there remains a valuable asset on the bench in the form of Rajabel, who can be summoned to counter particularly challenging opponents. Initially, Bell was slated for trade, however. Following the departure of Monta Ellis, the team opted to retain him, considering the shortage of guards. Nevertheless, his current form is far from optimal. While he may manage to contribute in short bursts, relying on him as a primary defender against the opposing team's scoring threats seems increasingly improbable. As the game commenced, the imposing figure of Ben Wallace, sporting his signature fro, approached the center circle to engage in the jump ball with Odin. At this juncture, Wallace finds himself in the twilight of his career, with his physical condition markedly diminished from his prime, yet his defensive tenacity remains commendable. The jump ball was won by Odin, who deftly directed it to Curry. The Pistons, renowned for their defensive acumen, effectively thwarted the Warriors' attempts at fast breaks. Upon entering the paint, one could discern the sheer force of Wallace. Even in the twilight of his career, his strength is estimated to still exceed 95. Unable to penetrate the interior, he wisely transitioned to the perimeter to set a pick for Curry. The interior defense was entrusted to David Lee, who should manage adequately against Villanueva. Wallace's defensive instincts are indeed impressive, and Hamilton, who is known for his relentless play, also possesses notable defensive awareness, thus thwarting the effectiveness of the pick-and-roll between him and Curry. Odin did not completely obstruct Hamilton, allowing him to glide past. Together with Big Ben, they formed a pressing defense, causing Curry to falter in his attempt to pass the ball, which was intercepted by Hamilton. Following the interception, the Pistons did not hastily launch a counterattack. Instead, they entrusted the ball to Rodney Stuckey. While Stuckey's playmaking abilities undeniably pale in comparison to Billups, he was capable of simply bringing the ball past half court and deliberately slowing the game's tempo, gradually advancing the ball. He orchestrated the play until Hamilton found an open position, at which point he delivered the ball into Hamilton's hands, enabling him to execute a shot and secure 2 points. Competing against a team like the Pistons, which prioritizes defense, is indeed a grueling endeavor. It appears that to seize victory, the pace must be accelerated, drawing them into the Warriors' rhythm. Playing at the Pistons' tempo makes it exceedingly challenging for the Warriors to triumph. Immediately after Hamilton's basket, the Warriors inbounded the ball, with Curry swiftly sending it to the front court. Without waiting for the Pistons players to regain their footing, Dorell Wright attempted a trailing three-pointer, which unfortunately did not find its mark. Nevertheless, Odin and David Lee had already positioned themselves under the basket, while Big Ben had yet to fully establish his stance. Odin obstructed Big Ben, allowing David Lee to effortlessly secure the rebound. At this moment, Curry had already arrived at the front court, and David Lee promptly passed the ball back to him. Without any adjustments, Curry seized the opportunity and unleashed a three-pointer, the ball swishing cleanly through the net. As the Pistons prepared to inbound the ball, the Warriors players had already positioned themselves defensively. If the Pistons failed to score, the Warriors would decisively initiate a fast break, gradually imposing their rhythm upon the game. While the others managed to keep pace, Big Ben found himself increasingly unable to match the Warriors' tempo. Reluctantly, less than 7 minutes into the game, he was substituted. It seemed that age had caught up with him, refusing to acknowledge it was futile, as his body was no longer what it once was. A hint of melancholy washed over him as he took a seat on the bench. Following his departure, the Pistons' defense plummeted in effectiveness, and the Warriors chose not to rush their fast break. With Big Ben absent, Odin and David Lee dominated the paint, executing plays with remarkable precision. As the first quarter drew to a close, Odin received a pass from Curry near the free throw line and surged towards the basket. Villanueva intended to step in for an interception but was momentarily hindered by a screen set by David Lee, causing him to lag slightly in his approach. Odin leaped directly, executing a thunderous dunk over his opponent as the first quarter drew to a close. From the moment Big Ben was substituted, the Warriors seized control of the game, concluding the first quarter with a score of 27-21, leading by 6 points. At the onset of the second quarter, Mills led a group of substitutes to engage in a scoring duel with the Pistons bench. Despite T-Mac's diminished prowess, he still posed a considerable challenge for the Warriors' current substitutes. After 5 minutes into the second quarter, the score stood at 41-39, with the Warriors' lead dwindling to a mere 2 points. The starters were swapped out for substitutes, and Big Ben re-entered the game. The Warriors resumed their strategy from the beginning of the first quarter, while the Pistons struggled to find effective solutions, hampered by a lack of viable frontcourt options. As the second quarter concluded, the score expanded to 54-46, with the Warriors holding an 8-point advantage as they entered halftime. Neither team fielded their starters in the second half, and the game ultimately ended with the Warriors succumbing to a 108-112 defeat. The disparity between the Warriors' bench and that of the Pistons was evident, making the loss unsurprising. Chapter 13. The regular season commences following the match against the Pistons. 2 more games awaited, one of which was another clash with the Pistons, while the final game would be against the Hawks. With the primary lineup largely established, Odin and Curry did not take to the court for these last 2 encounters. Instead, David Lee and Darrell Wright alternated in leading the bench players, primarily to refine the team's second unit. As the second unit had not yet been fully solidified, it remained uncertain who would steer it effectively to maintain offensive momentum when the starters rested, avoiding the prior predicament where a significant gap emerged once the primary players were off the floor. After experimenting for 2 games, the composition of the second unit still lacked clarity, largely due to the Warriors' bench being somewhat underwhelming, necessitating gradual adjustments. Future opportunities to acquire more capable players during trades would be crucial. With the 5 preseason games completed, the team boarded a flight back to San Francisco. After a day of rest, they resumed training, anticipating the new season's commencement on October 28th. The Warriors were set to host the Rockets, with uncertainty surrounding Yao Ming's participation. After several more days of practice, the evening of the 28th finally arrived, marking the inaugural game of the new season. During warm-ups, Yao Ming was notably absent. Upon checking the news, it was revealed that the Rockets had faced the Lakers the previous day. Consequently, with a back-to-back schedule, the Rockets coach opted not to include Yao Ming in today's matchup. The starting lineup for the Rockets today features Scola, Kevin Martin, Hayes, Brooks, and Battier. On the Warriors' side, the starters include Odin, Curry, David Lee, Darrell Wright, and Williams. As it is a home game, the atmosphere was electrifying as they entered the arena, with the loudest cheers reserved for one player. Approaching the center circle, Scola was set to jump against Hayes, despite the latter being significantly shorter. Thus, it was Scola who leapt for the tip-off, although Hayes displayed commendable rebounding prowess. In the inaugural jump of the new season, it was no surprise that Scola emerged victorious once more. The ball found its way into Curry's hands, and without Yao Ming, the Warriors enjoyed a notable advantage in the paint. Prior to the game, the coach had emphasized the importance of attacking the interior from the outset. Consequently, Curry was patient, waiting for Odin and David Lee to establish their positions before seeking an opportunity to pass. Once Odin had effectively shielded Hayes behind him, Curry delivered the ball. Standing a whole 15 centimeters taller than Hayes, Odin merely turned, faced the basket, and launched the shot with ease. Hayes was rendered powerless, forced to watch as the ball swished through the net. As the Rockets prepared for their offensive play, Scola, being a pivotal player in their lineup, faced a challenging task against the formidable defense of Odin and David Lee. Therefore, after crossing half-court, Brooks promptly passed the ball to Martin. Observing Martin receive the pass, Scola moved forward to set a screen. In an instant, Martin chose not to penetrate the paint, but instead opted for a shot from beyond the arc, showcasing his reputation as a sharpshooter. Although his shooting form might not have been aesthetically pleasing, the speed of his release was impressive. However, the attempt did not find its mark, as Hayes had already begun positioning himself for the rebound the moment the ball left Martin's hands. His eagerness to secure the board was commendable, yet ultimately, it was Odin who claimed possession, despite Hayes' keen judgment of the ball's trajectory and his tenacity. Innate basketball talent proved crucial, and Odin's rebounding ability was equally formidable. Consequently, Odin leapt from behind Hayes to seize the ball. Hayes attempted to contest again, but was evaded by Odin, who swiftly passed the ball back to Curry. Curry dribbled past half-court and then dished it to David Lee, whose playmaking skills were notable. Positioned at the top of the arc, he drew Scola out, leaving Hayes and Odin to battle it out underneath. Meanwhile, Curry and Darrell Wright engaged in a series of cross movements, occasionally receiving screens from Williams. In the paint, Hayes and Odin were fiercely contending for position. With Hayes determined to implement the lessons learned from the previous play, he tightened his defensive stance, aiming to prevent Odin from receiving the ball comfortably. However, due to the height disparity, he still struggled to defend effectively. Once Odin established his position, Lee delivered a lob that landed perfectly in Odin's grasp. After receiving the basketball, Odin did not dribble but instead leapt directly towards the hoop for a thunderous dunk, leaving Hayes behind, who could only watch helplessly as Odin slammed the ball into the basket. Next, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. Recognizing the Warriors' current weakness in perimeter defense, the Rockets resolutely focused on exploiting this vulnerability. After bringing the ball to the front court, Brooks once again passed it to Martin, who attempted to penetrate the Warriors' interior defense. After bypassing Darrell, Williams abandoned his coverage of Battier to assist, but as Williams approached, Martin deftly passed the ball to Battier, positioned at the three-point line in the corner. This was Battier's shooting zone. Upon receiving the ball, he rose and shot, catching the Warriors off guard with an open three-pointer. Following the successful shot, the Warriors prepared for the inbound. As they returned to the front court, Odin communicated with Williams, suggesting that the next time Martin penetrated, Williams need not assist, but instead focus on Battier, who was not only a formidable defender, but also a reliable three-point shooter. As for Hayes, he exhibited little capability for autonomous offense, thus it might be prudent to allow Martin to take the lead while Hayes could focus on providing support. Effective communication among players on the court is indeed essential. The more they interact, the stronger their synergy becomes. As the Warriors transitioned into their offensive play, they continued their previous strategy, knowing that as long as the Rockets could not find an effective counter, they would persist with this approach. The Rockets observed David Lee positioning himself at the arc once more, and as Odin called for the ball, Battier opted to abandon Williams and double-team Odin. With Battier's assistance, the Warriors' perimeter players found it easier to create shooting opportunities. Noticing a lack of options, Lee quickly passed the ball to Curry as he emerged from his position, and Curry took a shot from beyond the arc. Unfortunately, the attempt did not succeed. Odin, leveraging his height advantage, engaged in a battle for the rebound with Hayes and Battier. He did not even jump, and faced with the double team, he had no intention of securing the ball for a secondary attack. Observing that Curry had just taken a shot and was unmarked, he confidently directed the ball towards Curry with one hand. With no defenders nearby, Curry adjusted his stance and took another shot. But the basketball still did not find the net. Yet, a dramatic moment unfolded on the court as Odin, again under pressure from two defenders, managed to flick the ball to Curry. Hayes and Battier were entirely at a loss as to how to counter him. Upon receiving the ball, Curry took a deep breath, made another adjustment, and shot calmly. This time, the basketball finally swished through the hoop. Relieved, Curry felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Another miss would have certainly been embarrassing. In the subsequent two possessions, the Warriors repeated their strategy, while the Rockets remained at a loss for an effective response. If Yao Ming were present, such a predicament would surely not have arisen. Ultimately, the Rockets coach had no choice but to call a timeout to reassess their tactics. Once the timeout concluded and both teams returned to the court, Odin noticed that his defender had switched from Hayes to Scola. Scola's defensive prowess was rather mediocre. It left Odin questioning the Rockets coach's logic in assigning Scola to guard him. Was the Rockets coach perhaps intending to concede the defense against him? Regardless of the circumstances, the current Rockets possess a distinct advantage against any opponent. The Warriors continue to focus on their interior game, And only when the real confrontation begins will we truly comprehend the tenacity of Scola, who is undeniably irksome. Unlike Hayes, whose defense is characterized by its cleanliness and straightforwardness, Scola employs a more insidious approach, filled with incessant little tricks and a penchant for theatrical flopping. In one particular exchange, before I even exerted myself, he had already launched himself dramatically to the ground. To my astonishment, the referee called an offensive foul on me, prompting the realization that Scola, aside from his offensive prowess, possesses a remarkable talent for exaggerated falls. After several exchanges, Odin found himself utterly overwhelmed by Scola's relentless defense. To exacerbate matters, Scola had the audacity to touch me twice while I was distracted, driving me to the brink of frustration. With no other recourse, Odin ceased merely standing in the paint and began setting screens for Curry, yielding some success. After the switch, he managed to score twice more. Following the substitutions, facing Brooks was a sight to behold, almost unbearable to watch. With 8 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the head coach initiated a rotation, retaining only David Lee from the starting lineup to lead the bench. Meanwhile, Scola took charge of the second unit for the Rockets. Observing this development, Odin felt a sense of relief, knowing that Scola would not be able to defend him perpetually in the subsequent quarter. Both Curry and Odin were substituted out, and by the end of the first quarter, the Warriors had secured a lead of 32-24, an 8-point advantage. In the first quarter, Odin recorded 8 points, 6 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 foul, primarily due to the relentless pressure from Scola, which hindered his scoring potential. Previously, I had appreciated Scola during his tenure with the Rockets due to my fondness for Yale, but facing him directly unveiled the truth behind his reputation as a master actor. The second quarter unfolded with nearly 5 minutes elapsed, and the score had narrowed to 41-37, with a mere 4-point gap remaining. Kiss Smart, noting that the starters were sufficiently rested, opted to reintroduce them to the court. In response, the Rockets coach deployed his own starters, with Hayes once again assigned to defend me. Odin immediately sprang to life, executing a powerful turnaround dunk, followed by a low-post isolation, a delicate hook shot, and seizing the rebound to initiate a second-chance opportunity. In a mere 3 minutes, he amassed 8 points and 3 rebounds, 2 of which were offensive boards. Observing this development, the Houston Rockets head coach, initially intending to grant Scola a brief respite, was compelled to reintroduce him onto the court during a timeout, tasking him once more with defending Odin. Although Scola resumed his defensive duties against Odin, the latter had already regained his rhythm in the game. With the wisdom imparted to him by Wu Sheng while on the sidelines, Odin found it considerably easier to confront Scola's defense. Upon reaching the paint, he adeptly utilized his footwork, leaving Scola unable to even attempt a flopping maneuver, thus thoroughly dominating the Rockets' interior defense. Had it not been for the occasional support from Battier and Hayes, the game might have concluded by the end of the second quarter. Even with their intermittent assistance, Odin had tallied 20 points and 11 rebounds by halftime. If not for Curry's off-shooting night, hitting only 4 of 12 attempts and making just 2 of 8 from beyond the arc for a total of 10 points, the Rockets might have considered conceding the match. Nevertheless, by halftime, the Warriors held a commanding 65-51 lead. During the intermission, Coach Keith Smart reiterated the strategy of focusing on the interior for the second half. As the third quarter commenced, both teams deployed their starting lineups, and the effectiveness of Scola's defense against Odin diminished. Hayes was reintroduced to primarily guard Odin, while Scola and Battier occasionally double-teamed him. Surprisingly, in the opening game of the new season, Odin found himself under significant scrutiny. However, following the halftime break, having restored his stamina and buoyed by an invigorated spirit, the Rockets' interior defense posed no threat to him. With his superior physical attributes and a shifting mindset, coupled with a system that alleviated his concerns over injuries, the third quarter evolved into a showcase of Odin's prowess. On both ends of the court, he delivered a commanding performance, accumulating 12 points, 8 rebounds, an assist, and 3 blocks within that period. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 97-72, with the Warriors enjoying a 25-point advantage. The entirety of the fourth quarter devolved into mere garbage time. At the start of the final period, the Rockets fielded their starters for 3 minutes, while the Warriors sent Odin and Dorell right alongside 3 substitutes onto the court for the same duration. With the score gap proving insurmountable, the Rockets head coach opted to withdraw all starters, conceding the match. Observing this, Smart replaced Odin and Wright as well. Chapter 15. Systematic mimicry training. The game concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Rockets, 123-102, marking a victorious start to the new season. Odin has finally delivered the performance that everyone had anticipated, finishing the game with an impressive 15 out of 20 shooting, accumulating 32 points, 21 rebounds, 1 assist, and 5 blocks. Achieving a remarkable 30-20 in a single game, he simultaneously shattered his personal records for both points and rebounds. The management of the Trail Blazers has been left in utter despair, lamenting their misfortune and seeking solace. Curry, on the other hand, struggled throughout the match, hitting only 8 of his 21 attempts and making 4 out of 12 from beyond the arc, totaling 23 points alongside 3 rebounds and 7 assists. David Lee contributed with a steady performance, scoring 13 points and securing 11 rebounds, consistently delivering a double-double. For the Rockets, Kevin Martin led the scoring with 25 points, while Scola managed 11 points and 4 rebounds, and Hayes contributed a mere 5 points and 3 rebounds. The interior duo of Scola and Hayes was thoroughly overwhelmed by Odin's prowess. During the post-game press conference, Smart attended alongside Curry. The Rockets head coach was present with Martin. The first question came from a local San Francisco media outlet, which posed friendly inquiries about Odin's feelings regarding his 30-20 achievement and breaking his own scoring and rebounding records. He responded in a conventional manner, expressing his happiness and gratitude towards his coach and teammates for their support. However, subsequent questions from other media representatives were less cordial. One female reporter asked about his domination over the Rockets' interior defense, inquiring about his thoughts on Scola and Hayes' performances. Another journalist directly questioned his previous lackluster displays over the past 3 years with the Trail Blazers, suggesting that he might have intentionally concealed his abilities. Wondering if he had never truly liked the Trail Blazers and had been feigning injury. Confronted with such inquiries, Odin felt a surge of frustration and opted to refrain from responding, passing the microphone to the next reporter. Meanwhile, the Rockets' head coach appeared visibly displeased, his expression darkening. He exacerbated the situation, and if he is not careful, the next time they meet, he may find himself a target for malicious intent. It would be wiser for him to remain low-key. Having already secured his advantages, there is no need to act overly coy. After the post-match press conference and upon returning home, he found the time to check the system and assess the energy points he had accumulated that day. Prior to the commencement of the regular season, he had amassed a total of 50 energy points, of which he exchanged 30 for 3 skill points, all of which were allocated to his free throw ability. Thus, before this match, his energy points stood at 20. To his surprise, after the game, his energy points soared to 32, 8 of which were awarded for the victory achieved by the Warriors, alongside his commendable performance on the court. The remaining 4 points were a result of breaking 2 personal records. The system briefly explained that since he had surpassed his own benchmarks, each record earned him 2 points, with the amount of energy points awarded contingent on the significance of the records he had shattered. Additionally, due to his outstanding performance in this match, the system granted him an extra skill training plan. This training plan, tailored for interior players, focused on the practical application of the little hook shot. The details outlined the key points to consider when executing the shot, including power application and timing. The training plan not only permitted practice on the court but also allowed for mental simulation through the system, marking a novel usage method. He learned that mental simulation could lead to a more refined mastery of skills, far surpassing the efficacy of solitary training. However, this feature was not without cost. Every half hour of mental simulation required a consumption of energy points. In essence, the energy points he typically earned from a day's training would only suffice for half an hour of system simulation. Fortunately, having just acquired 12 energy points from the match, he was eager to experiment with the effects of mental simulation training. He expended a point of energy to redeem half an hour of simulation time, with results that exceeded his expectations. Once the time was confirmed, his mind was filled with various scenarios of executing the little hook shot. Through observation, he found himself able to comprehend the diverse techniques of power application, shooting angles, and timing under varying conditions. Remarkably, after just one viewing, these concepts seemed to imprint themselves indelibly in his mind, leading him to feel that with minimal practice, he could fully master them. However, just as he was immersed in learning, the time elapsed abruptly, leaving him feeling as if he had been startled and interrupted mid-task. Rather than hastily expending more energy to continue his studies, he resolved to return the following morning to his home basketball court, determined to recall the knowledge he had visualized. After a morning of practice, he had nearly perfected the skills he had studied in his mind the previous day. Upon checking the system, he found that the skills section indicated he had mastered the little hook shot to a level of 13. At 2 p.m., the team organized a training session in preparation for the upcoming match against the Clippers the following evening. After lunch, he drove to the training center. The afternoon's training primarily focused on the technical attributes of the Clippers players, as well as the strategies the team intended to employ in the forthcoming game. At 7 p.m., he returned home and once again utilized a point of energy to mentally train for another half hour on the little hook shot. Subsequently, he continued practicing until past 1 a.m., finally bringing his mastery of the little hook shot to a progress level of 23. Arriving at the training center at 9 a.m., he felt weary from the late-night session. David Lee and Curry, noticing his yawning entrance, teasingly remarked, "Young man, moderation is key. Perhaps you should refrain from late-night activities to ensure your health." Odin stared at the two of them in bewilderment, slowly realizing that they mistakenly believed he had engaged in some nefarious activity. Choosing to disregard their antics seemed the wisest decision, as dwelling on the matter would only exacerbate the situation. After a brief 2-minute interlude, as all personnel gathered, the head coach began to organize training sessions, dividing the team into 2 squads to simulate the forthcoming match against the Clippers. Following a midday meal and a brief respite, the group arrived at the arena around 6 in the evening to commence their warm-up in preparation for the impending contest. Chapter 16. Griffin as the clock struck 7. The match officially commenced. The Clippers starting lineup featured Gordon, Baron Davis, Griffin, Come On, and Gomez, while the Warriors maintained their unchanged lineup, confident in their existing roster. At the tip-off, Griffin was selected to jump against Odin. Before the jump even began, the eager Griffin was already bouncing with anticipation. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and both Griffin and Odin leapt simultaneously. Griffin's athletic prowess allowed him to deftly redirect the ball to Baron Davis. The Clippers' backcourt duo, Gordon and Baron Davis, both embodied the archetype of robust guards. In contrast, Curry and Dorrell faced considerable challenges, particularly as Davis, having passed his peak years, frequently struggled with minor injuries over the past couple of seasons, diminishing his former capabilities. Having previously played for the Warriors, he was a familiar adversary, making defensive efforts against him relatively manageable. However, dealing with the round-faced Odin proved to be more troublesome. He possessed the ability to penetrate defenses and was notably accurate from beyond the arc, presenting challenges for both Curry and Dorrell. During practice prior to the match, the coach had outlined a strategy focused on containing Odin's shooting rather than his drives. Once Odin penetrated the paint, it was crucial for Williams and Odin to provide support in defense, while also being vigilant about his passing lanes to effectively disrupt his distribution. In essence, the strategy entailed inviting him into the paint, thereby leveraging Odin's defensive capabilities to neutralize him. This game posed a significant defensive challenge for Odin, as he had to account for not only himself, but also Come On, who was equally formidable during this period. Showcasing a repertoire of offensive skills despite a slower foot speed and mediocre defense, Odin currently prefers to play defensively, utilizing his physical prowess on the court. Given his exceptional athleticism, which ranks among the elite in the league, he harbors no fear of physical confrontations when faced with a technically skilled interior player. Although he is capable of keeping pace with their footwork, he finds it more challenging to contend with them compared to those who rely on physicality. As the game commenced, Davis advanced the ball to the frontcourt, initially attempting to break through Curry's defense. However, sensing the difficulty in penetrating, he passed the ball to Gordon, who was positioned nearby. Observing the defender, Dorrell, Odin decisively initiated his own breakthrough. At that moment, Griffin stepped in to provide a screen for Dorrell. Odin seized the opportunity to penetrate the lane, where ideally he would have been the one to provide help defense against Come On, transferring the responsibility to David Lee. However, David Lee had already moved up to assist in guarding Gordon, and due to pre-game strategies, Odin had also taken a couple of steps forward. After noticing David Lee's advance to defend Gordon, he retreated, but Griffin had already exploited this moment to slip down the court. As Odin attempted to return for defensive support, it was already too late. Gordon had seized the moment to discreetly pass the ball to Griffin. After receiving the ball, Griffin dribbled once, then took off from just inside the free throw line, soaring towards the hoop for an emphatic dunk. Both Odin and Come On stood beneath the basket, and at that moment, whether it was to leap for a block or to evade, it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as Odin was dunked on. Following this humiliation, Odin directed his exuberance towards the Warriors crowd, exuding an air of arrogance. The inaugural clash between the two #1 draft picks concluded with Odin on the receiving end of a poster dunk, leaving him feeling quite frustrated, with serious repercussions. Turning to face the court, Curry dribbled past half-court, confronting Baron Davis. Instead of utilizing a pick-and-roll, he opted to exploit his speed to penetrate Davis's defense. Although Curry is not traditionally known for his speed, his usual approach is rhythm-based. However, against the current Baron Davis, a simple speed burst sufficed. After bypassing Davis, Griffin moved in to provide help defense, while David Lee stood still, reaching out for the ball. Just as Griffin was about to close the gap, Curry delivered the ball into Lee's hands. Come On hastily abandoned Odin to assist Lee, while Griffin swiftly turned to pursue Lee as well. David Lee chose not to shoot. Instead, he executed an interior pass to Odin, placing the ball securely in his hands. At this point, it was too late for Come On to recover and defend Odin, leaving Griffin to hastily switch and guard Odin himself. At this moment, Odin had possession of the ball, given his proximity to the basket. He opted against dribbling and instead leapt directly towards the hoop for a dunk. Griffin, in an attempt to block the shot, leapt into action, however. Due to his awkward positioning, he failed to intercept the ball and instead struck Odin's arm. Moreover, as this was a hasty attempt to defend, he was ill-prepared and consequently collided with Odin, resulting in him being knocked out of bounds. This predicament proved rather unfortunate, as not only did he fail to block the shot, but he also incurred a foul and found himself unceremoniously sent sprawling outside the court. After Odin executed a powerful dunk, he let out a couple of triumphant roars towards the stands, eliciting an enthusiastic response from the fans. He then exchanged high-fives with Curry and David Lee before returning to his half of the court to commence defense. This time, he switched roles with David Lee, taking on the task of guarding Griffin. David Lee had been struggling against Griffin, and it seemed more fitting for him to defend against the slower-footed Come On instead. Having just been scored on by Odin, Griffin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Noticing Odin approaching to defend him, he raised his arms, signaling for the ball from Baron Davis. Recognizing Griffin's request, Davis promptly passed him the ball, understanding that it was only fair for Griffin to seek retribution after being scored upon by Odin. Upon receiving the ball, Griffin, positioned a bit farther from the basket, decided to initiate a drive. He took a couple of dribbles, intending to use his footwork to maneuver past Odin. But to his surprise, Odin's defensive agility proved formidable, making it difficult to bypass him. This tactic might have worked against most interior players in the league, but it was ineffective against Odin. Griffin then attempted a couple of fakes, yet Odin remained unfazed. With no other option, Griffin resorted to backing down and colliding into the paint, but after a couple of attempts, he realized he was unable to budge Odin. As the shot clock dwindled down to a mere 4 or 5 seconds, he had no choice but to attempt a forced turnaround jump shot. However, Odin had anticipated this move, stepping forward to deliver a resounding block just as Griffin released the ball. The basketball was deflected but rolled only a short distance, landing between Curry and Baron Davis. Quick on his feet, Curry snatched the ball and aimed to initiate a fast break. Yet, Davis, with his vast experience, managed to disrupt Curry's advance. As Curry dribbled to evade the attempted steal, he unfortunately missed the opportunity for a fast break and had to slow down and reassess his options. Chapter 17. The subtle art of the hook shot. Once Odin and David Lee returned to their positions, Curry passed the ball to David Lee. Come On had been drawn away from the paint, leaving only Odin and Griffin in the interior. Curry and Dorrell started to reposition themselves, while Davis, having followed Curry for a couple of laps, began to struggle to keep pace with him. Curry found a moment of space at the left 45-degree angle beyond the arc, and David Lee swiftly delivered the ball to him. After a brief adjustment, Curry sank a three-pointer. In the ensuing minutes, both teams exchanged baskets, yet the Warriors maintained a discernible advantage. The Clippers relied on sporadic contributions from Gordon and Come On to keep the score competitive, preventing the Warriors from widening the gap. Nearly 9 minutes into the first quarter, both head coaches finally began substituting their starters. Despite having scored a couple of early points, Griffin had been engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Odin without adding to his tally. By the end of the first quarter, he had recorded merely 4 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block. Fortunately, Curry had found his rhythm, hitting 3 three-pointers. Otherwise, the lead might have been uncertain. The first quarter concluded with the Warriors ahead by 4 points, 26-22. As the second quarter reached the 5-minute mark, Coach Keith Smart decided to bring the starters back into the game. It was necessary. as the score had leveled to 32-32, with the Clippers having caught up. Once again, both teams stood at an even starting point. While on the sidelines, Odin reflected on how he could adjust his play to score in the upcoming moments. It is unwise to squander time in a futile contest with Griffin, especially when I must earn energy points for myself. Engaging in frivolous antics with him proves to be rather unproductive. Suddenly, I recalled the little hook shot I have been practicing, and I noted that Griffin possesses remarkably explosive athleticism. Attempting to overpower him physically seems a daunting task, so perhaps I should explore an alternative approach. However, I have yet to fully master the technique of the little hook shot, leaving me uncertain of its effectiveness in a competitive setting. Returning to the court as the Warriors prepared to mount their offense, I refrained from vying for position against Griffin in the paint. Instead, I ventured slightly farther out, positioning myself to receive the ball from a more advantageous location. Observing my movement away from the basket, Griffin did not follow, as our previous encounters had demonstrated that our skill sets were quite comparable, rendering neither of us able to gain the upper hand. Even when Odin seized the ball and attempted to penetrate the interior, I remained confident in my ability to thwart his advance, choosing not to rush out, but rather to await the opportune moment to follow his play. David Lee noticed my positioning and, recognizing that neither Curry nor Darrell had found suitable openings, decided to pass the ball to me. After receiving the ball, Alden was approached by Griffin, who was preparing to defend. Odin leaned against Griffin, dribbling the ball sideways a couple of times without charging directly towards the basket. Griffin, perplexed by his intentions, moved laterally as well. When Odin finally faced the basket, he suddenly leaped, one arm shielding Griffin while the other extended to toss the ball towards the hoop. As they landed, Griffin quickly glanced at the basket, preparing for a rebound. To his surprise, the basketball struck the backboard and then plummeted straight into the net. Griffin shot him a look, muttering about sheer luck, convinced it wouldn't happen again. Without waiting for Odin's response, he pivoted and sprinted towards the front court, mentally gearing himself up to retaliate, thinking to himself, what's the big deal? It's just a little hook shot. Anyone can do that. When the Clippers initiated their offense, Griffin once again positioned himself in the paint, but Davis, unable to penetrate Curry's defense, lofted the ball intended for Gordon into Griffin's hands. With a surge of determination, Griffin aimed to equalize with a hook shot. He cut diagonally past Odin, and as he neared the basket, he rose up to release his shot. However, he miscalculated his strength. As his shot sailed through the air, it veered off course, only to be swatted away by Odin, who sent it flying back to Davis. After regaining possession, Ricky Davis quickly organized another offensive play. Yet time was running short with only 6 seconds remaining. Recognizing his limited advantage over Curry, he passed the ball to Gordon. Gordon, seizing the opportunity, dribbled a couple of times before releasing a hurried shot just before the 24-second mark. Unfortunately, the shot clanked off the rim, and Odin seized the rebound, passing it to Curry. Curry slowed the game down, waiting for the play to reset, before once again tossing the ball into his hands. Following the same strategy as before, although his hook shot skill was still a work in progress, it was sufficient to handle Griffin's defense. He executed the familiar move, dribbling from the right to the center before launching his hook shot, which swished through the net. As the Clippers resumed their offense, Griffin again called for the ball in the post. However, Davis ignored him, dribbling past half court before passing to Gordon and then racing to the corner. Upon receiving the ball, Gordon surveyed the 4 towering defenders in the paint and realized that penetrating would be challenging. He signaled for a pick, prompting Kaman to step forward for a screen. Ideally, Griffin should have set the pick since Kaman was slower, but he was preoccupied battling Odin for position and was feeling the pressure after the previous plays. Once Kaman set the screen, it drew David Lee out, creating space in the paint. Gordon took advantage, swiftly breaking past Darrell and driving towards the hoop. Lee attempted to rotate for a block, but he was a fraction too slow. Gordon released his shot near the free throw line, and the ball swished through the net, bringing the score to 36-34, with the Warriors still leading by 2. When the Warriors took their turn on offense, they repeated their previous strategy. David Lee sought an opportunity to pass, while Curry and Darrell maneuvered through screens. Meanwhile, Odin again called for the ball against Griffin. Without hesitation, Lee passed the ball back to Odin. Griffin, exasperated, thought to himself, is this never ending? Why is it just me being tormented? Following the same pattern as before, Odin executed another hook shot, effortlessly sinking it into the basket. Witnessing the ball go through the hoop, Griffin's expression shifted to one of despair, contemplating whether he could continue playing in such a manner. Chapter 18. The game concludes with Curry's injury. The Clippers head coach, witnessing the unfolding situation, promptly called for a timeout. Realizing that continuing in this manner would shatter Griffin's confidence, there was no choice but to double-team Odin, as no one on the Clippers could effectively guard him in a one-on-one matchup. Upon returning to the court, after a couple of plays, Odin noticed that Gomez and Coman seemed to gravitate towards him whenever he received the ball. His skill in executing the floater had yet to be fully developed, making it difficult to score when double-teamed. Consequently, he opted to pass the ball out whenever he faced pressure. Although this strategy neutralized his scoring, it opened opportunities for his teammates. In the following plays, both David Lee and Williams managed to score, putting the Clippers in a precarious position. By the end of the second quarter, the score had widened again, reaching 57-49, with the Warriors leading by 8 points as they entered halftime. Odin had tallied 12 points, 7 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 4 assists, with all 3 blocks coming from Griffin, who had only managed 2 points and 3 rebounds. Thoroughly outmatched by Odin in their head-to-head battle. During the halftime break in the locker room, discussions circulated around Odin's hook shot. Although he had employed it previously in games, he had not relied on it heavily until now. Moreover, the shooting percentage was not as remarkable as it is today. In response, Odin remarked that he might simply be in better form today. Following the halftime break, both teams' main players returned to the court. Much like the latter part of the second quarter, the Clippers found themselves at a loss against him. Whenever they attempted to double-team, Odin would pass the ball, assisting his teammates in scoring. If left to face Griffin one-on-one, he would utilize a delicate hook shot. By the 8th minute of the third quarter, when both teams substituted their starters, the score had escalated to 81-63, with the Warriors leading by 18 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Clippers deployed their full starting lineup, while the Warriors continued with a group of substitutes led by Dorrell. After a little over 3 minutes, the score tightened to 88-78, narrowing the gap to a mere 10 points. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Smart had no choice but to reintroduce the starters. Once they were back on the court, the dynamics shifted immediately. Upon their arrival, Curry and Dorrell each made a three-pointer, swiftly extending the lead to 16 points. After 2 more minutes of play, with the score appearing insurmountable, the Clippers conceded the game and began to withdraw their starters. The Warriors also started substituting their main players. However, as they gradually exited the court, an unexpected incident occurred. Curry, while dribbling unguarded, twisted his ankle. Although it did not seem severe, it nonetheless sent ripples of concern through the Warriors' ranks and their fans. In the initial 2 games of the season, the team had performed admirably. Following the departure of Monta Ellis, many fans had low expectations for the Warriors this season. Yet, to their surprise, the team had started strongly, particularly in today's match against the Clippers, who could not be deemed weak but were nonetheless dominated throughout the game. Just as the contest neared its conclusion, Curry sustained an injury. His role within the team had become exceedingly critical. Following Ellis's exit, he had emerged as the most vital player in the backcourt. Should he be sidelined, the team's perimeter strength would undoubtedly suffer. Observing him limping toward the players' tunnel, worries began to mount regarding his condition. However, with the game still in progress, they could not leave and had to wait until it concluded to check on him. Immediately following the game, he did not attend the post-match press conference with the head coach but instead returned to the locker room. After hastily showering and changing, he drove straight to the hospital. Upon arrival, the doctor assessed his condition, confirming that the ankle sprain was not severe, but a minor surgical procedure would be necessary, with an estimated recovery time of around 10 days. Upon hearing the doctor's prognosis, Curry felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Injuries are an unavoidable aspect of an NBA player's career. Fortunately, this was merely a minor setback. However, he recalled that in a previous life, Curry had suffered 5 ankle injuries throughout the 2010 to 2011 season. During the last surgery, the doctor nearly used cadaver muscle for treatment. Ultimately, it was a trainer named Payne who alleviated his ankle issues by adjusting his exertion techniques. It seemed prudent to seek out that trainer soon, given the Warriors' already weakened perimeter. Frequent injuries to Curry would undoubtedly hinder their performance this season. Additionally, he could refer the doctor, previously introduced by Bill Duffy, to Curry, as that physician was quite adept at treating sports injuries. Conveniently, he was situated in San Francisco, making it easy to arrange a meeting. Once assured of Curry's non-serious injury, he departed the hospital and returned home. After showering and resting in bed, he finally had the opportunity to reflect on the day's achievements. The team had ultimately triumphed with a score of 119-99, while Griffin In 35 minutes of play, managed a meager 8 points and 6 rebounds. In contrast, he himself had amassed 23 points, 14 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 1 steal throughout the game. He completely dominated Griffin. However, regardless of scoring, rebounds, or blocks and steals, he failed to break any records, resulting in merely 6 energy points, with nothing else to show for his efforts. Reflecting on the events of today's game, he realized that his newly acquired hookshot skill was quite impressive. As a center, Odin had certainly mastered the hookshot before. Yet compared to the techniques imparted by the system, his previous knowledge seemed trivial. In essence, he had merely been aware of the motion without understanding its execution. Both the force application and timing had been incorrect. Consequently, scoring with the hookshot in games had proven challenging, much like the dream shake, which many had attempted to emulate, but few executed successfully in actual games. Most had merely learned the form without grasping its essence, while it sufficed for practice. Translating that skill to the court was another matter entirely. Contemplating today's match, he resolved to focus and rest, knowing he had a day off tomorrow. He needed to quickly master the remaining third of the hookshot techniques, allowing it to become a reliable weapon in his arsenal, thus making scoring significantly easier. Chapter 19. Facing the Lakers. The team's next game would be against the Lakers, who had just clinched the championship last season. With Curry sidelined, victory seemed improbable. Given the proximity of Los Angeles to San Francisco, the team arranged for a bus to depart in the afternoon. With no obligations in the morning, he rose at 8, had breakfast, and exchanged energy points for half an hour of simulated training. After 30 minutes, he had comprehended all the technical nuances and key considerations for the hookshot. Completing his practice. Following a rigorous morning session, he finally saw that the hookshot skill was marked as fully learned. After lunch, the team gathered at the arena at 2, boarding the bus to Los Angeles. They arrived at the hotel around 8 in the evening, where Smart issued a directive prohibiting players from visiting nightclubs, leading everyone to retire to their rooms early. Currently, the Warriors players were relatively easy to manage, with no disruptive personalities within the team. The next morning, they assembled at a temporary training facility to conduct tactical drills tailored to the Lakers' current roster. After lunch, they trained for over 2 hours, concluding the session by 4 in the afternoon. It appeared that Coach Smart was feeling the pressure, as it was unusual to train in the afternoon. Typically, they would practice in the morning, rest after lunch, and arrive at the arena an hour early to warm up before the game. However, today's extended practice hinted at the formidable challenge posed by the Lakers. After a 2-hour respite, I boarded the bus and arrived at the Staples Center, home of the Lakers. Once I changed into my attire, I headed to the court to begin my warm-up. With Curry sidelined due to injury, Mills was elevated to the starting lineup. Noticing his slight nervousness, Odin approached to offer some words of encouragement. Having shared a journey from the Trailblazers together, their camaraderie was evident. He reassured Mills to remain calm and play his game, especially considering that he would be matched against Fisher, whose skills were rather modest. Presently, Fisher's role primarily involved advancing the ball past half-court and passing it to Kobe, with scant opportunities for active offense. At 7:30 p.m., the game commenced, with the Lakers starting lineup featuring Gasol, Kobe, Odom, Fisher, and Artest. The Warriors' primary lineup included Odin, Williams, Darrell Wright, David Lee, and Mills. When facing an athletic power forward, Odin once again switched defensive assignments with David Lee. Given that Gasol and Lee bore similar technical attributes, Odin found it comparatively easier to guard him. Odom, possessing superior athleticism, was thus assigned to Odin. The tip-off featured Gasol and Odin. Indeed, Odin's elite physical prowess was not to be underestimated. In the absence of injury, he was among the few in the league capable of rivaling the prowess of the so-called Happy Beast. Winning the tip-off with ease, Odin directed the ball to Mills, who brought it beyond the three-point line. He then passed to David Lee, adhering to the Warriors' customary strategy, with Lee orchestrating the play from the top of the arc while Odin positioned himself in the paint, and Mills, right, and Williams maneuvered along the perimeter in search of opportunities. The Lakers maintained their defensive strategy, with Gasol assigned to guard Odin without any switches. With Curry's absence, the Warriors focused their offensive efforts on the interior. Once Odin established his position, Lee delivered the ball to him. Since Odin's arrival with the Warriors, Lee's role had evolved significantly, resembling the position once held by Green. This was an inevitable adjustment, as having both Odin and Lee in the paint would create congestion and hinder their respective skills. Presently, the arrangement worked well, and Lee relished his responsibilities on the court. The ball was lobbed to Odin, who, more robust than Gasol and endowed with superior athletic ability, faced no intention of faking him out. Instead, he pressed directly into the paint, nudging Gasol backward as he neared the basket. With a deft sidestep, he executed a soft hook shot, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Fisher advanced the ball past half-court before passing to Kobe. Kobe, with the ball in hand, effortlessly broke through Dorell's defense, who was not particularly noted for his defensive prowess. Williams rushed to assist, but Kobe, without waiting for him to establish himself, executed a swift shoulder fake followed by a beautifully arched fadeaway jumper, the ball swishing through the net. Once again, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Akin to the previous play, Lee passed the ball back to Odin, who once more utilized his hook shot to score. Turning back, Kobe responded by sinking another basket. At this juncture, the Lakers struggled to counter Odin, while the Warriors found it equally challenging to contain Kobe. After a couple more possessions, the Lakers, observing Odin guarding Odom, opted to switch Odom onto Odin for their defensive efforts against the Warriors' offense. The defensive efforts of Odom against Odin proved slightly more effective than those of Gasol. Yet the impact remained limited, as Odin continued to capitalize on his height advantage to score. Consequently, the Lakers resorted to double-teaming Odin, with both Gasol and Odom attempting to restrict him. Given Odin's current capabilities, scoring became a formidable challenge. However, when David Lee was left unguarded, he found it significantly easier to score, albeit with less efficiency than Odin. On the other hand, despite the Warriors' attempts at double-teaming Kobe, they could not resolve their defensive issues, allowing him to score relentlessly. Fortunately for the Warriors, Kobe's shooting was somewhat lackluster in the first quarter, preventing a wider score gap. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 26-25, with the Lakers leading by a single point. The second quarter unfolded similarly to the first, but with Kobe's shooting percentage increasing. The score gradually widened. By halftime, the Lakers had extended their lead to 57-49, an advantage of 8 points. With Gasol and Odom focused on double-teaming offensively, and occasionally needing to assist in guarding Kobe defensively, the physical toll on him was substantial. By halftime, he was drenched in sweat, yearning for respite. Upon returning to the locker room, he hurriedly showered and sank onto the bench, too exhausted to move. As he listened to the coach outline strategies for the second half, he pondered how he might alter the course of the game. In the third chapter, titled The Lakers' Last Stand, the second half commenced with Smart reluctantly assigning Raguabel to defend Kobe. Raguabel, now advanced in age, had not played in the first 2 games of the season, remaining on the team primarily to impart defensive wisdom to younger players. However, after the team's guards had all struggled to contain Kobe, the only option left was to give the veteran a chance. Aware of Raguabel's age, the expectation was not for him to single-handedly defend Kobe, but rather to collaborate with Williams in the effort. As the third quarter began, Raguabel intensified his defensive approach against Kobe. Having faced each other before, Raguabel was well acquainted with Kobe's playing habits. After a few minutes in the second quarter, with Raguabel taking the lead and Williams providing occasional support, Kobe's shooting percentage noticeably declined, demonstrating the effectiveness of Raguabel's defense. Meanwhile, during halftime, Odin had managed to recover a significant amount of stamina and engaged in a brief discussion with David Lee. As the third quarter commenced, the two initiated a coordinated inside-out play, despite their limited prior collaboration. Both players, known for their strategic thinking on the court, had agreed to enhance their teamwork in the second half. Odom and Gasol could no longer afford to recklessly double-team Odin, resulting in a newfound ease for him in scoring. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors had managed to narrow the gap slightly. The score at the end of the third quarter stood at 78-75. With the deficit reduced to a mere 3 points, the Warriors finally glimpsed the prospect of victory, yet their gaze fell upon Raguabel seated beside them. Despite his fierce demeanor, it was evident that his stamina was waning as he sat on the bench, gasping for breath. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Warriors sent Dorell onto the court, who played alongside the bench for a few minutes. With 7 minutes remaining in the quarter, the score had shifted to 86-85. With the Warriors trailing by just 1 point, Dorell had found his rhythm, having sunk 2 3-pointers in the preceding minutes. With only 7 minutes left, the contest became increasingly intense, both teams elevating their defensive efforts, unwilling to allow the other side to score easily. The score remained locked in a stalemate until the final moments, with just 15 seconds left on the clock. The score was 103-101. With the Warriors leading by 2 points, yet the Lakers held possession of the ball. As the Lakers initiated the inbound pass from the backcourt, Both teams were out of timeouts, leaving the players to resolve the situation on their own. After the pass, Fisher swiftly advanced the ball into the front court and handed it off to Kobe. Lagabell attempted to impede him, but his fatigue rendered him unable to intercept the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe glanced at the timer, noting that only 8 seconds remained in the game. He began his drive, with Lagabell unable to keep pace with Kobe's rhythm. After a couple of swift crossovers, Kobe surged to the right. Observing the unfolding situation, Odin recognized the urgency and advanced to provide support alongside Williams. Odin positioned himself at the forefront, with Williams trailing behind and Kobe nestled in the center. All three ascended simultaneously. In midair, Kobe executed a deft pump fake, and only after he and Williams descended did he release the ball. The moment the sphere left his fingertips, every gaze fixated on the hoop. The basketball danced upon the rim twice before finally succumbing to gravity. As it plunged into the net, a red light illuminated, signaling the conclusion of the match. The score stood at a stalemate, 103-103, thus ushering in overtime. In jubilant exhilaration, Kobe leaped into the air, and his teammates from the Lakers rushed to join him in celebration, as if victory had already been secured. Odom, grinning broadly, flashed his trademark smile, which only added to Kobe's mounting frustration. Odin glanced at the hoop, let out a resigned sigh, and retreated to the bench, harboring a determination to show Odom what he was capable of. After a brief 2-minute respite, the overtime commenced. Both teams had exerted considerable effort throughout the game, leaving them fatigued as they entered the extra period. With merely 14 seconds remaining in overtime, the score remained tied at 108-108. The Warriors held possession, and as long as they executed flawlessly, they could run down the clock without fear of defeat. The final offensive play was entrusted to Odin. In light of the impending attack, Smart substituted Mills back into the game. Dribbling past half-court, he passed the ball to David Lee, who positioned himself at the top of the arc. The other players spread out, creating space for Odin to go one-on-one. The strategy devised by the Warriors was clear: let Odin face off against Odom, aiming to either score or drain the clock. With only 8 seconds left, David Lee handed the basketball to Odin. Receiving the ball, he assumed a stance to initiate his attack. With 7 seconds remaining, he backed in 2 steps. He then shifted laterally to face the basket, and with 4 seconds on the clock, he elevated the ball above his head, utilizing a delicate hook shot. The ball swished through the net as it landed, leaving just 2 seconds on the clock, prompting the Lakers to call a timeout. With 2 seconds remaining, they would inbound the ball in their front court, still possessing a chance for a game-winning shot. Upon returning to the bench, head coach Smart vocally outlined the defensive strategy for the impending play, which would likely conclude with Kobe taking the final shot. Mills was replaced once more, this time by Rondo, as the timeout concluded and both teams returned to the court. Gasol prepared to inbound the ball, with Odin moving in close to disrupt his throw. Kobe began to dart around the court, seeking an opportunity to shake free from Rondo's grasp. At last, leveraging Odom's screen, he managed to elude Rondo, prompting Gasol to hastily pass the ball in Kobe's direction. As Odin leapt with all his might, his fingertips grazed the basketball, yet it did not alter its trajectory. He merely elevated the ball slightly. By the time the sphere reached Kobe's hands, only a second remained on the clock, and both Lagabell and Williams had already converged upon him. With no time for adjustment, he resorted to an unconventional shooting technique to propel the ball forward. As the ball soared through the air, the game clock expired. It first struck the front rim, bounced up, and then collided with the backboard. Ultimately, it ricocheted back, prompting everyone in the arena to rise in anticipation of the outcome. After the basketball danced upon the rim twice, it fell away, marking Kobe's failed buzzer beater and sealing the Warriors' victory at 110-108. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Warriors players jubilantly surrounded Odin in celebrations, while all Lakers players and their fans let out a collective sigh of despair. Chapter 21. Practicing the skyhook at the post-game press conference, Odin arrived alongside Smart. The venue was abuzz with discussions about the recent match, but gradually quieted as Odin entered. All eyes were upon him. Having just made the game-winning shot and dominated the Lakers' interior defense, the journalists eagerly awaited his remarks. He casually selected a female reporter seated in the front row, finding her more agreeable than the others, despite his general aversion to post-game press events. However, given the significance of his game-winning shot, it seemed unreasonable to forego attendance. Thus, with a somewhat solemn expression, he commenced answering the reporter's inquiries. Fortunately, the questions posed were relatively amicable, primarily revolving around his feelings regarding the decisive basket. After fielding the questions, he hastily exited the venue, eager to find a space to assess his achievements from the game. Given the momentous nature of his first game winner, he was particularly curious about the rewards the system might bestow upon him. Upon boarding the team bus, which was set to return to San Francisco overnight for a day of rest, his teammates once again congratulated him. As the hour grew late, their conversations were brief, and soon they reclined in their seats to rest. Lying back, Odin immediately activated the system to review his rewards from the match, filled with anticipation for what his inaugural game winner might yield. In today's match, he accumulated a total of 22 points, 11 rebounds, 2 blocks, 1 steal, and 4 assists. None of these statistics, however, broke any records. Nonetheless, the rewards from the system were quite generous. He astonishingly earned 14 energy points from this game alone. Coupled with the energy he had amassed through training and previous matches, his total energy points had surged to 55. Without hesitation, he exchanged 3 points for attribute upgrades, allocating all 3 to his free throw skill. As a result, his free throw percentage rose from 62 to 65. His immediate goal was to elevate his free throw skill to 75 before enhancing other abilities, primarily because his current free throw attribute was rather low. Should opponents target his free throws, he would find it challenging to counter. In addition to the energy points, the system rewarded him with a new skill, which filled him with excitement, as it was granted for completing his career's first game-winning shot. The reward was a training program for the skyhook, a skill so legendary that only Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had previously mastered it. Knowing that Jabbar is the all-time leading scorer in the league, primarily due to his skyhook, receiving a training regimen for such a skill was exhilarating. If mastered, scoring in future matches would become effortless, and he could hardly wait to commence his training. After being excited for quite some time, he finally dozed off around 1 in the morning. He returned to the court just after 5 a.m., and upon arriving home, he felt utterly invigorated, with no trace of fatigue. Realizing he could not sleep, he decided to begin training, first redeeming half an hour of simulation time with his contribution points. He then trained almost the entire day, taking only a brief break for lunch. The system simulation could hasten his skill acquisition but could not guarantee mastery. Upon concluding his training, he checked the system, discovering that his proficiency in the skyhook had only increased by a mere 10th. Evidently, it was indeed a skill of extraordinary caliber, proving to be difficult to master. Having played basketball in the NBA for 3 years, he predominantly relied on his exceptional physical attributes. His previous lack of scoring was due to inadequate technical skills. While sufficient in college, they paled in comparison to the demands of the NBA. His little hook shot was effective and generally difficult to defend against, but it was still defendable. The skyhook, however, was a different matter altogether. Throughout his career, Jabbar utilized the skyhook but was blocked only 5 times, rendering it nearly an invincible skill. Once he fully mastered it, he would have a reliable offensive weapon, no longer solely reliant on his physicality. The following morning, he arrived at the gym, where their next opponent was the Memphis Grizzlies, known for their formidable duo, the Black and White Bears. They exemplified a team that thrived under pressure, presenting a challenge that no team relished facing. However, the current Warriors shared a similar situation, boasting their own twin towers in the paint, while also possessing solid perimeter strength. Yet, the Warriors' twin towers primarily focused on offense, while the Grizzlies excelled in defense. As a litmus test for strong teams, it remained to be seen what sparks would fly when the Warriors faced off against them. After training extensively in the morning, he spent another 3 hours in the afternoon honing his skills. Once everyone had departed, he continued to practice, eager to master the skyhook quickly. The training today had not been exhausting, so he planned to extend his practice into the evening, as training at the facility was far more comfortable than at home. He trained until nearly 9 p.m., and just as the gym was about to close, his proficiency in the skyhook finally reached 210. After packing his belongings, he headed home. Shortly thereafter, Coach Smart emerged from his office, having observed the entirety of his training session. Surprised to see him practicing the skyhook, an undeniably challenging skill, he refrained from interrupting. Knowing that the young player was already proficient in his little hook shot, he wished to see if the young man could truly master the skyhook. And after watching for a while, he noted that although the form showed potential, the accuracy was alarmingly poor. In a game setting, given his current level, it would be virtually impossible for him to execute the move successfully. Upon returning home after a full day of training, he showered and promptly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he returned to the training facility, focusing on strategies for the upcoming game against the Grizzlies. In the afternoon, he had free practice time. And since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he resumed practicing the skyhook, enlisting David Lee to join him. David Lee, with time on his hands, decided to join in the practice. Other teammates observed them from the adjacent court, intrigued by the sight of him practicing the skyhook all afternoon. After a day of practice, he had made notable progress, leaving many astonished. However, it was Coach Smart who was truly taken aback. Having witnessed the entire practice session just the day before, he was not prepared for the remarkable improvement in such a short span. Clearly, the young man was a prodigy, and the Trailblazers management had made a grave error. With his physical prowess, once he refined his offensive skills, he would undoubtedly become a unique force within the league. He continued training until 6 p.m. And upon seeing his proficiency in the skyhook reach 310, he finally released David Lee from their session. With David Lee's company, his training pace had accelerated, and he realized he would need to train with him more often in the future. If David Lee knew of his plans, he would surely be exasperated, as the regular training sessions were usually relaxed, but now he found himself pushed into rigorous practice. On the evening of November 4th at 8 p.m., the Warriors faced off against the Grizzlies. On the day of the match, he did not ease up on his training through relentless practice. His proficiency in the skyhook finally reached 510. After a brief respite of over 2 hours, the match against the Memphis Grizzlies commenced. The Grizzlies starting lineup comprised Rudy Gay, Mike Conley, Marc Gasol, Arthur, and Zach Randolph, emphasizing their formidable interior play and defense, making them the most efficient defensive team in the league. The Warriors maintained their starting lineup from the previous game, exhibiting no alterations. In comparison to the Los Angeles Lakers, the Grizzlies presented a more challenging interior defense, indeed stronger than several teams previously encountered. As the game began, the defensive pressure from the Grizzlies was palpable. The Warriors opted to initiate their first play through him in the paint, adhering to their prior game rhythm. David Lee stood at the top of the arc to inbound the ball, effectively drawing Marc Gasol away from his defensive assignment. He then awaited Greg Oden to secure a favorable position before delivering the ball, anticipating a one-on-one scenario with Randolph. However, as Oden received the pass and took a couple of dribbles, Rudy Gay swiftly approached to provide help defense, with Gasol, who was supposed to be drawn out by Lee, also converging to double team. Such an exaggerated response right from the onset was unexpected. In a flurry, he managed to distribute the ball, fortunate that his height afforded him a broader passing vision. Logically, with 3 defenders converging on him, the remaining players should have had better shooting opportunities. Yet, the situation proved to be more complex than anticipated. He passed to Williams, who, upon receiving the ball, had little time to adjust. Arthur quickly closed in, and seeing no viable shooting opportunity, Williams passed the ball to David Lee. By the time Lee received it, Rudy Gay had already positioned himself in front of him. After 2 passes, the Warriors still struggled to find a good shooting opportunity, but the Grizzlies' defensive rotations were impressively efficient. When the ball returned to Oden's hands, Tom was running short. In a rushed attempt, even with his proficiency in executing a hook shot, he failed to score. The rebound was secured by Gay, leading to a transition where the Grizzlies took possession. The Grizzlies initiated their offensive strategy by targeting the interior. Conley brought the ball past half-court and promptly passed it to Gasol. After a couple of dribbles, sensing a lack of opportunities, Gasol delivered an interior pass to Randolph. Randolph, possessing a sturdier physique than Oden, attempted to use his strength to back him down, hoping to create space for a jump shot. However, he was unprepared for Oden's substantial strength and stability, failing to displace him. Nonetheless, being in close proximity to the basket, he opted to pivot and face the hoop for a jump shot, nudging Oden once more to harness the rebounding force before executing his shot. When Oden collided for the 3rd time, he was already poised to execute a jump shot. Thus, at the very moment Randolph turned, Oden had already leapt, awaiting him in midair. By the time Randolph noticed Oden soaring above him, it was too late. After releasing the ball, he could only watch helplessly as Oden swatted it away. To the spectators, it appeared as though Randolph had intentionally thrown the basketball towards Oden after his leap, rendering the scene somewhat comical. The deflected ball did not travel far before it struck Rudy Gay squarely in the chest, due to the considerable force Oden had exerted. A resonant thud was audible when the ball hit Gay. Caught off guard, Gay was momentarily stunned by the impact, nearly losing his breath. However, as the basketball landed before him, he gritted his teeth against the pain and instinctively jumped to take a shot. Unfortunately, the discomfort proved too great, and his attempt failed to find the net. Oden leapt to seize the rebound and swiftly passed it to Mills. although Mills possessed only modest abilities. He was characterized by his reliability, having made no errors in the past 2 games. After advancing the ball to the front court, he paused for David Lee to arrive before handing the ball over to him, subsequently positioning himself for a play. As both teams settled into their respective zones, Rudy Gay lingered at the spot where he had just attempted a jump shot, clutching his chest in evident distress and unable to join the action. Without time to ponder further, David Lee once again delivered the ball to the well-positioned Odin. Learning from his previous experience, Odin quickly dribbled and then executed a delicate hook shot, successfully sending the ball through the hoop. With Gay absent from the double team, a sluggish Marc Gasol could not reach Odin in time, allowing for a comfortable shot. It was now the Grizzlies' turn to inbound the ball. But upon noticing Gay still holding his chest, the head coach had no choice but to call a timeout. At the outset of the game, Gay had already been substituted. And within just 1 minute, the Grizzlies' primary scorer had exited the game, leaving the team in a challenging situation. Although the combination of Marc Gasol and Randolph in the paint was well regarded, the team's leading scorer was, in fact, Rudy Gay. With Gay's early departure, the Grizzlies faced significant difficulties. Chapter 23. The struggling bench throughout the remainder of the first quarter. Gay did not return to the court. Yet the Grizzlies' defense still posed considerable challenges for the Warriors. Randolph and Gasol took turns attacking the Warriors' interior, diverting Odin's focus away from offensive plays. In the entirety of the first quarter, Odin only attempted 2 shots, and as the period concluded, the Warriors led the Grizzlies by 4 points. With a score of 23-19, Odin attempted 3 shots, successfully making 2, and converted 1 of 2 free throws, accumulating a total of 5 points. Beyond scoring, he also secured 4 rebounds and recorded 3 blocks. With 3 blocks in a single quarter, it appears he is poised to potentially shatter his previous record today. As the second quarter commenced, a player named Mayo from the Grizzlies suddenly erupted, leading the bench players to orchestrate an impressive scoring surge of 9-2. This surge shifted the score to 25-28, and by the time Odin and his teammates took to the court, the Grizzlies had established a 3-point lead. It is quite frustrating that the Warriors' bench has proven to be so lackluster. A momentary lapse resulted in a significant breakdown, and the team ought to consider bolstering their bench lineup. Otherwise, every game risks becoming disadvantageous when the bench players are on the floor, allowing the opposing team to widen the gap. However, upon the return of the starters, the situation swiftly improved. Yet, the Grizzlies, having noted their lack of advantage in the paint during the first quarter, decided to keep Mayo on the court, integrating him with the starters and taking Gay's position from the first quarter. Neither team could penetrate the other's interior defense effectively. Although, in relative terms, Odin and David Lee's offensive prowess slightly surpassed that of Randolph and Gasol, the latter duo's formidable defense posed significant challenges for their opponents. Odin himself experienced difficulties, even being blocked by Gasol while attempting a delicate hook shot. Fortunately for the Warriors, in the latter half of the second quarter, Morrow found his rhythm and successfully sank 2 3-pointers, allowing the Warriors to reclaim the lead and conclude the first half at 43-41. Competing against the Grizzlies proved to be a vexing experience, as their reliance on the slower movement of Randolph and Gasol often compelled them to engage in half-court offenses. This naturally resulted in a sluggish pace that tested the endurance of the Warriors' players. During halftime, Coach Smart reiterated the necessity of accelerating their tempo. Continuing to play at the Grizzlies' rhythm would render the Warriors' victory exceedingly challenging. As the second half commenced, Rudy Gay made a surprising return to the court, an unwelcome development for the Warriors. He quickly scored 2 consecutive baskets, adjusting the score to 43-45. However, the tempo of the game began to pick up slightly compared to the first half. The Warriors intentionally sought to dictate the pace, inadvertently influencing the Grizzlies to follow suit. Within 5 minutes of the third quarter, Gasol and Randolph appeared fatigued, struggling to keep up with the game's rhythm. The Grizzlies coach incessantly shouted reminders to his players to slow down, yet his efforts bore little fruit. A timeout failed to alter the on-court dynamics, leading to the substitution of the visibly exhausted Randolph and Gasol. With their departure, Odin found the interior easier to navigate. Entering the game was the beat, often criticized for his lack of skills beyond shot blocking. Odin effortlessly faked him out, leading to a smooth layup. The remainder of the third quarter became a showcase for Odin, as they each struggled to cope with the physicality. Meanwhile, Rudy Gay faced challenges scoring against Odin's defensive presence, particularly after losing the support of Randolph and Gasol. By the end of the third quarter, the score had expanded to 78-65, with the Warriors holding a commanding 22-point lead. However, The Grizzlies proved to be a stubborn adversary. Typically, teams facing a 22-point deficit in the regular season might opt to rest their starters and concede the game. Yet the Grizzlies were resolute. Just after the fourth quarter began, they reinstated all their starters except for Rudy Gay and commenced a fervent pursuit of points. By the 7th minute of the fourth quarter, they had narrowed the gap to just 8 points. As Coach Smart prepared to reinsert his starters, Conley executed a 3-point play against Mills, swiftly reducing the deficit to 4 points. Seizing the opportunity during Conley's free throw, Coach Smart hastily brought all his starters back onto the court. Once Odin and his teammates re-entered, the score stabilized. The margin fluctuated between 2 and 4 points until the final minute. With the Grizzlies in possession and trailing by 3 points, Conley advanced the ball past half-court before passing it to Rudy Gay, who had just entered the game with 5 minutes remaining. After receiving the ball, Gay orchestrated a pick-and-roll with Randolph and drove into the paint. His defender switched from Williams to Odin, and with a deft change of direction, he maneuvered past Odin towards the right. Odin positioned himself to the right, obstructing his path to the basket, when suddenly, Rudy Gay executed a Eurostep, deftly maneuvering past Odin. As Odin was left behind, he hurriedly turned around, only to find Rudy Gay already leaping to take his shot. Hesitating for a moment, Odin surged forward to contest the shot, yet it was too late. His hand inadvertently brushed against Rudy Gay's wrist. As the ball swished through the net, a foul was called against Odin, allowing Rudy Gay to convert the free throw, leveling the score at 96-96. With only 40 seconds remaining, the Warriors prepared to inbound the ball. Mills dribbled past half-court and passed the ball back to David Lee, who stood at the arc's pinnacle. Odin received the ball just a step inside the free throw line. In that instant, without dribbling, he recalled his skyhook skill, which had reached a proficiency of 50. This was the perfect position to employ the skyhook, and based on his prior experiences in the game, he knew that dribbling twice before attempting a jump shot would likely result in being double-teamed by Rudy Gay and Marc Gasol, leaving him with no choice but to pass. Therefore, he resolved to attempt the skyhook. As he caught the ball, he swiftly pivoted and leaped, his right arm extending from his waist, lifting the ball high above his head for a majestic hook shot. Chapter 24. The first use of the skyhook, the basketball soared directly through the hoop, and the entire arena fell silent for a few seconds. Teammates and opponents alike stared at him in disbelief. His teammates were astonished that he would dare to use a skill he hadn't fully mastered at such a crucial moment. The opponents, on the other hand, were taken aback that anyone in the current league could still execute a skyhook, let alone score with it. Truly a stroke of luck. After the shock subsided, Randolph exclaimed in disbelief, "This is absolute nonsense." Odin disregarded him and turned to the backcourt to prepare for defense. The game was far from over. The Warriors had executed their previous offensive play in merely 8 seconds, and with 32 seconds remaining, there was ample time for 2 more offensive possessions. Observing the Warriors players solidly positioned for defense, the Grizzlies commenced their inbound play. However, as soon as the ball was released, the Grizzlies head coach called for a timeout. Upon returning to the bench, David Lee eagerly initiated a conversation, inquiring, "Was that last shot a fluke? At such a critical moment, you dared to take that shot. Aren't you afraid of missing it and having Smart come back to haunt you?" Odin rolled his eyes and retorted, "If I miss, I shall seek you out for practice daily." Upon hearing his words, David Lee immediately recalled the scene from a couple of days prior when he had accompanied Odin for training, swiftly making the sign of the cross over his chest. He muttered under his breath, "Only a fool would agree to practice with you. Fortunately, you made the shot." As the game resumed, the Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball. Marc Gasol initiated the play, and Conley, upon receiving the pass, refrained from hastily distributing the ball, mindful of the need to control the clock and rhythm of the game. He aimed for a high-percentage shot, determined that following this possession, the Warriors would be left with minimal time for their offense. With 8 seconds remaining in the match, the ball found its way into Rudy Gay's hands, as the Grizzlies opted for their most reliable scoring option. Following the same strategy as before, Randolph set a screen, and Rudy Gay faced off against Odin. However, this time, Rudy Gay could not penetrate Odin's defense as he attempted to drive towards the basket. Odin remained acutely aware of his footwork as time dwindled away. Rather than attempting another breakthrough, he opted for a strategic retreat, executing a graceful step back before launching a jump shot, releasing the ball with precision. Odin remained acutely aware of his footfalls. At the moment he retreated, he advanced a step forward and leapt into the air. Although Rudy Gay had already initiated a backward jump shot, he underestimated Odin's leaping prowess. Ultimately, The basketball was swatted away by Odin, landing in the hands of Conley, who stood beyond the three-point line. However, with only 1 second left on the shot clock, he had no time to contemplate and hastily released the ball, missing entirely and failing to graze the rim. This resulted in a 24-second shot clock violation, granting possession to the Warriors, with only 8 seconds remaining and no timeouts left for either team. In that moment, the astute Mills, not waiting for the Grizzlies to react, swiftly passed the ball to Dorrell. Dorrell, seizing the opportunity, delivered the ball directly to Odin, denying the Grizzlies any chance to commit a foul. Odin found himself enveloped in Randolph's embrace as the clock dwindled to a mere 3 seconds. Positioned at the free throw line, he successfully sank his first shot, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Even if he were to miss the second attempt, the opposing team could only equalize with a three-pointer after securing the rebound. Thus, during his second free throw, Odin purposefully failed to score, directing the ball towards the right side of the hoop, near David Lee. The basketball ricocheted off the right side of the rim, soaring towards David Lee and Pau Gasol. In that fleeting moment, neither team managed to seize the ball, and it was David Lee who ultimately propelled it into the air. Odin advanced with 2 strides to the basketball's anticipated landing spot, while Rudy Gay and Randolph also converged. Not waiting for the ball to descend, Odin felt that retrieving the ball was a formidable challenge, so he leaped directly to redirect it to the perimeter. Mills on the outside seized the basketball just as the game clock expired, signaling the conclusion of the match. The Warriors secured yet another hard-fought victory, the final score resting at 99-96. Exhausted after the game, Odin felt as if he might collapse onto the floor. The Grizzlies proved to be quite a tenacious opponent, and he hoped to avoid facing them again. After returning to the locker room and taking a shower, he reviewed his performance stats from the game: 26 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 7 blocks, and 1 steal. His blocks set a new personal record, and he noted that he had earned 10 energy points today, marking another delightful day. He allocated a point to enhance his free throw attribute, which now reached 66 points. Subsequently, he attended the post-game press conference with the head coach, where the atmosphere was relatively relaxed, allowing for mutual compliments exchanged with the Grizzlies. After responding to several inquiries from local journalists, he concluded the event and drove back home. The upcoming game against the Jazz posed another challenge. While their interior defense was not particularly strong, their perimeter shooting remained formidable. Darren Williams, known for his exceptional skills, posed a threat to any team he faced, and the presence of players like Kirilenko and Millsap only heightened their competitiveness. Had they not lost Boozer prior to the season, the Warriors would have found it exceedingly difficult to secure a win against them. After a night of rest, Odin rose early the next morning. Despite the team having no scheduled training, he first exchanged some energy points for simulated practice time, and after breakfast, he diligently trained from 8 a.m. until nearly noon, honing his skyhook proficiency by an impressive 110 points. After a hurried lunch, he arrived at the training facility just before 2 p.m. Upon entering, he noticed David Lee and a few others engaging in playful antics, and to his surprise, Curry was also present. Although Curry required a few more days for full recovery, the doctors had cleared him for light training, prompting him to eagerly join his teammates. Seeing Curry reminded Odin of his intention to assist him in finding a trainer and recommending the doctor who had previously treated him. While locating a trainer might take some time, he could readily recommend the doctor, conveniently located in San Francisco. Odin understood that, even without intervention, Curry would eventually find a rehabilitation specialist and recover his ankle. However, he was determined to alleviate Curry's suffering as much as possible this season. Believing that it could significantly enhance the team's performance, he resolved to speak with Curry after practice, encouraging him to consult the doctor to potentially lessen his discomfort. Given that Curry had only recently sustained his ankle injury, it was likely manageable, and a swift resolution would be ideal. Chapter 25. Facing the Jazz after training. Odin approached Curry and briefly shared details about the doctor he had consulted following his own injury, providing him with the doctor's contact information. As a Chinese national influenced by traditional values, Odin was not particularly fond of nightlife, and Curry, having married young, also participated less in such activities. Their relationship within the team was cordial, and Odin's genuine concern for Curry's injury touched him. Knowing that Odin had recovered from a severe injury indicated the doctor's high level of expertise. Since the doctor was conveniently located in San Francisco, Curry expressed his intent to visit him in the coming days. After thanking Odin, they parted ways, returning to their respective homes. The next day, the team trained again, discussing tactics in the morning. Following the tactical session, David Lee was drawn aside by Odin for some individual training. The sounds of exertion emanating from the adjacent court suggested that David was not entirely enjoying this approach. Despite his discomfort, he gleaned valuable insights from their confrontations, particularly regarding the nuances of competitive play. Odin was surprised to discover that the seemingly unassuming Lee possessed a competitive edge, demonstrating that one should never judge based solely on appearances. He was simultaneously astonished by Odin's progress. Just a couple of days prior, while contending against Odin, he noted the latter's considerable lack of finesse when executing the skyhook. During their confrontation, Odin found it exceedingly difficult to score, boasting a shooting percentage of merely around 20. Such a rate renders it nearly impossible to utilize effectively in a competitive match. However, during today's training session, Odin's shooting accuracy in confrontations had impressively surged to approximately 70%, a remarkable improvement. This indicates that he has begun to integrate the skyhook as a standard weapon in his gameplay. It appears that this extraordinary skill is poised to make a resounding comeback. One can only imagine the spectacle when Odin employs it proficiently in an actual game, a sight that is sure to astonish many, just as it does him now. The training persisted until 3 in the afternoon, and upon witnessing his proficiency with the skyhook reach 70%, he concluded this particular workout. After a 3-hour respite, he arrived at the court to commence his warm-up. A brief session of light exercises preceded the match, scheduled to begin at 7:30 in the evening. The starting lineup for the Jazz included Deron Williams, Paul Millsap, Al Jefferson, Andrei Kirilenko, and Price, while the Warriors maintained their unchanged starting roster. As the match commenced, Kirilenko faced off against Odin for the jump ball. Kirilenko, ever versatile, appeared strikingly slender in person. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and both Odin and Kirilenko leaped simultaneously. Ultimately, Kirilenko managed to touch the ball first, directing it towards Deron Williams. Deron was indeed robust, and Mills appeared noticeably smaller in comparison. Without attempting a screen, Deron powered his way into the paint. Mills simply could not withstand the force, prompting Dozier to rush forward to assist defensively. It was only upon noticing the impending help that Deron passed the ball. Deron's passing was equally impressive. Price, upon receiving the pass, rose for a jump shot and scored 2 points. Turning his attention to the Warriors' offensive possession, Mills dribbled past half-court, this time opting not to hastily pass to David Lee. Instead, he awaited Odin and Lee to establish their positions, and upon seeing Millsap defending Odin, he finally delivered the ball. Upon obtaining the ball, Odin commenced an unyielding advance, towering over Millsap by a significant margin. He bulldozed his way towards the basket, disregarding any chance for Kirilenko to provide assistance, and forcefully maneuvered Millsap to the vicinity of the rim. With the ball held aloft, he elevated himself for a shot. Millsap found himself utterly helpless against this display of dominance, his expression one of frustration as he cast a glance towards Odin after the ball swished through the net. In the subsequent possession, Deron initiated the offensive, adhering to the Jazz's customary strategy by engaging Al Jefferson in a pick-and-roll. The pick-and-roll could be considered the Jazz's signature tactic, and Deron executed it with remarkable ease. When it came time to defend, Odin was tasked with guarding Jefferson. As Jefferson moved to set the screen, the defensive assignment shifted to Odin, who now faced Deron. While Deron is robust for a guard, he paled in comparison to Odin's imposing stature. Coupled with Odin's nimble footwork, Deron struggled to find an appropriate opportunity to shoot, ultimately failing to penetrate Odin's defense. By the moment he sought to pass, the defender on Jefferson had transformed into David Lee. Realizing there was no opportunity, Deron pivoted and passed the ball to Millsap. Upon receiving the pass, Millsap, who favored long-range shooting, began to showcase his skills. Though not particularly tall, he possessed formidable rebounding capabilities and a commendable shooting prowess from beyond the arc. As Millsap caught the ball, Lee advanced to defend him, but he clearly underestimated Millsap's shooting ability. Millsap launched a jump shot from beyond the three-point line, successfully sinking the basket. Lee could only shrug in resignation, acknowledging his oversight and vowing to improve his defensive approach in the future. The next possession saw the Warriors take to the offense, reverting to their established strategy with David Lee at the top of the arc. The court was cleared, allowing Odin to engage in isolation play within the paint. Jefferson, a traditional center with a solid defensive foundation, was tasked with containing Odin. Odin, with his back to the basket, surprisingly could not be moved, truly a man who has bested Yao Ming. Fortunately, I have nearly mastered the skyhook. Otherwise, it would require considerable effort to contend with him. After receiving the ball, I took just 2 steps before employing the skyhook technique, successfully sending the ball through the hoop, reviving this legendary skill. In the previous match, Odin only unveiled the skyhook at the very end, leaving fans to speculate it was merely luck, as he had not demonstrated it before. However, in this game, he showcased it right from the start, much to the delight of the spectators. The players from the Jazz appeared somewhat disconcerted, having not anticipated that someone could once again execute the skyhook. They were left wondering whether it was mere fortune or if he had truly mastered it. Having played in the league for 3 years, he is more akin to a blue-collar center, possessing impressive physical attributes, yet scoring modestly and often succumbing to injuries. I had never heard of him employing such a move. Had he known it during his time with the Trailblazers, they would surely not have parted with him so easily. It is unclear when he acquired this skill, but it certainly complicates defensive strategies. After the game, I shall have to study him closely. For now, I must rely on Kirilenko for additional support. Chapter 26. Darren and Sloan. In truth, Al Jefferson finds himself at a disadvantage against a center like Odin. Primarily, Odin possesses speed and agility, along with a height advantage. Even without the skyhook, a standard shot proves challenging for Jefferson, even if he fails to score. Odin's athleticism significantly enhances his chances of securing offensive rebounds as a ground-level center. He prefers to compete against centers like Yao Ming, as even if he cannot stop Yao, the reverse is equally difficult. At the very least, they can trade blows, unlike the current predicament where Odin proves insurmountable. After a few exchanges, Odin began to decipher the Jazz's tactics. Neither Millsap nor Jefferson could match his rebounding prowess. In just a handful of plays, he had already secured 4 rebounds, 2 of which were offensive. It seems I might have a conversation with Smart shortly. They could certainly adopt the Magic's previous strategy of a 5-out offense. However, for the moment, it is prudent to adhere to Smart's pregame plan. He certainly does not wish to jeopardize his relationship with Smart, lest it mirrors the tumultuous dynamic between Darren and Sloan. Have you seen how Sloan is glaring at Darren from the sidelines? Meanwhile, Darren appears oblivious to Sloan's ire, continuing to play according to his own whims. The other players on the court find themselves in an awkward position, uncertain of how to proceed, resulting in a chaotic situation on both offense and defense. The Warriors seize the opportunity to widen the score gap, demonstrating that the most effective way to dismantle an opponent often begins from within. In the 8th minute, as both team starters exited the court, he observed Sloan incessantly conversing with Darren. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors led the Jazz by a mere 4 points, with a score of 22-18. The reason for such a modest score was primarily due to the low shooting percentages from both teams. However, they could have established a more significant lead over the Jazz had it not been for Hayward, currently playing as a substitute for the Jazz, who managed to sink 2 baskets just before the end of the first quarter, thus limiting the Warriors' advantage to only 4 points. After Odin left the court, he hurried to the side of head coach Smart. To be candid, as the transitional head coach of the Warriors, his capabilities are rather average, yet he is afforded a degree of respect for the sake of his position. Odin, with a sincere demeanor, offered his advice rather than directly communicating with other players or playing solely according to his own inclinations. To be candid, given his current displayed abilities, as long as he remains free from significant injuries, he is destined to become the cornerstone of the Warriors. Following the directives of a leader on the court is not an unfeasible approach. However, this might leave a somewhat unfavorable impression, as he is quite proud. Thus, it would be wise for him to engage in more dialogue with the coach. After considering Odin's suggestions, Smart deliberated briefly and conferred with his assistant coach, concluding that it was indeed worth a try. Consequently, following the conclusion of the first quarter, Smart picked up the tactical board and began to elucidate the new strategy to the players. After comprehending the plan, several players indicated their understanding, and when the second quarter reached the 4-minute mark, the main players took to the court. The Warriors commenced their own star-studded strategy, yielding surprisingly positive results. Odin stood alone in the paint, while on the perimeter, David Lee and a few others positioned themselves strategically. David Lee was responsible for the ball distribution, as the remaining 3 players commenced their movements along the arc. Whenever an opportunity arose, the ball would be swiftly delivered, resulting in immediate shots from the opponents. In instances where an opportunity presented itself, David Lee would also opt to take the shot. Due to Odin's formidable presence, the Jazz were compelled to provide him with occasional double teams, consequently granting the Warriors greater opportunities on the outside. Thus, the second quarter essentially transformed into a personal showcase for Odin, liberating the other 4 players from concerns about their shooting accuracy. Should their shots fail, Odin would invariably secure the rebound, either redistributing the ball or executing a follow-up shot. Al Jefferson, Paul Millsap, and Andrei Kirilenko took turns attempting to contain him. Yet their efforts proved largely ineffective, as none could successfully limit Odin's impact. If Al Jefferson were to defend Odin one-on-one, it would undoubtedly be a catastrophic scenario, for Jefferson would find himself utterly outmatched. Throughout the second quarter, Odin amassed 8 points and 8 rebounds, concluding the first half with a total of 12 points and 12 rebounds. Given the current momentum, it appeared highly likely that he would surpass his personal record for rebounds in a single game. After the intermission, both teams returned to the court, with the Warriors opting to continue their strategy of 1 star and 4 shooters, having tasted success in the second quarter. The Jazz, despite the break, found themselves at a loss for effective countermeasures against this lineup. Reluctantly, they resorted to a decisive double team on Odin with Millsap and Jefferson. Although the double team had minimal impact on Odin, it was preferable to allowing Jefferson to guard him alone. In the face of the dual defense, Odin could still score, albeit with increased difficulty. Fortunately, he possessed the skyhook, a signature move that, when employed, rendered him nearly unstoppable even against 2 defenders. As for rebounding, despite the dual coverage, he secured fewer boards. However, the 4 perimeter players found their shooting opportunities considerably enhanced. Under Odin's influence, the shooting touch of the Warriors' perimeter sharpshooters gradually improved. As Odin reveled in his performance, fans across the ocean in China felt a surge of excitement. Early in the morning, witnessing Odin dominate Jefferson instilled a unique sense of elation among the Chinese fans, having previously watched Yao Ming struggle against Jefferson. Their spirits soared at the sight of Jefferson being overwhelmed by Odin. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors had established a commanding lead of 72-54, ahead by 18 points against the Jazz. For a team like the Jazz, which did not primarily focus on offense, an 18-point deficit essentially signaled the end of the contest. Moreover, observing Darren and Sloan on the bench, both seemingly ignoring one another, it appeared improbable for them to mount a comeback. As the fourth quarter commenced, Darren was predictably restrained on the bench by Coach Sloan. After 2 minutes on the court, the point differential between the two teams had already widened to 23 points. Sloan, realizing that victory was becoming increasingly implausible, decided to substitute out the starters. The Warriors also replaced their key players, bringing in the entire bench. Reviewing the day's statistics, he had amassed 31 points, 21 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 blocks. Notably, his playing time was limited, as he had only spent 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. Had he played a few more minutes, his scoring and rebounding totals would undoubtedly have reached new heights. Chapter 27, Rematch against the Pistons. Upon checking the system, he noted that rewards had not yet been allocated since the game was still ongoing. After the match concluded, he discovered that he had earned only 6 contribution points, as he had not broken any records. The following morning, he arrived at the training facility to find all his teammates congratulating him. Inquiring further, he learned that the results for the Player of the Week for the first week of the new season had been announced. He had averaged 26 points, 16 rebounds, and 3 blocks over the past week, leading the Warriors to a 4-game winning streak and earning the title of Western Conference Player of the Week. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference accolade went to Howard from the Magic. Given their performances in the new season, media outlets had begun to herald the resurgence of the center era, dubbing the two of them as the new generation's Twin Towers. However, Odin was acutely aware that the coming years would not belong to centers but rather herald the arrival of the small ball era. He understood that if he did not refine his 3-point shooting, he risked becoming relegated to a blue-collar role in the future, which added considerable pressure. The Warriors were set to embark on a grueling 5-game road trip, playing 5 away games in 7 days, a schedule that seemed to have been devised by a mad genius, leaving the entire team feeling exasperated. Due to the impending series of away games, today's training session was relatively light, focusing on strategizing for the upcoming match against the Pistons. Having faced the Pistons during the preseason, the team was already quite familiar with their tactics. The coach provided a brief explanation before allowing the assistant coach to guide the team through a morning training session, followed by an afternoon of free practice. After lunch and a short rest, Odin approached David Lee once more, requesting his company for training. It was evident from David Lee's expression of sheer disinterest that he was reluctant to accompany Odin. However, under the weight of Odin's insistence, he ultimately acquiesced. After training for the entire afternoon, around 7 p.m., Odin's proficiency with the skyhook reached 810, at which point he finally released David Lee from his obligation. The following morning, the team did not train, and although Odin considered persuading David Lee to continue their practice, he chose to spare him upon noticing his exhausted demeanor. Early the next day, around 8 a.m., Odin drove to the airport and boarded a flight to Detroit. With Curry's injury nearly healed, he traveled with the team. However, he was unable to participate in the evening's game against the Pistons, as the team doctor advised that he could play in the subsequent match against the Raptors. After spending nearly 6 hours on the plane, feeling quite bored, Odin engaged Curry and David Lee in a game of landlord, using stickers instead of money as wagers. By the time they disembarked, Curry's face was plastered with stickers. David Lee had fewer, while Odin sported only 2. By around 4 p.m., they arrived at the Pistons' home arena. After resting in the locker room for a while, they proceeded to the court to warm up. The game commenced at 7:30 p.m. The Pistons' starting lineup consisted of Hamilton, Rodney Stuckey, Prince, Villanueva, and Ben Wallace. Unlike the preseason, the Pistons displayed a markedly more serious attitude during the regular season. In the early moments of the match, the Warriors aimed to execute fast breaks, but the Pistons maintained their usual pace, slowly grinding through their half-court offense. After nearly 5 minutes, it was Odin who felt fatigued rather than exhausting Ben Wallace. Seeing the lack of effectiveness, Smart reverted the Warriors to their standard gameplay. Without Curry's shooting, the Warriors faced significant challenges against the Pistons, primarily due to the difficulty in creating space on the perimeter. Whenever Odin received the ball, he was quickly double-teamed by the Pistons players. Even though his skyhook had improved considerably, he struggled against the Pistons' cohesive defense. The opportunity to isolate against Ben Wallace was simply not afforded to him. Passing the ball to the perimeter yielded poor results, as the Warriors managed only 3 successful three-pointers out of 12 attempts by the end of the first quarter, failing to apply pressure on the Pistons. This further encouraged the Pistons to intensify their double-teaming on Odin, making it even more challenging for him to shoot. Fortunately, Ben Wallace's age had diminished his rebounding prowess, allowing Odin to secure several offensive boards and score 2 baskets on second-chance opportunities, as well as assisting teammates for 2 more, preventing the score from widening. The first quarter concluded with the Pistons leading 24-22. As the second quarter began, due to Odin's aggressive play in the first, Smart opted to rest him on the bench initially. He returned to the game 5 minutes into the second quarter, and fortunately, the Pistons bench was not particularly formidable. By the time he entered the court, the score was 32-30, with the Warriors trailing by just 2 points. Upon his entry, the Pistons promptly reintroduced Ben Wallace. The teams reverted to their initial game rhythm, with the Warriors attempting to accelerate the pace once more, but the Pistons stubbornly adhered to their methodical approach. Despite having opportunities for fast breaks, the Pistons chose to engage in a half-court battle. Ben Wallace, though appearing earnest, employed countless subtle maneuvers during defense. At one point, while attempting to prevent Odin from receiving the ball, he nearly fouled him with an inappropriate gesture. Additionally, sensing the challenge Odin posed and his own dwindling stamina, Wallace resorted to various tactics such as pulling jerseys, stepping on heels, and pinching, all of which distracted Odin from focusing on his offensive game. Consequently, Odin resorted to executing back-to-the-basket moves, an area outside his comfort zone, not for scoring but rather out of retaliation. He collided with Wallace repeatedly, eliciting a startled reaction from him. In the second quarter, the Warriors continued to struggle with their outside shooting. Had it not been for a brief surge from David Lee, the score could have ballooned to a 10-point deficit by halftime. David Lee performed decently during the second quarter, benefiting from Odin's presence in the paint, which relaxed the Pistons' defense on him, allowing Lee to score 10 points in that quarter. However, he was not known for explosive scoring, and as the second quarter concluded, the Warriors found themselves trailing the Pistons 39-48. During halftime, Odin, having endured significant attention from the Pistons' interior defense in the second quarter, was exhausted and sat in the locker room, consuming drinks to rehydrate. It took him a while to absorb the coach's instructions due to his fatigue. As the second half commenced, after a brief respite, he regained some energy and faced off against the Pistons' interior once more, resuming his physical battle with Ben Wallace. Fortunately, the Warriors' perimeter shooting improved in the third quarter, alleviating some pressure on Odin, which dissuaded the Pistons from their aggressive double-teaming strategy. Finally, he could score and grab rebounds normally. And as fatigue set in, Wallace began to struggle against him. However, Wallace remained resilient, enduring until he was substituted out alongside Odin. When both team starters exited, the score stood at 54-58, with the Warriors trailing by only 4 points, and less than 3 minutes remained in the third quarter. Unexpectedly, as the quarter drew to a close, the Pistons bench player, Ben Gordon, sank 2 3-pointers in quick succession. The point difference widened to 10, concluding the third quarter with a score of 60-70. As the fourth quarter commenced, Odin was summoned to the court by Smart, preparing for one last effort. If they failed to narrow the gap, they would concede the match. The season is a lengthy journey. Even the formidable Bulls lost 10 games during their finest season. It is entirely normal for them to lose a game, especially with a back-to-back matchup against the Raptors looming tomorrow. Exhausting their energy today would jeopardize their performance in the following game. Upon observing the Warriors substituting their starters, the Pistons followed suit, bringing in their key players as well. For minutes into the fourth quarter, the score remained unchanged, prompting the Warriors to abandon the contest and withdraw all their starters. After the Warriors made their substitutions, the Pistons did the same, signaling the near conclusion of the match. The remaining time was filled with the reserves showcasing their skills on the court. With nearly 8 minutes left, ample time remained for the substitutes to shine. At this moment, Odin noticed that McGrady had also entered the game for the Pistons, leaving him astonished at McGrady's decline. Just 2 years prior, he was an indispensable player for the Rockets, and now he found himself relegated to garbage time. Ultimately, the game ended with the Pistons triumphing 98-83. After the match, reporters approached Ben Wallace to inquire about Odin's performance. Wallace praised Odin on camera, which brought him some solace. Following the interview, Wallace made a point to visit the visiting team's locker room to exchange jerseys with Odin. Aware that they had a back-to-back game the following day, he refrained from inviting Odin out for dinner, instead sincerely suggesting they reunite when he next visited Detroit or when Odin traveled to San Francisco. It was evident that through this game, Wallace had fully acknowledged Odin's prowess. Despite the loss, the team remained undeterred. After tidying up, they boarded the bus to Toronto. They arrived at the hotel just before midnight, with everyone feeling fatigued. Even the most playful David Lee and Williams retreated to their rooms to sleep. Once in his room, Odin did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he lay in bed and checked the system. The game against the Pistons marked his first official loss since acquiring the system, and he was eager to see if he had earned any rewards. Earlier, on the bus, Curry and David Lee had incessantly clamored to play cards with him, leaving him no time to check the system. Now, lying in bed, he hastily began his review. Upon inspecting the system, he discovered he had received only 2 energy points for the day. It seemed that even in defeat, one could still earn some energy, albeit the same amount as during regular team training. Adding this to his previous energy points and the reward for being named Player of the Week, his total energy points now stood at 62. He then exchanged 40 points for 4 basic points, allocating all of them to free throws, bringing that attribute to 70 points. With a free throw attribute of 70, he was just 5 points shy of his set target of 75. To his surprise, reaching 70 points in free throws also resulted in an increase in his 3-point attribute to 30 points, while his mid-range shooting improved by 2 points to 54. It appeared that a breakthrough in free throw attributes positively influenced other shooting-related skills. Additionally, he noted that his finishing ability had reached 76 points, likely due to his mastery of the little hook shot and his imminent command of the skyhook. The system recognized his enhanced finishing ability, adjusting it to 76 points. This was indeed a delightful surprise. If this continued, he would save a considerable amount of energy in the future. After reviewing the system, he drifted off to sleep, filled with excitement. Early the next morning, due to his biological clock, Odin awoke promptly at 6:30. With no morning practice scheduled and difficulty finding a suitable training venue nearby, he relished a rare day of relaxation, lingering in bed. He grabbed his phone and began browsing news related to himself, having not properly enjoyed his device in days. As he perused articles praising him, he commented with his alternate account, expressing agreement. When encountering skepticism, he promptly articulated his differing views. After lounging in bed for over 2 hours, Curry came to rouse him for breakfast, prompting Odin to reluctantly get ready and join him. Initially, he intended to eat in his room, but David Lee's mention of a stunning beauty in the hotel restaurant convinced him to accompany them. However, his motivation had nothing to do with admiring anyone. He simply wished to remain sociable. Chapter 29. Facing the Raptors after breakfast, the group returned to their room for a morning of card games, resting briefly at noon before departing for the Raptors' home court at 5 p.m. Following warm-ups, the game officially commenced at 7 p.m. The Raptors' starting lineup featured Jarrett Jack, Andrea Bargnani, DeRozan, Reggie Evans, and Linus Kleiza. Since Bosch's departure from the Raptors that summer, the team appeared disorganized. During this period, the primary scorer was not DeRozan, but rather the 2006 first overall pick, Andrea Bargnani. If he were to play in the current small ball era, he would undoubtedly be a formidable asset, as he preferred shooting from the perimeter rather than engaging in physical play inside. Currently, Reggie Evans was responsible for the inside battles and rebounding. The coach had previously described him as a stocky rebounding specialist. While adept at securing rebounds, his offensive capabilities were rather average, hence Odin was tasked with guarding Evans, while David Lee would defend Bargnani. At the start of the game, Odin faced off against Bargnani for the jump ball as the referee tossed the ball into the air. Odin once again won the jump ball, deftly directing it to Curry. Fresh from injury, Curry exhibited palpable excitement. Given that Reggie Evans was tasked with guarding Odin in the paint, the latter clearly held the upper hand. Thus, the game commenced with the ball being entrusted to the interior, allowing Odin to initiate the first offensive play. David Lee positioned himself beyond the arc, effectively creating space for Odin, while Andrea instinctively followed him outside. The others spread out, leaving Odin poised for a one-on-one against Evans. Once Odin secured his position, Curry lofted the ball to him. He first backed into the paint, testing Evans' strength, which, while able to withstand some pressure, proved to be a struggle. Hence, he refrained from further pushing in, instead dribbling a couple of times before executing a delicate hook shot that swished through the net. Towering over Evans by a good 10 inches and boasting a significantly longer wingspan, Odin did not even need to employ his signature skyhook. With just a modest hook shot, Evans could only watch in dismay, silently hoping that Odin's shooting touch would falter. As the Raptors transitioned to offense, Jarrett Jack brought the ball past half court, initially attempting to penetrate Curry's defense. Finding himself unable to bypass him, he opted to drive towards the paint while closely guarded by Curry. Given Jack's robust physique, Curry found him a challenging adversary, prompting David Lee to assist defensively. Observing that Lee had not come over for help, Jack passed the ball to Andrea, who surprisingly chose not to attack the basket. Instead, he stood at the three-point line, receiving the pass without dribbling, and launched a three-pointer. Before Lee could react, Andrea had already released the shot, displaying a level of finesse that suggested he had practiced extensively. The ball found its mark as it swooshed through the net. A successful three-pointer. Next, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Odin sprinted towards the front court, discreetly advising Curry as he passed by to forego passing the ball to him and to take the three-point shot himself, assuring him that he would secure the rebound. As a future basketball deity, Odin relished the prospect of Curry attempting a three-pointer in his presence, and he too hoped for a reciprocal shot. Curry nodded in agreement, dribbling the ball across half court and feigning a drive. Once Odin established his position, ready to create space for a shot, Jarrett Jack audaciously taunted him, questioning whether he dared to shoot or if he would simply pass the ball to Odin, suggesting it would be prudent to conserve their energy for the battle ahead. His original intention was to provoke Curry a little, encouraging him to take a shot, as this might afford them a slight chance to secure the rebound. Although Andrea was not particularly fond of contesting under the basket, as a center, witnessing Evans being clearly overpowered by Odin compelled him to position himself inside, ready to assist in rebounding. However, before he could finish his thought, Curry unexpectedly opted to shoot from beyond the arc. The ball swished through the net, catching him completely off guard. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. In fact, he felt a secret delight, believing his provocation had borne fruit. Little did he realize how easily Curry fell for such bait. Merely a slight nudge had prompted him to shoot. As for Curry's successful shot, it could only be attributed to his own negligence in defense. In the next possession, he planned to provoke Curry again, confident that with a little more effort in defense, he could effectively guard against him, even envisioning delivering a resounding block. As he fantasized about the moment he would block Curry, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. However, while dribbling, he inadvertently allowed Curry to steal the ball. Quickly recovering, he chased back, fortunate that DeRozan reacted swiftly and rushed to pursue Curry, preventing him from executing a fast break. Realizing a fast break was no longer feasible, Curry slowed the pace, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. The steal left Jarrett Jack exceedingly frustrated, determined to make Curry pay. Thus, he advanced to defend earnestly, once again taunting, "Do you dare shoot again? That was merely a stroke of luck. Shall we wager $5 that you won't dare to shoot this time?" After delivering the taunt, he shot Curry a challenging glance. Curry narrowed his eyes and replied, "As you wish." Without waiting for Jack to process this, he launched another three-pointer. Fortunately, this attempt missed, allowing Jarrett Jack to breathe a sigh of relief, thankful it didn't go in. He was astonished that Curry shot without hesitation. Was he truly that impulsive? Was no one going to step in? Yet, Before he could fully relax, Odin secured the rebound and passed the ball back to Curry, who was vocally urging him to shoot again, leaving Jack momentarily bewildered. Seeing the basketball back in Curry's hands, he dared not relax any further, fixating intently on Curry to deny him any shooting space. As Curry struggled to create a shot opportunity, he called for David Lee to set a screen. Once David Lee stepped forward, he inadvertently drew Andrea out as well, leaving only Odin and Evans under the basket. After David Lee blocked Jarrett Jack, Curry did not drive toward the paint but instead sidestepped to the other side of David Lee. The moment Andrea approached to help defend, Curry released the ball once more. But this time, the shot failed to find its mark. Odin positioned himself beneath the basket, poised to seize the rebound. Chapter 30. The Embodiment of Rebound Obsession. Evans indeed displayed commendable rebounding skills. Amidst their tussle for position, Odin found himself at a disadvantage, as this individual possessed considerable strength. As they jostled for position under the basket, Odin sensed that this opponent's power was remarkably on par with his own, truly deserving of the title short and stocky rebounder. Yet, despite Evans' advantageous positioning, his height proved to be a significant hindrance, as Curry's shot once again failed to find its mark. Evans extended his arms and leaped in preparation to secure the rebound. Odin leapt effortlessly from behind, snatching the rebound with grace before passing the ball back to Curry. The disparity in their physical prowess was glaring. Odin's advantage was insurmountable. After merely 2 exchanges, Evans appeared somewhat disheartened. Equally disheartened was Jarrett Jack. As Curry regained possession of the basketball, he wasted no time and launched another shot, which, to their relief, finally found the net. Both Evans and Jarrett Jack exhaled in unison, thinking that at last, a reprieve from their torment had arrived. Observing the current trajectory of play, the Raptors coach swiftly called for a timeout to recalibrate their strategy. Upon returning to the court, DeRozan was assigned to guard Curry, while Jarrett Allen was tasked with containing Dorell Wright. The Raptors initiated their offense, and as they crossed midcourt, Jarrett Allen passed the ball to DeRozan, stepping in to screen for him against Dorell Wright, allowing DeRozan to face Curry directly. Curry found himself at a disadvantage against DeRozan, who penetrated inside the three-point line and executed a jump shot with ease, securing 2 points. DeRozan's mid-range shooting remained reliable in this era of small ball. His ability to thrive without a three-point shot was commendable. As the Warriors took possession, Curry advanced the ball across half-court and handed it to David Lee. With DeRozan now tasked with guarding Curry, opportunities for him to shoot were limited. Thus, Curry began to maneuver for an opening, showcasing his prowess in off-ball movement. David Lee, upon receiving the ball, noticed that Andre had not followed him. Instead, he and Evans pinched Odin in a defensive sandwich, denying him the ball and disregarding any intention to defend him, given his lack of three-point shooting capability. Seeing that no one else had broken free, Lee dribbled a couple of steps toward the paint, positioning himself near the free throw line to prepare for a shot. Realizing Lee's intent, Andre raised his hands defensively to prevent a pass to Odin and rushed towards him. In response to Andre's approach, David Lee opted to forego the shot and passed the ball to Odin. Odin, initially poised to execute a skyhook, found himself double-teamed as Andre charged at him once more. Not forcing a shot, he instead returned the ball to David Lee. Observing that Odin was disinclined to take the initiative and with his own position being acceptable, David Lee chose to attempt the shot. However, to his dismay, the ball failed to find the basket despite being uncontested. Odin, upon witnessing a missed shot, leapt between the two adversaries to seize the rebound, completely disregarding their presence. After securing the ball, he effortlessly passed it to David Lee while still suspended in the air. David, momentarily taken aback by the sheer audacity of it all, pondered how such a feat was possible with 2 players vying against him. He then took another shot, this time successfully finding the net. For the remainder of the half, Odin transformed into an unrelenting force on the boards. The other 4 members of the Warriors, emboldened by the presence of their rebounding machine beneath the basket, seized every opportunity to shoot without the fear of missing. As the first quarter approached the 9-minute mark, a flabbergasted Smart finally recalled the necessity of substituting his starters. At this point, apart from Odin, the other Warriors appeared relatively untroubled, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. With not a bead of sweat in sight, only Odin emerged from the court utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to utter a word. Engaging in a contest for rebounds against 2 opponents, despite his superior stamina, he could not escape the toll it took on his body. To his dismay, David Lee, that scoundrel, offered no assistance whatsoever. However, if the first quarter's rhythm continued, He was poised to shatter his personal record for rebounds in a single game. Though he managed only 4 points in the first quarter, he had already amassed 9 rebounds, 4 of which were offensive. Thanks to his efforts, the Warriors maintained a 6-point lead over the Raptors, concluding the first quarter at 30-24. As the second quarter commenced, the other players took to the court, while Odin remained until the 6-minute mark, when Smart finally called him back into play, concerned for his fatigue and wishing to grant him a brief respite. Yet, the moment he re-entered the game, he resumed his rebounding frenzy, leaving Evans yearning to return home to his mother. Primarily, Odin's prowess was complemented by his incessant chatter, declaring triumphantly in Evans' ear, "I grabbed one. Oh, look, I got another. Why aren't you two trying? This is so boring." If you were in his shoes, would you crumble under pressure? The urge to lash out was overwhelming, yet faced with someone towering half a head above him, he ultimately relinquished that thought. After a relentless half of tormenting the Raptors' interior defense, the first half concluded with the Warriors leading by 14 points, 64-50. Unless the Raptors made significant adjustments in the second half, the outcome of the game seemed all but sealed. As he settled into the locker room, David Lee handed him a technical statistics sheet, revealing that he had already secured 16 rebounds in the first half, with his personal record standing at 22 rebounds. It meant he needed just 7 more to surpass his previous best. Today appeared promising indeed. With the commencement of the second half, the Raptors altered their defensive strategy. Since they struggled to outmaneuver Odin even with 2 players, they decided to collapse their defense, sending the entire team to contest rebounds against him, believing 5 could certainly best one. This tactic proved somewhat effective, as Odin faced noticeably heightened difficulty in securing rebounds. Caught off guard, he was even pilfered of 2 rebounds by the crafty DeRozan. The threshold of patience had been crossed. He was determined to break his rebounding record today, and not even divine intervention could deter him. Thus, Odin began to exert himself fiercely, battling the entire Raptors team for rebounds. Although the Raptors' rebounding improved slightly compared to the first half, their score gap widened once again. Chapter 31. Breaking his own rebounding record as the Raptors contracted their defense. The Warriors found themselves with a plethora of opportunities for outside shooting. The Warriors boasted 2 sharpshooters with 3-point percentages exceeding 40%, with Darrell Wright's accuracy even surpassing Curry's at this moment. Within merely 3 minutes of the third quarter, the Raptors were compelled to revise their defensive approach once more, as the score differential had ballooned to 25 points, with both Curry and Darrell in a shooting frenzy. Faced with an insurmountable lead, they opted for an offensive strategy, hoping to narrow the score gap rather than concede defeat before the second quarter even concluded. Consequently, the remainder of the third quarter devolved into a shootout. With the paint no longer congested, the Warriors began to shift their focus inward, granting Odin more opportunities to shoot. However, the shift to an offensive exchange proved taxing for Evans, who had initially managed to hold his own, even as the Warriors extended their lead further. Now, he finds himself defending alone. Whether it be in guarding or rebounding, he has been thoroughly outmatched. As the third quarter drew to a close, the point differential remained unchanged at 25, with only 1 quarter left in the game. Clearly, the prospect of closing the gap seemed unlikely, leading to the decision not to field the Raptors starters during the entirety of the fourth quarter. Accepting defeat, the Raptors' main players stayed off the court, prompting the Warriors to refrain from sending out their own starters as well. The game concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Raptors with a score of 115-102. The slight reduction in the score was primarily due to the Warriors fielding their bench players in the final quarter, while the Raptors introduced a few of their regular rotation players to mitigate the embarrassment of the scoreline. Before the game ended, he had already reviewed his personal statistics, 12 points and 23 rebounds. He had once again shattered his own single-game rebounding record, achieving this in just 3 quarters, suggesting that his energy levels today would be quite substantial, compensating for the energy he missed out on from yesterday's defeat. Upon reviewing the system after the game, it was confirmed that due to his new personal best in rebounds, he earned an additional 10 energy points. With these 10 points accounted for, he now possessed a total of 33 energy points. During the post-game interview, when the Raptors head coach was asked about the loss to the Warriors, he remarked, "We did not lose to the Warriors, we merely fell to Odin. His performance in this game was truly exceptional, meeting the expectations set for him." Due to Raekwon Evans' refusal to answer questions regarding Odin, the reporter had no choice but to inquire about Andrea, currently the most prominent star of the Raptors. In response to the reporter's questions, Andrea succinctly expressed his opinion, implying that Odin is on the verge of becoming the leading figure among the new generation of centers. As the Warriors have a game against the Knicks the day after tomorrow and need to travel tonight, Odin did not engage in an interview with the press. After showering and changing, he boarded the team bus to the airport and subsequently took a flight to New York. Upon arriving in New York at midnight, he returned to the hotel and lay down on the bed. The following day, the coach scheduled a morning of rest. Considering they would be playing 5 games over 7 days on the road, thus necessitating adequate recovery for the players. However, Odin did not heed the coach's directive. He was eager to master the skyhook technique and did not wish to squander any time. Therefore, after waking up in the morning, he independently made his way to the training facility that the team had rented in advance and began his practice. Since the gym was reserved for the team, but the coach had scheduled their training for the afternoon, there were no other players present at that moment. Training alone proved less effective than practicing with a partner. He continued training until nearly 2 o'clock, at which point the system indicated that his proficiency with the skyhook had reached 910. With one more session, he would completely master this remarkable skill. Uncertain of the coach's plans for the following day, he contemplated that if they had another morning of rest, he could practice again and fully master the skyhook. After hastily having lunch, he returned to the gym, where some teammates had already arrived. A couple of minutes later, the head coach arrived, and training commenced. The upcoming match was against the Knicks, whose star player was Stoudemire, a formidable opponent with physical attributes akin to his own. Stoudemire, a center with the skills of a small forward, possessed superior offensive techniques, albeit lacking in defensive prowess. The assistant coach analyzed Stoudemire's technical characteristics and conveyed that the outcome against the New York Knicks largely depended on him. If he could contain Stoudemire, then the Warriors would likely secure victory. Given that Stoudemire was the Knicks' primary offensive initiator, limiting his impact would significantly diminish the team's threat. After a full afternoon of tactical drills, the coach informed them that there would be no rest for the morning training session the next day, but they could train freely, thus concluding the day's practice. That evening, he accompanied David Lee and others, enjoying themselves until after 10 o'clock before returning to the hotel. Mindful that they needed to rest for the morning's training, his willingness to join them at the nightclub stemmed from a desire for David Lee to accompany him for practice the next day, as a trade-off for his participation in the night out. The rationale for including Odin was that the head coach rarely criticized him. Thus, bringing him along could help avoid the coach's admonitions. However, they were judicious in their revelry, returning to the hotel by 10 o'clock. The next morning, disregarding David Lee's protests, Odin roused him at 7 o'clock, insisting that he accompany him to the gym for training. Frustrated, David Lee contemplated delivering a few punches to Odin, reflecting on whether agreeing to train in exchange for a night out was a wise decision. Reluctantly, he joined Odin at the training facility, where they had already been practicing for over an hour by the time the others arrived. When the head coach observed their training, he commended them, slightly improving David Lee's mood. By around 11 o'clock, the system indicated that Odin had fully mastered the skyhook, allowing him to confidently employ this skill in upcoming matches. With the mastery of the skyhook, his mid-range shooting attribute increased by 2 points, now reaching a total of 56. This indicates that, under normal circumstances, his shooting percentage would be 56, although it may be impacted during games, he could still maintain around 45. By utilizing the skyhook, even during games, his shooting percentage could reach approximately 65. The complete acquisition of the skyhook significantly enhanced his finishing ability. After mastering the skyhook, the system, perhaps recognizing that his offensive skills were sufficiently developed, assigned him the next phase of training, focusing on defensive skills. The new defensive skill was the block, aptly named Obscuring the Sky. Through the skill's description, he discovered that it was associated with the legendary center, Uncle Mo. Known for being a paragon of defensive prowess, he possessed exceptional positioning and precise shot-blocking judgment. Should he master this skill, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly be further augmented. Currently, he relied primarily on his exceptional physical attributes in his gameplay, while his defensive techniques remained rather ordinary. Regardless of his judgment in defensive positions or the selection of timing for blocks, he can merely be regarded as having reached the standard level of an NBA player, and he is far from being considered exceptional. Upon reviewing the requirements of the system, it became evident that this time, mastery of skills would not solely rely on training. Given the comprehensive nature of defensive skills, the system not only provided instructional footage for him to assimilate, but also stipulated that he must achieve 100 blocks in official games to fully master this skill. Upon seeing the daunting requirement for blocks, Odin appeared somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that the system would impose such a challenge, initially contemplating giving up. He then reflected on the description of the skill provided by the system and imagined himself possessing it. Thus, he resolved to strive for the completion of 100 blocks. The system's stipulation that only blocks made in official games would count extinguished any thoughts he had of practicing with others to amass data. It seemed he would have to exert himself in actual competitions. After training for the entire morning, he treated David Lee to a meal at a Chinese restaurant, as he preferred Chinese cuisine over Western fare. Following lunch, feeling fatigued after the morning's exertions, he sought a place to rest. Upon awakening, he glanced at his phone, noting it was just past 2 p.m., and they would not depart for the Knicks' home court until around 5 p.m. With idle time on his hands, he decided to review the skills he was set to learn next. He began by mentally simulating the learning process to accumulate some experience. Using a small portion of his energy, he simulated for 30 minutes, discovering that he still required approximately 270 more minutes of simulation to fully grasp the nuances of the skill. After calculating the time, he realized he could continue learning in his mind for about 120 more minutes, thus expending an additional 4 energy points to proceed with further mental practice. By around 4:40 p.m., his mental simulation concluded, leaving him feeling enriched by the experience. The simulation allowed him to re-envision himself in various game scenarios, applying techniques and timing effectively, which facilitated a rapid understanding of how he should perform in such situations. Upon waking, he briefly reviewed the content he had just learned in his mind. Another advantage of the system's simulation was that the material seemed indelibly etched in his memory, making it nearly impossible to forget. What remained for him was to implement this knowledge in environments akin to those he would encounter in games. At precisely 5 p.m., everyone gathered and boarded the bus to the Knicks' home arena. During the pre-game warm-up, given the Golden State Warriors' recent winning streak, there had been a plethora of news regarding Odin, and many people had begun to comment on his performance. Odin and Howard are poised to become the leading figures of a new generation of centers, following in the footsteps of Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal. Especially after Odin's recent trade to the Warriors, his average performance in the last few games has been remarkably impressive, drawing the attention of those who had previously overlooked him. In contrast, Stoudemire, also a prominent interior player residing in New York, has found that his recent exposure pales in comparison to that of Odin, which has stirred feelings of frustration within him. Consequently, during warm-ups, Stoudemire began to keenly observe Odin, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess in the formal game that would follow. Odin observed that Stoudemire kept glancing in his direction while practicing, the reason for which remained unclear. Regardless of his motives, based on Stoudemire's previous remarks suggesting that Yao Ming was inferior to him, Odin was determined to make things challenging for him. Even before the game commenced, both players were already devising strategies to counter one another, indicating that the competition would be fiercely contested. This match was set to be broadcast live across the nation, and prior to the start, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith began their analysis of the impending showdown. The most captivating aspect of the game was the face-off between Odin and Stoudemire, both of whom had been in exceptional form lately. Consequently, Barkley and Smith commenced their predictions regarding the performance of these two athletes. Both anticipated that each player would score over 25 points. However, they differed on rebounding expectations. Barkley predicted that Odin would secure no fewer than 15 rebounds, while Smith contended that Odin would not surpass that number. It was evident that Barkley held Odin in high regard. Prior to the commentary, he had reviewed all of Odin's games this season and noted significant improvement, as Odin consistently achieved over 15 rebounds per game. Conversely, Smith argued that the Knicks' interior defense was not weak. Although Stoudemire's defensive skills were somewhat lacking, his athleticism was commendable, which should enable him to restrict Odin's rebounding opportunities. The stakes of their wager were that the loser would have to kiss a donkey's rear, a notion that had lingered in Smith's mind since the last time he lost. With another opportunity at hand, he was not inclined to let it slip away. After all, he rationalized that if he were to lose again, it would merely mean one more kiss, as he had already experienced it once. Should he emerge victorious, he would take great pleasure in avenging himself, allowing Smith to taste the same fate. Chapter 33. Facing the Knicks today, the Knicks starting lineup consists of Felton, Stoudemire, Wilson Chandler, Gallinari, and Landry Fields. Odin and Stoudemire approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball as the referee tossed the ball into the air. Both players leapt simultaneously. Although Stoudemire's vertical leap was commendable, Odin's athleticism was equally impressive, and his height and wingspan provided him a distinct advantage. Consequently, it was no surprise that Odin secured the jump ball, passing it to Curry ahead of Stoudemire. The Warriors executed their customary strategy. Curry dribbled past half-court. And if he found no opportunity for a shot, he would pass the ball to David Lee before repositioning himself. Upon receiving the ball, David Lee first sought out Odin. And after ensuring Odin was in position, he delivered the pass, fully aware of Stoudemire's defensive prowess. As soon as Odin caught the ball, Wilson Chandler swiftly moved in to provide assistance on defense, as the coach had instructed prior to the game regarding Chandler's role. Odin was acutely aware that this player lacked tenacity on the court. Thus, even when confronted by a double team, he resolutely pressed against the dual defense. Preparing to make a layup, Stoudemire, caught off guard by a feint, leapt into the air, while Odin, using Wilson Chandler as leverage, ascended to execute a skyhook shot. It was evident that this player was not sufficiently tenacious. With merely a slight nudge from Odin, he retreated a small step, rendering his defense ineffective. The basketball swished through the net, and Odin cast a disdainful glance at the two defenders before pivoting to sprint back towards the defensive end. Stoudemire, infuriated by Odin's mere gaze, berated Chandler, demanding that he step up his defense and cease being so lackadaisical. Chandler, already perturbed by Odin's scrutiny, could not restrain himself from retorting, suggesting that Stoudemire should focus on his own defensive shortcomings. This only served to further ignite Stoudemire's ire. He was taken aback that even Chandler dared to challenge him. Realizing that Odin was the root of the issue, he resolved to make a statement shortly. As Felton advanced the ball past half-court, Stoudemire positioned himself at the elbow, signaling for the ball. He was astute enough to recognize that engaging Odin in the low post would be unwise, so he opted to utilize his footwork to break through and execute a layup. Upon receiving the pass, he immediately began dribbling towards the basket. His playing style, while embodying the physique of a power forward, was more reminiscent of a small forward, characterized by nimble footwork and adept ball-handling skills. As Odin prepared to make his move, he dared not be negligent. He recalled the defensive techniques he had just learned, positioning himself according to the system's teachings. By observing the opponent's footwork and shoulders, and drawing from his previous defensive experiences, he discerned some insights. The adversary dribbled to the left, yet his footwork merely shifted slightly to the left, and the shoulder drop was insufficient, indicating a likely intention to break to the right. Odin also made a subtle shift to the left before swiftly moving to the right, positioning himself to prevent Stoudemire from penetrating the paint, while simultaneously applying pressure outward. With no option for a comfortable dribble, Stoudemire was compelled to use his right hand to dribble towards the baseline. Upon nearing the baseline, he turned, backing against Odin, and began to seek an opportunity to shoot. As Odin observed his opponent preparing to back him down, he ceased to lean against him with his chest. Instead, he placed one hand against his waist, beginning to sense the exertion of his force. Stoudemire pushed back slightly, realizing he could not generate sufficient power, and then decided to take a small step forward, pivoting to execute a jump shot. Odin sensed a shift in his center of gravity, leaning forward, prompting him to take a significant step ahead. Indeed, Stoudemire had intended to pivot for a jump shot. As he stepped forward, his hands were already raised. Just as Stoudemire completed his turn and hadn't yet leaped, he felt a large hand pressing down on the basketball he held. With no time to retract his motion, he executed a standing block against Odin. Fortunately, he hadn't jumped yet, and the ball remained in his grasp, so it was deemed a foul. After the block, he was flustered and hastily prepared to shoot again. However, given their proximity, coupled with Odin's height and wingspan advantage, along with his impressive leaping ability, Stoudemire found himself blocked once more as he attempted another shot. This time, the ball was sent flying away, landing in the hands of Gallinari on the perimeter. Witnessing Stoudemire being blocked twice in one possession by Odin, Barkley raised his eyebrows in delight, grinning widely as he praised Odin while provocatively glancing at Smith. Smith ignored him. After all, Odin was blocking the shot, not securing the rebound. Had Odin managed to grab 2 rebounds in that possession, it might have unsettled him. Matched against Gallinari was Dorell Wright, who was a good 10 centimeters shorter, leading the latter to unleash his offensive prowess. Yet this time, the shot was aimed at his own basket, and he suddenly felt like a mere pawn. Wright still exhibited precision, sinking a three-pointer and denying him any chance for a rebound. Next, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Noticing Wright's previous success, David Lee received the ball on the perimeter and swiftly passed it back to him. Wilson Chandler, reluctant to approach for a double team due to the previous play, felt compelled to advance and pressure Odin as he noticed the coach on the sidelines was about to erupt in frustration. Just as he hesitated, Odin had already completed his shot, although it didn't find the net. The basketball ricocheted off the rim and ascended into the air. As soon as Odin released the ball, he sensed that it might not find its mark, prompting him to immediately position himself for the rebound. He and Stoudemire leaped simultaneously beneath the basket, both vying for possession. Stoudemire had the superior positioning, yet Odin's physical attributes slightly favored him. Consequently, neither secured the rebound. Realizing his own position was less advantageous, Odin tipped the ball into the air, preparing for a second jump to contest for the rebound once more. At that moment, Wilson Chandler arrived alongside, also intent on joining the fray for the rebound, equipped with commendable physical prowess. Competing against two adversaries created a degree of pressure. But among the trio, his physicality was the most formidable. Ultimately, after elevating the basketball twice to a more favorable position, he successfully seized it. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly passed the ball to Curry, raising his elbow to facilitate the pass. Observing the motion of Odin's elbow, Chandler instinctively took a small step back, provoking another fierce glare from Stoudemire. Despite his annoyance, Chandler remained silent, internally chastising Stoudemire for merely glaring at him, pondering why he didn't reflect on his own actions. Although he hadn't retreated, wasn't his upper body also leaning back slightly? Did he think Chandler hadn't noticed, all while daring to glare at him? Chapter 34. The team's shooting struggles upon receiving the pass. Curry was momentarily shielded by David Lee, then attempted a three-pointer, which unfortunately failed to find the net. This time, Stoudemire, having learned from the previous play, maintained his position and refrained from jumping, thus preventing Odin from contesting the rebound, allowing it to fall into Chandler's hands. Chandler effortlessly snatched the rebound and handed the ball to Felton. As Felton advanced past half court, he subsequently passed the ball back to Stoudemire, who had taken to heart the lessons from his last attempt. This time, rather than solely seeking a drive, he executed two deft changes of direction, creating a modicum of space before opting for a mid-range jump shot. With a commendable level of accuracy, the basketball swished cleanly through the net. Before he could bask in the glory of his shot, Odin's taunts echoed back at him. "Hey, softy, dare to confront me like a man in the paint? Shooting from the perimeter is truly shameful. Are you planning to play like Deco in the future?" Stoudemire, incensed by the accusation of being a softy, nearly leaped to deliver a couple of punches. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to make Odin understand whether or not he truly was soft. Odin observed that his motivation had already taken effect, thus he refrained from further remarks. In the subsequent rounds, he found himself consistently besieged by the double team of Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler, rendering him incapable of executing an effective offense. Consequently, the Warriors' offensive efforts were increasingly relegated to the perimeter. However, the entire team struggled with their shooting touch today. Nearly 5 minutes into the first quarter, they had managed to score a mere 8 points, reflecting an exceptionally low shooting percentage. However, this turned out to be beneficial, as it created numerous opportunities for securing rebounds. Due to his poor shooting performance, David Lee ventured into the paint to assist Odin in reclaiming the boards. With David Lee's involvement, the task of securing rebounds became considerably easier. Although Stoudemire faced significant restrictions today, Gallinari's shooting touch was remarkable. Nearly 5 minutes into the first quarter, he had already netted 6 points from 2 successful three-point attempts out of 3, with David Lee contributing to both offensive and defensive efforts in the paint. Odin was finally able to focus on his own offensive plays. However, after nearly 5 minutes of battling under the basket with Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler, Odin began to feel fatigued. In the subsequent 3 minutes, he attempted for skyhook shots, successfully making only 2. As the first quarter reached the 8-minute mark, Coach Smart adhered to the usual rotation and substituted them out for the bench players. By the end of the first quarter, the Warriors trailed the Knicks by 7 points, with a score of 20-27, primarily due to the Warriors' excessive missed shots. Upon being substituted, Odin immediately downed 2 bottles of water to regain his composure, as contending for rebounds had proven exhausting. After a brief respite on the bench, he returned to the court 4 minutes into the second quarter. Noticing his return, the Knicks coach also brought Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler back into the game. However, during his time resting, the coach specifically instructed David Lee to focus on dominating the paint for the remainder of the game. Thus, upon his return, David Lee joined Odin to face Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler. This adjustment allowed Odin to play more comfortably, free from Wilson Chandler's double team. Although he struggled to guard Stoudemire's jump shot, he too could not defend against Odin's skyhook. Both players found success, yet with David Lee's assistance in rebounding, Stoudemire became significantly less effective. Offensively in the paint, both teams managed to break even. Thus, the outcome of the game hinged on perimeter scoring. Unfortunately for the Warriors, their shooting was notably poor today, while Gallinari's performance for the Knicks was exceptional. He concluded the first half with 5 3-pointers from 7 attempts. Consequently, this led to an increased deficit as the half ended, with the score standing at 43-54, the Knicks leading by 11 points. Despite trailing in points, the Warriors had actually out-rebounded the Knicks by 6, thanks to Odin's efforts, who had accumulated 10 rebounds by halftime. As for the score deficit, they could only blame bad luck and poor shooting. As they returned to the locker room for halftime, Barkley, in the broadcast booth, began to revel in the misfortune of Kenny Smith, suggesting he prepare to kiss a donkey's rear during the next live broadcast. The Warriors' strategy was sound. So during the intermission, the coach refrained from altering their game plan, opting instead to offer simple encouragement to the players. The sentiment remained, the season is long, and the team could not expect to win every game, as losses would inevitably occur for various reasons. Thus, there was no need for undue anxiety. As the second half commenced, the Warriors' shooting improved slightly. Right at the start of the third quarter, Curry and Dorell Wright each sank a three-pointer. However, the Knicks maintained their hot shooting as Stoudemire made 2 consecutive mid-range shots, and Felton added another 3, preventing any narrowing of the score. When both team starters were substituted out, the score stood at 62-73, with the Warriors still trailing by 11 points. By the end of the third quarter, the bench's lackluster performance had resulted in a score of 67-82, widening the gap to 15 points. Now in November, it remained uncertain whether the team had any plans for reinforcements, as the current bench depth was alarmingly inadequate. Each time the substitutes entered, they struggled against the opposing bench, leading to the belief that acquiring 2 solid bench players would significantly improve their performance. By the conclusion of the third quarter, Odin had secured 14 rebounds, while Stoudemire managed a meager 5. 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Warriors deployed all their starters, realizing the necessity of this decision as the deficit had ballooned to 19 points. They aimed to recover some points and, should the gap remain above 15, they would consider conceding the game. After 4 additional minutes of play without reducing the deficit, the Warriors coach sensed the inevitability of defeat and prepared to replace all the starters, conceding the match. This was partly due to Odin having invested all his energy in offensive plays, resulting in only 1 rebound during that span. Chapter 35, On-Court Conflict. This development distressed Barkley, who had wagered with Smith that Odin would secure at least 15 rebounds for him to win. With Odin currently sitting at 15, it would result in a tie, neither winning. Yet, Barkley sought victory, especially after the embarrassment from the last incident that had elicited laughter at his expense for so long. Should he win this bet, it would afford him the opportunity to see Kenny Smith kiss a donkey's rear, ensuring that his own moment of embarrassment would be overshadowed in the future. It seemed as if Odin had heard his prayers, for just as he was about to leave the court, he seized another rebound. This left Kenny Smith in an awkward position, while Barkley, with his characteristic exuberance, could not help but extol Odin, likening him to himself in his prime, a true man. Odin had initially not intended to grab that last rebound, given the circumstances of the match, which appeared to be unwinnable. Moreover, other key players on his team had begun to exit the game, and he too was waiting for a stoppage in play to leave. However, Stoudemire, with his caustic remarks, provoked him, suggesting he should retire gracefully, given his prematurely aged appearance. This remark ignited Odin's fury. While one could question his skills, attacking his looks was entirely unacceptable. Seizing the opportunity before his departure, he deftly snatched a front-court rebound from Stoudemire's back. With a powerful leap, he executed a thunderous dunk over Stoudemire, sending him tumbling out of bounds due to the force of the play. Upon landing, Odin cast a disdainful glance at him before making his exit. Stoudemire, momentarily stunned by the dunk and then confronted by Odin's contemptuous gaze, was consumed by rage. With fury boiling within him, he rose and charged at Odin, eager to unleash the might of his fists. Just then, Odin heard the alarmed shouts from his teammates and quickly turned around. Fortunately, he had already distanced himself enough for the players to react. Jackson, quick to respond, rushed to embrace Stoudemire, preventing him from advancing further. Odin turned around, intending to deliver a couple of punches, but before he could advance, Jackson had already brought him down. Odin observed his intention to strike Stoudemire once more and hurriedly intervened to prevent him from doing so. He dared not escalate the situation further. After all, The Warriors bench players this season were lacking in capability, and he was among the more competent of the group. Should he incur a few more games of suspension, the challenges ahead would multiply. After soothing him for a considerable while, Odin finally managed to pacify him. Fortunately, no punches were thrown. The earlier incident where he had taken Stoudemire down appeared to be an accident, as he had merely been restraining Stoudemire from approaching, resulting in their unintentional tumble. It was reasonable to expect that he would not face excessive penalties. However, the fate of Stoudemire remained uncertain. He had already been escorted out by the referees, and any subsequent consequences would depend on the league's discretion. Nevertheless, given that a brawl had been averted, the sanctions were likely to be lenient. Regarding Jackson, after reviewing the footage, the referees merely issued him a verbal warning, with no further repercussions. Although he and Stoudemire had not engaged in a genuine altercation, a rift had undeniably been established, ensuring that future encounters would not be as amicable. Upon returning to the bench, he was met with a barrage of taunts from nearby spectators. Ignoring them, he focused on the ongoing game, awaiting its conclusion. A glance at the system revealed that no records had been broken, and victory seemed unattainable, likely resulting in just 2 energy points for the day. He checked the Veil of Shadows skill, which indicated a progress of 3,100, suggesting he had successfully blocked 3 shots, a satisfactory achievement. Ultimately, the Warriors suffered a defeat, concluding the match at 89-111, and predictably, he garnered 2 contribution points. The pursuit of victory must intensify, otherwise, the accumulation of contribution points would progress at an agonizingly slow pace. With a back-to-back game against the Bulls tomorrow and the considerable distance from New York to Chicago, the team hurried to the airport immediately after the game, boarding a flight to Chicago. Their arrival was close to 1 a.m. Upon reaching the hotel, they quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, with no training scheduled, he slept in until after 10 a.m. and had a light meal. After remaining in his room until 1 p.m., he had a simple bite to eat before heading to the temporary training facility arranged by the team. There, they briefly practiced tactics for the upcoming matchup against the Bulls, arriving at the Bulls' home arena by 5 p.m. Due to the tight schedule, the team members were not in the best of spirits, having just played a game the previous night and feeling the toll of fatigue. Facing the Bulls today posed a significant challenge. At 7 p.m., the game commenced punctually, with the Bulls starting lineup featuring Deng, Rose, Noah, Gibson, and Gibson. As the game began, Noah approached the center circle to leap against Odin for the tip-off. Unfortunately, due to his subpar state, he failed to outjump Noah, who subsequently directed the ball to Rose. With the ball in hand, Rose surged forward without hesitation, maneuvering past defenders and executing a spectacular two-handed dunk. The visual spectacle electrified the crowd, prompting them to rise in unison, chanting MVP, instantly placing pressure on the Warriors players. Currently, the Warriors found themselves ill-equipped to contend with such adept penetrators, lacking anyone capable of effective defense. Whether it was Curry or the bench player Mills, defensive efforts against such opponents were dismal. Relying heavily on Odin's interior support for any semblance of containment, Odin's defensive prowess predominantly stemmed from his physical attributes, while his technical skills remained rather rudimentary. Fortunately, his physicality was exceptional, allowing him to manage most situations adequately. However, as the playoffs approached, the challenges would intensify. Teams that reached the postseason would undoubtedly be formidable, with no shortage of players skilled in penetration. At this juncture, aside from seeking trades to enhance the roster, the only recourse was to diligently improve his defensive techniques. Fortunately, the system had facilitated learning defensive skills this time. Once he mastered the Veil of Shadows, his defensive abilities would likely improve significantly, granting him a greater sense of confidence when faced with such adept penetrators. Turning back to the Warriors' offensive play, Curry dribbled past half-court, initially seeking to feed the ball into the post, as Odin remained the most reliable scoring option for the Warriors. After obtaining the ball, Odin faced Noah in a one-on-one defense, while the other Warriors players spread out, allowing Odin to engage in a solo confrontation with Noah. The Bulls, seemingly unacquainted with Odin's performance this season, had not thoroughly analyzed his game footage and were unaware of his current condition, thus opting for Noah to guard Odin individually. In Chapter 36, Odin's dunk over Noah showcased his remarkable physical prowess. It took 3 powerful moves from Odin before he maneuvered near the basket. This may also be attributed to Odin's recent string of games, which had likely left him somewhat fatigued. Upon reaching the rim, he forwent any finesse shots, instead delivering another forceful shove, pushing Noah back 2 steps before rising up for a two-handed slam dunk, serving as a response to Rose's earlier dunk. The moment Odin executed this dunk, the previously restless crowd fell into a hushed awe, while the Warriors bench erupted in a display of enthusiasm, waving towels in celebration. A dunk of such magnitude undeniably elevates a team's morale. Although Odin's execution lacked the elegance of Rose's, its visual impact was undeniably more striking, promising a spot among the day's top 5 plays. Moreover, Odin's dunk bore a resemblance to the style of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, igniting excitement among the journalists in attendance. While such a dunk might be commonplace for others, Odin's draft comparison had always been a fusion of O'Neal and Bill Russell. With this latest display, the reporters found themselves with ample material to write about, especially given the current season's unfolding narrative. Odin's statistics bear a striking resemblance to those of Shaquille O'Neal at the peak of his career. Therefore, after capturing the moment of Odin's thunderous dunk over Noah, the journalists were already envisioning the headlines for tomorrow's news. Phrases like "the Emperor descends upon the United Center" and "Odin the Great exchanges talent" were undoubtedly on the agenda, poised to ignite a fervor. Inspired by Odin's dunk, the performance of several other Warriors players improved slightly, leading to a more vigorous defensive effort in the ensuing match. In the next play, Rose once again seized the ball and drove forward. After maneuvering past Curry, Williams diligently positioned himself on the wing to provide support, momentarily stalling Rose's advance. By the time Rose reached the paint, his speed had significantly diminished, allowing Odin to step up for a defensive challenge. With his pace reduced, relying solely on footwork to surpass Odin proved quite challenging. As the spaces for a breakthrough dwindled, Curry quickly closed in as well. Consequently, Rose opted to pass the ball to Noah. Upon receiving the ball, Noah, already positioned near the rim, intended to execute a dunk. However, he did not anticipate Odin's swift reflexes. At the moment Noah leaped, Odin had already reacted, pivoting to his side in preparation for a block. With no option to pass now that he was airborne, Noah had no choice but to forcefully attempt to dunk the ball towards the basket. Although Odin was not adequately prepared, he still managed to place one hand on the basketball while subtly pushing Noah at the waist with his other hand. He also nudged Noah's knee with his own, disrupting his power. As a result of not fully exerting himself, Noah was ultimately blocked by Odin. The ball was not swatted away, as Noah maintained his grip, leading the referee to call for a jump ball once they both landed. In the foul circle, the referee tossed the ball into the air, and this time, he was well prepared, leaping noticeably higher than Noah and directing the ball into Curry's hands. Curry intended to initiate a fast break, but was halted by Rose, compelling him to engage in a half-court offensive strategy. Dribbling past the half-court line, Curry passed the ball once more to Odin, who had established position in the paint. To conserve energy, Curry dribbled sideways from the right side of the basket, and upon reaching the front of the rim, he executed a skyhook, successfully sinking the ball into the hoop. As the Bulls resumed their offense, Rose, after surpassing Curry, once again faced Odin. However, this time he opted not to pass to Noah, but instead directed the ball to Gibson, who, without hesitation, took a mid-range shot and scored. The Bulls had several players capable of concluding offensive plays, and with Rose's ability to penetrate and distribute, they often disrupted the opposing defense, making them challenging to guard. After Rose disorganized the defense, scoring opportunities became relatively straightforward. After 2 more possessions, Odin sensed his stamina waning swiftly and began to actively set screens for David Lee, allowing him to attack inside. However, David Lee's energy was also dwindling. After scoring 2 baskets, he was visibly fatigued and drenched in sweat. Noticing their diminished condition, Coach Smart had no choice but to keep Durrell on the court while substituting the others out when the first quarter reached the 7-minute mark. When they left the court, the score stood at 18-16, with them leading by 2 points, but by the end of the first quarter, the score had shifted to 29-23, with them trailing by 6 points. Observing their exhaustion, the coach waited until 5 minutes into the second quarter to reintroduce all the starters. While on the bench, they felt that their stamina was insufficient to sustain both defensive and offensive duties, especially since they had already accumulated 8 points in the first quarter. Noah alone could not contain him, so in the second quarter, if he continued to attack, the Bulls would undoubtedly double-team him. Thus, after consulting with the coach, he decided to focus on defense for the remainder of the game, leaving the offensive responsibilities to others. The head coach considered the request and acquiesced, understanding it was a necessary measure, especially given the limited number of capable players available. He was inclined to grant them a rest. In the second quarter, Odin devoted more energy to defense. When he received the ball and aimed to attack, Gibson or Deng promptly converged to double-team him, thwarting his ability to score easily. Although he could find ways to make baskets, it would significantly deplete his energy. Under normal circumstances, this would not be an issue, but given his current state, he opted to pass the ball out when faced with double teams. By concentrating primarily on defense, he managed to achieve 3 blocks in just the second quarter, 1 on Noah and 2 on Gibson, while also securing 5 rebounds. The Warriors' outside shooting remained effective, preventing the score from widening further. At halftime, the Bulls led the Warriors by 8 points, 59-51. Compared to the first quarter, he fared slightly better in the second, feeling less exhausted, but his teammates were not as fortunate. Particularly, David Lee, who had a decent shooting touch in the second quarter, bore the brunt of the offensive load, leading to his own fatigue due to the Bulls' solid defensive efforts. After the halftime break, conditions improved slightly. But within just over 4 minutes, facing Rose's drive, Curry found himself utterly unable to cope. Reluctantly, he substituted Mills in for Curry, who had been struggling as a reserve and thus had more energy. While Mills could not effectively contain Rose either, his presence was somewhat more impactful than Curry's, albeit still limited. With Curry's absence, Odin faced increased scrutiny during rebounding situations. Additionally, due to Rose's penetrative style, Odin frequently had to step up for help defense, inevitably increasing his foul count. By the end of the third quarter, Odin found himself entangled in foul troubles, having accumulated his 5th foul of the game. However, he did not leave empty-handed. By focusing on defense, he again managed to achieve 2 blocks in the third quarter, bringing his total to 6. Thanks to his defensive efforts, the Bulls were unable to significantly widen the score gap, and by the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 76-65, with an 11-point difference. Although the gap was not insurmountable, winning the game had become nearly impossible. All starters, with the exception of Durrell, were struggling with fatigue, and Odin's 5 fouls would undoubtedly affect his defensive performance moving forward. Indeed, after a brief intermission of 5 minutes in the fourth quarter, both teams deployed their full roster. The Bulls immediately resumed their aggressive assault on the Warriors' interior, acutely aware that if they could subdue Odin, the outcome of the match would be beyond doubt. Ultimately, mere moments after entering the fourth quarter, Odin found himself overwhelmed by the defensive pressure. Following yet another incursion by the Bulls, an impatient Odin first swatted away Rose's layup. And subsequently, as Gibson secured a rebound and readied himself for a dunk, Odin once again rejected Gibson's attempt. However, during Rose's second layup, a misjudgment led him to inadvertently strike Rose's arm, resulting in his 6th foul and ejection from the game. After retreating to the locker room, he watched the remainder of the match on television. Following his departure, Warriors head coach Smart sensed the futility of a comeback and substituted out the starters. In the end, the Warriors succumbed to the Bulls with a score of 94-102. Odin, having devoted the majority of his energy to defense, recorded only 13 points and 9 rebounds, but remarkably achieved 7 blocks, thereby setting a new personal record for blocks in a single game. Although the team faced defeat, he still managed to gain 6 energy points. Had they played under normal circumstances, they would have had a reasonable chance of winning. However, the toll of consecutive away games had drained their stamina, ultimately leading to their loss. It is evident that they must enhance their conditioning to avoid future fatigue during grueling schedules. Following the match against the Bulls, their next encounter with the Bucks was set to commence the following evening. With ample time for recovery, the team rested another night in Chicago. The next morning, they departed by bus at 10 a.m., arriving in Milwaukee by noon due to the proximity of the two cities. To aid the players' recuperation, Smart did not schedule any practice that afternoon. Instead, he instructed them to remain at the hotel for a restful afternoon. Boredom soon set in, prompting Odin, Curry, and David Lee to engage in a game of poker in their room. They played a variant of the game known as Do Diju, which Odin had previously taught Curry and Lee. Since then, he often found himself drawn into games with the two, who were both inexperienced yet enthusiastic players. Each time, they ended up plastered with losing stickers, yet they grew increasingly emboldened, eager to turn the tables on Odin. Remarkably, other team members also began to enjoy Do Diju, fostering a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere within the squad. Earlier in the summer, the Warriors had traded away nearly 10 players, leaving most of the team as newcomers unfamiliar with one another. The camaraderie cultivated through Do Diju proved more effective than nights out at clubs in facilitating communication among the players, which was quite extraordinary. After a day of rest, the fatigue had vanished by the following morning. During practice, The players were invigorated, preparing tactics for their matchup against the Bucks. Upon learning that he would be facing Bogut that evening, Odin's enthusiasm soared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. After all, this was Bogut. The mere sentiment that all injuries should befall him illustrated the fans' disdain for the player. After a morning of training, the team could not fathom why Odin was particularly animated that day. By late afternoon, they arrived at the Bucks arena, donned their uniforms, and began their warm-ups. Odin couldn't help but steal glances at Bogut as the game drew nearer. As the clock struck 7 and the match commenced, the Bucks starting lineup featured Jennings, Gooden, Bogut, Mahmoud, and John Salmons. At the tip-off, Odin and Bogut approached the center circle, where Bogut unmistakably sensed Odin's hostility. Puzzled by Odin's demeanor, Bogut wondered what had transpired. Their previous encounters during Odin's time with the Trailblazers had not been marked by such animosity, and he could not recall having wronged Odin in any way. Unable to clarify his thoughts, he decided to relinquish them entirely, resolved to focus solely on completing the game regardless of the circumstances. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and Odin sprang into action, triumphantly securing the tip-off and directing the ball into Curry's hands. He then proactively sprinted towards the basket, positioning himself perfectly as Curry's pass arrived. It was evident that he had assumed the role of the leader of the Warriors. In nearly every initial offensive play, the ball found its way into his grasp, for his scoring efficiency now surpassed that of his teammates. Everyone spread out, entrusting the paint to Odin and Bogut. Although Bogut was also a first overall pick, his athletic prowess paled in comparison to that of Odin. Upon receiving the ball, Odin exhibited no intention of employing delicate hook shots or sky hooks. Instead, he resolutely backed his way towards the basket. After a couple of forceful nudges, he managed to push Bogut back a couple of steps. Then, with a subtle yet decisive motion, he raised his elbow and delivered a powerful strike to Bogut's chest, subsequently making an effortless layup. As the basketball swished through the net, he turned away and walked off without a glance back at Bogut, who was left nursing the unexpected blow, rubbing his chest as he hastily retreated to the front court. Chapter 38. A resounding blow to Bogut. The Bucks commenced their offensive, and having just suffered a setback, Bogut was eager for retribution. He endeavored to establish his position in the paint while muttering low curses directed at Odin, expressing sentiments akin to "you'll regret this. Just wait." Odin, however, regarded him with disdain, remaining silent, fully aware that words were futile. Action on the court would speak volumes instead. Seeing Bogut secure his position, Jennings hesitated momentarily before passing him the ball, even though the initial play was typically his to execute. Considering Bogut's current state and the recent confrontation with Odin, it was only fitting to allow Bogut an opportunity to retaliate. Thus, he passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Bogut steadied himself, having felt Odin's relentless pressure from behind, which had prevented him from comfortably securing possession. Although their heights and weights were comparable, Bogut could sense that Odin's strength surpassed his own, leaving him slightly unbalanced. Once he regained his footing, Bogut began to initiate his offensive maneuver. Upon receiving the ball, Odin ceased his physical confrontations and shifted his focus entirely to defense. During yesterday's respite, he meticulously simulated every aspect of his formidable skill, Shroud of the Sky, within the confines of his mind. Moreover, in the preceding 2 matches, he had already achieved a remarkable tally of 10 blocks, indicating that he had attained a proficiency level of 110 in this skill. While this ability might yield limited effects against guards and most forwards, it could prove advantageous against centers, given his height, wingspan, and athleticism. Coupled with the psychological edge he felt when facing Bogut, akin to the comfort a compatriot feels in a foreign land, he approached Bogut's offensive maneuvers with unwavering confidence, vowing to restrict Bogut's scoring to a mere 10 points. After establishing his footing, Bogut, much like Odin, attempted to back him down twice, only to find himself unable to budge him. Subsequently, he intended to pivot and attack the basket. However, after executing several feints, he found himself unable to shake Odin, which led to a growing sense of urgency. Passing the ball was out of the question. Relinquishing possession at that moment would be a source of embarrassment, likely inviting ridicule from teammates. Thus, he resolved to devise a method to complete his shot. As for whether it would find its mark, he decided to take the risk. After all, it was preferable to hesitate entirely. Summoning his resolve, he leaned back once more, gathered the ball, spun around, retreated slightly, and released the shot. Odin had long anticipated this maneuver. As soon as his opponent pivoted and retreated, Odin swiftly advanced. The moment the ball was raised above his head, Before he could even release the shot, Odin thwarted him with a decisive block. The ball, struck with considerable force, rebounded harshly against his face, resulting in a gushing flow of blood from his nose. The sharp sting of the impact overwhelmed him, compelling him to bow his head and clutch his nose, while tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, rendering him utterly disheveled. As soon as Odin picked up the basketball from the ground, the referee blew the whistle to call for a timeout. There was blood on the court, necessitating a brief pause in the game. Bogut had merely sustained a nosebleed, which was not of great concern, and after a quick treatment on the sidelines, he returned to the game. However, it was now the Warriors' turn to attack. Once again, Curry passed the ball to Odin, and given Odin's effectiveness in one-on-one situations, it was only logical for him to take on this role more frequently. Upon receiving the ball, Odin found himself once more granted ample space by his teammates, allowing him to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Bogut. Sensing the impending defense, he eschewed any subterfuge and opted for a direct approach, unleashing his signature skyhook and effortlessly guiding the ball through the hoop. Subsequently, it was the Bucks' turn to mount an offensive. This time, Jennings refrained from passing the ball to Bogut, as it was glaringly apparent that Bogut had no viable options against Odin's staunch defense. After maneuvering for a moment and observing the lack of opportunities for his teammates, Jennings resolved to initiate his own drive, successfully penetrating past Curry. As Odin approached to bolster the defense, the standard protocol dictates that, should one fail to create a shot or find an opportunity, a defender would typically pass the ball away. However, Jennings proved to be anything but ordinary. He audaciously launched a shot right over Odin, who, momentarily caught off guard, merely raised his hand in an attempt to disrupt the shot. To everyone's astonishment, the basketball swished through the net. Indeed, as the coach had warned, Jennings' choice of shot was exceedingly ill-advised, and he would do well to heed this lesson in the future. When it was the Warriors' turn to attack, they resorted to the same strategy as before, with Odin employing his signature skyhook to score yet again. Bogut's expression darkened. He clearly felt targeted, and he was perplexed as to how he had offended Odin. He resolved to discuss this with the coach, realizing he could not contain Odin on his own. As he sprinted back, he cast a glance toward the coach, who seemed to grasp his unspoken concerns. In the subsequent play, as Odin called for the ball to initiate another attack, Odin finally stepped up to join Bogut in double-teaming Odin. Under the pressure of the double team, Odin opted to pass the ball to David Lee, who was tasked with orchestrating the offense. Presently, Lee's role was akin to that of a future Draymond Green, with one notable distinction. Lee posed almost no threat from beyond the arc. In contrast, Green would at least command some degree of respect from defenders due to his three-point shooting ability. As the situation unfolded, David Lee found himself at the top of the arc, with the Bucks inexplicably neglecting to defend him. With no other options available, he was compelled to take a few steps forward, positioning himself near the free-throw line, well within his shooting range. At this juncture, Gooden had no choice but to abandon the double team on Odin and shift his focus to contesting Lee's shot. Upon noticing Gooden's approach, Lee swiftly passed the ball back to Odin, who received it and prepared to shoot. Bogut, fully aware that he could not defend against Odin, resorted to an outright foul. Yanking Odin down. Caught off guard, Odin nearly lost his balance, but fortunately, Gooden, who was returning to assist, steadied him. Once he regained his footing, Odin observed Bogut raising his hands in a gesture of innocence, attempting to convey to the referee that his actions were merely a standard foul, devoid of any malicious intent. His expression bore no remorse, and as Odin cast a glance in his direction, he even feigned a nonchalant smile. Chapter 39. Odin's wrath unleashed. This incident had thoroughly enraged Odin, who had initially intended only to assert his dominance over Bogut. He was taken aback by Bogut's audacity to provoke him further. Clearly, this player was oblivious to the consequences of his actions. With a fierce glare directed at Bogut, Odin muttered a few choice insults before stepping forward to deliver a menacing warning. "Prepare to face your demise, you scoundrel." He then approached the free-throw line, preparing to take his shots. With both attempts successfully made, he felt fortunate that his free-throw attribute had reached a commendable 75 points. Otherwise, with his previous score hovering around the 50s, he would undoubtedly have missed at least one, which would have been rather disappointing. In the subsequent rounds, wary of Odin's potential retaliation, Bogut refrained from actively seeking offensive opportunities. However, even in his reluctance to initiate attacks, Odin did not relent. Although he had ceased his offensive maneuvers, he remained relentless in his pursuit of rebounds. Inevitably, this led to some physical confrontations with Odin, who, Having grown up navigating various street courts, was adept at employing subtle tactics to maintain an advantage. Odin's athletic prowess significantly surpasses that of Bogut, particularly evident in their rebounding duels where Odin rarely allowed Bogut to secure any boards. By the 8-minute mark of the first quarter, both teams had substituted all their starters, and Bogut concluded the period with a mere 0 points and 2 rebounds. In stark contrast, Odin amassed 7 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks, both of which were against Bogut. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at a deadlock of 25-25, with everyone faring well except for Bogut, who was left despondently weeping in the restroom. As the second quarter approached the 4-minute mark, the starters re-entered the fray. The Bucks coach intended to have Odin switch onto Bogut defensively. However, Odin seemed resolute in his pursuit of Bogut, attacking him relentlessly both offensively and defensively. Whenever Bogut attempted to guard him, Odin would engage in a two-man game with David Lee, seamlessly switching positions and continuing to challenge Bogut. On the defensive end, Odin relentlessly targeted Bogut, leaving him unable to mount any offensive threat, effectively dominating both ends of the court. As the first half drew to a close, Bogut managed to score a mere 2 points and collect 4 rebounds, alongside 2 turnovers. Meanwhile, Odin showcased a stellar performance with 12 points, 11 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 1 steal, thoroughly overshadowing Bogut's contributions. Nevertheless, the score remained tightly contested at 54-52, with the Warriors holding a narrow 2-point advantage. Despite Jennings' susceptibility on defense and questionable shot selection, he exhibited remarkable shooting accuracy, making 8 of 11 attempts for a total of 20 points in the half. During halftime, the coach emphasized the need for defensive adjustments against Jennings, particularly highlighting the importance of Williams' help defense and Odin's supplementary support. The coach notably pointed out Odin's insufficient coverage on Jennings during the first half, urging him to broaden his defensive focus beyond solely concentrating on Bogut. After the Warriors' discussion, it was the Bucks' turn. Upon returning to the locker room, the Bucks coach unleashed his fury upon Bogut. What kind of disgraceful performance is this? 2 points and 4 rebounds? Are you on the court in a daze? If you don't want to play, then stay on the bench in the second half. The halftime intermission lasted a total of 15 minutes, during which Bogut was vociferously criticized for nearly 5 minutes. Subsequently, another 5 minutes were devoted to comforting and encouraging him, bolstering his spirits. At last, just before the commencement of the second half, Bogut was sufficiently re-energized, resolved to redeem himself and determined to outshine Odin. He continuously motivated himself with affirmations. Bogut, you are the best. You are exceptional. Employing a strategy of mental fortitude, he endeavored to conquer the fears that plagued him. However, upon re-entering the court, the very first play orchestrated by the Warriors involved Odin facing Bogut once again, and Odin effortlessly dominated him once more. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Bogut fell prey to a mere shoulder fake from Odin, which shifted his balance. Following this, Odin executed a simple turnaround hook shot, successfully completing the offensive play. After scoring, he deliberately flaunted his hands in front of Bogut, further inciting his ire. Infuriated, Bogut felt an urge to retaliate, silently vowing to assert himself in the next exchange. Casting a fierce glare at Odin, he left a parting remark, "You think you're tough? Let us settle this after school," before sprinting to the front court, ready to receive the ball. As Jennings dribbled past the halfway line, Bogut had already begun calling for him to pass the ball inside. Odin deliberately positioned himself to assist Bogut in receiving the ball, intending to let him have it first. After playing half a game, he had nearly comprehended Bogut's capabilities. He realized that if Bogut wished to score, it would have to be from the perimeter. Attempting to penetrate the interior would drastically reduce his chances of success. Thus, Odin intentionally allowed Bogut to take possession, planning to impart some valuable lessons to dissuade him from harboring unrealistic aspirations. Once Bogut had the ball, Odin immediately ramped up his defensive intensity, pushing him away from the basket. As Bogut attempted to turn and shield Odin behind him, Odin unexpectedly wedged his leg between Bogut's, thwarting his movement. With no other option, Bogut was forced to pivot back, realizing that attacking the rim was futile. He resorted to his less proficient mid-range shot to conclude the offensive play. After turning to face the basket, he prepared to take a jump shot. However, just as he pivoted and readied himself to shoot, Odin swiftly intercepted the ball before he could even lift it. In a flurry, Bogut regained possession, attempting another jump shot. But by then, Odin was well prepared defensively. The hasty shot came at a cost. As soon as Bogut released the ball, Odin blocked it decisively. Thanks to his thorough preparation, Odin caught the ball midair, grasping it firmly in his hands. After passing it to Curry, he began sprinting towards the front court, casually remarking to Bogut as he passed, "Is that all you've got?" The fierce back and forth had already stripped Bogut of the scant courage he had mustered, and now he was audaciously attempting to utter more trash talk, an act tantamount to striking at the very heart. Observing the unfolding predicament, the Bucks head coach hastily began shouting from the sidelines, urging Qianjun to apply double coverage, while Bogut was on the verge of being utterly overwhelmed by Odin's relentless assault. Initially, there were intentions to have Bogut continue battling it out, even if it meant merely exhausting Odin's stamina, but to everyone's astonishment, after just one round in the second half, Bogut was utterly shattered by Odin's prowess. However, Odin was not the primary offensive weapon for the Warriors. Once Qianjun was tasked with double-teaming him, there would be no one to defend David Lee. On this day, Lee had already tallied 22 points, and given the momentum, reaching 30 points seemed entirely feasible. Yet, if Qianjun were not to engage Odin in a double team, given Bogut's current state, once the Warriors passed the ball to Odin, it was almost a guaranteed score. In truth, there was a strong desire to substitute Bogut, but alas, the team lacked anyone capable of guarding Odin. Bogut was the best option available to match up against him, and thus, through gritted teeth, the decision was made to keep Bogut on the court. Simultaneously, the offensive strategy was adjusted to minimize Bogut's scoring attempts, should Odin block him a couple more times. It was feared he might require a psychologist by the end of the game. Due to Bogut's withdrawal from offensive plays in the third quarter, he found himself with fewer opportunities to block shots, managing only one block at the onset of the quarter. Nevertheless, since the coach had instructed him to focus on providing help defense against Jennings, whose shot selection was rather poor, Odin surprisingly managed to block Bogut 3 times during that quarter. Including the initial block from the first half, Bogut had now amassed a remarkable total of 9 blocks in the game. With his scoring and rebounding figures both in double digits, he was tantalizingly close to achieving his first career triple-double with just one more block needed. Fortunately, the Bucks bench players were performing admirably, preventing the Warriors from extending their lead. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Warriors led the Bucks by a mere 5 points, 76-71. The fatigue was beginning to take its toll, with both Curry and David Lee showing signs of exhaustion, prompting an early substitution of the starters. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams deployed their bench players until the 4-minute mark, when the Bucks head coach, unable to contain himself, brought the starters back into the game. With a 7-point deficit looming, the Warriors did not rush to reintroduce their starters. After a few more possessions, once the gap narrowed to 3 points, the Warriors finally sent all their main players back onto the court. In those brief moments, Bogut managed to score 4 points, reigniting a sense of capability within him. Earlier, when Odin had been substituted out in the third quarter, Bogut had noticed a slight dip in Odin's stamina and resolved to capitalize on this opportunity upon Odin's return. As Odin re-entered the game, Bogut received the ball, and with Odin closing in, he deliberately opted for a back-to-the-basket move, intending to shove Odin aside for a shot. Unbeknownst to him, Odin's earlier performance had been a ruse, designed to bait Bogut into an offensive maneuver so he could subsequently block him. As expected, Bogut fell for the trap. When he leaned back, Odin cleverly retreated a step. Just as Bogut turned to attempt a layup, Odin leapt up, blocking Bogut's shot and marking his 10th block of the game, thereby securing his first career triple-double. At this moment, realization dawned upon Bogut. He had been outsmarted. Not only had he failed to score, but he also felt humiliated by Odin's cunning play, which treated him as if he were a fool, with his patience wearing thin. He vowed that given the opportunity, he would make Odin pay, as resentment had overtaken his fear. In the ensuing minutes, he relentlessly sought an opportunity. Aware that the score was steadily widening and that time was running out, the Warriors coach might soon opt to pull the starters, leaving Bogut with limited time to act. Finally, as Odin prepared for another offensive play, Bogut discerned his chance. While Bogut maintained his defensive posture against Odin, the latter, having exerted himself throughout the evening, was running low on energy for double coverage. With the score gap widening and time dwindling, David Lee had scored 4 points through shooting in those 2 possessions, showcasing his fiery touch, leaving Odin with little energy to continue his defensive efforts. After receiving the ball, Odin recognized a rare opportunity for a one-on-one play in this match and, without hesitation, decided to proceed with a standard offensive move. Initially, he backed down against Bogut, pushing him towards the basket. Once he had Bogut pinned beneath the hoop, he turned to take a skyhook shot. However, upon noticing the twisted expression on Bogut's face, A sudden thought crossed his mind. He realized that the unpleasant adversary intended to trip him. Consequently, he quickly adjusted his stance, preparing to land on the other foot while leaning his upper body towards Bogut as he released the ball. In the moment of landing, he feigned a sudden trip, collapsing onto Bogut and inadvertently knocking him to the ground. As he fell, he discreetly raised his elbow, striking Bogut in the chest with a force that likely fractured at least 2 of his ribs. After both players hit the floor, neither immediately rose. One clutched his chest while the other held his ankle. It was evident that Bogut was in far greater agony. Odin, after assessing his ankle, stood up and moved about, concluding that he was unscathed. However, when Bogut attempted to stand, he felt a sharp pain in his ribcage and hastily called for a timeout, collapsing back onto the floor. Drenched in sweat, whether from pain or exhaustion was uncertain. The Bucks medical team rushed onto the court to assess Bogut, ultimately assisting him off the floor, while Odin was firmly seated on the bench by his coach, who had been alarmed when Odin fell, recalling his previous injury history. The prospect of Odin being sidelined again was a cause for concern. Fortunately, Odin managed to rise, albeit startling the head coach momentarily. With the game seemingly secure, Odin was substituted out, and the coach repeatedly inquired about any discomfort he might feel. After a preliminary examination by the team doctor confirmed his well-being, the coach finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 41. The first triple-double of his career. It is essential to recognize that Odin is currently the cornerstone of the Warriors' success. Any injury preventing him from playing would significantly impact the team's performance. Moreover, Odin's previous 3 years were marred by injuries, limiting his court time. Thus, the coach's anxiety upon witnessing the risk of injury was understandable. The game concluded with the Warriors triumphing 105-96, and Odin achieved his first career triple-double with 18 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 blocks. Post-game, knowing he typically avoids press conferences, a throng of reporters gathered to pose their questions before he could return to the locker room. They inquired about his feelings regarding the triple-double and expressed concern over his health. After each had answered 1 or 2 questions, the session came to a close. Upon returning to the locker room, his teammates congratulated him on achieving a triple-double, a feat not easily accomplished in this era, especially one marked by blocks, as triple-doubles are more commonly associated with assists, which are generally easier to accumulate. After freshening up, the team prepared to return to San Francisco overnight, lamenting the grueling schedule imposed by the league. Arriving back in San Francisco just past 2 a.m., Odin drove home and collapsed into bed, grateful that the following day held no scheduled training. I awoke around 11 a.m., still groggy, primarily due to an insatiable hunger that had roused me from slumber. After regaining consciousness, I promptly ordered takeout and reclined on the sofa, scrolling through my phone as I awaited my meal. The news regarding him was abundant, predominantly highlighting his remarkable triple-double performance from yesterday, which included an impressive 10 blocks. Since his arrival at the Warriors, the team has achieved a commendable record of 7 wins and 3 losses in the first 10 games of the season. The 3 defeats can largely be attributed to a grueling stretch of 5 consecutive away games within 7 days, particularly the loss to the Knicks, which seemed almost inexcusable. Currently, the media speculates that both the Warriors and Odin could emerge as the season's biggest underdogs. The unexpected gamble of acquiring Odin, initially met with skepticism, has surprisingly delighted the Warriors management. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers management is reportedly distraught, though Monta Ellis has been performing admirably for them this season. Due to injuries, Roy has scarcely taken to the court, making Ellis's acquisition fortuitous, as it has stabilized the Trail Blazers' perimeter play. After perusing the news, I commented under all the accolades, expressing my aligned sentiments. Finally, the takeout arrived. As I savored my meal, an unsettling feeling crept in. I couldn't quite shake the notion that I had neglected something important, though I couldn't immediately recall what it was. It was only as I neared the end of my meal that it struck me. Since the conclusion of yesterday's game, I had not checked the system. During the flight, I had been preoccupied with playing cards with Curry and David Lee, and by the time I arrived home, it was quite late. Exhausted, I collapsed into bed without a second thought. Upon waking this morning, I remained in a fog until this moment when the memory resurfaced. I recalled that in yesterday's match against the Bucks, I had achieved my first career triple-double with 10 blocks, thus surpassing my previous single-game record for blocks. The system should, in turn, reward me generously for my contributions. I hastily finished my meal and envisioned the system interface, eager to check the rewards from yesterday's game. To my astonishment, the system granted me a total of 16 energy points, 6 points for the victory, and an additional 6 points for my first triple-double, alongside 4 points for breaking my blocks record, which had seen a significant increase. With the remaining energy points from before, my total now stood at 44 points. After reserving 20 points to safeguard against injuries, I had 24 points available for use. I found myself deliberating whether to allocate these 2 points to physical attributes or technical skills. Currently, my speed was rated at 74 points. An increase would elevate it to 76, surpassing the average speed for small forwards in the league. This enhancement would bolster my confidence when guarding perimeter players. Alternatively, I could distribute the points to my technical attributes, where my mid-range shooting stood at a mere 54 points, and my three-point shooting was a dismal 30 points. Given the stark gap in my three-point ability, I set that consideration aside for now, focusing instead on boosting my mid-range shooting. After much contemplation, I opted for a balanced approach, adding 1 point to both speed and mid-range shooting. My speed thus reached 75 points, which should suffice for the short term. As a center, this attribute would be adequate to contend with most centers in the league. In the forthcoming period, I would dedicate any further energy points to enhancing my mid-range shooting. Although I possessed the skyhook skill, it was effective only when in close proximity to the basket. I needed to improve my mid-range capabilities as soon as possible. After finalizing these adjustments, my energy points dwindled to 24 once more. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, I commenced training in my home gym. Although regular training without games typically required about 6 hours to yield a single energy point, every little bit contributed to gradual accumulation. After a full afternoon of training, including a 1-hour break, I received a notification around 7 p.m. that I had earned an additional energy point, prompting me to conclude my training session. At 8 p.m., the Warriors' new owner, Lin, organized a gathering at his villa. After showering and changing, I drove to the owner's residence, calling Curry en route to confirm that he and Aisha were nearly there. Chapter 42, facing the Pistons again by nearly 8 p.m. I arrived at the new owner's villa, fortunate not to be late. Arriving tardy for the owner's inaugural gathering would have left a poor impression. As an employee, it was imperative to show respect to the boss. Upon parking, the owner personally greeted me, recognizing me as one of the most promising players in the Warriors' future. Throughout the evening, the atmosphere was congenial, with the owner mentioning his attendance at tomorrow's home game, encouraging us not to feel undue pressure and simply to perform well. He also promised to increase investments in the team, assuring us that we could reach out to him with any difficulties. Everyone expressed their commitment to playing well in every game, ensuring they justified their salaries. The gathering wrapped up around 10 p.m., as we had a game the following day, necessitating an early end to avoid disrupting our performance. The next evening, we faced the Pistons, having recently played against them, making us somewhat familiar with each other. There were no lingering hostilities, so I anticipated a straightforward match. In our previous encounter, the Warriors had struggled significantly with perimeter shooting, failing to apply pressure on the Pistons, which allowed them to effectively double-team us throughout the game. At that time, my skyhook skill was not yet fully developed, and I was unable to break through the double team, which ultimately led to my defeat in the match. However, tonight's game is a different matter. Firstly, I have completely mastered the skyhook technique. Secondly, the Warriors now have Curry on their side, making it a considerable challenge for the Pistons to attempt to double-team me again. After finishing the morning tactical drills against the Pistons, I took a moment to rest after lunch, and upon awakening, I played a few rounds of do-di-ju with Curry and the others before heading to the arena for pre-game warm-ups. The game commenced promptly at 7:30 p.m. And sure enough, owner Lin appeared in the box, wearing a broad smile as he watched us take the court. As before, the Pistons' mainstays were Prince, Hamilton, Ben Wallace, Stuckey, and Austin Day. Ben Wallace approached the center circle for the jump ball, and Odin deftly tapped the ball to Curry. After dribbling past half-court, Curry initiated the Warriors' customary opening play, passing the ball to Odin for his shot. As anticipated, the Pistons immediately attempted to double-team Odin upon receiving the ball. However, they were caught off guard by Odin's swift release. He barely dribbled once, evading even Ben Wallace, and executed a skyhook, scoring 2 points. Ben and Prince exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. The coaching staff had mentioned that Odin had mastered the skyhook, but they had been skeptical. Just a few days prior, Odin had not utilized the skyhook in our last encounter. Logically, it seemed implausible that he could have learned it so quickly. Thus, they had brushed off the coach's comments, believing them to be exaggerated. They were aware that Odin could perform a modest hook shot. assuming that any attempts at a skyhook were merely imitations, fueled by the praise of others. Yet today, they witnessed Odin's genuine proficiency, not merely a semblance of the technique. His shooting motion unmistakably indicated complete mastery. Otherwise, it would not have appeared so effortless. They understood that the remainder of the game would be considerably more challenging. When double-teaming, they would need to be far more decisive, ensuring he had no opportunity to shoot. As the Pistons began their offensive play, Stuckey brought the ball past half-court, searching for the indefatigable Hamilton. Curry tirelessly trailed behind, while Prince and Ben Wallace occasionally set screens for Hamilton, facilitating his movement to find open shots. The Pistons' offense exhibited a deliberate pace, waiting for Hamilton to break free before Stuckey finally passed him the ball. However, in a seemingly unguarded moment, Hamilton's shot failed to find the net. Despite Ben's vigorous effort to secure the rebound, with Austin assisting, the ball was ultimately snatched by Odin. He promptly passed to Curry, who, before anyone could react, advanced the ball into the front court. Seizing the moment while the Pistons' defense was still disorganized, Curry unleashed a relatively rare transition three-pointer. The ball swished through the net, while Odin and Ben had yet to cross half-court, forcing them to retreat to the basket. Encouraging Curry to shoot and accelerating the offensive tempo had been the strategy established by the coaching staff before the game. The current Pistons were not the formidable team of the past. Several key players were now aging. Increasing the pace of the game would deplete their stamina, thereby enhancing our chances of victory, a strategy undeniably effective. While they could double-team Odin on defense, offensively, it was left to Ben to contend with Odin alone. Fortunately, Ben lacked significant offensive prowess. His role was simply to secure rebounds, and the team did not expect him to contribute much more. During this possession, Hamilton had circled the half-court twice without finding a viable opportunity, resulting in the decision to allow Prince to take on Williams. Since Odin only needed to defend Ben, who posed no real scoring threat, he appeared relatively relaxed and focused his energy on help defense. Odin's skill in shot blocking had significantly improved, now exhibiting a level of proficiency that could be described as rapid advancement. To fully master this skill, he had begun to keenly observe every opportunity to block shots. With Ben refraining from offensive plays, Odin prioritized help defense, showing remarkable enthusiasm as if fearing competition for rebounds. His active defense bore fruit, as he successfully blocked Prince's shot, which landed in Curry's hands. However, the Pistons prevented a fast break opportunity, as Curry prepared to sprint. Hamilton positioned himself to impede his advance. Seeing that the fast break chance had dissipated, Curry slowed his pace and, upon reaching the front court, passed the ball to David Lee, who awaited at the arc as he began to move to find an opening. Hamilton, known for his relentless defense, kept close to Curry's movements, showing no signs of fatigue. After running a couple of laps without creating space, it was evident that Dorrell had found an opening due to the Pistons' focus on double-teaming Odin. Dorrell had maintained a three-point shooting percentage above 40. Relaxing his defense would come at a cost. Indeed, Dorrell sank another three-pointer, bringing the score to 8-0, while the Pistons had yet to score. When it was the Pistons' turn to attack again, their approach was markedly more serious this time. Their movement and screens were executed with precision, leading Hamilton to capitalize on Prince's screen, finally securing a shot. This time, there were no surprises. The ball found its way into the basket, adjusting the score to 8-2. The Pistons players collectively exhaled, relieved to finally register points. However, the Warriors were quick to respond offensively, choosing to double-team Odin once more. This placed the pressure squarely on Curry and Dorrell. If they continued to hit three-pointers from the perimeter, the Pistons would hesitate to double-team Odin in future offensive plays. Both Curry and Dorrell lived up to expectations. After receiving the ball, Curry launched his second three-pointer, taking advantage of Hamilton's delayed defense due to his previous commitment to guard Dorrell. This allowed Curry to score once more from beyond the arc, propelling the Warriors to an 11-2 lead and prompting a timeout from the Pistons, a team renowned for its defensive prowess, just 2 minutes into the game. Upon returning to the court, the Pistons' offense finally showed signs of improvement. Hamilton and Prince each succeeded in hitting a mid-range jumper, while adjustments were made to their defensive strategy. They ceased the double-team on Odin in the paint, redirecting their defensive focus to the perimeter in an effort to curtail the shooting opportunities of Curry and Dorrell and prevent further three-pointers. However, despite the reduction in attempts from Curry and Dorrell, Odin found himself with increased opportunities to shoot. Odin skillfully executed 2 consecutive one-on-one plays near the basket against Big Ben, successfully putting the ball through the hoop on both occasions. Although Big Ben is renowned for his defensive prowess, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed when facing Odin. The passage of time has taken its toll. Despite his determination to compete fiercely, his physical capabilities have waned. Whether in strength, speed, or vertical leap, he could manage against average centers, but against a top-tier player like Odin, his defense faltered, prompting him to contemplate whether it was time to consider retirement. While Odin continued to score, the Pistons seemed more intent on preventing Curry and Dorrell from finding the basket. Consequently, they did not alter their defensive strategy against the Warriors, inadvertently granting Odin more opportunities to shoot. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 34-21, with the Warriors leading by a substantial 13 points. As the second quarter unfolded, from minutes in, the Pistons surprisingly opted not to deploy Big Ben, instead bringing in the versatile Villanueva. It appeared that Big Ben's stamina could no longer keep pace, necessitating Villanueva's defensive role. However, Villanueva's defense proved less effective than Big Ben's, as Odin effortlessly scored twice against him, relying solely on his physicality without resorting to his trademark skyhook. Faced with the prospect of a disastrous second quarter, the Pistons head coach had no choice but to revise their defensive approach during a timeout. They reinstated double-teaming on Odin, employing a strategy to prevent him from receiving the ball. The coach had observed that once Odin established position near the basket, even a double team was insufficient to contain him, particularly after he unleashed his skyhook. Thus, he instructed the defenders to prioritize positioning themselves to deny Odin the ball. This adjustment yielded some results, yet it left the Warriors' perimeter open. The Pistons found themselves in a quandary, daring to allow Curry to shoot. In hindsight, the Pistons head coach would surely recoil at this decision, recognizing it as one of his gravest errors. During the remaining moments of the second quarter, Curry excelled, sinking 3 out of 4 three-point attempts and adding a two-pointer, amassing 11 points in that quarter alone, bringing his total for the first half to 18 points. By the end of the second quarter, the Warriors had extended their lead to 31-21, maintaining a 10-point advantage. Overall, at halftime, the Warriors led the Pistons by 23 points, with a score of 65-42. The Warriors' new owner, Lacob, wore a broad smile, having invited friends to witness his inaugural home game since acquiring the team. The impressive lead at halftime brought him considerable pride. During the intermission, the Warriors players were relaxed, given their substantial lead against a Pistons team known for its slower offensive rhythm. The likelihood of erasing a 23-point deficit in a single half seemed implausible, allowing the Warriors to maintain their composure. As the third quarter commenced, the Pistons failed to narrow the gap, and even with both team starters on the court, the Warriors managed to extend their lead further. By the 8th minute of the third quarter, the Warriors had surged ahead by 30 points, rendering the outcome nearly certain. Typically, the remaining time would devolve into garbage time. Yet when the reserves entered the game, the Pistons unexpectedly closed the gap with surprising speed. By the end of the third quarter, the score had shifted to 76-58, reducing the deficit to 18 points. Despite the narrowing margin, the coach remained composed, focusing on instructing the reserves on tactical adjustments for the remaining time. However, the Pistons disregarded conventional play and, to everyone's surprise, fielded their entire starting lineup at the start of the fourth quarter. After a couple of possessions, Smart finally decided to put his starters back on the court. But by then, the score had shifted to 78-69, with the Pistons trailing by a mere 9 points, a dramatic turnaround from the once insurmountable 30-point lead. Chapter 44. Refusing to be overturned. As the score tightened, Lacob's demeanor soured. The prospect of a comeback from a 30-point lead would be a significant embarrassment. Fortunately, once the Warriors starters returned to the floor, the situation improved slightly. Although the Pistons' momentum surged, quickly dampening their spirits was nearly impossible. However, maintaining their lead was achievable. Scoring in tandem with the Pistons was essential. In terms of offense, the current Pistons roster could not rival the Warriors. Nevertheless, there was an underlying frustration. What should have been a straightforward conclusion to the game had been disrupted by the Pistons' resurgence. Odin harbored considerable resentment, expressing his determination as a worker to refuse overtime. Upon re-entering the game, his desire to attack was particularly pronounced. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of blows upon Big Ben, who was now struggling to keep pace. Having rested on the sidelines for an extended period, Odin found it significantly easier to mount his offensive compared to the first quarter. The Pistons, wary of the Warriors' exceptional shooting from the perimeter, hesitated to double-team him again. After several exchanges, the Pistons' key players, having momentarily showcased their vigor, soon succumbed to fatigue. The point differential gradually widened, and the game's tempo stabilized. Meanwhile, the Warriors' new owner, Lacob, found himself once again in good spirits. Raising his glass frequently to toast those beside him, his demeanor markedly more relaxed than before. 2 minutes later, witnessing the futility of victory, the Pistons head coach opted to substitute all his main players, effectively conceding the game. In response, the Warriors, seeking to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, allowed the consistently effective Dorrell to lead the bench players for a short while. The match concluded without further incident, with the Warriors triumphing 112-99. Although the journey had its minor upheavals, the outcome was satisfactory. At least the owner had not been embarrassed that day. Following the game, in a gesture of celebration, the owner treated everyone to chicken legs and distributed $10,000 to each player, resulting in universal jubilation. As the game did not break any records, Odin did not receive any additional system rewards, merely earning a 6-point victory bonus. His defensive focus on Big Ben, who was not particularly offensive, resulted in fewer blocks. Fortunately, Prince and Austin, undeterred, relentlessly attacked the paint, allowing him to record 2 blocks against each, totaling 4. With this match concluded, the Warriors' next encounter against the Knicks awaited them in 4 days. The previous clash had seen some minor conflicts, suggesting that the upcoming game would be less than pleasant. However, he had already begun honing his skills in obscuring opponents, achieving a proficiency level of 24/100. While this was insufficient against adept perimeter players, it proved adequate against those in the paint. This time, when facing Stoudemire, it would not be a mere exchange of blows. He intended to dominate him thoroughly and see if the latter could maintain his arrogance. With the next game still 4 days away, the head coach granted the players an additional day of rest, allowing them to unwind. Frankly, he was at a loss for words regarding the Warriors' scheduling. The intense periods were exhausting, while the lulls felt equally draining. He could not fathom the rationale behind the individual responsible for the scheduling. Did they not consider the rights of weaker teams? After a day of rest, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Coincidentally, Odin's mother came to San Francisco to visit him. When it came to Odin's mother, he often felt uncertain about how to interact with her. Despite having inherited Odin's memories, they had never actually lived together. Fortunately, Odin's mother did not reside with him, sparing him from potential awkwardness, though he would not betray his identity. Given that he had accessed Odin's past experiences through memories, the difference in their living habits was significant. Occasionally, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards her, as he had taken over Odin's body and inherited everything that belonged to him. Consequently, he felt a moral obligation to care for Odin's family. With a day off, he decided to take her shopping in the afternoon. Recently, due to his performance, advertisers had begun reaching out to his agent, Bill Duffy, expressing interest in signing endorsement contracts with Odin. Furthermore, with the advantage of a system, his future performance was bound to improve, alleviating concerns about injuries, and he anticipated securing a substantial contract. Financial worries would soon become a thing of the past, especially considering his frugal spending habits as a Chinese individual, which would prevent him from squandering his wealth like some basketball stars who faced bankruptcy after retirement. Having both time and resources allowed him to occasionally fulfill his filial duties towards Odin's family, thus addressing his sense of obligation. Nevertheless, training remained essential. After all, accumulating energy points daily, even in small amounts, could yield significant benefits. After a morning of training and earning some energy points, he took Odin's mother out for a meal at a restaurant. Following their lunch, they rested briefly before embarking on a shopping excursion. While strolling down the street, he was unexpectedly recognized by several Warriors fans who requested his autograph. Initially, there were only a few individuals, and he intended to resume shopping after signing. However, a girl's loud scream attracted a crowd, and soon he found himself surrounded by eager admirers, making it impossible to escape. Ultimately, it was only with the assistance of the police that he managed to break free, but it seemed that shopping was no longer an option. He had yet to fully grasp the level of fame he had attained in San Francisco, especially with the Warriors' ongoing victories in the new season. His popularity in the Bay Area had surged, and coupled with his low-key demeanor and absence of negative press, he was evidently more favored by fans compared to Monta Ellis. As the current face of the Warriors, it was not surprising that he was approached for autographs during his outing. It was clear that he would need to gradually acclimate to his newfound identity. Perhaps hiring a bodyguard would become necessary, as venturing out might pose challenges in the future. The fervor of the fans was overwhelming. Having played only a handful of games for the Warriors, he was already besieged by so many admirers. Disturbingly, among the crowd, Some female fans took the liberty of touching him while he signed autographs, and he even noticed a man attempting to grope him, prompting him to quickly evade the unwanted advance. Upon the arrival of the police to assist, he hastily departed with Odin's mother, driving back home. Chapter 45. Rematch against the Knicks. Once home, he handed Odin's mother a sum of money, encouraging her to buy whatever she desired, and then retired to rest. The following 2 days were spent training at the gym, accompanied by David Lee as a practice partner, allowing him to earn 2 energy points daily. With his previous energy points accounted for, he now had a total of 35 points. He exchanged some for basic attributes, enhancing his mid-range shooting ability to 56 points, bringing him closer to reaching 60. On November 20th, the long-awaited second matchup against the Knicks of the season arrived. In their last encounter, the entire team had struggled with their shooting, resulting in a loss, and he had even experienced a minor altercation with Stoudemire. This time, there was a heightened anticipation surrounding the game, and ESPN decided to broadcast it. Additionally, there was a humorous subplot regarding a bet between Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith from the previous Knicks game, where Barkley wagered that he would secure more than 15 rebounds, leading to Smith having to kiss a donkey's rear end as a forfeit. To enhance the show's entertainment value, ESPN arranged for Smith's donkey-kissing stunt to take place before the game commenced. Prior to tip-off, Barkley brought a donkey into the studio, playfully teasing Smith before watching him fulfill his humiliating wager. Following Smith's rather comical act, Barkley's spirits soared, and he began to extol Odin's virtues even before the game had started. At 7:30 p.m., the match officially began, with Odin and Stoudemire taking their positions at center court, ready for the jump ball. The match had yet to commence, yet the atmosphere was already thick with tension. Little S glared fiercely at Odin, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Despite the Knicks emerging victorious in the last game, public opinion overwhelmingly favored Odin over him. Furthermore, Odin's remarkable dunk prior to his exit had even made it into the day's top 5 plays, relegating him to the role of a mere backdrop, a profound humiliation. Following the match, he was fined 20,000 and suspended for 2 games. All these factors combined fueled his desire to dominate Odin in today's game, while his heart brimmed with rage. However, while his imagination soared, reality struck as the referee tossed the ball into the air. Odin, leveraging his physical prowess, won the jump ball and directed it to Curry. Losing the jump ball to Odin once again left him feeling disheartened, prompting a few expletives before he sprinted towards the front court. For the opening play, the Warriors adhered to their customary strategy, entrusting the ball to Odin for the attack. Though Little S exerted himself to impede, he was ultimately unable to prevent Odin from receiving the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Odin found himself being forcefully pushed by Stoudemire from behind, preventing him from advancing towards the paint. Sensing the pressure behind him, Odin relinquished the idea of executing a low-post play, as his current mastery of such techniques was rather lacking. In the present landscape of the league, he struggled to make a significant impact in the low post, and thus opted for the more reliable skyhook instead. With the ball in hand, he took a couple of steps and positioned himself directly facing the basket before effortlessly launching the skyhook, which found its mark. His proficiency with the skyhook was virtually unanswerable, akin to the fadeaway jump shots of Jordan and Kobe. Stoudemire, witnessing Odin's successful execution of the skyhook, could only mutter a few resigned curses, as he found himself powerless against such a move. During their last encounter, Odin had not yet employed the skyhook. Upon reading reports that he had mastered this signature technique, Stoudemire, like many others, had dismissed it as mere media exaggeration. However, experiencing it firsthand revealed the truth of the matter, leaving him with a palpable sense of impotence when faced with Odin's skyhook. As the Knicks initiated their offense, they too opted to first target the interior. After a couple of passes, the ball found its way into Stoudemire's hands. Drawing from previous experience, he refrained from recklessly charging into the paint, recognizing that such an approach would merely add another blocked shot to Odin's tally. Instead, he resolved to draw Odin away from the basket, using his skills to create space for a mid-range jumper to conclude the play. Yet, to his astonishment, Odin's defensive prowess appeared to have notably improved in merely a few days. Stoudemire found himself unable to shake loose for a shot, and as the shot clock dwindled, he was left with no choice but to attempt a contested shot. Elevating his release angle, he launched the ball towards the hoop. However, while the shot was taken, its accuracy remained uncertain. At the very moment Odin released the ball, he sensed that it would not find its way into the net. Consequently, he turned to position himself for a rebound, only to be taken aback as the ball ricocheted off the rim twice before ultimately dropping through the hoop. To be candid, There was an element of luck involved, yet the ball still went in. Thus, Stoudemire began to revel in his accomplishment, incessantly chattering into Odin's ear. Do you think you alone can score? I can do it just as easily. You still have a long way to go if you intend to defend against me. One could only wonder where he found such audacity to utter these words. It seemed that when he next obtained the ball, Odin would have to defend him with greater diligence. However, Stoudemire's braggadocio was somewhat difficult to endure. Thus, Odin retorted, I have dunked over you, while you merely resort to shooting. In a single sentence, he was rendered speechless, rolling his eyes in exasperation, and promptly ceased his barrage of trash talk, silently vowing that should the opportunity arise, he too would deliver an emphatic dunk over Odin. As both players advanced to the front court, the Knicks opted for a double team to thwart Odin from receiving the ball, recognizing the immense threat he posed near the basket. Once he secured possession, it was virtually tantamount to a guaranteed score. Thus, after scrutinizing footage of this year's Warriors games, they resolved to implement the double team from the outset. The initial possession merely served to gauge whether Stoudemire could keep Odin at bay, yet it became evident that he was unable to do so, with Odin effectively neutralized. Curry advanced the ball past half-court and subsequently passed it to David Lee before initiating his movement. The necessity of double-teaming Odin resulted in a defensive disadvantage against the other Warriors players. Curry adeptly utilized a screen to break free and effortlessly sank a three-point shot. For him, a wide-open three was a relatively simple task. After several possessions, it became clear that this strategy was insufficient, as their offense could still capitalize on mid-range and long-range shots. However, the defensive effectiveness was lacking, while the double team restricted Odin's influence. It simultaneously afforded the Warriors excessive opportunities from beyond the arc. Consequently, the Knicks head coach called a timeout to reconfigure their defensive strategy. Chapter 46. Stoudemire's fractured mindset. Upon returning to the court, the Knicks adopted a zone defense to counter their opponents. By slightly compressing their defensive range, they made it increasingly challenging for Odin to receive the ball inside. Should he manage to do so, surrounding players would swiftly converge to double-team him. Unless he could release the ball quickly without hesitation, it appeared he lacked the requisite ability at this juncture. After making the necessary adjustments, their defense showed some effectiveness, albeit Curry's shooting remained remarkably precise. Nevertheless, even with interference, his accuracy was somewhat affected, which was preferable to allowing him uncontested three-point attempts. As several possessions unfolded, the Warriors struggled to find a solution to the Knicks' zone defense. Fortunately, Odin's defensive performance had improved during this period, as none of the Knicks players, save for Jennings, dared to venture into the paint. This rendered the Knicks' shooting percentage stagnant, consequently limiting their scoring and allowing the Warriors to maintain a temporary lead. However, the Warriors' bench struggled against the Knicks' reserves. When both teams' substitutes took the floor, the Knicks were poised to reclaim the score, which was somewhat disheartening. Indeed, when the Warriors' starters exited the game, they held a 5-point advantage over the Knicks. Yet by the time the second quarter resumed and their starters returned, the Knicks had surged ahead by a single point. Fortunately, the margin had not widened, or else they would have faced a strenuous uphill battle to close the gap. During a recent respite on the sidelines, he engaged in a conversation with Curry and Dorrell, especially as the Knicks had begun to employ a zone defense. The most effective strategy to counter such a defense undoubtedly remains the long-range shot. In the latter half of the first quarter, both Curry and Dorrell exhibited hesitation due to a decline in their shooting accuracy. Consequently, Odin took it upon himself to encourage them to take more shots during the break, assuring them that with his presence in the paint, securing rebounds would be relatively effortless, as even if the Knicks deployed two players, they might still struggle to outmaneuver him. He advised them to continue shooting, irrespective of their misses, without any additional concerns. Upon returning to the court in the second quarter, both Curry and Dorrell approached their shots with newfound determination. Initially, there remained a hint of apprehension, but once they truly witnessed Odin's prowess in securing rebounds, they fully unleashed their confidence. At the onset, Odin remarkably held his own against both Stoudemire and Wilson Chandler in the battle for rebounds, displaying a commendable prowess. Simultaneously, the increase in three-point attempts by Curry and Dorrell led to an abundance of opportunities for Odin to capitalize on second-chance points beneath the basket. Stoudemire and Chandler found themselves utterly at a loss against him. Nearly half a quarter into the game, Stoudemire had already accumulated 2 fouls against Odin, while Chandler had been charged with 1. By the conclusion of the first half, the Warriors had established a 7-point lead over the Knicks, wrapping up the half with a score of 61-54. As the halftime intermission concluded and the second half commenced, the Knicks reverted to a man-to-man defense. this time opting not to double-team Odin. The rationale behind this was that neither zone defense nor double-teaming had proven effective against him. It seemed more prudent to allow him to score while concentrating on containing the Warriors' other players, which might yield better results. Stoudemire, though somewhat reluctant due to his known defensive shortcomings, was compelled by the coach's strategy to take on Odin one-on-one. Upon witnessing Stoudemire's solo defense against Odin, the Warriors once again directed the ball into Odin's capable hands. With Chandler's absence in the double team, Odin played with remarkable ease, showcasing his skyhook technique and effortlessly sinking the basketball through the hoop. After making the shot, he couldn't resist taunting Stoudemire, remarking on how watching the game from his position was advantageous. No need to pay or officiate like the referees, and surely getting signatures would be a breeze. The audacity of suggesting that watching a game for signatures was an insult did not escape Stoudemire, whose eyes burned with indignation. Yet, he remained silent, knowing he could not best this insufferable opponent on the court, choosing instead to bide his time until he could retaliate after scoring himself. Soon, it was the Knicks' turn to attack. Still stung by Odin's taunts, Stoudemire, eager to respond, swiftly moved to the frontcourt and actively sought the ball from Felton. Aware that his leader demanded the ball, Felton had no choice but to oblige and passed it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Stoudemire, fully determined, aimed to get back at Odin. He dribbled a couple of times, assessing Odin's footwork, then executed a quick change of direction, charging toward the right side. Odin swiftly sidestepped, shadowing his opponent and ensuring he could not penetrate the lane. As they approached the basket, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing his adversary to traverse the baseline and move beneath the hoop. Upon reaching the basket, Stoudemire leaped to seize the ball, intent on executing a slam dunk to express his pent-up frustrations. However, Odin had anticipated this maneuver. As Stoudemire ascended, Odin followed suit, delivering a resounding block. The ball was sent crashing against Stoudemire before ricocheting out of bounds. In the broadcast booth, Barkley and Kenny Smith erupted in astonishment at the sheer brilliance of the block. Both the defensive strategy and the timing of the rejection were impeccable. Once the ball was deflected, it was the Warriors' turn to inbound. And it was evident that Stoudemire's demeanor had shifted ominously. Overwhelmed on both ends of the court by Odin, his composure was beginning to falter. When he and Odin advanced to the front court again, as Odin prepared to shoot a skyhook, Stoudemire, seemingly desperate, chose not to jump, instead yanking Odin down from midair. Caught off guard, Odin stumbled upon landing and fell to the floor, while Stoudemire raised his hands in acknowledgement of his foul. Yet he did not spare a glance at the prostrate Odin. Warriors players immediately converged to confront Stoudemire, intent on delivering a lesson. Fortunately, the referee intervened swiftly to quell the conflict, calling a flagrant foul on Stoudemire. Observing Stoudemire's complete loss of composure, the Knicks head coach hastily decided to substitute him out of the game. After confirming his well-being, Odin was assisted by Curry and David Lee to his feet. Following the free throws, it was once again the Warriors' turn to initiate an offensive play. Seeing that Odin was fine, Smart decided against substituting him. After little Odin departed, he was replaced by a traditional white center named Mozgov. After facing Odin, the game became considerably easier, and the point difference between the two teams gradually widened. By the end of the third quarter, the Warriors had established an 18-point lead over the Knicks, with a score of 86-68. In Chapter 47, Kobe treats. Stoudemire did not return to the court in the final quarter. The Knicks coach likely recognized the substantial point gap and deemed it unnecessary for him to play further, knowing that in his current mindset, he would not perform effectively. Odin also remained on the sidelines, with only Dorell stepping in briefly for the Warriors' main players during the last quarter. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 111-96. After the game, I reviewed my performance and noted that I had not broken any records today, earning only 6 energy points. Additionally, I had recorded 2 blocks, bringing the progress of my sky blocking skill to 26-100. The upcoming match against the Lakers was scheduled, and since it was in their home arena, I would be flying to Los Angeles the next afternoon. The following morning was uneventful. I trained at home for the entire morning, acquiring 1 energy point. After a light lunch and a brief rest, I boarded a flight to Los Angeles around 4 p.m. Upon arriving at the hotel shortly after 6 p.m. and settling in, I unexpectedly received a call from Kobe. Following our last game, we had exchanged contact information, but we had never reached out to each other until now. Kobe's purpose for the call was to invite me to dinner, aiming to familiarize ourselves with one another and perhaps train together in the future. Around 7 p.m., I arrived at the restaurant Kobe had reserved, accompanied by Curry and David Lee. By the time we arrived, Kobe and Pau Gasol were already present. Although we were not well acquainted, we found plenty to discuss, sharing gossip and enjoying a meal together. We agreed to train together next summer, concluding the evening on a pleasant note before returning to the hotel. Kobe's invitation for dinner was genuinely an effort to build rapport, having heard about my diligent training regimen. He sensed a kinship and felt a degree of camaraderie, prompting him to extend the invitation. The next morning, we practiced our strategies against the Lakers. Having recently faced them, I retained some familiarity with their play style, making the rehearsal go smoothly. After lunch and a brief rest, we arrived at Staples Center around 6 p.m. Following warm-ups, the game commenced at 8 p.m. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Kobe, Odom, Gasol, Fisher, and Artest, while the Warriors maintained their usual starting five without any changes. Odom and Gasol approached the center circle, preparing for the jump ball, and without a hint of doubt, Odom emerged victorious. Initially, the Warriors intended to adhere to their usual strategy, allowing Odom to initiate the first attack. However, the Lakers had evidently conducted their homework prior to the game, swiftly assigning Odom to execute front defense, preventing Odom from receiving the ball. Meanwhile, Gasol and Artest stood by, poised to provide supplementary defense. Faced with a lack of passing opportunities, Curry had no choice but to pass the ball to David Lee before commencing his movement. After a couple of circuits, David Lee set a screen for him, finally granting Curry the chance to shoot. However, he did not venture inside, as the Lakers' interior defense proved formidable. Instead, he launched a shot from beyond the arc, and the ball swished through the net. Kobe was guarding Dorrell, while Fisher was tasked with defending Curry. Upon witnessing the successful shot, Kobe furrowed his brow but refrained from comment. It was soon the Lakers' turn to attack. After Fisher dribbled past half court, he handed the ball to Kobe. Williams moved up to defend Kobe, while Dorrell was utterly incapable of containing him. If Dorrell were left to guard Kobe, the game would essentially be over. Given Kobe's scoring prowess, if Dorrell were to defend him, Kobe would likely surpass 40 points. Even with Williams in defense, without assistance, it would be challenging to stop Kobe. At best, he could only slightly diminish Kobe's scoring efficiency. In truth, the most effective defender against Kobe on the Warriors was Jackson. However, due to illness, he was absent, and even if he were present, his condition would likely hinder his performance. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe was aided by Gasol, who set a screen. After the screen, the defensive responsibility shifted to David Lee. Lee's relative lack of speed allowed Kobe to execute a crafty change of direction, launching himself past Lee's left side. Lee hurriedly turned to follow, but at that moment, Kobe had already penetrated within a step of the free throw line, ready to shoot. Odom had no choice but to provide help defense, simultaneously wary of Kobe passing to Odom and of Kobe's shot, resulting in a moment of chaotic indecision. As Kobe prepared to take the jump shot, Odom leapt in an attempt to interfere. Following closely behind, David Lee also jumped, seeking to block the shot. All three players soared into the air, yet Kobe, still in mid-flight, did not release the ball. As Odom and Lee descended, Kobe executed a pull-up, releasing the ball just as they landed, leaving them unable to contest the shot. Odom turned to face the basket as the ball splashed through the net. The Warriors were once again on offense, and once more, Odom executed front defense to deny Odom an easy reception. Curry passed the ball to David Lee and began to reposition himself, but this time, Kobe switched defensive roles with Fisher personally guarding Curry. This presented a challenge for Curry, as he struggled to find open space against Kobe's elite defensive skills. As the shot clock neared expiration, David Lee finally passed to Dorrell, who hastily attempted a shot that failed to find the mark. Fortunately, Odom secured the rebound, but before he could act, Odom and Gasol collapsed on him, offering no opportunity for a shot. Reluctantly, he passed the ball back to David Lee, ensnared by Odom and Gasol's defense. David Lee took a couple of steps inward, preparing for a shot, but Artest unexpectedly positioned himself in front, compelling Lee to pass to Williams. Williams, lacking significant offensive capabilities, found himself open and, with no other choice, launched a shot that surprisingly went in, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, on the Warriors' side, both Odom and Curry were momentarily restricted from scoring, presenting a notable dilemma. In the remainder of the first quarter, the Warriors struggled to devise a solution. Fortunately, Odom's rebounding prowess proved beneficial, granting him several second-chance opportunities amidst others' missed shots. By the end of the first quarter, he had amassed 8 points, largely due to these second-chance efforts. preventing the score from widening excessively. The first quarter concluded with the Lakers leading the Warriors by 5 points, 29-24, facing the Lakers' second unit. Curry entered the game at the start of the second quarter to prevent further score disparity. His impact was palpable, as within the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, he netted 2 3-pointers, leveling the score. However, once the starters returned to the court, Curry had to temporarily rest, allowing Mills to substitute for him. Mills, serving as Curry's backup, played a role similar to that of Fisher during this period. After bringing the ball past half-court, his involvement significantly diminished. With Curry off the floor, the Lakers felt less compelled to exercise caution, resolutely intensifying their double team on Odin. As Odin contemplated his offensive strategy, the challenge ahead loomed larger. He found himself in a state of indecision, weighing whether to exchange his energy points for skill points to enhance his mid-range shooting ability. Currently, he possessed 31 energy points, which could be converted into 3 skill points. With these additional points, his mid-range shooting, initially rated at 56, would rise to 59. This figure, tantalizingly close to the coveted 60, seemed promising enough to warrant consideration. Yet, the risk of injury post-exchange loomed ominously, complicating matters further. He remained uncertain about the actual impact such a minor increase would have on his shooting percentage. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided against this course of action. Recognizing the inherent risks and acknowledging that within the context of a long season, losing one game was not catastrophic. Prudence, he concluded, was the better path. As the remainder of the first half unfolded, the Lakers unleashed a relentless double team on Odin, while the perimeter threat posed by Dorrell was effectively neutralized by Kobe. Odin found himself consistently besieged by the defensive efforts of Odom and Gasol, and whenever David Lee ventured into the paint, either Artest or Kobe would step up to defend. Ultimately, by the conclusion of the second quarter, Odin had scarcely touched the ball, managing to score only 4 points amidst a flurry of rebounding efforts, securing 6 boards. Furthermore, due to the Lakers' aggressive strategies in mid-range and under-the-basket plays, he recorded 2 blocks, one against Gasol and another against Odom. During halftime, the coach opted for a tactical adjustment, deciding that the offensive strategy for the second half would focus on interior plays. However, this time, it would be David Lee spearheading the efforts in the paint, as the two sought to establish a collaborative dynamic in their inside game. Odin primarily focused on drawing the attention of Odom and Gasol. As the second half commenced, Odin actively positioned himself in the paint, deliberately attracting the defensive efforts of both Odom and Gasol. Odom opted for a front defense, however, as the first half progressed. Odin gradually adapted to his approach. He began to actively reposition himself, collaborating with David Lee in the paint to execute screens. Thanks to Lee's screens, it became increasingly effortless for him to receive the ball inside. Once he established his position, Curry's passes would swiftly find their way into his hands. Upon receiving the ball, he initiated his offensive attempts, and whenever Lakers players approached to double team, he would promptly pass the ball out. This led to more open opportunities for Curry and Dorrell on the perimeter, as Odin's presence in the paint instilled confidence in them to take shots, knowing that even if they missed, Odin was likely to secure the rebound. Conversely, if there was no double team, Odin would unleash his signature skyhook to punish the opposition. Despite the Warriors finding scoring easier, Kobe's shooting touch was exceptional that day. By the end of the third quarter, he had made 15 of 21 shots and 6 of 7 free throws, accumulating 38 points. Consequently, the point differential lingered around 10. Fortunately, with approximately 9 minutes left in the third quarter, as both coaches prepared to substitute their starters, Curry suddenly erupted, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the gap to just 5 points. However, once the benches were cleared, the differential quickly widened again, and by the end of the third quarter, it had returned to 10 points. As the fourth quarter commenced, Smart had no choice but to reintroduce all of the Warriors starters in hopes of closing the gap. Initially, they managed to make up some ground, but by the time the score was nearly tied, the fourth quarter was approaching its halfway mark. At this juncture, the Lakers deployed their full starting lineup. The Warriors starters, having not rested sufficiently, found their stamina waning. With 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the score had once again stretched to a 9-point deficit. The fatigue was evident among the Warriors' key players, who struggled to keep pace with the Lakers' athletes on both offense and defense. Consequently, Smart had no recourse but to call a timeout, substituting his starters and conceding defeat. Odin initially intended to persevere and complete the game, but was dissuaded by his coach, as there was little significance in continuing, especially given that it was not a crucial match. Observing the Warriors withdraw their key players, The Lakers similarly opted to rest their own starters. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a score of 118-107, marking their second encounter of the season against the Warriors. Upon concluding the game, Odin felt a tinge of disappointment, a sentiment that had eluded him until this point in the season. The Warriors, from the outset, were consistently subdued, and although the score disparity seemed modest, they never seized an opportunity to reclaim the lead. For the first time, he perceived the stark contrast between the current Warriors and genuine championship contenders. Noticing his disheartened demeanor, both Curry and David Lee offered words of comfort, understanding his sentiments, despite this not being the Warriors' inaugural defeat of the season. The previous losses, when juxtaposed with this match, bore a different weight, leaving both players equally troubled. Chapter 49. Mutual Admiration with Kobe Post-match. Odin made the uncommon decision to attend the press conference. When confronted with inquiries from journalists, particularly regarding Kobe, he unabashedly conveyed his admiration. Kobe delivered an exemplary performance, scoring 51 points, along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. In response to questions about Odin, Kobe likewise expressed profound praise, noting that he perceived echoes of Shaquille O'Neal in Odin's play. Odin delivered a remarkable performance today, scoring 19 points. Although his scoring was modest, he excelled in other aspects of the game, battling against the stringent defenses of Odom and Gasol. He secured an impressive 17 rebounds and recorded 4 blocks. With a game against the Nuggets scheduled for tomorrow evening, he graciously declined Kobe's dinner invitation and opted to return to San Francisco with his team on a flight. Upon arriving home, it was already past midnight. He freshened up and retired to bed. The following morning, he drove to the team's training facility at 9 a.m., preparing for the evening's matchup against the Nuggets. The coaching staff had arranged for the team to practice their strategies against Denver. After the session, players were given the option to train freely, with the understanding that some may wish to rest, especially after the exertion of the previous night's game against the Lakers, while the others took the opportunity to recuperate. Odin remained on the court, continuing his training in solitude, opting not to have David Lee accompany him to ensure his focus remained intact for the impending game. Following a midday meal, he resumed his practice. His dedication did not go unnoticed. His teammates were in awe of his work ethic, and even the head coach, observing from his office, nodded in approval. Training concluded around 4 p.m., and he received his energy boost for the day. By 5 p.m., he arrived at the arena. Warming up before the game commenced shortly after 7 p.m. The Nuggets starting lineup featured Anthony, Aflalo, Lawson, Nene, and Sheldon Williams, with formidable players like Anderson and J.R. Smith on the bench. The Nuggets' interior players primarily focused on defense, excelling in rebounding and shot blocking. Yet their offensive prowess left much to be desired. As the game began, Nene approached the center circle to jump ball with him. While Nene exhibited commendable leaping ability, he still fell short compared to Odin. Odin once again secured a free throw, passing the ball to Curry, who then dribbled across the half-court. Earlier that morning, the coaching staff had briefed them on the characteristics of their opposing players. Observing Lawson, who appeared shorter yet quite robust, Curry recalled the coach's mention that this player favored risky steals. With this in mind, he decided to test the waters by deliberately enticing Lawson into attempting a steal. Positioning himself at the arc, he refrained from immediately passing the ball to Odin and instead sought to penetrate Lawson's defense. Curry executed 2 deceptive crossovers before faking a move to the right, leading Lawson to believe he would drive in that direction. He intentionally left a slight opening, prompting Lawson to go for the steal. True to the coach's words, Lawson lunged forward without hesitation. Seizing the moment, Curry pulled the ball back to maneuver left, slipping past Lawson, who quickly pivoted to give chase. By this point, Curry had already penetrated the paint, and as Nene stepped up for defensive support, Odin was momentarily overlooked beneath the basket. As Nene approached, Curry lofted the ball towards the rim, where Odin caught it midair for a stunning alley-oop dunk. The execution was graceful and impressive. Had it not been for Odin's somewhat aged visage, the roar of the crowd might have been even more thunderous. The opening score was a dunk, instantly elevating the morale of the entire team. As the Nuggets commenced their offense, their primary scoring threat was none other than Carmelo Anthony. Thus, Lawson wasted no time in delivering the ball to Anthony upon reaching the front court. Anthony, upon receiving the ball, signaled for his teammates to spread out before initiating a one-on-one against Williams. While Williams' defense was commendable, it paled in comparison to the prowess of super scorers like Kobe and Anthony. After securing the ball, Anthony swiftly entered a triple threat position and effortlessly maneuvered around Williams, culminating in a calm jump shot that sealed the play. His scoring seemed almost effortless, truly embodying the essence of a scoring virtuoso. Turning back to the Warriors' offense, Curry, upon reaching the front court, directly passed the ball to Odin. Odin first attempted to lean in twice, testing the strength of Nene, who was only pushed back a mere step. Indeed, that strength was formidable. However, mere power was insufficient. After his probing, he dribbled towards the center of the paint, and upon reaching the designated spot, he gathered the ball and leapt, executing a skyhook to release the shot. Although he could employ the skyhook from various positions, he had discovered that his accuracy was markedly higher when facing the hoop directly. As he ascended, Nene followed suit, nearly blocking his shot, startling him momentarily. This fellow possessed notable leaping ability, and his timing for blocks was commendable, having absorbed extensive knowledge on effective shot blocking techniques. Nene's understanding of this skill had reached a significant level. Observing Nene's timing during this attempt, it was clear he was indeed a master of shot blocking. The ball then returned to the Nuggets for their offensive play. After 2 passes, it found its way back into Anthony's hands. This time, he received it beyond the 3-point arc, initiating a crossover step to Gage Williams, who remained unfazed. Immediately following, Anthony executed a shooting feint. Williams, having been previously scored on by him, stepped forward to disrupt the shot. Unbeknownst to him, the shot was merely a ruse. As Williams advanced, Anthony swiftly penetrated from his right side. By the time Williams turned, Anthony had already entered the paint. Odin decisively stepped forward to provide defense, but unexpectedly. Upon noticing his approach, Anthony leaped from his position and executed a jump shot, the ball swishing through the net, not affording Odin even a chance to contest the shot. Williams, witnessing Anthony's successful basket, let out a resigned sigh and raised his hand to indicate that the lapse in defense was his oversight. Odin stepped forward and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering a few words of solace. This young lad had been rather unfortunate these past couple of days. Just yesterday, he had faced the formidable Kobe, and today he found himself matched against Anthony. As the current leader of the team, it was essential to provide him with timely encouragement. After all, it would be regrettable if a mere game were to plunge this child into despair. As the Warriors resumed their offensive play, the Nuggets employed a defensive strategy focused on single coverage of Odin, opting not to double-team him. Their approach appeared to be to allow Odin to score while striving to contain the Warriors' perimeter shooting. Chapter 50. The unpredictable J.R. Smith. It seems the Nuggets head coach has considerable faith in the defensive prowess of their interior players. With that in mind, Odin was not about to hold back. In the subsequent plays, the Warriors consistently delivered the ball into Odin's capable hands in the paint. Odin displayed remarkable prowess, effortlessly scoring consecutively for 4 rounds, thus securing the first 8 points for the Warriors. Meanwhile, Anthony from the Nuggets also exhibited commendable skill, sinking 3 shots within the initial 4 rounds. Sensing that the current pace was unsustainable, both head coaches opted to call a timeout to recalibrate their defensive strategies. Upon returning to the court, Odin once again seized the ball, prompting Sheldon Williams to advance and initiate a defensive effort. As the offensive play of Odin began to falter, he started to pass the ball to David Lee when faced with a defensive double team from Sheldon Williams. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Anthony encountered similar defensive pressure. When he attempted to attack, he frequently faced Odin's help defense, along with the assistance from Dorrell. The Nuggets' interior offensive capabilities were rather mediocre, leading Anthony to often pass the ball to Africola when double-teamed. Africola's playing style bore a resemblance to Kobe, both in movement and demeanor, yet his offensive skills were evidently lacking. Anthony's passes to him did not yield successful finishes. Fortunately, the Nuggets' interior players were somewhat reliable. When he missed, Odin managed to secure a few offensive rebounds while attempting to help on defense. David Lee, on the other hand, proved to be significantly more dependable. After receiving a pass from Odin, he not only initiated his own offensive plays but also opted to pass when his teammates were in better positions. This contributed to the Warriors gaining a slight lead by the end of the first quarter, concluding with a score of 31-27. As the second quarter commenced, the Nuggets introduced Birdman Anderson and J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith, true to his unpredictable nature, missed 2 consecutive 3-pointers upon entering at the end of the first quarter. However, just moments into the second quarter, he seemingly found his rhythm, making 3 shots in a row, including 2 3-pointers, prompting a timeout from the Warriors and necessitating the return of their starters. Upon their return, Smith astonishingly sank another 3-pointer, amassing 14 points in a mere 3 minutes. The Warriors had no choice but to apply a double team on him to halt his scoring spree, which had become quite alarming. although they managed to contain his scoring. The Warriors found themselves trailing by 5 points after previously holding a 4-point lead. After 5 minutes into the second quarter, the Nuggets starters finally took the court. The game resumed its first quarter tempo, yet the Nuggets coach chose to keep J.R. Smith on the floor, replacing Africola. Fortunately, at this point, J.R. had returned to a more normalized state, with his shooting percentage declining. Otherwise, the game could have turned dire for the Warriors. Thus, as the second quarter concluded, both teams astonishingly found themselves tied at 56. In the first half, aside from a few successful shots at the outset, Odin's contributions were primarily limited to securing offensive rebounds for second-chance opportunities. Given the Nuggets' strong rebounding defense, Odin had few chances for second-chance points. Consequently, he only managed to score 13 points in the first half, and with Nene and Sheldon Williams seldom attacking, he recorded minimal blocks. However, his assists to David Lee resulted in several successful baskets, surprisingly granting him 4 assists by the end of the half. Upon reviewing the statistics, it was noted that his previous highest assist record stood at 5, suggesting a potential opportunity to surpass this personal milestone. During halftime, neither coach made significant tactical adjustments, seemingly satisfied with the first half's outcome. The Warriors' coach merely sought to boost their morale before sending them back onto the court after a 15-minute break to hydrate, during which he discreetly consumed 2 of Curry's bananas. Upon returning, they were still brimming with energy. The second half commenced with both teams fielding their initial lineups, while J.R. Smith was substituted out. The third quarter unfolded much like the second, with Odin once again facing a double team from the Nuggets' interior. However, this time, the Warriors' outside shooting suddenly ignited. After 2 quarters of play, when Odin passed to David Lee again, he noticed Anthony opting to guard Lee directly, hoping to prevent him from scoring easily and betting on the Warriors' outside shooting not being particularly accurate that day. This shift opened up more opportunities for the Warriors' perimeter players. First, Curry exploded with 2 consecutive three-pointers, followed by Durrell, who made 2 out of 3 shots, including another three-pointer. Consequently, the Nuggets were compelled to intensify their perimeter defense, ultimately relinquishing their double team on Odin. Once freed from the double team, Odin began to find comfort in the game again. Yet, after a long pause from receiving the ball, he initially struggled with his rhythm, missing a shot with his signature skyhook, much to Anthony's astonishment, who couldn't help but smile sweetly at the spectacle. On the other hand, after regaining his form, Anthony erupted, penetrating the lane through Odin's defense to make 2 mid-range shots, followed by 2 three-pointers after shaking off Williams. Were it not for Anthony's outstanding performance, the game might have concluded by the end of the third quarter. Despite Anthony's prolific scoring of 15 points in the quarter, the Warriors managed to maintain an 8-point lead entering the final quarter through the collective efforts of the team. Fortunately, the Warriors bench held their ground, preserving the 8-point margin until the starters returned to the court. As the decisive moments approached, the Warriors enjoyed a slight lead of 8 points, yet caution was essential, as the Nuggets featured a scoring powerhouse like Anthony, capable of swiftly closing the gap. Chapter 51, the last-minute shot as the starters took the floor. Anthony swiftly sank a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to 5 points. When Anthony is focused, he is nearly impossible to contain. Irrespective of the defender, he finds ways to score. Transitioning to the Warriors' offense, Curry advanced to the arc and executed a pick-and-roll with David Lee. However, instead of driving inside, Curry feigned a move before retreating beyond the three-point line and successfully landing a shot. In the subsequent possession, Anthony received the ball, and Odin immediately stepped up for the double team. Since Williams was unable to guard him effectively, the decision was made to contain him, compelling him to pass to others for scoring opportunities. Upon encountering the double team, Anthony indeed passed the ball to Sheldon Williams inside. Williams, possessing a modicum of low-post skills, proved challenging for David Lee to defend. With a swift spin move, he penetrated the paint and emphatically dunked the ball through the hoop. In the following possessions, the Warriors' perimeter players inexplicably lost their shooting touch, with both Curry and Durrell missing 2 three-pointers apiece. Fortunately, Odin's presence under the rim secured rebounds, preventing the Nuggets from overtaking the score. As the game approached its final minute, the Warriors held a precarious 2-point lead at 102-100. With possession, Curry crossed half-court and passed to David Lee, who received the ball as Odin came forward to set a screen. David Lee swiftly approached the basket, intending to execute a powerful dunk. As Nene hurriedly came over to defend, David, recognizing the lack of opportunity, passed the ball back to Odin. Due to his position being slightly distant from the basket, Odin opted not to shoot, instead passing the ball to Curry on the perimeter. Afrora abandoned his defense of Dorel and teamed up with Lawson to double-team Curry. Caught off guard, Curry was unexpectedly intercepted by Lawson the moment the ball was stolen. Anthony surged forward into the front court. By the time Anthony reached the three-point line, no Warriors player had yet crossed half-court. Lawson executed a long pass to Anthony, who effortlessly completed a dunk, bringing the score to a tie with just 38 seconds remaining. As the Warriors initiated their next offensive play, Curry swiftly advanced the ball past half-court and, seizing the moment before the Nuggets defense could properly position itself, passed the ball to Odin. Upon receiving the ball, Odin noticed that only Nene was defending against him. He made a couple of dribbles before executing a skyhook, successfully scoring 2 points, with merely 8 seconds elapsed. With 30 seconds remaining in the game, the Nuggets called a timeout to strategize their offensive play. Conversely, the Warriors were resolute in their decision to double-team Anthony, ensuring he had no opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. Should he penetrate the paint to score, they aimed to avoid fouling him. Even if he managed to score a two-pointer, the worst outcome would be a tie, leading to overtime. However, to their surprise, when the game resumed, the Nuggets substituted Sheldon Williams, leaving Nene as the sole interior presence while bringing in J.R. Smith. This development posed a significant challenge. Although J.R. Smith could be unreliable at times, he was undeniably a formidable threat in critical moments. As Lawson advanced the ball past half-court, Williams moved to defend J.R. Smith, while Odin took on the responsibility of guarding Anthony. David Lee and Nene remained in the paint to contend for rebounds. It was an unavoidable situation, as assigning David Lee to guard Anthony would be tantamount to conceding points. With Odin defending Anthony, at least his footwork could somewhat match Anthony's, and his height provided a distinct advantage. Once Lawson crossed half-court, he positioned himself at the top of the arc, allowing the clock to run down in an effort to minimize the Warriors' time for their subsequent possession. With only 10 seconds left in this offensive play, he passed the ball to Anthony. Upon receiving the ball and facing Odin, Anthony began with 2 probing steps. Observing Odin's swift defensive footwork made it challenging to break through. Initially intending to shoot from beyond the three-point line, as he initiated his shooting motion, Odin quickly stepped forward to contest the shot, preventing him from taking it. Consequently, Anthony opted to drive to the right side of Odin, aiming to secure 2 points and subsequently force the Warriors into overtime. Odin hastily sidestepped, following Anthony into the paint. Once inside, Anthony leaned against Odin and then abruptly took a step back, preparing to shoot. As Odin felt the power in his arm, he recognized that he was about to take a shot. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, prepared to block the attempt. Anthony, noticing Odin's jump, adjusted the height of his shot and released the ball. However, he did not anticipate that Odin would soar so high. Even with his adjustment, Odin's fingertips grazed the basketball. While others may not have seen the interference, Anthony, being so close, caught a glimpse of it. Surprised that he could be affected in such a manner, he urgently called out to Nene to secure the rebound. Upon hearing Anthony's prompt, Nene positioned himself to grab the board, while David Lee, lacking in strength compared to Nene, was pushed outside. True to Anthony's prediction, the basketball bounced twice on the rim but failed to drop into the net, instead landing outside the hoop. During Anthony's attempt to rebound, Williams had abandoned his defense on J.R. Smith and entered the paint to assist David Lee. However, due to height disparities, they were unable to outmaneuver Nene. After seizing the ball, Nene glanced at the remaining time, which dwindled to just 4 seconds. With no passing opportunity for Anthony, and J.R. Smith unguarded, he quickly passed the ball to J.R. By the time J.R. caught the ball, only 2 seconds remained on the clock. With no time for further contemplation, he adjusted his stance just beyond the three-point line and launched a shot. As J.R.'s three-pointer ascended, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd of 20,000 Warriors fans, all fixated on the ball's trajectory. The players on both sides halted their movements, gazing upward at the basketball. Ultimately, the ball swished through the net, and J.R. Smith delivered a stunning last-second victory over the Warriors. At that moment, the Warriors fans collectively exhaled in frustration, while the team members cast reluctant glances at the still-bouncing ball. In truth, the Warriors had performed admirably throughout the game, leading for most of the time, only to be struck down at the last moment. As the players exited the court, the fans offered enthusiastic applause, encouraging them not to be disheartened. Chapter 52. Facing the Rockets again following the conclusion of the game, I washed up briefly and, feeling disheartened, drove home without attending the press conference. Upon arriving, I found it difficult to sleep, the sting of being bested at the last moment weighing heavily on my mind. I lay in bed, scrolling through my phone and watching videos until nearly 1 in the morning, when I finally drifted off into a restless slumber. The next morning, I awoke feeling somewhat lethargic. After breakfast, I drove to the team's training facility, where most of the other players had already arrived, but the mood was notably subdued. It seemed the previous night's loss had cast a shadow over everyone. When the coach entered the gym, he first chose not to initiate the training regimen, recognizing the somber atmosphere. Instead, he took a moment to uplift the team's spirits before commencing practice. After the coach's words of encouragement, the mood improved slightly, especially since the next 3 games would be away. Thus, the team decided to allow everyone to remain home for an extra day before flying to Houston the following day. The morning practice focused primarily on tactical training, continuing for several hours. In the afternoon, players were given the freedom to train independently. The morning session had been relatively light, and I had not accrued any energy points. After a break for lunch, I trained for a bit longer in the afternoon, finally earning some energy points before concluding practice. Glancing at the clock, it was just past 4 in the afternoon. With nothing pressing to return to, I contemplated a stroll, recalling my previous experience accompanying my mother on a shopping trip. He had no intention of venturing into crowded places, feeling rather melancholic. Instead, he decided to drive to the seaside to lift his spirits. Upon arriving at the coast, he sought out a relatively quiet barbecue restaurant, where he indulged in some grilled delicacies. The food was satisfactory, albeit lacking in vegetable accompaniments and predominantly meat-laden. Inside the establishment, a few patrons recognized him. Yet they refrained from intruding, merely requesting his autograph before returning to their meals. The proprietor was a Caucasian gentleman in his 50s, accompanied by 3 staff members, one of whom was his daughter, who appeared to be of similar age to Auden and possessed a striking beauty. As he neared the end of his meal and prepared to depart, a group of boisterous young men entered the restaurant, creating quite a ruckus. They ordered food while uttering profanities, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Unable to tolerate their behavior, the owner's daughter approached them in an attempt to reason with them. To her dismay, they not only ignored her, but one individual, adorned with dreadlocks and tattoos covering his arms, began to make lewd remarks. Upon hearing the commotion, the owner hurriedly emerged to shield his daughter and demanded that the rowdy patrons leave his establishment, declaring he would no longer serve them. The 3 men, displeased by his insistence, rose from their seats and began to shove the owner. In the ensuing scuffle, one of them, with bleached hair, inadvertently struck the owner across the face. Observing this altercation, the other diners hastily left, leaving money on the tables to avoid any unnecessary trouble. With the exit of the patrons, the 3 men, sensing their dominance, grew increasingly brazen and resumed their harassment of the young woman. Odin could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward, lifting the 3 individuals and unceremoniously casting them out of the establishment. While the trio failed to recognize him, his imposing stature rendered them silent. At that moment, a police vehicle arrived, likely summoned by other patrons who had witnessed the disturbance. Upon seeing the police, the 3 miscreants hastily made their escape. The officers entered the restaurant to inquire about the incident, and upon learning that the troublemakers had departed, they also left in their vehicle. The 2 officers, both admirers of Odin, requested his autograph before departing. After resolving the situation, he exited amidst the gratitude of the proprietor and his daughter. When Odin offered to pay for his meal, the owner adamantly refused. His daughter, Luna, a fan of Odin as well, took the initiative to request his contact information, expressing her desire to treat him to dinner as a token of thanks. Driving home, Odin felt a significant uplift in his spirits. The frustration from the prior loss dissipated, especially after having made the acquaintance of a lovely young woman. Just before bed that night, he received a text from Luna, once again expressing her gratitude and wishing him good night. With a lighter heart, he slept soundly. And the next morning, after breakfast, he drove to the airport. His fellow Warriors teammates, upon spotting him, seemed markedly in higher spirits, which positively influenced the collective mood of the team. Curry and David Lee jested with him, inquiring if he had spent the previous night at a nightclub. Once aboard the plane, the players, invigorated and unwearied, engaged in a game of landlord, abandoning their previous pursuits of gaming consoles and music. The current favorite pastime among the Warriors was playing Landlord, a card game that permitted participation without the stakes of gambling, drawing in even the less highly paid players and fostering a vibrant team atmosphere. Upon arriving in Houston, they found a modest hotel for a quick meal before resting for a while. By 5 in the afternoon, they arrived at the Rockets Arena to warm up. Although Yao Ming was sidelined for the season due to injury, The Rockets were faring decently under Coach Edelman's guidance, exhibiting commendable teamwork. The game commenced at 7:30 p.m., featuring the Rockets' starting lineup of Scola, Kevin Martin, Hayes, Lowry, and Battier. Odin felt a sense of delight as he faced Hayes, favoring the matchup against an interior player like Hayes, which he found comparatively easier. During the opening tip-off, Odin and Hayes approached the center circle, with Hayes merely leaping symbolically while Odin effortlessly tapped the ball to Curry. Without a doubt, Curry passed the ball to Odin for the first shot. Despite Hayes attempting a front defense, Odin received the pass without difficulty. Disregarding a skyhook, he aggressively backed into Hayes, taking a step forward before executing a powerful one-handed dunk. With a height and wingspan advantage and superior strength and leaping ability, Odin found the matchup rather effortless, and he might very well break his personal scoring record that day. Hayes, unable to contend with him, was a reluctant defender, especially given the Rockets' diminished interior strength following Yao Ming's injury. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Lowry advanced past half-court, intending to leverage his weight against Curry. However, Kevin Martin called for the ball, compelling Lowry to pass it to him. Upon receiving the ball, Martin sought an opportunity to penetrate. His offensive prowess was notable, as he was renowned in the league for drawing fouls. His peak performance included a game where he scored around 50 points, half of which came from free throws, making him the player with the fewest field goals in a 50-point game. Faced with such a crafty foul drawer, Durrell found himself at a loss. As Martin drove in, Durrell cautiously kept his distance, wary of the potential foul as Martin made an aggressive move toward him. With a smirk, Martin scored 2 points while unsettling Durrell. Next, it was the Warriors' turn to attack again, with Curry once more passing to Odin. As Odin received the ball, Scola approached to provide help defense. The moment Odin turned with the ball, Scola, without even making contact, pretended to stumble backward, taking 2 steps away. This bewildered Odin, who was relieved when the referee did not call an offensive foul against him. Otherwise, he would have been unjustly penalized. However, with the play halted, he had no choice but to pass the ball to David Lee. Upon receiving the ball, David Lee initially contemplated taking a shot at Scola. However, upon witnessing Scola's Oscar-worthy performance, he astutely opted to pass the ball to Durrell. In stark contrast to his offensive prowess, Kevin Martin's defensive efforts were considerably lacking. Durrell, who was not particularly known for his ability to drive to the basket, found himself surprisingly effective against Kevin Martin. After successfully breaching Martin's defense, he refrained from advancing into the paint and instead executed a jump shot near the free throw line, securing 2 points. The entirety of the first quarter unfolded in an oddly charged atmosphere. Kevin Martin and Durrell engaged in a mutual display of offense, with Durrell reluctant to defend and Kevin Martin essentially leaving himself unguarded. David Lee and Scola found themselves in a similar predicament. However, Scola exhibited a slightly superior performance compared to Martin. The only player seemingly unaffected was Odin, for had it not been for Scola occasionally assisting Hayes in defense, Hayes might have suffered significant psychological distress during the first quarter. Fortunately, with Scola's support, Odin was able to draw an offensive foul, which helped him temper his game somewhat. As the first quarter concluded, the Warriors maintained an 11-point lead over the Rockets with a score of 35-24. Odin scored an impressive 15 points in a single quarter, marking the highest single-quarter tally of his career. In the second quarter, the Rockets surprisingly opted to assign Scola to guard Odin, while Hayes was tasked with defending David Lee. When facing Scola, one must tread cautiously, as he possesses a notable knack for drawing fouls. Thus, during the second quarter's offensive plays, Odin altered his approach, instead of relentlessly attacking like he did against Hayes. He increasingly employed hook shots to conclude his plays, making it more challenging for Scola to draw fouls. Despite the scoring similarities, Odin felt a certain discomfort against Scola, lacking the fluidity he experienced when facing Hayes. Even with heightened caution, Odin found himself whistled for 2 fouls during the second quarter. With just 2 minutes remaining in the half, Coach Smart, in a bid to protect him, had no choice but to substitute him out. Nevertheless, even after his departure, the Warriors maintained a commanding lead over the Rockets, finishing the first half at 67-52, a 15-point advantage. As the second half commenced, the duo of Scola and Kevin Martin, both adept at drawing fouls, continued to pose significant challenges for the Warriors. Although the Warriors held on to their lead by the end of the third quarter, the game felt exasperating, as if their strength was stifled. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors had stretched their lead to 86-66, a 20-point cushion over the Rockets. However, several key players for the Warriors found themselves in foul trouble, Curry, among the few, had the least fouls called against him, yet he still accrued 3. Odin, David Lee, and Williams each faced 4 fouls, while the unfortunate Dorrell was substituted after merely 3 minutes in the third quarter, having already been whistled for 5 fouls. Throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter, the Rockets refrained from utilizing their starters, effectively conceding the match. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Rockets, 113-98. On this day, Odin achieved a remarkable feat, scoring 35 points, grabbing 13 rebounds, dishing out 2 assists, and blocking 3 shots, thus shattering his personal single-game scoring record. With his overwhelming skills, his progress has surged to 36-100. Despite securing a victory in the match, his spirits were somewhat dampened. At the conclusion of the game, he glanced at the statistics and noted that the Rockets had attempted 15 more free throws than the Warriors. Remarkably, Scola and Kevin Martin alone accounted for a staggering 30 free throws, surpassing the total attempts of the entire Warriors team. After a brief freshening up post-game, he boarded a flight to Memphis with his teammates, as they were set to face the Grizzlies in 2 days. The coaching staff wished for the players to rest adequately, planning for a night flight to Memphis, followed by a day off for the entire team to recuperate. After all, 2 back-to-back away games loomed ahead. Insufficient rest could severely impact their performance. On the plane, they indulged in a game of landlord, and upon arriving in Memphis, it was already past midnight. Upon reaching the hotel room, he refrained from immediately succumbing to sleep and instead checked the energy points he had accumulated from the day's victory, which included breaking both his single-game and single-quarter scoring records. The system rewarded him with a total of 14 energy points, coupled with his previous game and training gains. He now possessed 57 energy points. His current hour points stood at 56, prompting him to exchange 3 energy points for attribute points, all of which he allocated to his mid-range shooting, elevating it to 59 points. After a moment's hesitation, he contemplated whether to elevate his mid-range attribute to 60 points, which would allow him to utilize it in the upcoming match. With his performance increasingly drawing the attention of other teams, opponents had begun to study him, identifying his shooting range as a potential weakness. They merely needed to prevent him from receiving the ball near the basket to effectively stifle his development. Consequently, he was fervently eager to enhance his mid-range shooting ability, knowing it needed to surpass a minimum threshold before he felt confident enough to employ it in games. Otherwise, if his skill points were too low, it would be more prudent not to use it at all, as his shooting percentage would likely suffer, leading to squandered offensive opportunities. Chapter 54. The pick and roll with Curry. The following morning, while others were still slumbering, Odin roused David Lee from his bed, insisting he accompany him for practice. He aimed to elevate his mid-range shooting skill to 60 points before the game against the Grizzlies, needing just 3 more energy points to exchange for an additional skill point. As for the remaining 20 energy points, he was resolute in preserving them for emergencies, as they would facilitate a swift recovery in the event of injury. David Lee, bewildered by Odin's fervor, reluctantly trained with him throughout the morning. Odin accumulated 2 points of energy, while David Lee returned to the hotel with a fatigued expression, seeking rest. The following morning, the team engaged in a practice session, predominantly focusing on strategies for their matchup against the Grizzlies. After a busy morning and a hearty lunch, Odin dedicated some additional time to training, ultimately garnering a point of energy. Coincidentally, he amassed a total of 30 points of energy, which allowed him to exchange 10 points for a skill point, subsequently enhancing his mid-range shooting ability. His mid-range skill finally reached 60 points, and at that moment, his 3-point shooting skill also increased by 2 points, attaining a total of 32 points. It appears that skills have a reciprocal influence. When the mid-range shooting proficiency is adequate, it positively affects the 3-point shooting as well. With his mid-range skill reaching 60 points, Odin felt a surge of confidence for the evening's game against the Grizzlies. At around 5 p.m., the team arrived at the Grizzlies' home arena and began warming up after changing into their uniforms. The game officially commenced at 7:30 p.m., with the Grizzlies' starting lineup unchanged from the previous encounter. In the last match against the Grizzlies, the outcome was only determined at the very end, and their resilience had been duly noted. However, this time, the Warriors' starting lineup included Curry, who had been sidelined due to injury in their last meeting. Moreover, with Odin's mid-range skill now at 60 points, the game promised to be more favorable than before. As the game began, Odin once again won the jump ball, directing it to Curry. Initially, Odin refrained from positioning himself near the basket. Instead, he moved towards the free throw line. Today, he was being defended by Randolph, who, noticing Odin's reluctance to enter the paint, was uncertain of his intentions. Having studied game footage of the Warriors, Randolph understood that Odin posed minimal threat from that position, so he opted not to engage. Meanwhile, Curry, observing Odin's stance, experienced a moment of confusion, yet instinctively passed the ball to him as he reached out, requesting possession. Upon receiving the ball, Randolph reluctantly approached to defend, revealing his evident disinterest. He was acutely aware that there was little threat posed by Odin in that position, and thus felt that moving to defend was somewhat of a drain on his energy. Nonetheless, as the player who was matched up against Odin that day, he made his way over, albeit with a lackluster attitude, harboring doubts that Odin would attempt a shot from that spot. Odin observed as he leisurely approached, adjusted his stance, and deftly released the ball, which sailed through the air and swished effortlessly through the net. The other players on the court, including those from the Warriors, exchanged surprised glances upon witnessing this unexpected shot. Previously, he had rarely attempted a shot from this position, nor had he been seen practicing mid-range jumpers. What had transpired today? With such confidence, he had seamlessly sunk his shot upon entering the game. While they were perplexed, the ongoing match afforded them no time for contemplation. As the Grizzlies began their offensive play, Conley dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Gay. Gay engaged in a one-on-one against Williams. While no one from the Warriors moved to assist defensively, Williams was currently the most formidable perimeter defender on the Warriors roster, capable of reducing Gay's shooting percentage even without additional support. It was inconceivable for Gay to easily outmaneuver Williams, should other Warriors players converge to provide help. It would likely leave the Grizzlies with open opportunities. Thus, the Warriors chose not to assist. Gay indeed found it challenging to outplay Williams, as their physical attributes were comparable, and Williams excelled in defense. After several feints failed to deceive Williams, Gay resorted to having Marc Gasol step forward to set a screen, allowing him to finally shake off Williams. Once freed, Gay opted not to drive towards the paint but instead chose to shoot, having already witnessed Odin's shot-blocking prowess. To avoid being contested inside, he decided to take his shot early. The basketball found its way through the hoop, and the Warriors were once again poised to commence their offensive play. As Odin made his way back, he advised Curry to seek him out for a pick-and-roll. Curry cast a puzzled glance in his direction, for in their previous encounters, the two had scarcely collaborated on such a play. Odin's sudden suggestion left him perplexed, unsure of its intent. However, with the game in full swing and time of the essence, he decided to heed Odin's counsel and give it a try. Thus, after advancing past the half-court line, he began to await Odin's approach to initiate the pick-and-roll. After observing that others had established their positions, Odin emerged from the paint to engage in pick-and-roll plays with Curry. In the past, the Warriors also employed pick-and-roll strategies, predominantly featuring Curry and David Lee. While David Lee possessed a modicum of mid-range shooting capability, the effectiveness was limited, primarily due to his relatively slow footwork. Consequently, when the pick-and-roll was executed and the opposing center approached to impede Curry, David Lee often struggled to reposition himself for a shot or a lob at the basket, rendering the pick-and-roll less effective and consequently less utilized. Odin's previous inadequacy in mid-range shooting compelled him to drive towards the paint after executing a pick-and-roll. If Curry were to penetrate the lane, it would create congestion within, rendering him susceptible to blocks. Consequently, their collaboration on pick-and-rolls diminished. Aware of his own capabilities, which have now improved his mid-range proficiency to a commendable level of 60, he yearned to experiment with a pick-and-roll alongside Curry. This would provide him with a broader array of strategies to counter double teams in the future, rather than merely waiting in the post to face the pressure. Observing Odin sprinting towards the perimeter, Randolph also ventured out from the paint, as Odin's recent mid-range attempt had indeed instilled a degree of hesitation in him. Should he remain stationary, and Odin successfully convert another mid-range shot, it would prove to be quite a predicament. Odin rushed over to set a screen for Curry, who effortlessly extricated himself from Conley's grasp and found himself face-to-face with Randolph. Confronted by the lumbering figure of Randolph, Curry had myriad options at his disposal. He could either dribble past him, feint and shoot, or simply pass the ball to Odin on the side. Chapter 55, winning the game ultimately. He chose to trust in his own abilities. After creating a slight bit of space, he opted to take the shot, sending the ball soaring through the hoop. It's worth noting that Curry had faced his own struggles. Although he had secured several championships in his previous life, he had never collaborated with a dominant center. Now that he had traversed into this new reality, he was finally able to experience the synergy of playing alongside an exceptional center. This sensation was quite delightful. leading him to consider more collaborations with Odin in the future. During a timeout, Curry exchanged a high five with Odin before resuming his defensive duties. The coach, observing their synergy from the sidelines, felt a spark of inspiration. He had previously contemplated having Odin and Curry execute some pick-and-roll plays. Their earlier practice sessions had not yielded satisfactory results. Yet surprisingly, their performance on the official court was promising. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, they opted for Gay to go one-on-one. After Conley brought the ball past half-court, he passed it back to Roy. However, Gay struggled against Williams' defense, finding his offensive efficiency lacking. After a series of unsuccessful feints, he was forced to take a challenging shot, which missed, allowing Odin to secure the rebound. In the ensuing plays, the Grizzlies found little success in countering the pick-and-roll executed by Odin and Curry. Their only recourse was to have Gay or Marc Gasol occasionally provide assistance on defense, which inevitably left other Warriors players open for opportunities. Throughout the first quarter, it seemed as though the Warriors had unlocked their full potential, with their offense flowing seamlessly. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors unexpectedly led the defensively adept Grizzlies by 11 points, with a score of 32-21. As the intermission concluded and the second quarter commenced, the Warriors' bench proved to be quite capable, matching the Grizzlies' efforts. When the starters returned to the court, the 11-point lead had remained intact. Upon the return of the main players, the Grizzlies focused their defensive efforts on Curry, allowing Odin to shoot from a distance, which somewhat mitigated Curry's influence. While Odin's mid-range shooting ability was still somewhat limited, he had improved compared to his earlier performances. During the second quarter, he attempted 4 mid-range shots, successfully landing 2, while the other 2 were missed. One of the missed shots was rebounded by David Lee, who completed a second-chance opportunity, making the overall outcome favorable. As the second quarter drew to a close, the Warriors had extended their lead to 16 points, with a score of 72-56 over the Grizzlies. In the first half of the game, Odin has already accumulated 16 points, though his rebounds are somewhat lacking, having only secured 5. This is largely due to fewer opportunities under the basket during offensive plays. Curry, influenced by Odin today, has scored 18 points in the first half, despite attempting fewer three-pointers. However, he has significantly increased his drives to the basket and mid-range shots, achieving a higher shooting percentage than usual. During halftime, although Curry did not adhere to the tactics initially outlined by the coaching staff, the Warriors find themselves in a leading position, having played relatively effortlessly in the first half. Consequently, the head coach did not criticize him. Instead, he offered words of encouragement and commended Odin for his surprising performance. Initially, he anticipated a challenging match, but he was pleasantly surprised by the Warriors' substantial lead over the Grizzlies at halftime. If the rhythm of the first half continues, securing victory against the Grizzlies appears entirely feasible. The coach did not adjust the strategy during the break but merely discussed some details regarding their play in the first half, advising them to pay attention in the second half. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies continued their defensive strategy from the second quarter. The Grizzlies head coach believed their defensive tactics were fundamentally sound. It was merely that Curry and Odin were in good form. He was confident that their hot shooting would not persist indefinitely, so he opted not to alter the team's defensive strategy. Indeed, as the third quarter unfolded, both Odin and Curry's shooting touch began to wane. However, the Grizzlies' lack of offensive strength prevented them from closing the gap until the main players were substituted. The score remained a 16-point difference. After the starters left the game, the Warriors' weak rotation was once again exposed. Jay Mayo, a Grizzlies substitute, hit 2 consecutive three-pointers in the final minute of the third quarter, narrowing the deficit to 10 points. Initially intending to allow his starters some extra rest before the fourth quarter, the coach found their bench performance unconvincing. Just over 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the deficit had shrunk to a mere 5 points. If this continued, the Warriors would lose their lead, prompting Smart to reintroduce his main players to stabilize the situation. Observing the Warriors' starters back on the court, the Grizzlies head coach also sent out his main players. Upon returning to the game, Curry found his rhythm again, immediately making a three-pointer with the aid of Odin's screen, extending the lead back to 8 points, much to the relief of Coach Smart. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Gay received the ball, but Odin and Williams quickly closed in on him, denying him space to shoot, forcing him to pass the ball. With the ball in the hands of other Grizzlies players, the threat diminished significantly. Although the Grizzlies boast the highest defensive efficiency in the league, their offense has faltered. After several minutes of play, the Grizzlies struggled to score, while the Warriors, buoyed by Curry's resurgent shooting, found it easier to score again, following 2 more three-pointers from Curry. The lead widened to 15 points with just 2 minutes remaining in the game, making a comeback increasingly unlikely for the Grizzlies. Consequently, their head coach decisively substituted all the starters, conceding defeat. Noticing the Grizzlies' substitutions, Smart followed suit and withdrew the Warriors' starters. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors triumphing 115-98. Odin finished with 32 points, 12 rebounds, 2 blocks, 2 assists, and 1 steal, while Curry tallied 36 points. For rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 steal. Both players exceeded 30 points, leaving a profound impression on the audience with their pick-and-roll synergy. After the game, following the press conference, they boarded a plane to Minnesota, as they had a back-to-back game against the Timberwolves the next day, requiring a swift departure. Chapter 56, Battling the Timberwolves. Once on the plane, Smart approached Odin for a conversation, and they sat together. Smart first inquired about Odin's physical condition, asking how he had been feeling recently and emphasizing the importance of voicing any discomfort he might be experiencing. After all, during his 3 years with the Trailblazers, he had not played many games due to injury issues. However, in the current season, he has yet to miss a single match. So it is essential to remain attentive to his physical condition. There is no problem at all. Recently, I've been feeling quite well. I even visited the doctor who treated me before for another checkup, and everything looks good, he reassured. Rest assured, coach. I feel that my physical condition is excellent and will not hinder my performance in any games. I know my body well, and I have a system that allows me to monitor my health at any time, so there should be no issues. He further mentioned that the previous concern regarding his leg length discrepancy has been effectively treated through the system, which has been considerate in gradually rectifying the issue. During his last visit to the doctor, the physician was pleased, believing that his treatment plan had been the reason for the improvement. Fortunately, the system's gradual approach to treating his leg was beneficial. Had it resolved the issue all at once, it would have been difficult to explain. That is good to hear. If there are any issues, be sure to inform me immediately. Additionally, he inquired about the mid-range shots he had executed during the game, noting that he had seen much practice from him lately and was curious as to how he had become so precise today. Did you have a particularly good day? After asking, Smart looked at him nervously, fearing that his performance might have been merely a fluke rather than a result of perfected skill. His anxiety stemmed from witnessing the effectiveness of the pick-and-roll executed by Odin and Curry on the court that day. If Odin's mid-range shots were simply due to momentary good form, it would not bode well for Smart. Fortunately, Odin's response alleviated his concerns. No, coach. I started practicing during the off-season. I was just struggling with my shooting percentage, which is why I focused on training at my home facility. I made it a point to practice daily, shooting 1,000 mid-range shots, and I've recently felt a noticeable improvement in my accuracy, enabling me to utilize it in games, he explained. He refrained from disclosing the existence of the system, knowing that even if he did, no one would likely believe him. So instead, he provided a more palatable reason. Thankfully, everyone recognized his dedication to training, and Smart chose to accept his explanation. Satisfied with his response, Smart nodded contentedly. Secretly relieved, and cheerfully replied, "That's truly wonderful. Next time you refine a new skill, make sure to inform me in advance so I can prepare accordingly." Afterward, he eagerly added, "Why don't you go fetch Curry? I'll explain the pick and roll to both of you." With that, he retrieved a tactical board from the side and began swiftly drawing and jotting down notes. After calling Curry over, Smart briefly mentioned that the team would incorporate more pick-and-roll strategies for the two of them. He then took the tactical board and began to elucidate their roles based on their respective strengths, detailing how they should respond to various defenders and different court environments. He also referenced their recent game, pointing out areas where they fell short in executing the pick-and-roll. Throughout the bus ride from the airport, Smart continued to elaborate on the pick-and-roll tactics with both Odin and Curry, only pausing upon arriving at the hotel and entering their rooms. Despite the invaluable nature of Smart's explanations, it was nearly 1 a.m., and fatigue had begun to weigh heavily on Odin. After a brief wash-up, he reclined on his bed, not even taking a moment to check his contribution points for the day. The following morning, he awoke just before 8:30 a.m., hastily freshened up, and made his way to the temporary basketball court rented by the team. He arrived just 2 minutes shy of 9 a.m., relieved not to be late, as that would have meant extra laps as punishment from the coach. Once everyone had gathered, the coach outlined the tactical arrangements for the evening's match against the Timberwolves. With the Timberwolves currently languishing at the bottom of the league standings, winning against them was not deemed overly challenging. The coach briefly discussed the strategy, and the players maintained a relaxed demeanor, concluding a 2-hour training session before dispersing. By late afternoon, around 5 p.m., the Warriors arrived at the Timberwolves' home arena. After completing their warm-ups, the game commenced. The Timberwolves' starting lineup featured Beasley, Love, Luke Ridnour, Malisic, and Wesley Johnson. As the game began, Odin entered alongside Malisic for the jump ball, the latter possessing a well-rounded skill set as the second overall pick from the 2003 draft. Had he not been selected by the Pistons and played under Brown, where he received minimal playing time, his career might have flourished more. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Odin secured the jump ball once more, directing it into Curry's hands. Approaching the front court, Curry did not immediately initiate a pick-and-roll with Odin. With only Odin and Malisic on the floor, David Lee moved to the perimeter to receive a pass, while Love, clearly not fond of playing in the paint, followed him outside. In terms of capability, Odin's current prowess was evidently superior to that of Malisic, prompting Curry to pass the ball directly to Odin, who had established position in the paint. Upon seizing the ball, Odin sensed a hint of anxiety emanating from Malisic. Reflecting on his past experiences as a spectator, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man. Thus, he offered a few words of encouragement. "Hey, my friend. Relax a little. It's just a game. No need to be so tense." Malisic glanced at him unexpectedly, his eyes betraying a flicker of gratitude, for indeed, solace from a stranger can be profoundly healing. At that moment, as Odin's words lingered in the air, Malisic's emotions appeared to stabilize slightly. However, before he could fully appreciate the gesture, Odin had already dribbled, pivoted, and left him behind, executing a powerful dunk. Left in Odin's shadow, Malisic muttered inwardly, "You're just a sly one." He dared not glance towards the coach, instead choosing to quietly retreat to the backcourt. Yet, after that brief exchange, he found himself feeling less anxious. As the Wolves took their turn to attack, Luke Ridnour advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Beasley. Confronted by Williams, Beasley dribbled a couple of times in search of a breakthrough opportunity. Sensing that penetrating past Williams would be challenging, he motioned for Love, who stood nearby, to come forward and set a screen. Beasley then drove inward, passing the ball onward. Odin advanced to provide defense, yet before he could fully position himself, the player had already seized the ball and leaped to attempt a shot. Odin hurriedly leaped into action, but it was too late. The ball had already found its way into the hoop. After witnessing the basketball soar through the net, the player taunted Odin with disdain, proclaiming, "With your speed, you think you can guard me? You won't even catch a whiff of this." This remark ignited Odin's fury, prompting him to retort, "You insolent fool, just wait. I will block you into oblivion." Beasley scoffed dismissively, turning to sprint back to defense, infuriating Odin even further. As the Warriors commenced their offense, Odin channeled his frustration towards Malisic. Positioning himself firmly in the paint, he reached out for the ball from Curry, who initially intended to take the shot himself. Given the rarity of encountering someone with a similar physical stature yet a weaker defense, he yearned to showcase his skills. However, upon observing Odin's furious countenance and unaware of the earlier exchange with Beasley, he assumed Malisic had provoked Odin and passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Odin wasted no time, dribbling twice before backing into Malisic, charging towards the paint. Malisic, unable to match Odin's strength, was forced to retreat step by step beneath the basket. As Odin neared the hoop, he once more braced himself and forcefully collided with Malisic, causing him to stagger back slightly before Odin executed a powerful dunk over him. This moment undoubtedly belonged in the top 5 plays of the game, and after the dunk, he let out 2 triumphant roars towards the Timberwolves stands. This display incited the Timberwolves fans, who erupted in a torrent of insults directed at him. Quickly regaining his composure, he turned and retreated to the defensive end. When it was the Timberwolves' turn to attack, Johnson brought the ball past half-court before passing it to Beasley. This time, Beasley eschewed a pick-and-roll, recognizing the difficulty of penetrating Williams' defense. Instead, he executed a one-handed dribble, leveraging his physical advantage as he charged towards the baseline. Observing the situation, it was evident that Odin had no intention of passing the ball. Therefore, he stealthily moved a couple of steps in the direction of Odin's dribble. As he approached the baseline, he pivoted and leaped backward in preparation for the jump ball, opting to forego the rebound and instead positioned himself alongside Odin, ascending in tandem before Beasley could release the ball. He swiftly swatted both the player and the ball to the ground with a resounding smack. The basketball ricocheted off Beasley and rolled out of bounds. The referee blew the whistle, deeming it an excellent block, and awarded possession to the Warriors. Odin cast a glance at Beasley, who lay on the ground, and muttered disdainfully, "Garbage. Today, I shall end you. Come at me again if you dare." Without waiting for Beasley's response, he turned and retreated to the backcourt. Beasley, initially sprawled on the floor, had been anticipating a teammate's assistance. Upon hearing Odin's words, he sprang to his feet, seething with indignation and eager to retaliate. However, upon assessing the disparity in their physiques, he restrained himself. Yet, when he saw Milicic rushing past him, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration, exclaiming, "Are you dead inside? He coming for you, and you don't even bother to warn me." After expressing his frustrations, Milicic felt a slight sense of relief and sprinted toward the backcourt. He resembled a wounded spouse on the verge of tears, pondering why he seemed to be the target of everyone's ire, which only deepened his natural reticence. Upon reaching the backcourt, Odin noticed his distress and offered a few words of comfort, to which Milicic responded with a grateful glance. Here was a kind soul. A stark contrast to his own teammates who only complained about each other. However, before he could fully appreciate this kindness, Curry had already launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball failed to find the net, but Odin had already pushed him aside and secured the rebound. He quickly rose up for a second attempt, successfully depositing the ball through the hoop. The Timberwolves head coach was already furious on the sidelines, berating his players for their poor offensive execution and lack of focus on defense. In less than 3 minutes into the game, he decided to substitute Milicic, allowing him to sit on the sidelines to cool off. When it was the Timberwolves' turn to attack again, Johnson did not pass the ball to Beasley this time. Instead, after executing a pick-and-roll with Love, he returned the ball to him. Love adjusted and launched a three-pointer, which circled the rim twice before falling in. Love demonstrated a commendable three-point shooting ability, having grown up alongside Klay Thompson, suggesting he had honed his skills well. For the remainder of the first quarter, the Warriors dominated the Timberwolves. Aside from Love, who managed to sink a few shots, the others struggled significantly. Beasley, under Odin's close scrutiny, could only muster 5 points in the first quarter, while being blocked by Odin 3 times. His poor shot selection and tendency to drive into the paint were futile against Odin, whose exceptional physical attributes and nimble footwork made him a formidable presence. As the first quarter concluded, the Warriors led the Timberwolves 32-19, exhibiting an effortless performance. Smart, observing the ease with which his team played, felt inspired to practice some tactics. When Odin and Curry took a breather, Smart approached them to discuss incorporating more pick-and-roll plays to refine their strategy. As the second quarter commenced, Odin and Curry returned to the court and initiated their pick-and-roll. The Timberwolves, already struggling to contain the Warriors' offense, found their defense further compromised. By the end of the second quarter, the Warriors had surged ahead by 31 points, leading 77-46. The match had effectively been decided in the first half, with the Warriors comfortably chatting in their locker room, while the Timberwolves' locker room simmered with tension. The head coach was unleashing a tirade directed at all his players, who dared not utter a word, especially Milicic, who had once again become the focal point of the coach's wrath. As the halftime break concluded and the third quarter began, the Warriors fielded only Odin and Curry among their starters, primarily to refine their pick-and-roll synergy. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves continued with their full starting lineup, evidently motivated by the coach's earlier outburst. At the onset of the second half, the Timberwolves starters showed signs of revival, managing to exhibit a semblance of competence against the Warriors' half-strength lineup. With Odin and Curry executing their pick-and-roll, some of the Warriors' bench players found opportunities to contribute. Overall, the third quarter ended with both teams essentially at a stalemate, with the Warriors still maintaining a 30-point lead. In the fourth quarter, Smart opted to substitute all his bench players, foregoing any further tactical drills, as it seemed futile to practice against the Timberwolves' lackluster defense. With the Warriors deploying their entire bench, Love and Beasley seized the opportunity to rack up points. Beasley, particularly frustrated by his earlier performance where Odin had blocked him 5 times, finally felt liberated with Odin off the court, scoring 12 points in the final quarter. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Timberwolves with a score of 112-103. As both teams shook hands and exited the court, Beasley and Odin deliberately avoided one another. When Odin extended his hand to Milicic, he noticed the melancholic expression on the latter's face. Perhaps this reminded Odin of his own previous tribulations, prompting him to embrace Milicic sincerely and offer a few comforting words. This gesture deeply moved Milicic, who felt an overwhelming urge to forge a close bond with Odin, almost desiring to regard him as an elder brother. After the match, ODN freshened up and boarded a flight back to San Francisco. By the time he arrived, it was already midnight. He decided to send a text message to Luna. And to his surprise, she replied almost instantly. Lately, during his idle evenings, he had been exchanging messages with Luna, and there was a burgeoning affection between them, leading to lively conversations. Given that the team had the following day off, he texted Luna to invite her for an outing, and much to his delight, she accepted. They discussed where to go and exchanged goodnights before retiring for the evening. Early the next morning, ODN drove his sports car to Luna's family barbecue restaurant to pick her up, and together they headed towards a farm in the outskirts of San Francisco. Before they departed, Luna's father advised her to return early, clearly expressing his reservations about ODN. Upon their arrival at the farm, the two began to explore, marking what could be considered their first official date. Both ODN and Luna were inexperienced in matters of romance. ODN had never been in a relationship before, and in his past life, he had remained a lifelong bachelor. As for Luna, she was also quite reserved. Her schooling had not afforded her romantic experiences. And after graduating from university, she returned to San Francisco to assist her father in managing the barbecue business. With both of them lacking romantic experience, there was an initial sense of shyness between them. Odin, shy and uncertain of where to place his hands, would undoubtedly astonish the onlookers if they were to witness him. It was Luna who, with a gentle initiative, took hold of his hand, thereby alleviating his tension. The two spent a delightful morning at the farm, enjoying a modest meal during midday. In the afternoon, they rode horses across the fields, a pursuit Luna clearly relished, having likely received prior lessons in horsemanship. As she galloped under the radiant sun, her graceful presence momentarily left Odin spellbound. In the evening, they drove back to Luna's shop, where Odin had initially hoped to invite her to a movie. However, due to the bustling crowd at his family's barbecue restaurant, especially on this weekend night, she declined, as she needed to return to assist. Odin escorted her to the barbecue restaurant. As she alighted from the vehicle, Luna swiftly pecked his cheek and then darted back into the establishment. Odin sat in his car, chuckling to himself for a while before driving back to his residence. Upon returning to his house, overwhelmed with excitement and unable to find anything to occupy his time, he ventured to his personal basketball court to practice his shooting. He practiced until nearly midnight, only ceasing when the system notified him that he had earned a modicum of energy points. Before retiring for the night, he exchanged goodnights with Luna, finally drifting into a contented slumber. The following morning, he awoke with a smile and made his way to the training facility. Upon entering, he greeted everyone he encountered with a warm smile, clearly elated by some fortunate occurrence. His close acquaintances, Curry and David Lee, took advantage of the head coach's absence to inquire about the source of his joy. Naturally, he refrained from disclosing his romantic involvement, opting instead for evasive remarks. And once the head coach arrived, they commenced their training for the day. The focus of today's practice was the pick-and-roll strategy between him and Curry, which Smart had decided to adopt as the Warriors' primary offensive tactic. After a full day of training, which was punctuated by a brief lunch break, both he and Curry found themselves utterly exhausted. Upon returning home that evening, they were too fatigued to do much more than a basic wash-up, and he fell asleep while chatting with Luna. The next morning, he rose hurriedly after 8, grabbed a quick bite, and drove to the training facility. That evening, the Warriors were set to face the Spurs, who currently boasted an impressive record of 15 wins and 2 losses, leading the league. They were unequivocally the team that every other squad dreaded encountering, with a well-balanced roster that made victory difficult for the Warriors given their current lineup. Yet, they were not entirely without hope. While Odin appeared somewhat inexperienced compared to Duncan in the paint, he felt confident that with David Lee's support, they could hold their own. On the perimeter, the presence of sharpshooters Curry and Dorrell offered a glimmer of optimism. If they found their rhythm, victory was within reach. Moreover, the recent practice sessions between him and Curry on the pick and roll had yielded some positive results, enhancing their chances of success. In the morning, they focused on the tactics necessary for confronting the Spurs, with the assistant coach distributing recent game footage of their opponents and providing an overview of each player's recent performances. After lunch, during a brief respite, he glanced through the material and realized he would likely be matched up against Duncan. While he knew all too well Duncan's technical prowess and playing habits, he took the time to review the coach's painstakingly compiled information. Chapter 59. Battling the Spurs. Arriving at the arena around 5 p.m., he began his warm-up for the 7:30 p.m. game. The Spurs starting lineup included Parker, Duncan, Billy, Jefferson, and DeJuan Blair. As Odin and Duncan prepared for the jump ball at center court, he couldn't resist attempting to elicit a smile from Duncan, whose serious demeanor intrigued him. Just before the referee tossed the ball, Odin playfully bobbed his body in a mock readiness to leap, eliciting laughter from those present. Even Duncan, standing closest, struggled to suppress a smile, his mouth twitching in amusement as he fought to maintain his stoic facade. When the referee resumed the jump ball, Odin composed himself and successfully outjumped Duncan. The ball found its way to Curry, who faced Parker in defense, initially intending to initiate the offense himself. He was surprised to see that Blair was assigned to defend him. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Odin. Having studied footage of the Spurs prior to the game, he was aware of their swift help defense. Thus, he immediately took a step sideways and executed a skyhook, sending the ball gracefully through the net without allowing the Spurs any chance to contest the shot. As the San Antonio Spurs prepared to mount their offensive, it was evident that although Duncan was not assigned to defend himself, Odin, adhering to the pre-game strategy laid out by the coach, positioned himself directly beside Duncan, ready to defend. Approaching Duncan, driven by an insatiable curiosity about the nature of Duncan's personality, he initiated a conversation. "Hello, Duncan. I've heard many say that your fear of sharks is why you gave up swimming. Is it true? And is it because you enjoy patting Manu's head that his hair has been thinning? Did you really receive a technical foul for smiling off the court? Which is why you seem less jovial now." Odin rambled on, yet Duncan remained silent, and during this particular offensive play, the ball never reached Duncan's hands. Instead, it was Ginobili, with his serpentine maneuvering, who deftly evaded Dorel and placed the ball through the hoop. As he penetrated the paint, Odin attempted to provide assistance, but it appeared to have little effect. Ginobili's movements were simply too elusive. Upon returning to defense, DeJuan Blair was assigned to guard him, while Duncan opted to defend David Lee. After Curry advanced the ball past half-court and passed it to Odin, Duncan swiftly closed in on him before Odin could make a decisive move. Faced with dwindling offensive opportunities, Odin was compelled to pass the ball to David Lee, who, upon receiving it, found Ginobili's defensive presence rapidly converging. Once Duncan resumed his defensive duties against Lee, Ginobili returned to guard Dorel, and following two passes, the Spurs' defense regained its composure. The Spurs exhibited exceptional defensive rotations. Had it been the Warriors, chaos would likely have ensued. Now, with the ball in David Lee's possession and lacking advantageous options, he faced a daunting challenge in attempting to score against Duncan. Odin discerned his predicament and promptly stepped forward to provide Curry with a screen, granting him the opportunity to receive the ball. Through their time spent executing pick-and-roll plays, the synergy between Odin and Curry had grown increasingly harmonious. As Curry maneuvered into position, David Lee's pass arrived deftly into his grasp. Upon receiving the ball, Curry noticed that Parker had already matched his pace without switching with DeJuan Blair. While Parker's defense could not be deemed exceptional, his footwork remained notably swift, making it challenging for Curry to shake him off. With the shot clock dwindling, Curry urgently called out to Odin, who intuitively understood and swiftly returned to set another screen. Odin momentarily obstructed Parker, causing him to hesitate in his steps. Observing that Curry had found some shooting space, Blair had no choice but to rush forward to defend. At that moment, Parker took over the defensive duties against Odin, and witnessing the significant height difference between the two, Curry passed the ball without a moment's hesitation. Since Odin did not cut into the paint after the screen, Duncan was unable to provide timely help defense. Although the other Spurs players had begun to move in that direction, Odin clearly would not allow them the opportunity to double-team him. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a mid-range jump shot, scoring 2 points, leaving Parker utterly helpless. However, despite the successful shot, they had experienced the Spurs' defensive prowess. Had it not been for the recent synergy developed between Odin and Curry in their pick-and-roll practices, they might have faced a 24-second shot violation. The performances of both teams during this offensive and defensive exchange indicated the intensity of the match ahead. As the first quarter progressed, both teams exchanged blows fiercely, maintaining a stalemate. From the perspective of the starting lineups, the combination of Odin, David Lee, and Curry was hardly inferior to the famed GDP trio. However, once the starters took a breather and the second units entered, the disparity became starkly evident. The Spurs bench players, though not particularly renowned, executed both defense and offense with remarkable composure, avoiding any semblance of chaos. Conversely, the Warriors appeared disorganized on the court. In terms of player development, Smart's abilities fell significantly short when compared to the venerable Popovich. Thus, by the time the second quarter commenced with the starters back on the floor, the Spurs had taken a 6-point lead. When the starters of both teams had previously exited, the Warriors had held a 2-point advantage. Returning to find themselves trailing by 6 was a stark turn of events. Upon the re-entry of the starters, the Spurs gained possession. After 2 passes, the ball found its way to Duncan. With no viable options for the other Spurs players, it was up to him to resolve this offensive play. Despite Odin's diligent defensive efforts, he could only watch as the basketball kissed the backboard and fell through the hoop. Duncan's fundamental skills were unparalleled, and one could only grasp the feeling of helplessness after witnessing it firsthand. As the Warriors regained possession, the coach had already instructed them to exploit pick-and-roll plays with Curry upon their return, utilizing their synergy as the offensive focal point. It became clear through the first quarter that the combination of Curry and Odin posed the greatest threat to the Spurs' defense. Thus, upon their return, they immediately initiated a pick-and-roll. However, due to Duncan's steadfast presence in the paint and the rapid assistance from Jin, Billy, and Jefferson, apart from those two, David Lee and Dorrell often found themselves needing to conclude plays when faced with double teams or additional help defense. Fortunately, both players exhibited commendable shooting touch today. Otherwise, the score might have widened significantly during the first quarter. After the initial period, the Spurs had discerned the Warriors' strategies. Thus, when facing the pick-and-roll between Curry and Odin again, as soon as their screen was set, no matter who possessed the ball, the Spurs were quick to send help defense. With both Odin and Curry boasting impressive shooting percentages, it was deemed more prudent to force the ball into the hands of other players rather than allowing them to shoot. On this occasion, after executing the pick-and-roll with Curry, the ball came into his possession. Positioned slightly closer to the paint, Duncan promptly approached to double-team him. Consequently, he had no choice but to pass to David Lee, who confidently took a shot in response to Jefferson's closeout. However, the ball failed to find the net, and his once confident demeanor was swiftly replaced by embarrassment. Odin found himself devoid of time to attend to the antics of the fool, for he had joined Duncan beneath the basket, poised to seize the rebound. As the two positioned themselves, neither was able to gain an advantage over the other, resulting in a stalemate when the ball descended upon them. Ultimately, it was Odin's superior leaping ability that allowed him to secure the rebound, and he intended to launch into a second jump for a dunk. However, unbeknownst to him, Ginobili, the cunning thief, had stealthily extended his hand from the side. Alarmed, Odin quickly cradled the ball to his chest, prompting Duncan and Ginobili to exchange glances. In a synchronized motion, for large hands reached towards Odin's embrace, leaving him on the verge of shouting for impropriety. Yet at that moment, he was clearly too preoccupied to voice his concerns, clutching the ball tightly, unable even to call for a timeout. Eventually, the referee, unable to tolerate the spectacle any longer, called for a jump ball. Given that it was the Warriors' home court, the referee showed a modicum of leniency, awarding the jump to Ginobili against Odin. Coach Popovich and Duncan, however, were evidently displeased with the referee's decision. Popovich had been roaring from the sidelines, but upon catching the referee's glare, he restrained himself slightly. Meanwhile, Duncan, with wide eyes and an impassive demeanor, continued to argue with the official, though the referee seemed disinclined to engage, issuing a warning before taking his position by the free throw line with the ball in hand. At this moment, Odin was already waiting at the free throw line, while the Spurs realized they could not alter the referee's decision. With an expression of feigned innocence, Jin Billy stepped forward to engage in a jump ball with Odin. However, this crafty individual, just as the referee was about to toss the ball into the air, mischievously remarked to Odin, "Look, there is an airplane flying overhead." Odin was rendered speechless. This is indeed the basketball court. How could you possibly see an airplane? Do you possess the ability of X-ray vision? However, when Ginobili spoke up, he casually mentioned that the player's shoelace was untied. To my surprise, instead of looking up for the airplane, this fellow actually bent down to check his own sneakers. With such intellect, it is no wonder you were overshadowed by Duncan. Unsurprisingly, Odin won the jump ball, showcasing a dual dominance of intellect and strength. After securing this jump ball, Odin felt an immense sense of satisfaction, akin to the joy of scoring a perfect 100 on an exam. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, David Lee had already taken a shot, which unfortunately missed. He hastily rushed to the basket, competing with Duncan for the rebound. Fortunately, the rebound favored his position. Otherwise, contending with both Duncan and Blair would have posed a significant challenge. As he positioned himself to catch the descending ball, he leaped and reached for it. However, considering Duncan and Blair were nearby, he swiftly altered his approach from rebounding to shooting. The ball's landing point was not far from the hoop, allowing him to effortlessly score. The Spurs demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Had it not been for the hot hands of David Lee and Dorell in the second quarter, they might have fallen behind significantly. This was still under the circumstance that the Warriors performed decently overall, yet they concluded the first half trailing the Spurs by 5 points. Defending Duncan for an entire half while simultaneously executing pick-and-rolls with Curry was undeniably exhausting. After the half, he collapsed onto a chair, reluctant to move. Once back in the locker room, he took a moment to recover before regaining his composure. In fact, they had played reasonably well, matching up against the league's top team. Smart was somewhat satisfied. Alas, the team's depth was mediocre, and he could only watch as the score gap widened, a recurring theme. One could only wonder when the team would manage to acquire 2 competent substitutes through trade. Currently, the Warriors still possess some salary cap space. The highest salary belongs to David Lee, while both Curry and Oden remain on their rookie contracts. Even the salaries of Dorell and Williams exceed theirs. Thus, the Warriors are financially capable of trading for some valuable substitutes, though one might question whether the current general manager has the acumen to execute such trades. As the halftime break concluded, the second half commenced, with both the Warriors and Spurs fielding their starting lineups once more. Upon entering the court, Oden found himself once again matched up with Duncan, resuming his chatter, not with trash talk, but rather mundane inquiries about life. This incessant banter irritated Duncan, who merely wished to finish the offensive play and distance himself from Oden. So, in silence, he began to establish his position for the ball. Upon receiving it, he executed a textbook bank shot, the basketball swishing through the net. Sighing in relief, he finally enjoyed a moment of quiet. However, to his astonishment, during the Warriors' offensive possession, Oden neglected to collaborate with Curry or actively request the ball. Instead, he remained glued to his side, incessantly chattering. Meanwhile, David Lee, displaying remarkable awareness, had sprinted off to pursue Blair. Little did he know, this was a strategic move orchestrated by Smart, intending for Oden to shadow him to bolster rebounding efforts. The Warriors had struggled with rebounds in the first half, prompting Smart to revert to a strategy allowing Curry and David Lee to run the pick-and-roll while Oden returned to the paint for rebounding and second-chance opportunities. Chapter 61. Earning the Western Conference Player of the Month. This adjustment stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Blair's defense was subpar. Even David Lee found it relatively easy to score against him. Secondly, competing for rebounds alongside Duncan often put David Lee at a disadvantage. If Oden and Curry executed the pick-and-roll, a missed shot would leave them vulnerable on the boards. Thus, at the start of the second half, the Warriors made their first adjustments, knowing that without changes, victory would be elusive. After several possessions, the alterations yielded some results, albeit not ideal. The pick-and-roll between Curry and David Lee struggled, as David consistently failed to find his position. On 2 occasions, Curry was double-teamed, leaving no passing lane for him to connect with David. Frustrated, Curry hesitated to continue running the pick-and-roll, had Oden not been effective on the boards. The score might have already widened significantly in favor of the Spurs. While the score had not widened, the Warriors' offense appeared chaotic, performing worse than in the first half. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the gap increased. With no other option, Smart utilized a timeout to reinstate the first-half strategy, which improved the flow of the game slightly. The score between the 2 teams fluctuated consistently between 5 to 8 points. The Warriors struggled to narrow the gap, while the Spurs found it equally challenging to extend their lead. By the end of the third quarter, the Warriors trailed the Spurs by 8 points, with a score of 65 to 73. After a brief intermission, the Warriors decided to take a risk at the beginning of the fourth quarter by sending all their starters onto the court, given the narrow margin. If they could catch up early in the final quarter, there was still hope for a comeback. In response, the Spurs also deployed their key players, including Jin Billy and Duncan, along with several substitutes to maintain a steady approach. As the fourth quarter commenced, Jin Billy took the lead in the offensive strategy. His ability to evade defense proved formidable, even when faced with double coverage from Williams and Dorell, along with sporadic help from Oden. He consistently found ways to score or assist unguarded teammates. The Warriors found themselves at a loss against him until the 6-minute mark of the fourth quarter, when the Spurs' other starters joined the game. The score remained stubbornly distant, and Oden and his teammates began to feel fatigued. After 2 additional minutes of play, the deficit widened to over 10 points. Smart, seeing the improbability of a comeback and recognizing the game was merely a regular season match, opted to substitute the starters and concede. Upon witnessing the Warriors' decision, the Spurs likewise withdrew their main players. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Warriors losing 106 to 113. Throughout the match, the score difference was minimal. However, the Warriors never truly had a chance to overturn the situation, continuously pressured by the Spurs, which was a rather disheartening experience. Nevertheless, losing to the Spurs by such a narrow margin did not leave the team overly despondent. Odin scored an impressive 33 points, breaking his personal single-game scoring record, alongside 14 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks. In contrast, Duncan recorded 26 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block, indicating that Odin's overall performance eclipsed Duncan's. However, Duncan displayed a more consistent demeanor. Statistics reflect only one aspect of the game, while certain elements cannot be quantified. Following the match against the Spurs, the Warriors were set to face the Suns in 2 days. Although Nash remained a formidable player, the Suns had diminished in strength since trading away Stoudemire and Marion, their performance declining year after year. That evening, returning home, he spoke with Luna for a while after freshening up, which provided him with considerable mental relief. Since the NBA season commenced, he had been in a constant state of tension due to daily games and training. Engaging in conversation with someone he cherished helped alleviate his anxious emotions. After their chat, he realized it had been a while since he checked his system, so he accessed it to review his attributes. Through the recent games and training, his energy level had risen above 50 points, reaching 52. He decided to expend 30 points of energy to exchange for 3 points in basic attributes, enhancing his mid-range shooting to 63 points. Additionally, his blocking skill, Sky Block, had progressed to 42,100, suggesting that in approximately 2 months, he would fully develop this skill. Furthermore, through diligent training, his strength had increased slightly to 94 points, which was a pleasant surprise. After reviewing the system panel, it was already past midnight, and he succumbed to sleep. The next morning, the team had no scheduled training, yet he remained active, rising early around 7 a.m. After breakfast, he commenced his training, which lasted until noon, earning him a modest amount of energy. Following lunch, he rested for a while before heading to the arena around 3 p.m. Upon arrival, his teammates greeted him with congratulations, leaving him bewildered until he learned he had been named the Western Conference Player of the Month for November. This marked his first accolade of this nature. He wondered if the system would offer a reward. His previous recognition as Player of the Week had yielded no reward, perhaps indicating the system's view of these honors as less significant. With little time to ponder, he decided to wait until after practice to investigate further. The afternoon training focused on defensive tactics against the Suns, as their fast breaks remained a threat as long as Nash was on the court. After practice, he and his teammates celebrated his achievement with a meal. He had intended to invite Luna, but she was preoccupied and declined. Given the training scheduled for the following day, they left the bar before 11 p.m., returning to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, he promptly reviewed the system, which granted him a mere 5 points of energy for his Player of the Month recognition. Initially, he felt a tinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, he acknowledged that receiving any energy points was better than the previous week's experience, where he received none. With a neutral disposition, he soon fell asleep. The following morning, after breakfast, he drove to the team's training facility. The session focused on strategies for the upcoming game against the Suns, lasting only about 2 hours before allowing the players to engage in free training. As soon as the coach announced the freedom to train, David Lee attempted to make a hasty exit, fearing Odin's intensity. However, before he could escape to the weight room, Odin spotted him and insisted he accompany him for additional training. "Hey David, join me for a workout. Don't run away. If you dare, I'll dunk on you next time we scrimmage." He was unaware that he could invite someone else to train with him. Instead, he persevered alone, observing the expressions of others who seemed to revel in his discomfort. With a resigned sigh, he responded, "All right, what am I running for? Just to grab a bottle of water." Primarily, he sensed that training alongside Odin had inadvertently enhanced his own skills. Thus, despite the arduous nature of the training, he acquiesced for the sake of his development. As they trained until nearly 1 o'clock, Odin finally released him. Upon checking the system, he discovered he had accrued 2 energy points that day, bringing his total to 34 points, sufficient to redeem another point of basic attributes. Consequently, he expended 10 energy points to enhance 1 basic attribute, allocating it to his mid-range shooting, which subsequently rose to 64 points. Once his mid-range attribute reached 70, he intended to focus on improving his speed. After a brief respite following lunch, he set out for the gym around 6 o'clock in the evening. Following the warm-up, the game commenced at 8. The starting lineup for the Suns featured Nash, Jason Richardson, Grant Hill, Fry, and Earl Barron. When Richardson took to the court, Warriors fans greeted him with applause, expressing gratitude for his past contributions to the team. As the game began, he faced off against Earl Barron for the jump ball, a player of equal height. The coaching staff had provided minimal information beforehand, merely noting Barron's proficiency in rebounding, with no further insights. Securing an effortless victory in the jump, he felt no pressure. Observing Barron nearby, he feigned confusion, remarking, "Are you here to watch the game? You certainly have a prime seat." His words left Barron momentarily flustered, aware he could not match this opponent. He shot him a glare before sprinting forward. Curry's initial shot was not directed to Odin, as Nash's defensive skills rendered passing to Odin less advantageous than taking the shot himself. Even the pick-and-roll with Odin was deemed unnecessary. With a couple of swift dribbles, Curry penetrated the lane, and upon Barr's defensive approach, he promptly passed the ball to Odin. Odin effortlessly executed a dunk, securing 2 points, and swiftly retreated to the backcourt to thwart any potential fast break from the Suns. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, Nash displayed remarkable speed as he propelled the ball forward. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Fry stepped up to set a screen, and the two engaged in a pick-and-roll maneuver. David Lee appeared to struggle to keep pace with Fry. After the screen, Fry received a pass from Nash and, disregarding whether Earl Barron had established position beneath the basket, released the shot. The basketball swished through the net. With the entire offensive sequence taking less than 7 seconds, a breathtakingly swift execution, leaving Odin little time to react before the ball found its mark. Subsequently, it was again the Warriors' turn to attack. This time, as Curry dribbled past the half-court line, he deliberately slowed the tempo of the offense to engage the Suns in a half-court battle, allowing the Warriors to catch their breath. After a few dribbles, once Odin had regained his composure and positioned himself appropriately, Curry passed the ball to him. Odin, capitalizing on his physical advantages, intended to overpower Elberon. Although the latter's skills were lacking, his strength was equally underwhelming, leaving one to ponder the Suns' rationale for employing him as a defender. With a sardonic tone, Odin remarked, "Come on, man, this isn't working for you. Put in some effort, or your coach will surely substitute you out. Even if this is just a job for you, at least put on a show for the boss. Our salaries are quite generous. If you don't give it your all, losing your position could be detrimental, especially considering how scarce such opportunities are." Elberon was nearly at a loss for words. Was it truly his lack of effort? Clearly. He was up against an opponent whose physicality was extraordinary. Despite their similar heights and weights, he could not fathom how Odin's strength was so vastly superior, rendering him utterly defenseless. Adopting a mindset of surrender, he implored Odin, "Please, ease up a bit. If you keep this up, I might not make it through. Just take the shot already, I beg you." Although Odin harbored disdain in his heart, he nonetheless turned, gathered the ball, and prepared to leap for a shot. The Suns' defense was utterly inadequate. They had already allowed him to initiate his shooting motion without a single player coming to assist. As Odin successfully sank the ball through the hoop, Hill prepared to inbound from the baseline, while Williams positioned himself nearby to disrupt the throw. Simultaneously, Curry shadowed Nash to prevent him from receiving the ball, striving to delay the Suns' offensive efforts. Once the Suns executed the inbound pass and the ball found its way to Nash, the Warriors' other players had already established their defensive positions. To diminish the Suns' success rate in pick-and-roll plays, Odin was assigned to defend Fry, while David Lee took on the task of guarding Earl Barron. Upon crossing half-court, Nash noted that Odin was now guarding Fry and decided against utilizing Fry for a pick. Instead, he awaited Hill and Jason Richardson to execute a mutual screen, allowing Hill to create an open position, to whom Nash promptly delivered the ball. At that moment, Darrell had yet to position himself defensively, and Hill confidently took the shot, successfully making his first three-pointer of the day. The Suns' strategy revolved around all players, excluding Earl Barron, engaging in frenetic screens and movements while Nash possessed the ball. Whenever an opportunity arose, Nash would immediately pass to the open player. In this configuration, the Suns exhibited no hesitation in shooting. Irrespective of who received the ball, they would swiftly opt to take the shot without concern for the outcome. As nearly half a quarter had elapsed, the Suns fervently sought to elevate the pace of the game, while the Warriors consistently aimed to control the tempo. Given that the Suns were already at a disadvantage in terms of skill compared to the Warriors, coupled with their subpar shooting percentage that day, they found themselves trailing 21-13, an 8-point deficit. Earl Barron, after enduring 2 fouls due to Odin's relentless offensive onslaught, proved incapable of containing him. Consequently, The Suns head coach had no choice but to substitute in Turkoglu, assigning Fry to guard Odin while Turkoglu defended David Lee. By the conclusion of the first quarter, Fry had also accumulated 2 fouls under Odin's offensive pressure. Throughout the first quarter, Odin's desire to score was insatiable, amassing an impressive 15 points within that period. At this rate, he was on track to achieve a high-scoring game, potentially surpassing his personal single-game scoring record. Chapter 63, Nash. For minutes into the second quarter, the Warriors starters returned to the court. During their absence, the Suns failed to narrow the gap, indicating that their bench was not significantly inferior to that of the Warriors. Soon after, the Suns starters re-entered the game, and upon seeing Earl Barron back in action, Odin remarked, "Oh, look who's back to watch the game." Frustration welled within him. It felt like a double blow, being undermined while also having to face this insufferable foe. However, before he could fully process his vexation, Curry had already passed the ball back to him. Upon receiving the pass, Odin confronted Elberin and opted for a forceful approach, disregarding even the slightest hint of technique. With a mere dribble, he gathered the ball and rose, powerfully colliding with Elberin, before preparing to execute a slam dunk. Elberin, realizing he was on the verge of being emphatically dunked over, disregarded everything else and instinctively reached out to grasp Odin's arm. Odin, having perfected his hook shot, encountered no difficulties with his one-handed shooting. Thus, he opted to convert a dunk into a one-handed shot. Even under the duress of a foul, he forcefully released the ball, which precariously bounced off the rim before eventually settling into the net. Earl Barron, upon entering the game, immediately committed a foul, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment from the spectators as they witnessed the remarkable basket. Observing the ball's descent into the hoop, Barron could only helplessly raise his hands to the coach, conveying his inability to contain Odin. Meanwhile, the Suns coach found himself bereft of viable strategies during the first quarter. He had tasked Fry with guarding Odin, yet to no avail, much like Barron. Resigned, he decided to focus on their own offensive play, recognizing that since Marion's departure, the team's defense had been lackluster. As the Suns prepared for their next offensive drive, the Warriors' swift transition defense thwarted any hopes of a fast break. Therefore, Nash opted for a pick-and-roll with Fry. As a member of the 180 Club, Nash, upon completing the screen and switching to Odin's defense, chose not to pass the ball but instead took the shot himself. The suddenness of Nash's release caught Odin off guard, compelling him to leap forward for a block, only to discover it was merely a feint. In the moment before the ball was released, Nash retracted it and leaped, leaning into Odin. By the time Odin realized Nash intended to draw a foul, it was too late. He could only watch as Nash collided with him, resulting in a foul being called against him. Fortunately, Nash's shot missed, sparing him from a potential three-point play. After successfully drawing the foul, Nash playfully patted Odin on the backside, startling him. With a hint of disdain, he exclaimed, "What are you doing, man? I'm straight and have a girlfriend. If your hand dares to touch my backside again, I'll break it." Odin, taken aback by the intensity of Nash's reaction, quickly responded, "Brother, I'm straight too. I already have kids. I'll try to refrain from touching next time." After that, he approached the free throw line, brushed his hand against the sole of his shoe, and licked his fingers twice before gathering himself to shoot. Odin, observing from the sidelines, was utterly appalled by Nash's apparent lack of hygiene. In the subsequent second quarter, the game mirrored the first, with the Warriors leading the Suns by a significant margin of 28 points at halftime, 72-44. This essentially marked yet another match characterized by a decisive first half. During the intermission, Coach Smart engaged in a discussion with him, contemplating the inclusion of Biedrins in the second half. This decision stemmed from prior conversations with the Warriors' general manager, who expressed a desire to utilize Biedrins as a bargaining chip to acquire valuable players from other teams. With Odin already on the roster, Biedrins' opportunities to play were considerably diminished, and his offensive performance as a substitute had been subpar. Moreover, he had been plagued by injuries over the past 2 years, presenting a potential risk. But with his recent recovery, the head coach decided to increase Biedrins' playing time to enhance his statistics, aiming to facilitate a trade for useful players. The Suns, undoubtedly, provided an ideal opportunity for him to bolster his numbers. Consequently, when the second half commenced, Smart allowed Odin to rest on the bench and sent Biedrins to play the center position. Due to the Suns' lackluster performance, Odin remained sidelined throughout the second half. During this period, Curry and David Lee alternated in assisting Biedrins, who also demonstrated decent defensive skills. By the conclusion of the match, he astonishingly amassed 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Ultimately, The Warriors triumphed over the Suns with a final score of 121-107, while Odin, seated on the bench, nearly dozed off. Having only played one half, he recorded 23 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. While commendable for many centers, his recent performance felt rather average. Following the clash with the Suns, the upcoming matches were set to be considerably more challenging as they faced formidable opponents, the Thunder, Mavericks, and Spurs on the road, culminating in a home game against the Heat. After finishing his post-game rituals in the locker room, he returned home, knowing that the next game was scheduled in 3 days. Thus, Coach Smart granted the team a day of rest. Upon arriving home, he messaged Luna, inviting her to the beach the following day, to which she readily agreed. That night, while lying in bed, he checked the system. The team had won, yet he had not broken any records, yielding only 6 energy points. With his prior total, he accumulated 30 energy points, subsequently exchanging 10 for 1 basic attribute point. This point was allocated to his mid-range shooting ability, elevating it to 65. To his delight, this improvement also increased his free throw percentage to 76. He reviewed the progress of his skill, Veil of Shadows, which had reached 46100, nearing the halfway mark. After perusing this information, he spent some time on his phone, noting that his recent stellar performances had sparked increased online discussions about him. Particularly after earning Player of the Month, his fan base had expanded significantly, with praise flooding various platforms. After browsing several commendable posts, he left a comment under one expressing a similar sentiment, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 64, The Rise of the Phoenix. The following morning, he drove to Luna's house and rang the doorbell. She had already prepared and was waiting at home. Upon his arrival, she exited to join him in the car as they headed to the beach. They enjoyed a delightful morning together, and for lunch, they casually found a nearby eatery that was not overly crowded. Recognizing him, patrons approached politely for autographs and photographs. While waiting for their meal, fans informed him that Curry had been spotted nearby, enjoying time with his family. After lunch, with the afternoon wide open, and knowing that Curry and David Lee were aware of Luna's presence, he called Curry to ascertain his location. Upon confirming, he and Luna headed over to join them, finding Curry and his group preparing for a fishing outing. Thus, they spent a splendid afternoon at sea. As they parted ways in the evening, Aisha extended an invitation to Luna, suggesting she could visit their home whenever convenient. The next morning, the team gathered at the training facility to strategize for their upcoming match against the Thunder. The Thunder were currently at their peak, boasting a roster that included Durant, Westbrook, Harden, and Ibaka, along with several other talented players. The majority of their squad had been acquired through astute draft choices, showcasing the Thunder's remarkable scouting acumen. The Thunder undoubtedly represent a formidable challenge for the Warriors, primarily due to the abundance of players in their roster who excel at penetrating defenses and creating their own scoring opportunities. Their lineup is particularly well-suited to counter the Warriors' strengths. Currently, the Warriors exhibit vulnerabilities in perimeter defense. When faced with adept outside scorers, they often struggle. Furthermore, with both Harden and Durant being proficient in long-range shooting, the matchup becomes even more daunting. Additionally, the comparison between Odin and Durant, as the first and second picks of the same draft class, is inevitable. This scrutiny was somewhat forgivable in previous years, as Odin had been sidelined for much of the last 3 seasons. However, following his unexpected resurgence this season, the discourse surrounding their rivalry has intensified, adding another layer of intrigue to the upcoming game. After a morning of rigorous training, the team took a brief respite before convening at around 4 p.m. to embark on their journey to Oklahoma, arriving at their hotel shortly after 7 p.m. Following dinner, several players gathered in Odin's room for a game of landlord. During the game, David Lee initiated a conversation, inquiring about Odin's thoughts on the match the following evening. He offered his assistance, suggesting he could help position Odin for rebounds and facilitate more passes, albeit with a humorous request for Odin to introduce him to a female acquaintance named Luna in return. Before Odin could respond, Curry chimed in, offering his support as well, pledging to ensure Odin received the ball during pick-and-roll plays. Odin, however, graciously declined their offers, expressing confidence in his ability to handle the Thunder's interior defense independently. He added that the real challenge lay ahead for Lee and Curry in their respective matchups, urging them not to falter. As for the rivalry with Durant, Odin dismissed the comparisons, emphasizing their different positions and asserting that he remained unconcerned with external opinions. As soon as Odin finished speaking, Curry and David Lee exchanged glances, both sensing that Odin was indeed indifferent to the matter. Consequently, they refrained from revisiting the topic. Later that evening, around 9 o'clock, the group ventured out for a late-night snack before returning to their hotel to rest. The following morning, they arrived at the gym that the team had temporarily secured, where they trained diligently throughout the morning. By 5 in the afternoon, they made their way to the Thunder's home arena to begin their warm-up. During this time, they spotted Durant, with whom they shared an early acquaintance, albeit with limited interaction. They exchanged greetings, each recognizing the competitive spirit reflected in the other's eyes. At 7:30 in the evening, the game commenced. The Thunder's starting lineup featured Durant, Westbrook, Jeff Green, Nenad Kirstic, and Cephalosha, while Harden and Ibaka were still primarily coming off the bench. As the match began, Kirstic faced Odin for the jump ball at center court. Although Kirstic was of similar height to Odin, his vertical leap was significantly inferior, and he possessed average athleticism, typical of a European big man. Yet with a commendable basketball IQ, the referee tossed the ball into the air, and Odin effortlessly secured the jump, directing the ball towards Curry. Curry swiftly advanced the ball past half-court, but upon crossing the line, Westbrook approached to defend. To be candid, while Westbrook's playing style exudes fervor, his defensive approach can at times lack prudence, leading to impulsive decisions. On the very first play, he recklessly attempted a steal but failed, fortunately. Jeff Green was there to assist with his defense. Facing Green, Curry executed a step-back jumper, successfully landing a three-pointer. When it was the Thunder's turn to attack, before the Warriors could establish their defensive formation, Westbrook charged into the Warriors' paint, with Odin yet to cross his own three-point line. Westbrook leapt into the air for a thunderous dunk, igniting a fervor among the Thunder fans, who rose in unison to applaud him. Odin pursed his lips, observing Westbrook roaring beneath the basket, contemplating how to block him with a myriad of techniques. As the Warriors resumed their offensive play, Curry dribbled past the half-court line and, noticing Odin demanding the ball in the paint, he was taken aback to see that the Thunder had chosen to assign Nenad Kirstic to single-cover Odin. Without hesitation, he passed the ball to Odin. After receiving the pass, Odin executed 2 back-to-the-basket dribbles before pivoting and driving into the paint, leaving Nenad behind him. He then unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk. Following the slam, he taunted Nenad, saying, "Is that all you've got? Perhaps you should practice more. The NBA may not be the right fit for you." Before Nenad could respond, Westbrook, who had rushed into the paint to prepare for a rebound, was so incensed that he nearly charged Odin in a fit of anger. After the dunk, Westbrook swiftly retreated to his half-court to thwart a fast break from the Thunder. As their defensive counterattacks and quick transitions were their primary offensive strategies during this period. As the Thunder resumed play, Westbrook advanced the ball past half-court, disregarding Durant's request. He skillfully maneuvered past Curry in a single step before Williams could arrive for support. He surged into the paint once again, preparing for another emphatic dunk. The ferocity with which Westbrook launched himself was formidable. His relentless momentum often compelled most interior defenders to yield. However, Odin was undeterred. With his physical prowess and the mastery of his skill set, he was more than willing to reject such an invitation. Seizing the moment, he leapt with all his might to block the basketball in Westbrook's grasp. Due to the sheer force of his advance, Westbrook found himself unable to evade the impending block and could only hurl the ball toward the hoop. In midair, the two players momentarily engaged in a standoff, before Westbrook was ruthlessly swatted away, along with the ball. The considerable recoil sent him tumbling backward, landing on the court. Fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his hands during the fall, averting what could have been a serious injury that might have jeopardized his participation in the game. When Odin sent Westbrook crashing to the ground, a collective gasp erupted from the Thunder fans. Remarkably, Odin was only shaken back a step by the impact, while Westbrook, thanks to his exceptional athleticism, rose unscathed from the court and darted toward the direction of the rolling basketball, determined to regain possession. Odin naturally yearned to seize the basketball, yet his towering stature hindered him from crouching in time, and the ball was swiftly claimed by Westbrook. After gaining possession, Westbrook took 2 steps back to re-evaluate his options, while Odin advanced 2 steps forward, poised to attempt another block. Perhaps still haunted by the previous emphatic rejection, Westbrook, upon noticing Odin's imminent approach, abstained from a forced shot and instead passed the ball to Durant on the perimeter. Upon receiving the pass, Durant executed a swift change of direction and leapt, seemingly disregarding Durrell, and effortlessly sank the ball into the hoop. As Westbrook released the ball, Odin quietly growled at him, challenging him to try again, questioning his reluctance to shoot. He had hoped to provoke Westbrook into an impulsive act, yet to his surprise, Westbrook remained remarkably composed, rolling his eyes and retorting, "I'm a point guard. Why must I shoot?" This single remark left Odin momentarily speechless, compelling him to retreat in frustration. Although Durant's three-pointer found its mark, it was evident that Odin's block possessed a far more visually striking impact. Had it not been for that rejection, it might have easily earned a place among the season's top 10 plays. That block was even more exhilarating than witnessing a game-winning shot, leaving many Thunder fans momentarily dazed. When it was the Warriors' turn to attack, the Thunder surprisingly allowed Nenad to defend alone, and under such circumstances, he could hardly blame himself. He turned to Nenad and remarked, "Take care of yourself, brother." Before Nenad could react, he had already reached out to request the ball from Curry. Once the ball was in his hands, Odin began to execute a back-to-the-basket move, leaning back twice, which forced Nenad to stagger 2 steps backward. With a half-turn, he released a skyhook that swished through the net, securing 2 points. As he made his way back, he noticed Nenad grimacing while running back, rubbing his chest with clenched teeth, heading towards the front court. If Odin had been closer, he would have undoubtedly heard Nenad muttering curses under his breath. Westbrook advanced the ball across half-court once more. Perhaps the earlier block had unsettled him. This time, as he penetrated the lane, Williams rushed over to provide help defense. Surprisingly, he passed the ball directly to Durant, opting against a reckless drive into the paint. Upon receiving the ball, Durant faced Williams, who had moved to guard Westbrook, leaving only David Lee to contest him. Durant played with remarkable intelligence, and as the league's leading scorer, his ability to score was exceptionally formidable. Although he and David Lee were of similar height, Durant's footwork was decidedly quicker than Lee's. 2 months prior, he executed a swift change of direction, causing Lee to shift slightly left. And he seized the opportunity to break to the right. After bypassing Lee's defense, he opted not to drive further in, instead executing a jump shot from near the free throw line. There was no need to advance any closer. Odin awaited him in the paint, and Durant had the confidence to take the shot. As anticipated, the basketball found its mark, swishing through the net. Durant's offensive prowess was undeniably enigmatic. He consistently exploited mismatches with precise shooting and exceptional scoring ability. As the Warriors prepared for their next offensive possession, Curry dribbled past half-court and finally called for Odin to come out and set a screen. Odin stepped forward to shield Curry from Westbrook, allowing Curry to drive into the paint. Leonard advanced to switch defensively against Curry. However, due to his sluggish footwork, he was easily faked out by Curry's rapid changes in direction, leaving him spinning in place. Seizing the opportunity, Curry took a step back and released a swift shot. Odin dashed directly to the basket, poised to seize a rebound, only to be surprised by Westbrook's simultaneous entry into the fray. However, the basketball swished effortlessly through the net, denying both players the opportunity to secure the rebound. In the ensuing possessions, both teams essentially played independently. The Warriors capitalized on pick-and-roll plays involving Curry and Odin, with the duo either taking shots themselves or passing to open teammates when defenders approached. Occasionally, if the opportunity was particularly favorable, Curry would deliver the ball directly to Odin, allowing him to assert his dominance in the paint against Leonard. Meanwhile, the Thunder relied on Westbrook's penetrating passes and Durant's isolation plays to score, with neither side able to effectively contain the other. However, due to Curry's exceptional shooting performance that day, the first quarter concluded with the Warriors holding a slender 2-point lead over the Thunder, 28-26. As the second quarter commenced, despite the Thunder introducing Harden and Ibaka, it appeared that Blinds had found his rhythm, showcasing an unexpected resurgence. In the initial minutes of the second quarter, he managed to compete on equal terms against the Thunder alongside a cadre of Warriors substitutes. By the time the starters returned to the court, the margin remained a mere 2 points, leaving Odin somewhat conflicted about the prospect of the team parting ways with him. Yet, considering the player's history of injuries, he concluded that it might be prudent to expedite his departure. As the 5th minute of the second quarter approached, both teams gradually substituted their starters onto the court. The game commenced anew, with Westbrook bursting forth with unparalleled energy, charging towards the paint once more. Odin believed he would, much like in the first quarter, charge into the paint and subsequently pass the ball out. To his astonishment, he opted for a direct shot, and in a moment of oversight, he actually succeeded. It was unclear what kind of encouragement the Thunder's head coach had provided him moments before, but after making the basket, he defiantly shouted at Odin, "Come here. Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you. If you have the guts, try to block me again." One could hardly believe his audacity. It seemed as though he thought he had just dunked over Odin. Odin, unfazed, retorted, "Fine. If you're so bold, Come charging in for another shot next time, and let us see if I can block you." They exchanged fierce glares before sprinting back to their respective courts. Upon reaching his half, Odin, still miffed by Westbrook's earlier outburst, decided to channel his frustrations towards Leonard. As Curry dribbled past the half-court line, Odin raised his hands, signaling for the ball in the paint. Recognizing Odin's positioning, Curry promptly passed it to him. Fueled by his pent-up resentment, Odin began to back down, dribbling the ball closer to the rim, preparing to leap for a dunk. Leonard, feeling the pressure as Odin pushed him into the paint, could hardly withstand it. Retreating, he pleaded, "Come on, take it easy. It was Westbrook who provoked you, not me. I'm not involved in this." Having overheard the earlier exchange between Odin and Westbrook, Leonard couldn't help but feel a tinge of resentment towards Westbrook. Why provoke Odin if you wouldn't take responsibility, leaving Leonard to bear the brunt of it all? Chapter 66. Curry and Durant in a scoring duel as Odin appeared poised to deliver a thunderous dunk over him. Leonard had no choice but to brace himself and clutch Odin firmly. He absolutely could not allow the dunk to happen. He had no desire to become a mere footnote in the highlight reels. Being posterized would surely land him in this week's top 5 plays, and he was determined to avoid becoming the subject of nationwide ridicule. Odin was abruptly embraced by this fellow, rendering his intended slam dunk impossible. Instead, he could only awkwardly toss the ball towards the hoop. Fortunately, having mastered the skyhook, his one-handed shooting accuracy surpassed that of others, and the basketball found its way into the net. Simultaneously, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling that the 2 points were valid, along with an additional free throw. As Odin landed, he had intended to hurl a few words at Nenad, but to his surprise, this individual was smiling beside him and spoke up. "Brother, please calm down. I truly did not intend to harm you. I was left with no choice. I certainly did not wish to miss the highlight reel." This fellow disregarded Westbrook's furious glare, prioritizing the need to pacify Odin's anger. As for Westbrook, he was too disinterested to respond. After all, it was not he who was tasked with defending Odin. So what was the point of glaring from the sidelines? After a moment of contemplation, Odin decided to extend a measure of forgiveness. Recognizing the fellow's amiable demeanor and the absence of any malicious intent during their earlier encounter. Moreover, he had inadvertently gained a free throw as a result. With a reluctant but firm warning to be more cautious in the future, he began to prepare for the free throw. Ned, upon hearing this, quickly assured, "I shall certainly be more vigilant next time. I would never wish for you to be harmed." Meanwhile, Westbrook, overhearing the exchange, muttered a derisive remark, calling him a softie, as he positioned himself for a rebound. This only served to ignite a flicker of irritation within Ned, who thought to himself, "How ungrateful. I consistently assist you in securing rebounds without so much as a word of thanks. Now, not only do you refuse to guard Odin on my behalf, but you dare to insult me? We shall see if I continue to assist you." After successfully sinking the free throw, he retreated to the defensive end. As the Thunder initiated their offensive play, memories of Odin's earlier intimidation surfaced, compelling him to drive towards the basket. Emboldened by a surge of anger and a reckless determination to confront the Warriors' interior defense once more. Upon noticing that his opponent was charging towards him, Odin realized that his previous remarks had made an impact. Consequently, he resolved to step forward to thwart his advance. Typically, it would be expected for Nenad to obstruct Odin's path to provide defensive support. However, due to Westbrook's earlier taunts, he harbored resentment and intentionally took a slight step aside, allowing Odin to pass. Odin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such an effortless passage. However, with Westbrook having already penetrated the defense, a shot was imminent. He could not afford to ponder further and swiftly advanced to provide support. Westbrook, stunned by Odin's unexpected proximity, found himself momentarily at a loss. The progress of his sky-obscuring skill had reached 46, proving effective against Westbrook's straightforward approach. At present, his defense was causing Westbrook considerable discomfort, making a successful shot seem precarious. He contemplated the earlier exchange between them, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Just then, Odin's taunts pierced through his thoughts. "Go ahead and shoot. Are you afraid? You dare to call others soft, yet here you are, hesitant to take a shot. If you're too timid to shoot, you could always pass the ball. Just utter the words, 'Big brother, I was wrong, and I promise I won't label you soft again.'" Listening to Odin's provocations only fueled Westbrook's ire, disregarding all else. He prepared to launch a jump shot, determined to release the ball. Odin had long anticipated this maneuver, the moment he initiated his move. Even before the basketball reached its apex, Odin had already leapt, effortlessly snatching the ball that Westbrook had attempted to shoot, catching it with a single hand midair. This was undoubtedly a clean and decisive block, surely deserving a spot among the top 5 plays of the week. Before he could flaunt his achievement, he noticed Curry and Durrell hastening towards the front court, prompting him to execute a quarterback-style long pass. Although the pass was not perfectly executed, Curry managed to adjust and sank a three-pointer. It seems he must practice his passing skills in the future, should an opportunity for a fast break arise. He could seize the rebound and initiate the play himself. Upon witnessing the basketball glide through the hoop courtesy of Curry, Odin turned to the still-dazed Westbrook and remarked, "I'm a man of my word. Next time you enter the paint, I'll block you again." Hearing Odin's words, Westbrook finally snapped back to reality, shot him a glare, and refrained from retorting, swiftly running back to receive the ball. Once again dribbling past half-court, Durant, as the current leader of the team, no longer indulged Westbrook's antics and extended his hand, demanding the ball. Having just been blocked due to his impulsiveness, Westbrook reluctantly passed the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant faced off against Williams, dribbling to the left side of the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. He opted not to call for a screen, instead creating space as he prepared to take Williams on one-on-one. With a swift double move, he left Williams bewildered and unable to defend effectively. Rather than driving towards the basket, Durant elevated and released a three-pointer, his shot already in motion while Williams had yet to leap. The ball obediently swished through the net. And as he landed, Durant raised both hands in a gesture signaling 3 points before sprinting back to defend. Upon witnessing Odin's audacious three-pointer, he could not help but express his disbelief. After executing an inbounds pass, he discreetly remarked to Curry, suggesting that he should reciprocate the gesture and see if Odin would maintain his bravado. Acknowledging the suggestion with a nod, Curry swiftly accelerated towards the front court. Before the Thunder could establish their defensive formation, he took a step beyond the three-point line and unleashed a shot, a response to Durant's earlier display. While casting a provocative glance in Durant's direction, recognizing the challenge, Durant, when it was the Thunder's turn to attack, positioned himself once more beyond the arc. Signaling to Westbrook for the ball, the others cleared the space, allowing him a chance to engage in a one-on-one. Although Williams was the Warriors' finest perimeter defender, with a skill set considered above average in the league, he was unable to thwart Durant, who executed a nearly identical play. This time, from the right 45-degree angle of the three-point line, Durant successfully sank another shot. Following this, he directed a defiant gaze towards Curry. Upon witnessing this scene, Odin swiftly approached Curry and assured him, "Shoot without hesitation. Even if you miss the basket, I am here to support you." Curry, meeting Odin's trusting gaze, nodded in affirmation, acknowledging his understanding. Chapter 67, matching up against Ibaka as Curry dribbled past half-court. He waited for Odin to establish his position in the paint before passing the ball to David Lee, subsequently initiating his own movement. After running 2 laps with Westbrook in pursuit, he inadvertently found himself beneath the basket, while Jeff Green replaced Westbrook in shadowing Curry, a rather absurd turn of events. Positioned beyond the three-point line, Curry executed a sudden stop and pivot, shaking off Jeff Green, just as David Lee's timely pass landed in his hands. Without a hint of hesitation, he released a three-pointer, only to be met with disappointment as the shot failed to find its mark, leaving him momentarily disheartened. However, before he could dwell on his misfortune, Odin had already secured the rebound beneath the basket and passed the ball out. With no Nene to contest Westbrook's positioning, Odin effortlessly battled for the rebound against both opponents. Upon receiving the ball, Curry heard Odin's encouraging shout to keep shooting, "Don't hesitate, I've got your back." In that instant, his heart swelled with inspiration. He swiftly executed 2 crossovers, then sidestepped before releasing another shot, which sailed through the net with pristine accuracy. Subsequently, Durant and Curry found themselves in a competitive rhythm, each determined to respond to the other's scoring. Nevertheless, with Odin anchoring the defense in the paint, Curry maintained a slight edge, successfully converting more attempts than Durant. As the first half concluded, the Warriors held a narrow lead over the Thunder, 65-61. Following the halftime break, the second half commenced with the Thunder substituting Nene, who had accrued 4 fouls, for Ibaka to counter Odin's presence. Ibaka possessed remarkable physical attributes, his prowess evident. Yet, it must be said that his playing style tended to be somewhat soft and technically unrefined. The third quarter began, and perhaps due to the exuberance of the second quarter, Durant appeared somewhat lethargic, failing to request the ball from Westbrook, instead signaling for him to play independently. Perhaps the Thunder's coach had instilled a renewed sense of vigor during halftime, Or perhaps Durant's near-flawless performance in the previous quarter had inflated his confidence once more. After receiving the ball, Durant charged toward the paint, albeit with a cautious approach, having learned from the first half not to penetrate too deeply. With Odin now guarded by Ibaka, Westbrook managed to slip into the lane, momentarily obstructing Odin and preventing him from providing immediate help. This lapse allowed Westbrook to sink a mid-range jumper. After scoring, Westbrook provocatively taunted Odin, saying, "Aren't you supposed to block me? Come on, why aren't you stepping up?" Such audacity was indeed striking. It seems you have forgotten the two significant plays from earlier. Just wait, I shall certainly have the opportunity to outshine you again. And we shall see how brazen you remain. However, this time you have scored, so I shall refrain from addressing you for now, allowing you a moment to revel in your triumph before I reclaim my due. Observing his silence, Westbrook's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant, inciting Odin's irritation. As the Warriors prepared for their offensive, Odin, fueled by his frustration, proactively reached for the ball as Curry crossed half-court. Noticing Odin's request, Curry promptly passed the ball to him. Confronted by Ibaka, Odin took a couple of steps before utilizing his skyhook, aiming to seal the contest. To his surprise, Ibaka leapt with remarkable height, nearly obstructing his signature shot, a rare occurrence, as he had never before faced anyone capable of threatening his skyhook. It appeared that a re-evaluation of his offensive strategy was in order, for being blocked would not bode well. Indeed, the skyhook was not infallible. Fortunately, despite the close call, the basketball found its way through the net, sparing him from further mockery by Westbrook. Once again, it was the Thunder's turn for offense. Westbrook, as before, dribbled past half-court and made a direct assault on Curry, charging into the paint with intentions to shoot once more. Although Westbrook often exhibited a reckless demeanor, having learned from his previous encounters, he had become a tad more astute, opting for a jump shot rather than a reckless dunk. Yet, Odin was well prepared this time, having anticipated Westbrook's advance. Engaging in a positional struggle with Ibaka in the paint, neither player managed to overpower the other, ensuring that Odin would not be relegated to a position behind Ibaka. As Westbrook burst past Curry and took a couple of steps forward, Odin braced himself for the impending jump shot. Odin relinquished his entanglement with Ibaka and swiftly moved forward, leaping into the air to prepare for a block. Westbrook was momentarily taken aback. However, by the time he reacted, the shot had already been released, leaving him with no opportunity to alter the outcome. He could only helplessly observe as Odin swatted away the ball he had just thrown. The ball soared a short distance before landing near Curry, who promptly seized it and sprinted down the court. Dorell, displaying remarkable speed, quickly followed suit. On the Thunder's side, only Durant managed to respond. Yet he lagged behind Curry and Dorell, ultimately conceding after a few futile strides. He could only watch as Curry passed the ball to Dorell, who was nearing the basket, allowing Dorell to complete the layup. It was only after witnessing Dorell's successful shot that Odin began to deride Westbrook. Approaching the dazed Westbrook, he taunted, "Is that all you've got? Perhaps you should return home to tend to your child," before resuming his position under the basket, ready to defend. Ibaka, noticing Westbrook's evident distress, intended to offer him a few words of consolation. However, before he could utter a single syllable, he was met with a retort questioning his perception. "Don't you know to help me block?" As the tumultuous game unfolded, the tension escalated, and the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. Upon hearing Westbrook's remarks, he refrained from offering consolation, instead returning to the paint, steeling himself to contend with Odin for the rebound. As the match progressed, Westbrook exhibited newfound wisdom, strategically distancing himself from Odin during offensive plays, avoiding close proximity. In the ensuing minutes, as Odin took to the offensive, the Thunder surprisingly neglected to send assistance, resulting in Ibaka accruing 3 fouls within a single quarter. The defense proved inadequate, occasionally necessitating foul play as a means of mitigation. Fortunately, with approximately 8 minutes left in the third quarter, both teams were poised to substitute their starters, allowing a moment of respite. Initially, the point differential remained narrow at 4. But just as both sides prepared for a change, Curry astonishingly sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, abruptly extending the Warriors' lead to 10 points, complicating matters for the Thunder. Nevertheless, the Thunder's youthful core remained undeterred. Their coach opted to retain his starters, allowing them to finish the third quarter in an effort to narrow the gap. Chapter 68. Overcoming the Thunder. It was not until the conclusion of the third quarter that the Thunder's primary players exited the game, with the score standing at 88-84 in favor of the Warriors. In the final minutes of the third, Badrins entered the fray, making noteworthy contributions that prevented the score from widening further. Given his performance, he could potentially fetch a handsome price if packaged well. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Warriors deployed their bench players, while the Thunder reintroduced their starters, intent on erasing the deficit immediately. The Thunder's coach appeared determined to maximize the potential of his young stars. Almost 3 minutes into the fourth quarter, the Thunder finally managed to level the score. Observing the equalization, Smart deemed it time to reintroduce his starters, having allowed them sufficient rest. However, Badrins was not substituted. Instead, he remained on the court, taking David Lee's place to continue his performance. Furthermore, when Odin entered the game, Smart discreetly instructed him to facilitate opportunities for Badrins, enhancing his statistical output. As Odin and the others took the court, leaving David Lee on the bench, a sense of unease washed over him, stirring feelings of frustration. Although Smart noticed Lee's discontent, he chose not to intervene, understanding that a little pressure could be beneficial for the players. Upon returning to the court, the presence of Badrins beneath the basket alleviated any concerns regarding rebounding, allowing him to rekindle his pick-and-roll partnership with Curry. During their initial offensive play after his return, Curry dribbled past half-court, where Odin stepped up to block Westbrook, prompting Jeff Green to take on Curry. Following the switch, Odin swiftly rolled toward the basket, leading Westbrook inside, then turned to receive a pass from Curry. With Westbrook defending Odin in the paint, it was evident that he stood no chance. As Odin prepared to initiate his offensive move, Ibaka abandoned his defense on Badrins and came over to help guard Odin, expecting Odin to take the shot himself. Ibaka was taken aback when Odin instead passed the ball to Badrins. With Badrins now unopposed under the basket, he effortlessly completed a dunk. Following the score, Odin mischievously taunted Westbrook and Ibaka, asking if they were surprised or pleased, and whether they had anticipated his assist, before turning and running off. Enraged, Westbrook erupted in profanity, while Ibaka could only shake his head in disbelief at Odin's antics as he prepared to inbound the ball. After Badrin's dunk, he ran over to Odin for a brief high-five as a token of gratitude. However, their interaction was limited, as they were not particularly familiar with one another, and there lingered a sense of rivalry between them. As the fourth quarter approached the 7-minute mark, the Thunder's starters began to falter, particularly Durant and Westbrook, who, as the team's offensive linchpins, had played the entire third quarter and much of the fourth without adequate rest. At this juncture, the Warriors surged, producing a 10-2 run within just 2 minutes, effectively sealing the game. With 3 minutes remaining, the deficit widened to 10 points, and the Thunder's players were clearly fatigued. Ibaka had already fouled out, while Nanaud had accrued his 5th foul upon re-entering the game. Realizing victory was slipping away, the Thunder's coach begrudgingly substituted all his starters, conceding defeat. Observing the Thunder's substitutions, Smart opted to replace all players on the court except for Badrins, keeping him on to accumulate statistics during this opportune moment. When the final buzzer sounded, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 121-114. Throughout the match, Odin amassed 35 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 blocks, while Curry, exhibiting exceptional form, recorded 43 points on 16 of 24 shooting, including 8 of 11 from three-point range, and contributed 6 assists. Durant led the Thunder with 38 points, complemented by 2 rebounds, 7 assists, and a steal, while Westbrook added 22 points, 7 rebounds, and 11 assists, albeit with a regrettable 7 turnovers. What was anticipated to be a showdown between Odin and Durant was overshadowed by Curry's stellar performance. Nevertheless, Odin set personal records for points and assists, which he expected would yield increased rewards from the system, though he opted not to check immediately. After the game, he shared a brief embrace with Durant. Despite their lack of communication during the match, they had known each other for a considerable time. Their earlier silence was intentional, aimed at focusing solely on the game. With the match concluded, they exchanged pleasantries, while Westbrook attempted to pull Durant away multiple times, only to be rebuffed. Ultimately, Odin and Durant made plans to practice together during the upcoming off-season. Leaving the Thunder's home court, the team boarded a flight to Dallas, where they would face the Mavericks in 2 days. Aware that the Mavericks were this season's champions, Odin understood that victory would not come easily against the current composition of the Warriors, especially with challenging matchups against the Spurs and Heat looming. After an hour-long flight, they arrived in Dallas shortly after 11 p.m. With training scheduled for the next day, he quickly washed up and retired to bed. He checked the system and discovered he had earned a total of 16 energy points from the game, largely due to his assists. Previously, he had only managed a maximum of 3 assists in a single game, so achieving 6 this time warranted a greater reward. With the new points, His energy total reached 39. He spent 10 points to enhance his basic attributes, specifically increasing his mid-range shooting to 66 points. Afterward, he examined the proficiency of his skill Veil of Shadows, which had reached a milestone of 50, indicating he was halfway through its development. As his proficiency improved, he found defending against certain perimeter players less taxing, and he eagerly anticipated the effects of mastering this skill. His earlier experience guarding Westbrook had already demonstrated that he was no longer struggling as he once had against players of that caliber. Chapter 69. Facing the Mavericks the next morning, he arrived at the temporary gym where the team was training. This season, they had yet to encounter the Mavericks, leaving them somewhat in the dark regarding their current state. They could only gauge the Mavericks' overall strength through game footage. After a morning of tactical drills, the coach scheduled a period of free practice following lunch. Odin did not invite David Lee to train with him this time, as the upcoming match against the Mavericks and the Spurs required him to rest adequately. He decided to allow Lee a reprieve for the time being. His training extended until after 7 p.m., at which point the system finally indicated that he had earned a modest amount of energy. Training alone was proving to be a rather slow process for accumulating energy. By the time he concluded his workout, he found that he was the sole occupant of the training facility. His reputation as a training fanatic was well known, prompting others to finish their routines without waiting for him. After his session, he had a light meal at the hotel and spent some time playing cards with Curry and the others. He returned to his room around 9 p.m. Upon checking the system, he discovered that, with the additional point of energy earned today, his total energy had once again reached 30 points. He redeemed a point to enhance his mid-range shooting attribute, which increased to 67 points. After completing these tasks, he lay in bed and exchanged messages with Luna, eventually drifting off to sleep. The following morning, he trained for over 2 hours in a relatively light session, focusing on strategies for the evening's game against the Mavericks. By around 5 p.m., he arrived at the Mavericks' home court for warm-ups. On the opposite side, the Mavericks roster boasted numerous seasoned veterans, accustomed to high-pressure situations. Their demeanor during warm-ups was noticeably relaxed. At 7:30 p.m., the game commenced, featuring the Mavericks starting lineup, which included Nowitzki, Karen Butler, Deshaun Stevenson, Tyson Chandler, and Kidd. Odin faced off against the formidable Chandler for the jump ball. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, both players leapt simultaneously. Chandler's athleticism remained commendable, but Odin was well prepared and managed to jump slightly higher, ultimately tipping the ball to Curry. As Curry gained possession, Kidd immediately opted for an aggressive defense, nearly stealing the ball away. While Kidd's offensive prowess had waned, his defensive skills and playmaking remained formidable. With age, his experience had sharpened his timing and anticipation in defense. Although he did not secure the steal, he successfully disrupted the Warriors' offensive flow. Once the Mavericks settled into their defensive positions, he and Curry retreated to the three-point line. The pregame strategy outlined by the coach emphasized frequent pick-and-rolls between him and Odin, as Chandler posed a significant threat in the paint. Drawing him out would considerably diminish that threat. Additionally, David Lee was well matched against Nowitzki in rebounding situations, and Curry faced challenges breaking through Kidd's defense. Thus, the coach had reiterated the importance of executing pick-and-rolls at the start of the game. As Odin observed Curry dribbling beyond the three-point line, he sprinted towards him alongside Chandler. Upon reaching Curry, he executed a pick-and-roll, effectively obstructing Kidd and preventing him from maneuvering past to pursue Curry. Realizing that Kidd could no longer keep pace with Curry, Chandler opted to switch defenses, moving to guard Curry himself. Although he could match the footwork of opponents in the paint or on the wing, he found it challenging to keep up with the nimble movements of guards like Curry. With a playful flourish, Curry spun in place before releasing the ball, which sailed effortlessly through the net for 2 points. As the Mavericks took their turn on offense, could advance the ball past half-court, observing his teammates positioning themselves. While David Lee attempted to follow Nowitzki's movements, he was impeded by Chandler's screen, causing him to lose track of Nowitzki, who subsequently received the ball. After a brief adjustment, Nowitzki unleashed his signature move. The Golden Rooster stands on one leg, sending the ball soaring toward the basket. Despite David Lee's earnest leap to contest the shot, he was unable to block it, as Nowitzki's technique proved as elusive as his famed skyhook. The ball was released and, once again, found nothing but net. When the Warriors regained possession, Curry brought the ball into the front court, prompting Odin to approach him for another pick and roll. While Chandler excelled in executing screens, he was less adept at defending against them, as his defensive prowess primarily resided near the rim. Confronted with a skilled pick-and-roll specialist like Odin, He struggled once more and found himself drawn away from the basket, a hint of exasperation evident on his face. Trailing alongside Odin, he muttered under his breath, questioning why Odin couldn't simply remain in the paint instead of venturing out to set screens, reminding him that as a center, he should ideally leave such tasks to more agile big men, wondering if he too was a soft player. Odin was at a loss for words. This was not the time for such antics, especially with Paul orchestrating the pick and roll and their leader listening intently nearby. Did you consider your leader's feelings when you made that comment? Dismissing this fool, he continued to dash towards Curry. Fortunately, Kid reacted swiftly. Noticing that Curry and Odin were attempting the same maneuver again, he promptly signaled to Stevenson, who joined him in double-teaming Curry. While Kid positioned himself in the passing lane between Curry and Odin, preventing Curry from delivering the ball to Odin, this forced Curry to pass to another player. And as Stevenson closed in, Williams found himself momentarily unguarded. Consequently, Curry had no choice but to pass to Williams, whose offensive capabilities were rather limited. He was primarily brought on for his defensive prowess and truly struggled on the offensive end. Upon receiving the ball, he found himself momentarily unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, the Mavericks had completed their rotation, with Kid once again establishing his defense in front of Curry, while Odin returned to the paint alongside Chandler. Upon reaching the familiar territory of the paint, Chandler beamed with delight, his wide grin reflecting a sense of security. Observing Curry create a bit of space, Williams hastily passed the ball, feeling a sense of relief. As Curry received the ball once more, he sensed that the pick and roll was not yielding significant results, and Kid's defensive pressure was increasingly uncomfortable. Noticing Odin calling for the ball in the low post, he decided to pass it to him. After receiving the ball, Odin found himself closely guarded by Chandler, who pressed against him from behind to prevent him from penetrating the paint. Meanwhile, Chandler incessantly taunted, "Hey buddy, save your energy. Pass the ball already, or you'll be left weeping after getting blocked." Chapter 70, The Block by Chandler. In that moment, Odin chose not to engage in idle conversation. Instead, he swiftly dribbled the ball to the side and executed his signature skyhook with remarkable precision, as the basketball soared through the air. It left Chandler, who was prepared to confront him, feeling somewhat perturbed. Prior to the game, Chandler had watched video clips of Odin's recent performances and was aware that his newfound mastery of the skyhook made him a formidable opponent. However, it was only when he faced Odin on the court that he truly comprehended the futility of defending against such a move. It was not merely challenging to defend against. It was utterly impossible. Unless there were double-team efforts, attempting to guard him one-on-one was akin to chasing phantoms. It was no wonder that Jabbar had amassed countless points with this technique. As the game transitioned to the Mavericks' offense, Kid brought the ball up the court and began orchestrating the team's plays. He opted not to initiate an offensive attack himself, instead positioning himself at the arc and directing his teammates' movements. Fortunately for Curry, Kid's reluctance to shoot significantly alleviated the defensive pressure, allowing him to focus primarily on guarding against drives and passes. Given that David Lee had struggled to contain Nowitzki in their previous exchanges, Odin promptly switched on to Lee for a defensive matchup. As the Warriors' best defender, Odin demonstrated his fearlessness by willingly stepping up to guard against a prolific scorer in the paint. After several passes, the ball eventually found its way into Nowitzki's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Odin immediately closed in on him, applying tight defense. Nowitzki had often been criticized for his perceived lack of toughness. He preferred to shoot from a distance, evading defenders, and his defensive efforts were often deemed insufficiently robust. Being closely guarded by Odin made him distinctly uncomfortable, prompting him to retreat 2 steps. Despite this, Odin remained steadfast in his defense. With no alternative, Nowitzki resorted to a forceful back shoulder push, then stepped back and executed his signature move, the standing chicken, releasing the ball toward the hoop. Utilizing the defensive techniques imparted by his training, Odin had anticipated Nowitzki's intentions during that moment of contact. With his formidable strength, he was not easily displaced by Nowitzki's push. As Nowitzki stepped back to shoot, Odin followed suit, leaping high into the air to deliver a resounding block, sending the ball careening out of bounds. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for it was a rare feat to successfully block one of Nowitzki's shots. Odin's block was executed head-on, which makes it even more impressive. This clearly demonstrates his defensive prowess and the remarkable nature of his physical attributes. After the block, instead of taunting Nowitzki, Odin directed his words towards Chandler, challenging him with, "Do you see me as soft? Speak again. Am I really soft?" Nowitzki cast a silent glance at him, followed by a somewhat reproachful look at Chandler, muttering about why he had provoked him, causing him to bear the brunt of an unjust humiliation. Chandler, with a scowl on his face, silently prepared to contest the rebound. Kidd initiated the play again, directly passing the ball to Karen Butler, who, apart from Nowitzki, was the only other starter with a semblance of offensive prowess. Upon receiving the ball, Butler faced off against Dorrell and made a determined drive, pushing Dorrell aside. Before Odin could provide support, Butler launched his shot, which unfortunately did not find the net. The rebound was snatched by Chandler, who, after securing it, prepared to leap and deliver a thunderous dunk. Given David Lee's inferior physical attributes, he might not be able to defend against it effectively and could easily be posterized. However, at that moment, Odin, who was supposed to guard Nowitzki, had stealthily moved behind Chandler. Just as Chandler jumped to execute his dunk, Odin soared from behind him. In that fleeting moment of ascension, Chandler had already envisioned how he would humiliate David Lee post-dunk, while also demonstrating to Odin what true masculinity in basketball entailed, causing a smirk to form at the corner of his mouth. Yet, before his daydreams could culminate, he felt an overwhelming resistance against the basketball in his hands. The ball, aimed at the hoop, could not advance any closer. It was then that he realized, with a surge of panic, that a hand had reached from behind him, resting upon the basketball he held. To his astonishment, this hand possessed greater strength than his own. By the time he comprehended the situation, Odin had seized the ball from him effortlessly, causing Chandler to stumble back a couple of steps upon landing. Odin then threw the ball to Curry, much to the astonishment of everyone present. Having played together for an extended period, Curry was the first to react, dribbling up the court before the Mavericks players could respond, executing a simple layup in a 1-on-0 situation. By the time Curry reached the basket, the others finally grasped the situation, but it was too late to prevent his score. They could only watch as he sent the ball through the hoop. Following Curry's successful shot, Kidd inbounds the ball, prompting the Mavericks coach to urgently call for a timeout. That previous play had significantly dampened morale, especially Odin's block on Chandler. If a timeout was not called, the player's mindset could shatter. During the break, the Mavericks coach gathered the starters around, forming a circle. He refrained from discussing any specific tactics, instead choosing to invigorate them, reigniting their spirits. At this juncture, tactical discussions were futile. The foremost priority was to uplift morale. Without fighting spirit, winning the game would be nearly impossible. Regarding strategy, the coach had merely instructed Kidd to adapt as necessary, with no further elaboration. Upon returning to the court, Odin sensed a renewed vigor among the Mavericks. As if they were convinced of their impending victory, he approached Chandler, teasing him lightly about the block he had just received, asking if he would like to indulge in another, assuring him that he would provide as many as he desired. "It was merely my inattention that allowed you to cover me from behind, you scoundrel. You only dare to engage in such underhanded tactics from the shadows. Speak boldly to me face to face, and we shall see if you can withstand my challenge. Just wait. Soon I will observe whether you have the audacity to attempt a dunk in my presence." As Kidd dribbled the ball toward us, I hastily made my way towards Nowitzki. My primary responsibility at this moment was to defend against Nowitzki, while Chandler's role was merely to provoke him, ensuring he could not focus entirely on the game, thereby alleviating the pressure on David Lee for rebounding. Chapter 71. A majestic block on Chandler upon the resumption of the game. Kidd slightly altered the offensive strategy. Given that Nowitzki was struggling to find his shot against Odin's defense, the plan was to utilize movement to create mismatches for Nowitzki, allowing him to launch an offensive. This approach was somewhat of a necessity, as aside from Nowitzki, the Mavericks' other players lacked significant offensive prowess. While they could manage a few possessions here and there, sustaining consistent output posed a challenge for them. Although Marion and Terry sat on the bench, it was unlikely the coach would allow them to enter the game so early. They would probably remain sidelined for at least 6 or 7 minutes into the first quarter. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the second unit would be compromised, leaving the remaining minutes to be borne by the current players. Positioned at the arc, Kidd orchestrated the movements of his teammates while continuously dribbling the ball. However, Nowitzki struggled to shake off Odin's relentless defense. Odin's speed and defensive skills were superior, making it difficult for Nowitzki to break free. As the clock dwindled, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the moving Karen Butler. This time, Butler did not disappoint, successfully sinking a three-pointer, which finally allowed the Mavericks to breathe a sigh of relief. As the game progressed, both teams gradually found their rhythm. Due to Odin's responsibility of defending Nowitzki, he effectively neutralized him, yet simultaneously found himself lacking the energy to contribute to the offense. Furthermore, Chandler, after his remarkable block, began to exert considerable effort in defending himself against the Warriors' attacks. Occasionally, Stevenson would find himself double-teamed while in possession, resulting in a lack of offensive production during the first quarter. The remaining players of the Warriors also struggled to find their rhythm against the Mavericks' defense, with only Dorrell managing to perform slightly better in that quarter. Consequently, the Warriors left the court with a modest lead of 25-19 over the Mavericks. However, just 4 minutes into the second quarter, upon their return to the court, the score had already evened out at 32-32. Although the Warriors' bench had recently welcomed the return of the healthy Bedrins, which improved their situation somewhat, they ultimately found themselves outmatched against the Mavericks' bench. Led by Marion and Terry, and the deficit gradually shrank. Thankfully, they managed to hold on until their regular rotation time, allowing the starters ample rest, which was a marked improvement from previous games. As the starters re-entered the fray, the Warriors opted to field their entire starting lineup once again, while the Mavericks chose to keep Marion on the court instead of bringing Chandler back. Marion's presence alongside the Mavericks starters immediately revitalized their offense. Possessing commendable offensive skills, Marion proved to be a challenging matchup for David Lee. However, given Marion's age and height, defending against Lee proved equally daunting for him. Thus, the remainder of the second quarter became a duel between Marion and Lee. Fortunately, Curry had begun to acclimatize to Kidd's defense over the course of the game. Moreover, Marion's rim protection paled in comparison to Chandler's. Consequently, he resumed pick-and-roll plays with Oden, which allowed the Warriors to gradually extend their lead. Although Nowitzki began to find his footing against Oden's defense in the second quarter, the pressure Oden exerted made Nowitzki's offensive efforts sporadic and disjointed. By the end of the second quarter, the lead had swelled to 10 points. It became evident that keeping Marion on the court was less advantageous than allowing Chandler to play. During halftime, the Mavericks coach made further adjustments, and as the second half commenced, Chandler re-entered the game. Upon his return, Chandler appeared invigorated. Having spent considerable time on the bench, he was eager to showcase his abilities. After Kidd advanced the ball past half-court, Chandler proactively stepped up to set a screen for him. Kidd moved towards the right side within the three-point arc, and as a center well-versed in completing alley-oops, Chandler seized the opportunity to dash towards the basket, noticing that both Curry and David Lee were focused on Kidd. As Kidd prepared to pass, he spotted Chandler unguarded and poised for an alley-oop. As a masterful passer, Kidd delivered the ball with precision, ensuring that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chandler would complete a powerful dunk upon catching it. However, unbeknownst to them, Oden, defending Nowitzki, had shifted his attention towards Chandler the moment he set the screen for Kidd. Although Lee had been preoccupied, Oden had kept a vigilant watch on Chandler. Thus, as Chandler sprinted towards the basket, Oden stealthily abandoned his defense of Nowitzki and sprinted towards the hoop. At the moment of Kidd's pass and Chandler's leap, Oden rapidly closed the distance to the basket. By the time Chandler caught the ball in midair, Oden had already arrived beneath the hoop, leaping directly in front of him. In fact, the instant Kidd made the pass, Chandler had caught sight of Oden. However, with the ball already en route, he felt compelled to jump and complete the alley-oop. Having spent a significant time on the bench, and with his coach's encouragement echoing in his mind, he felt undaunted by Oden's impending block. Instead, he envisioned retaliating against Oden for the humiliation he had endured in the first half. Yet, while imagination ran wild, reality proved to be a different beast. As he thrust the ball towards the hoop, Oden's hand struck it with considerable force. Although Oden possessed superior physical attributes, Chandler had prepared more thoroughly. Thus, in the air, the two matched each other remarkably well, and upon landing, both players remained in contention for the ball, leading the referee to call for a jump ball. As they approached the free throw line for the jump, experience came into play. Kidd, ever the savvy veteran, recognized that Chandler would likely be overmatched by Oden. Thus, when the referee tossed the ball into the air, Kidd leveraged his robust physique to push Curry aside. As Oden won the jump and instinctively directed the ball towards Curry, Kidd intercepted it instead. As Kidd completed the steal, Karen Butler had already stealthily moved towards the basket. Kidd, upon securing the ball, chose not to dribble but rather passed it directly to Butler, who arrived at the hoop just in time to receive the pass and executed a simple yet effective dunk. The Mavericks seasoned players demonstrated their wealth of experience. A momentary lapse could lead to their swift counterattack. The statistical record reflected an added turnover. And after having been caught off guard by Butler's sudden move, Oden found himself slightly vexed. Subsequently, as Curry dribbled past half-court, Oden began to actively demand the ball in the paint, while Chandler desperately attempted to obstruct him. Alas, lacking the strength and footwork to match Oden, he could only watch as Oden secured the basketball. After receiving the ball, Odin made 2 strides towards the paint. Stevenson hurriedly approached to double-team him. Under normal circumstances, he might have opted to pass the ball out, but having just endured a series of steals and assaults, he felt a surge of frustration. Thus, disregarding the double-team, he discreetly raised his elbow after securing the ball. With a swift pivot, he sent both defenders reeling to the side. Stevenson, possessing a keen sense and intelligence, recognized the brewing storm in Odin and slightly shifted his stance to the side. Conversely, Chandler appeared oblivious to the nuances, having just been blocked. He was still simmering with discomfort and harbored thoughts of retaliation. Had Odin chosen to pass, it might have sufficed. But the audacity of attempting to score against their double team was intolerable. He quickly moved back into Odin's line of sight, vowing silently to impart a lesson to him, intent on delivering a powerful block in return. However, before he could complete his silent oath, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike his chest, causing him to involuntarily take a step back. Upon seeing Chandler return to face him, Odin boldly charged forward, disregarding any semblance of decorum. To his astonishment, the referee did not call an offensive foul. Frustration welled within him, but upon closer inspection, he realized one of his feet had already crossed into the legal charging zone, prompting him to silence his complaints. At that moment, Odin leaped, ball in hand, and executed a 2-handed dunk towards the hoop. By the time Chandler reacted, it was far too late to intervene, leaving him to raise his hands defensively to shield his face from the impending humiliation of Odin's dunk. This moment had a high likelihood of being featured among the day's top 5 plays, a prospect that filled Chandler with dread. Reminiscent of the 2 previous blocks he had suffered at Odin's hands, overwhelmed with despair, he lamented his ill-fated decision to leave the house without consulting the almanac. As he faced the prospect of being featured as mere background in 3 highlight plays. After the dunk, as he landed, he glanced at Chandler, who was still shielding his face, and shrugged nonchalantly before retreating to his half of the court to prepare for defense. This time, he refrained from taunting Chandler, fearing retribution. Following the dunk, a sense of relief washed over him. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams engaged in a spirited contest, yet neither could gain the upper hand, with the score differential remaining around 10 points. To this point in the game, Nowitzki had managed merely 10 points, struggling to shake off Odin's relentless defense. He forced a few shots, but they proved ineffective. Fortunately, Karen Butler was in fine form today, and the bench performed admirably, helping to keep the score from widening. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 77-67, with the Warriors leading by 10 points. However, by the end of the third quarter, the gap had narrowed to just 4 points. To afford the starters a brief respite, Smart sent Dorrell onto the court to join Biedrins in leading the bench for an extended period. The results were satisfactory. At least the score remained within 4 points when both teams resumed play, with the Warriors still in the lead. After a significant break, both teams returned to the court, and the margin was minimal, marking the onset of a critical phase in the game. For the Mavericks, Chandler continued his primary defense, while Stevenson would assist in double-teaming Odin upon his reception of the ball. Odin's scoring was limited, primarily due to the seasoned defensive prowess of the Mavericks players, who made his every offensive attempt exceedingly challenging, resulting in poor shooting percentages. Fortunately, Curry was in decent form today, having made 5 3-pointers thus far, thanks to Kidd's guidance. The score differential lingered around 5 points until only 2 minutes remained in the game. Suddenly, Nowitzki experienced a surge of momentum. Despite Odin's relentless defense, Nowitzki's rhythm surged, proving uncontainable. He hit 3 consecutive mid-range shots, turning the tide and putting the Mavericks ahead by 1 point with only 45 seconds left on the clock. With time running low, the Warriors still had 2 offensive opportunities remaining. The head coach promptly called a timeout to strategize their final offensive maneuvers. Upon resuming play, Williams received the ball from the sideline and passed it to Curry, who then advanced to the frontcourt to establish his position. He effectively screened Butler for Dorrell, who found himself unguarded after receiving the ball. With a quick adjustment, and before Kidd and Butler could close in, he launched a decisive 3-pointer that reclaimed a 2-point lead for the Warriors. With 38 seconds remaining, they had only spent 7 seconds on this offensive play. This meant that even if the Mavericks capitalized on their next possession, the Warriors would still have at least 14 seconds to execute their own offensive strategy. For their final attempt, the Mavericks substituted in Terry and Marion, replacing Stevenson and Chandler, bringing forth their most proficient shooters while abandoning any pretense of rim protection. After crossing half-court, Kidd took his time, deliberately attempting to minimize the Warriors' opportunity for a final offensive play. Meanwhile, The other Mavericks players began to reposition, ready to capitalize on any suitable opportunity for an early attack. Unfortunately, they could not identify the right moment until just 8 seconds remained on the shot clock, at which point Nowitzki finally broke free from Odin with the help of Marion and Butler. Without hesitation, he received Kidd's pass, took a dribble, adjusted his footing, and released the ball just before Odin could close in. The basketball, buoyed by the Mavericks' hopes, swished through the net, equalizing the score at 108-108. Chapter 73, Last-second victory over the Mavericks. Curry injured again after Nowitzki's successful shot. The Warriors called their final timeout. With 16 seconds remaining, they had ample time to execute an offense without haste. Smart instructed Curry to enter the court and aim to consume the clock, ideally leaving around 8 seconds for their offensive play. Given the tie, even if they failed to score on their last attempt, they would still have a chance in overtime. However, they could not afford to leave the Mavericks any time for their offensive play. Following Smart's directives, Curry inbounded the ball, advanced past half-court, and positioned himself at the arc, mirroring Kidd's earlier strategy to drain the clock. Aware that Curry would not take an early shot, Kidd attempted to steal the ball twice, yet to no avail. As the clock hit 8 seconds, Curry initiated his drive towards the paint, with Odin setting a screen. Chandler, who had just returned to the game, followed closely behind, blocking Kidd. Curry surged into the lane, but Stevenson joined Chandler in double-teaming him. Sensing the impending pressure, Curry opted not to pass to the open Williams. Instead, he pivoted, noticing Odin had established prime positioning, and sent the ball back to him. At the moment Curry passed, both Chandler and Stevenson abandoned their pursuit of him, lunging towards Odin. Upon witnessing the throng of players charging towards him, Odin recognized that even if he managed to secure the ball, he would be unable to mount an effective offense. Thus, he refrained from halting the ball, opting instead to catch it with one hand and swiftly pass it back with the same hand. When Curry received the ball, only 2 seconds remained on the clock, leaving him no time to adjust as he quickly launched a shot. At that moment, having already penetrated the paint and devoid of defenders, Odin's pass to Curry prompted Nowitzki to abandon his defense of David Lee and rush towards Curry. However, Curry's release was remarkably swift, and Nowitzki's attempt to interfere was futile. Propelled by inertia, he collided with Curry before he could halt his momentum. At that instant, as Curry had yet to land, the impact caused him to lose his balance, and in an unfortunate twist of fate, he stepped directly onto Nowitzki's foot upon descent, writhing in pain while clutching his ankle. He fell to the ground, yet the attention of the crowd remained fixated on the trajectory of the basketball. The ball danced upon the rim for a brief moment before finally plunging through the net, coinciding with the final whistle signaling the end of the game. As the Warriors celebrated their dramatic victory, their joy swiftly dissipated upon discovering Curry on the floor, grimacing and nursing his injured ankle. With the game concluded, the team promptly summoned a physician to assess his condition. After a preliminary examination, the physician concluded that it was merely a sprained ankle. However, given that Curry had sustained a similar injury to the same foot just the previous month, concerns lingered among the players. They hastily arranged for an ambulance to transport him to a local hospital for further evaluation before determining the next steps. With a back-to-back game against the Spurs scheduled for the following day, the team could not afford to linger. An assistant coach remained behind to keep Curry company while the rest of the team boarded a flight to San Antonio. They arrived in San Antonio around midnight, quickly freshened up, and retired for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, they convened at a training facility arranged by the team. As they entered, the coach was already present, and they engaged in 2 hours of practice. Having faced the Spurs recently, the players were somewhat familiar with one another, facilitating the execution of their tactics. After lunch, they reached out to Curry to inquire about his injury. Curry informed them that the examination results in Dallas were reassuring. It was merely a sprain without any damage to ligaments or bones. He was preparing to board a flight back to San Francisco, where the medical team would conduct another assessment, and he anticipated no significant issues. Upon hearing his words, Odin still felt a tinge of unease. He suggested that Curry visit the doctor who had previously assisted him with his treatment, emphasizing that it would be prudent to seek the physician's counsel if time permitted. The doctor possessed remarkable expertise, and his treatment plan closely mirrored that provided by the system. After considering Odin's advice, Curry resolved to meet with the doctor should his schedule allow, recognizing that there would be no harm in seeking further assistance. He expressed his gratitude to Odin at the conclusion of their conversation. Once he ascertained that Curry's injury was not severe, Odin felt a sense of relief wash over him. At 6 p.m., They arrived at the Spurs' home arena to commence their warm-up. Spotting Duncan practicing across the court, Curry approached to exchange greetings, knowing he would be matched against him later that evening. Presently, his skill progression had reached an impressive 55-100. Although he still felt somewhat inadequate facing Duncan, he was certainly in a better position than during their last encounter. Unfortunately, with Curry's injury, his teammates could no longer execute pick-and-roll plays effectively, significantly limiting the Warriors' tactical options. The game commenced promptly at 7:30 p.m. Having just battled the Mavericks the previous day, Curry's stamina was already compromised. To his surprise, the Spurs immediately began double-teaming Odin upon realizing Curry posed no threat. This made the situation increasingly challenging. Additionally, both Dorell and David Lee were off their game that night. Fortunately, Biedrins showcased exceptional performance, scoring numerous points and leading the Warriors bench to victory over the Spurs reserves. However, due to fatigue, the Warriors starters struggled in the fourth quarter, ultimately resulting in a 98-106 defeat against the Spurs, who remained the only team to have triumphed over them twice this season. As he observed the jubilant expressions on Duncan and Popovich's faces at the game's conclusion, Odin silently vowed to prevail against the Spurs in their next encounter. That same night, they boarded a flight back to San Francisco, with a match against the Heat looming in 2 days. The Heat had emerged as the most talked-about team in the league this season, and their style of play posed a significant challenge to the current Warriors squad. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 2 a.m. Without giving it a second thought, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The following day, he awoke past 10 a.m., with the team's training scheduled for 2 p.m. With some free time on his hands, he settled down with his phone to peruse news regarding the Warriors. Chapter 74, Consecutive Blocks on LeBron James. To his astonishment, he discovered a shocking announcement. At 8 a.m. that morning, both the Warriors and Rockets official websites released simultaneous statements. Biedrins had been traded to the Rockets, who were urgently seeking a reliable center following Yao Ming's injury. With Odin now on the roster, Biedrins found his position increasingly tenuous. The Rockets, having observed Biedrins' impressive return to form, expressed interest in acquiring him. Coincidentally, the Warriors were in need of a capable wing defender, making a trade involving Battier acceptable to both parties, leading to a swift completion of the deal. Biedrins and Battier exchanged teams, and by the afternoon training session, Battier had already reported to the Warriors. Judging by the speed of the transaction, it was evident he had been prepared for a potential trade. Battier's amiable personality and easygoing nature allowed him to integrate seamlessly into the team, which was devoid of any discord. His high basketball IQ enabled him to grasp the team's frequently employed strategies with remarkable speed, much to the coach's surprise. With the upcoming game against the Heat in mind, although Smart had not initially intended to play him, it now seemed entirely feasible to include him in the lineup. The following morning, Battier participated in a joint practice session, and by the evening, he was ready to compete in the game, demonstrating a seamless transition into the team. With the addition of Battier, Smart intends to shift either Dorell or David Lee to the second unit, serving as the sixth man. Battier will be placed directly into the starting lineup, complemented by Williams, thereby providing the Warriors with a fortified wing defense. Furthermore, Battier possesses a reliable three-point shot, lending offensive support to the team without demanding ball dominance, making him an ideal fit for the current Warriors configuration. The game commences at 8 p.m., with the Heat's starting lineup featuring Wade, James, Bosh, Ilgauskas, Big Z, and Carlos Arroyo. Conversely, the Warriors' starting lineup comprises Odin, David Lee, Battier, Williams, and Mills. Since the Warriors are emphasizing an inside game, Dorell has been temporarily relegated to the bench. The tip-off sees Bosh stepping to the center circle alongside Odin. Despite Big Z's greater height, his jumping ability is somewhat limited, prompting the Heat to opt for Bosh for the jump ball. The two players share similar height and leaping capabilities, yet it is evident that Odin possesses a considerable strength advantage. Odin ultimately secures the tip, directing the ball to Mills. In the current context of the Warriors, Mills functions predominantly as a facilitator. After advancing the ball past half-court, he promptly hands it over to David Lee, as Curry's absence necessitates that Lee orchestrate the play. Positioned at the top of the arc, David Lee draws Bosh out, leaving Odin and Big Z underneath. With Curry unavailable, Odin emerges as the Warriors' primary hope, prompting Lee to pass the ball to him once Odin establishes his position. Confronted by Big Z, Odin feels the weight of expectation, especially given that Big Z towers nearly 10 centimeters over him, And while his footwork in the paint is not particularly cumbersome, his speed leaves something to be desired. Upon seizing the ball, Odin initially attempted to assert his presence by pushing inward twice, yet remarkably, he only managed to force his opponent back a mere step. Despite his considerable strength, he was unable to gain the upper hand, a testament to the disparity in their weights. After maneuvering the ball a couple of times, he opted for a skyhook, leaping to take the shot. Big Z found himself powerless against this move, resigned to raising his arms in surrender as he watched the ball gracefully descend through the hoop. The game resumed with the Heat inbounding the ball. Carlos Arroyo, akin to Mills and the Warriors, appeared to function primarily as a facilitator. After advancing past half-court, he entrusted the ball to LeBron James. Upon receiving the ball, James faced immediate pressure from Battier, whose defensive strategy centered on obstructing James's pathway to the basket, denying him an easy entry. Meanwhile, Williams was poised nearby, ready to provide assistance. Finding it challenging to penetrate the interior, James passed the ball to Wade, who had been strategically positioned. Wade seized the opportunity to execute a swift drive. His acceleration was markedly quicker as he dribbled a couple of times to find his rhythm before launching himself forward, effortlessly bypassing Williams. Wade's first step was extraordinarily rapid, and as he surged into the paint, Odin stepped up to contest. Wade attempted to employ a Euro step to evade Odin. Yet Odin anticipated this move. He quickly retreated a couple of steps and positioned himself alongside Wade as he initiated his layup. This proximity created significant discomfort for Wade. Whether attempting a shot or a dunk, given the height disparity and Odin's leaping prowess, he found himself exceedingly vulnerable to being blocked. Thus, he was compelled to pass the ball. As he approached the basket, he considered passing to Big Z, but recognizing that Odin could easily pivot to defend, he doubted Big Z's ability to make a shot under such pressure. Consequently, he opted to distribute the ball to the perimeter, recalling that LeBron had followed him into the paint and was now directly behind him. Therefore, he executed a no-look pass, allowing James to receive the ball, take a step forward, and prepare to soar towards the rim for a dunk. At this moment, Odin ceased to concern himself with Wade, who had initially intended to shield him from behind. However, after Odin passed the ball, he unexpectedly found himself pushed behind by Odin, facing James head-on. He was undeterred by his imposing presence and instead leapt directly, opting to confront him boldly. As James charged in, poised to execute a dunk, Odin remained grounded, preparing to block the shot. Consequently, James enjoyed a slight advantage, yet Odin succeeded in swatting the basketball from James's grasp. In midair, James, propelled by inertia, nudged Odin back slightly upon landing. Nevertheless, the ball slipped from James's hands, descending to the ground between them, perhaps due to their comparable strength. The basketball landed at their feet rather than soaring away. With remarkable swiftness, James snatched the ball, while Odin, having been slightly unsettled by the collision, was a moment too slow to react and lost possession. Wade and the audience were left in astonishment, marveling at the rarity of someone managing to block James's dunk. With the shot clock dwindling, James regained the ball, took a step back towards the perimeter, and pivoted, preparing to shoot. As Odin followed closely behind James while he dribbled the ball outward, he positioned himself right at his back. The moment James pivoted to take a shot in haste, Odin had already leaped into the air, poised to intercept James's attempt. In Chapter 75, as the game commenced, after James released the ball, Odin soared in midair to seize the shot that James had taken. He blocked James not once, but twice within the same play, thereby compelling the audience to re-evaluate their perception of this man, famously known as the Emperor. The Warriors fans in attendance erupted in a frenzy, leaping from their seats, chanting incoherent phrases in sheer exhilaration. James, momentarily stunned, found himself in an unprecedented situation, having never encountered such a scenario in prior matches. As Odin passed the basketball to Mills while sprinting past James, he shouted, "Who isn't a #1 pick now? You may be the little emperor, but I remain the great emperor. You shall not wreak havoc on my territory." Hearing Odin's taunt, James, still reeling from the dual blocks, refrained from responding and merely shot Odin a fierce glare, his eyes burning with intensity. Odin's remarks were intentionally aimed at provoking James, with the hope of drawing him into more aggressive plays beneath the basket in the ensuing game, thereby minimizing his attempts to orchestrate offensive strategies from the perimeter. In his past life, James had been one of Odin's idols. Having watched countless game tapes of him and recognizing not only his scoring prowess, but also his exceptional ability to organize the team and create opportunities for his teammates, If Odin could incite James to focus more intently on offense, it would bode well for the Warriors. After Mills crossed the half-court line, he handed the ball back to David Lee. As before, once Bosch stepped out to defend Lee, the paint was left to Odin and Big Z, as others expanded the space, leaving the interior for Odin to engage in a one-on-one duel with Big Z. Odin once again executed his signature skyhook, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. Frankly, the current Big Z is utterly incapable of defending against Odin. The latter's speed and leaping ability are simply beyond comparison. If Bosch were to take on the defensive duties, the outcome might be slightly improved, yet that would require Big Z to confront David Lee. However, Lee often drifts to the perimeter, making it even more challenging for Big Z to pursue him out there, thus rendering the defense against Odin a significant dilemma. As the Miami Heat resumed their offensive play, Carlos Arroyo had just released the ball when Wade propelled himself forward, dribbling swiftly into the front court, with James already present. The duo of James and Wade allowed the Heat to advance with remarkable velocity, and before the Warriors could establish their footing, Wade had already penetrated the paint. At that moment, David Lee and Williams had yet to cross the three-point line, while Odin was only just approaching the free throw line. Battier, in pursuit of James, could not reach in time to provide support, leaving Odin to step up for the defense. However, faced with the oncoming Wade, Odin found himself at a loss. Wade's speed was simply overwhelming. If he had been under the basket, it would have been somewhat easier to anticipate Wade's offensive trajectory for defensive positioning. Yet, he could only watch as Wade utilized his speed to surge forward, trailing closely behind him. Fortunately, they were nearing the basket. If Wade were to halt for a dunk or a shot, there was a high likelihood that Odin could block him. Nonetheless, Wade, a master of shot blocking among guards, was acutely aware of this, and upon reaching the basket, he refrained from attempting a layup or dunk. Instead, he slightly angled his body and passed the ball to the trailing James. James, displaying his basketball IQ, opted for a jump shot rather than the typical dunk he might have taken in previous scenarios. Having been thwarted by Odin's blocks twice in the prior play, he chose to shoot from a distance of 2 steps away from both Odin and Wade. At this moment, Odin's attempt to intervene was futile. He could only watch as the ball sailed through the hoop. From this position, James's mid-range shooting percentage remained reliable, and thus the basketball swished through the net. After making the shot, James retreated while casting a provocative glare at Odin. It was now the Warriors' turn to attack. David Lee, upon receiving a pass from Mills, initially intended to deliver the ball to Odin. However, noticing James poised to double-team Odin, he refrained from making the pass. Instead, he collaborated with Mills, providing a screen against Carlos Arroyo, allowing Mills to drive toward the basket. He reached a distance just inside the three-point line and attempted a mid-range shot. Regrettably, despite being unguarded, the ball did not find its mark. Odin contended for the rebound beneath the basket against Big Z, who towered over him by nearly 10 centimeters. Coupled with the length of his arms, Odin found it challenging to secure the ball effortlessly. He had no choice but to first retrieve the fallen basketball, lifting it back into the air with his hand. Subsequently, he executed 3 consecutive jumps, deftly directing the ball to a more advantageous position before finally claiming the rebound. As Odin secured the rebound, he initially intended to execute a second offensive attempt. However, James soon converged upon him. Reluctantly, he opted to pass the ball to Battier, who was positioned beyond the three-point line, where James was expected to provide defense. Battier, with an unchallenged shot, successfully sank the three-pointer, marking his inaugural three-point success with the Warriors. As the Heat regained possession, the head coach observed that Big Z was not contributing effectively on either end of the court. Consequently, he called for a timeout and substituted Big Z after less than 3 minutes of play, bringing in James Jones. This player, known for his shooting prowess, particularly from long range, was introduced to enhance the Heat's perimeter shooting capabilities. With Jones on the court, the Warriors were compelled to adjust their defensive strategy from man-to-man to a zone defense. This shift was necessitated by mismatches. Placing David Lee on Bosch meant that Odin had to guard James. However, Odin's assignment against James compromised the Warriors' rebounding security, thus necessitating a change in their defensive approach. The most effective means to breach a zone defense is, of course, through shooting, yet the current lineup of the Heat did not consist of prolific shooters. They were left with no choice but to rely on driving to the basket to address their offensive challenges. Fortunately, they possessed Dwayne Wade, whose driving ability was formidable. Faced with the Warriors' defense, Wade first penetrated into the paint. Once inside, however, he encountered formidable resistance from Williams and Battier, leaving him with limited options. He chose to pass the ball to James, who received it on the perimeter and initiated another drive, effectively disrupting the Warriors' defensive structure. Seizing an opportunity, he passed to Wade, who awaited the ball outside. Wade then penetrated once more into the paint, and as Odin approached to provide assistance, he delivered the ball to Bosch, who was positioned beneath the basket. In Chapter 76, Bosch, with the ball in hand, faced David Lee. Bosch's footwork and leaping ability offered him a slight advantage. He leaned against Lee before executing a rightward dribble, followed by a pivot and a jump shot. As Odin and James descended upon the paint, they prepared to vie for the rebound, their contest marked by fervent intensity. James's strength was hardly inferior to Odin's. Ultimately, however, Odin gained the upper hand, securing a more advantageous position. After all, he was a center. It would be somewhat absurd if a fundamental skill such as positioning were to be outmatched by a small forward. Yet, despite having established his position, he was taken aback when the basketball was unexpectedly swished through the net by Bosch, compelling him to begrudgingly retreat to the front court. Thus, at the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors, contrary to the predictions of numerous media outlets prior to the game, found themselves not at a disadvantage. Instead, they led the Heat by 3 points, with a score of 25-22. Observing the dynamics of the first quarter, it became apparent that the Heat's coordination was somewhat flawed. During offensive plays, when one of either James or Wade possessed the ball, the other often merely stood idle, failing to make timely movements, create distractions, or offer support. On the contrary, following the acquisition of Battier, the Warriors' wing defense exhibited significant improvement. Against a Heat team known for its prowess in penetrating defenses and drawing fouls, the Warriors' defense remarkably held firm. Furthermore, with Odin and David Lee exerting pressure in the paint during offensive sequences, Battier found himself with ample opportunities to shoot from the perimeter, all while alleviating concerns regarding rebounding. As the first quarter concluded, Battier had successfully sunk 2 3-pointers. In a few days, when Curry returns, his presence will undoubtedly create more opportunities for Battier to shoot. With the commencement of the second quarter, the Warriors, having placed Dorrell in the second unit, found themselves holding their ground as the substitutes took to the court. By the time both team starters re-entered, the score stood at 32-30, with the Warriors maintaining a slender 2-point lead. In the second quarter, the Heat adopted a zone defense strategy, primarily aimed at countering Odin's offensive prowess in the paint. This defensive adjustment restricted their coverage, making it exceedingly challenging for Odin to even receive the ball inside. Offensively, the task proved even more daunting, as he was met with immediate double or triple teams upon gaining possession. Nevertheless, the Heat lacked a true center. Thus, even when faced with a crowded defense, Odin would resolutely attempt to assert himself in the paint whenever he secured the ball. As the starters resumed play, the Warriors initiated the ball. Prior to this moment, Coach Smart had anticipated that the Heat would implement a zone defense to curtail the Warriors' effectiveness. Consequently, he had briefed several key players during the preceding break, instructing them that upon re-entering the game, Odin should focus on securing rebounds in the paint and immediately passing the ball out. The remaining players were encouraged to position themselves beyond the arc, utilizing their shooting to dismantle the Heat's zone defense. Upon taking the court, Mills dribbled past half-court, observing Odin establishing a solid position in the paint, while the Heat's zone coverage remained somewhat sparse. Granting him ample shooting space, Mills confidently launched a shot from beyond the 3-point line, only for the ball to clang off the rim and bounce back, failing to find its mark. Odin, leveraging his height and leaping ability, soared above the throng of Heat players, deftly redirecting the ball to Mills while airborne. The Miami team, clearly unprepared for Mills's immediate decision to attempt a 3-pointer, had neglected to position themselves for a rebound, allowing Odin to effortlessly secure the ball and pass it. Upon receiving the pass, Mills hesitated under Odin's watchful gaze in the paint. In a commanding tone, Odin urged him not to waver and to shoot, assuring him he would handle the rebound. Though this assertion may seem audacious, it carries weight coming from the current king of rebounds this season. Upon hearing Odin's encouragement, Mills's resolve solidified. Without hesitation, he launched another 3-pointer, yet despite his courage, the shot fell short. Meanwhile, James and Bosch had clearly readied themselves for the rebound. As Mills released the ball, they positioned themselves strategically. Bosch kept Odin pinned, preventing him from leaping freely, while James prepared to seize the rebound at a moment's notice. Odin felt that directly seizing the ball was rather challenging, so at the moment the basketball descended, he subtly shifted his body to the side, evading Bosch's interference. He then leaped once more, elevating the ball into the air, but neither James nor Bosch managed to touch it. However, the ball's landing was still not particularly favorable for him, prompting him to jump consecutively, directing the ball into a position more advantageous for securing the rebound. At last, on his third leap, he successfully captured the basketball. Once he secured the rebound, both James and Odin rushed forward without hesitation, intent on encircling him. Odin paid no heed to the two of them and directly passed the ball once more, delivering it again to Mills, while simultaneously urging him to keep shooting with another commanding shout. Mills was so moved that he nearly shed tears. He and Odin had been traded to the Warriors from the Trail Blazers simultaneously, and their bond had strengthened during their time together in Portland. Upon joining the Warriors, their camaraderie deepened further. Odin had always taken care of him, and even on the court, he continued to provide support. With a resolute determination, Mills shot the ball again. And this time, he was rewarded with success as the basketball swished through the net. Elated, he ran over to Odin, and they exchanged a chest bump, though it was Odin who staggered back slightly from the impact. Following this moment, the confidence of the other Warriors players soared, buoyed by the presence of such a formidable center assisting and rebounding, allowing them to shoot with newfound ease. As the Heat prepared to inbound the ball, they maintained their offensive strategy from the first quarter, with Wade and James taking turns to penetrate the Warriors' defense, subsequently dishing the ball out. Their approach aimed to either inflict damage on the Warriors' interior or to disrupt their defensive alignment before taking a shot. This time, Wade initiated a drive toward the Warriors' paint. But upon finding no opportunity, he passed the ball back to James. James then made another attempt to break through, while Bosh diligently provided screens for both of them. After a couple of persistent drives, Wade seized the moment and successfully hit a mid-range jumper. In Chapter 77, scoring over 20 in a single quarter. The second quarter unfolded with both teams adhering to their respective strategies, maintaining a score difference of no more than 5 points until halftime. Just before the break, James managed to sink a three-pointer, a shot he was not particularly known for, leveling the score at 56. During halftime, both head coaches made tactical adjustments based on their team's performances in the first half. As the third quarter commenced, the Warriors immediately sensed the Heat's transformation. Although their offensive tactics mirrored those of the first half, the defensive approach had significantly changed, where they had previously focused on countering Odin's inside game. The Warriors began the third quarter by shifting to man-to-man defense, with Bosh solely responsible for guarding Odin. This change was an attempt to see if they could contain the Warriors' perimeter shooting while allowing Odin to score alone, testing whether he could dominate the game single-handedly. Earlier during halftime, the statistics revealed that Odin's highest single-game score was just 35 points, indicating a lack of explosive scoring ability. Thus, the Heat's coach decided to take a gamble, betting that Odin would not accumulate a substantial number of points in the paint. Observing this scenario, Mills promptly passed the ball to Odin, who was stationed in the paint, awaiting his moment. With Bosh as the sole defender, Mills couldn't help but think that Odin might simply overpower him with a few solid collisions. Upon receiving the ball in the paint, the Miami Heat surprisingly found themselves without any defenders pressing him, which momentarily left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He first attempted to back down for a couple of times, and upon confirming the absence of support, Odin executed a swift pivot, effectively blocking Bosh behind him, and then leaped for a thunderous dunk. Bosh was utterly powerless against him. In terms of strength, height, and speed, Odin surpassed him in every aspect. If the Heat allowed him to defend alone, he would undoubtedly dominate the game. As the Heat returned to offense, the Warriors intensified their zone defense resolutely. With Badier's assistance, the Warriors' defense markedly improved. During the first half, as it was their initial collaboration, they were still adapting, which led to several mistakes when Wade and James executed consecutive drives and passes. During halftime, the players convened to reflect on their performance, exchanging thoughts on defensive strategies for the second half. The head coach also provided guidance based on their first half performance. In the second half, as they faced the Heat's drive and kick tactics once more, it was evident that the Warriors' defense had become even more formidable. Wade and James, once again confronted by the Warriors' defense, felt as if they were facing relentless waves. The defense was organized, with Badier and Williams taking on specific roles, one to guard the opponent and the other to obstruct defensive lanes. Odin remained poised to provide help defense, rendering any breakthroughs ineffective. The Heat had to rely on outside shooting to score. For instance, when James penetrated the paint, he initially forced his way past Williams, but Badier then obstructed his path. Even after managing to evade Badier's defense, he found himself nearly beneath the basket and faced with Odin's looming presence. with Battier also interfering. Attempting a shot was fraught with uncertainty, compelling him to pass the ball to Wade. As Wade prepared to drive, he encountered Williams, enduring a similar fate as James. If James chose to stay in the paint instead of moving out for support, the interior would become overly congested, leaving him no space to maneuver. Reluctantly, he opted to pass the ball back to James, who attempted a shot from the perimeter but missed, allowing Odin to secure the rebound. Throughout the third quarter, the Heat's offensive struggles mirrored this scenario. Lacking outside shooting prowess and finding it difficult to score inside, they watched the score gap widen. Conversely, the Warriors had anticipated that Bosch could handle Odin one-on-one, believing he would not score significantly as long as they contained the rest of the Warriors lineup. However, Odin appeared invigorated throughout the third quarter, dismantling Bosch's defense with remarkable ease. He commenced the half with a powerful dunk and proceeded to showcase his skills, sinking 3 consecutive shots with his signature skyhook. Ignoring Bosch's defense, he brutally dunked over him, leaving Bosch utterly humiliated. One might have expected the Heat's coach to finally send reinforcements to double-team him, but in an unexpected move, he maintained Bosch in single coverage for the remainder of the third quarter. This decision resulted in the Warriors leading 82-74 by the end of the third, with Odin scoring an astonishing 20 points in that quarter alone, his highest single-quarter tally ever, and totaling over 40 points by the end of 3 quarters. It was Odin's phenomenal performance in the third that granted the Warriors an 8-point advantage entering the fourth quarter. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Heat, eager to close the gap, reintroduced Wade onto the court. At this moment, Wade finally felt some relief. The pressure from the Warriors' Williams, Battier, and Odin had been overwhelming throughout the previous 3 quarters. Each time he drove into the paint, he faced interference from Williams and Battier, while the looming threat of Odin's shot blocking loomed large. Especially Odin's blocks often appeared unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Now, free from their presence, Wade found his rhythm again, able to penetrate without hesitation. Moreover, with James absent from the court, he could attack as he pleased, unburdened by the need to consider others' feelings. In this newfound state, Wade remarkably led the Heat's bench players to equalize the score within just 3 minutes. As the score was tied, Smart had no choice but to field the Warriors starters. The Heat, similarly, deployed their main lineup, with Wade remaining on the court under the coach's instruction. With 9 minutes left in the game and both teams deadlocked, neither side wished to concede defeat, especially the Heat, whose season had not met fan expectations. The trio of superstars had yet to find their winning form, and the fans were growing increasingly disillusioned. Another loss would yield dire repercussions. In the remaining 9 minutes, the intensity of the game escalated, and the physicality of the actions increased. The referees, not calling fouls strictly, allowed the match to develop a palpable tension. After obtaining the ball, Odin found himself once again besieged by both Bosch and James. In the shadows of the referee's gaze, these two engaged in a relentless array of underhanded tactics against Odin. They resorted to pulling at his shorts while he attempted to shoot, pinching the flesh at his waist, and even deliberately untied his shoelaces, leaving him in a state of disarray. Ultimately, feeling cornered, he opted to resort to mid-range shots, despite his current low shooting percentage. Fortunately, his touch was favorable today, allowing him to sink a few baskets. Meanwhile, the Heat's offense encountered a significant problem. In the final minutes, it seemed as if the rim had been sealed shut, as no shots would find their mark. Wade and James attempted to penetrate the paint and draw fouls, yet their efforts bore little fruit. Odin consistently devised clever means to evade them just as they charged towards him in an effort to draw a foul. This was largely thanks to his skill, Sky's Embrace, which, while primarily teaching him the art of shot blocking, also imparted various defensive techniques. Due to the Heat's persistent inability to rectify their offensive woes in those closing moments, the Warriors ultimately triumphed, securing a victory of 108-98. In this match, Odin achieved an impressive tally of 48 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks, shattering his previous record for points in a single game. Furthermore, his remarkable 20 points in the third quarter also surpassed his prior record for points in a single quarter. It remains uncertain how many energy points this performance will reward him. Post-game, James surprisingly approached him, accompanied by Wade and Bosch, to extend their greetings. This game allowed them to witness Odin's formidable presence, recalling that the Heat had sought to recruit him during the summer. However, at that time, Odin had declined their offer. Had he joined them in Miami, their roster would have likely rendered the season's conclusion a mere formality. Although it seems improbable for Odin to join the Heat this season, he will be a free agent next season, making such a possibility entirely feasible. At that point, the three of them might consider accepting reduced salaries for the pursuit of a championship, and with Odin added to their ranks, the league could very well be declared over. Thus, immediately following the game, the trio united in their intention to invite Odin to join the Heat next season. In truth, James and Wade initially hesitated to include Bosch in this conversation, as there were certain matters they had yet to clarify with him. Their ambition to form a triumvirate in pursuit of a championship had already drawn scrutiny from other team owners in the league. If they were to successfully recruit Odin, it would likely face considerable opposition. However, trading Bosch to the Warriors in exchange for Odin seemed a plausible, albeit sensitive, option to consider in Bosch's presence. James and Wade planned to first inquire about Odin's contact information and discuss further details later. Approaching Odin, the three embraced briefly before James took the initiative to speak. "Hey Greg, would you be interested in coming to Miami to play next season? With you on our team, we would undoubtedly be invincible in the league, potentially establishing our own dynasty." Odin cast a surprised glance at him. The Warriors had just triumphed over the Heat, and now he was being invited to play for the very team they had just defeated. Shouldn't it be the victor, namely himself, extending an invitation to them to join the Warriors? Although perplexed by their audacity, Odin responded politely to James, "For now, I am quite content with my position on the Warriors and have no intentions of switching teams. However, LeBron, might you be interested in joining us next season? We still have some salary cap space, and our new owner is quite generous. If you were to come to the Warriors, I am certain we could achieve a championship together." Upon hearing Odin's response, James pondered this notion for a brief moment, but soon dismissed it from his mind. He had yet to attain anything with the Heat. Making a sudden shift to another team now would jeopardize his standing in the league. Perhaps not, he thought. Your team, aside from you, lacks the championship caliber. I suggest you seriously reconsider my proposal. At this moment, Bosch and Wade, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke a few words of encouragement to him. However, Odin continued to jest with them, reluctant to engage in that particular conversation. Noticing his disinterest, James decided not to pursue the topic further. After requesting his contact information, he turned to leave with Wade and Bosch, heading back to the locker room. Once James and the others departed, Odin hurried back to the locker room, eager to freshen up before returning home to check on the day's system rewards. Arriving home, it was only 11 p.m. Although he felt somewhat fatigued, he was not inclined to sleep just yet, so he reclined on the sofa to explore the system. To his surprise, the system had been quite generous today, granting him 24 energy points. After careful calculation, he deduced that the victory reward accounted for 6 points, while the remaining 18 points were likely earned from breaking his personal records. His previous single-quarter scoring record was 15 points, but during this game, he scored 20 points in the third quarter. Thus, the system rewarded him with 5 energy points for this achievement. Furthermore, his single-game scoring record had previously been 35 points. Yet he had amassed 48 points in this match, which should yield him 13 energy points. Altogether, this amounted to exactly 24 points, aligning perfectly. Adding to his prior total of 29 energy points, he now possessed 53 energy points. Chapter 79. Curry's injury status. He then utilized 30 energy points to exchange for 3 basic attribute points, which he allocated to his mid-range shooting skill. This left him with only 23 energy points, but his mid-range attribute had finally reached 70 points. Upon reviewing his other attributes, he noticed that with his mid-range skill surpassing 70 points, his free throw percentage had unexpectedly increased by 2 points to 77. Additionally, his three-point shooting, which was related to his overall shooting ability, had also improved by 1 point, reaching 33 points. However, with this 33-point three-point attribute, he could not rely on it for immediate gameplay. It was uncertain when he would be able to effectively utilize it on the court. As a center, his primary focus should be on honing his center skills. Given that he was currently with the Warriors and held a leadership position on the team, it was likely that the Warriors would continue to build around him as their core player. The relevance of the small ball era was questionable. After all, Curry was now his subordinate. After completing the attribute adjustments, he checked the progress of his sky covering skill, which had now reached 63,100. At this rate, he anticipated that within a little over a month, he would fully master this skill. By then, he would possess the confidence to defend against any player. He envisioned himself being able to uphold the Warriors' interior defense single-handedly, complemented by teammates like Battier and Williams. Regardless of the opponent, the Warriors would no longer suffer defensively. By the time he finished all these tasks, it was nearly midnight. He had arranged to visit Luna the following day to see Curry and assess his injury. Tomorrow morning, I must rise early to fetch Luna, so after completing the tasks related to the system, I retreated to my bedroom to rest. The following day, shortly after 7, I departed in my car to seek out Luna. Upon arriving at her residence, I found her already prepared, waiting for me in the living room. After exchanging pleasantries with Luna's father, I took her by car to the Curry household. Odin had encountered Luna's father on several occasions, and since Luna returned home each night after her outings with Odin, he felt a degree of reassurance while accompanying her. By the time they arrived at Curry's residence, it was already past 10 in the morning. Luna and Aisha moved aside to engage in conversation, leaving Curry and Odin alone in the living room. Once Luna and Aisha departed, Odin inquired about Curry's injury situation. How is your injury progressing? When do you anticipate returning to the court? I just had a follow-up yesterday, and it looks promising. The doctor said I could resume training within 5 days. It's not a serious injury, nothing too grave, Curry replied. However, the doctor you referred me to had a different perspective. Oh, what did he say? Curry shrugged and explained. He mentioned that my ankle might become prone to habitual sprains. If not treated promptly and without altering my exertion techniques, I could easily sustain further injuries. Yet, I consulted other doctors, and they do not share his viewpoint. I also feel fine. It's not as severe as he suggested. Upon hearing this, Odin realized that Curry had dismissed the advice of the doctor. It seemed that until the situation escalated, Curry would remain skeptical. Regardless, Odin believed that in due time, Curry would heal. Since he was unconvinced, Odin decided to refrain from excessive interference and allow events to unfold naturally. The two continued their conversation on various topics, and at noon, they shared a meal with the Curry couple nearby. After returning Luna to the barbecue restaurant in the afternoon, they drove back to Odin's home to resume training. Playfulness aside, their daily training regimen remained unbroken. 2 days later, they faced the Jazz again. Having previously played against them, they were somewhat familiar with each other, and the Jazz currently had no means to contain Odin. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 112 to 107. Had it not been for Darren's remarkable performance, amassing 32 points and 11 assists throughout the game, the Jazz's interior defense would likely have succumbed to Odin's prowess. In this match, Odin focused primarily on scoring, resulting in an impressive tally of 37 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, leading the Warriors to victory. The day after triumphing over the Nuggets, they faced the Timberwolves at home. From the outset, Odin found himself the focal point of the Timberwolves' defense, with Malisic and Love relentlessly double-teaming him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find his rhythm. Consequently, he managed to score a mere 12 points, alongside 14 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 5 assists. The performance of his teammates was equally underwhelming. Despite Odin's struggle against the double coverage, they failed to seize opportunities, missing numerous open shots. Ultimately, the Warriors succumbed to a 98 to 110 defeat, with Odin's 12 points marking a new season low. One cannot help but reminisce about the days when Curry was on the court. Had he been present, opposing teams would likely have hesitated to apply such overt pressure on Odin. Throughout the game, he was double-teamed a staggering 45 times, highlighting the extent to which defenses focused on him. Fortunately, prior to the upcoming match against the Trailblazers, Curry was set to return. The thought of facing his former team while enduring constant double-teaming would have been a nightmare, particularly with the media's potential scrutiny of his performance. The next game was scheduled for the 19th, and with today being the 15th, Odin had 3 days to prepare. On the 17th, Curry finally returned, joining the team for practice. On the morning of the 19th, they flew to Portland, arriving at the Trailblazers home court at 6 p.m. to warm up. Stepping back into this familiar arena stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Had it not been for his unique circumstances, he would have known that Odin was still grappling with injuries at this point, ultimately being let go by the Blazers and subsequently exiting the league prematurely due to health issues. Although he harbored no strong feelings towards the Blazers, the memories of Odin's experiences lingered, especially since he had spent 3 years there. His former teammates and fans had always shown him kindness, leaving him with a favorable impression of everyone other than the team's medical staff. Chapter 80. Return to the Blazers at precisely 8 p.m. The game commenced. The Trailblazers starting lineup featured Aldridge, Monta Ellis, Andre Miller, Rudy Fernandez, and Cunningham, while the Warriors lineup included Curry, Odin, Battier, Williams, and David Lee. The Trailblazers starting roster had transformed significantly since his time, showcasing a considerable evolution. Two primary narratives emerged from the match. Monta Ellis facing off against his former team, the Warriors, and of course, Odin's return to Portland. As the game began, Aldridge met Odin at center court for the tip-off, having played together for several years. Their familiarity was palpable as they had once been front-court partners. The notion of jumping together for the tip-off was a curious twist of fate. When the referee tossed the ball into the air, Odin was the first to touch it, directing it to Curry before sprinting towards the Blazers' basket. Aldridge took on the defensive assignment against him, relying on his previous knowledge to position himself against Odin, attempting to prevent him from penetrating the paint. After years of playing together, Aldridge believed he understood Odin well enough, thus neglecting to review recent footage of Odin's games, sticking to his established defensive logic. He was taken aback when Odin, unable to push through, instead turned and called for the ball outside. Noticing Odin's ready position, Curry promptly delivered the pass. Upon receiving the ball, Odin tentatively leaned towards the paint. Aldridge, under the impression that he would proceed as before and attempt to penetrate the interior, firmly established his position to prevent Odin from advancing. To his astonishment, Odin merely nudged him before swiftly pivoting, dribbling to the right, and launching a shot. He had seldom attempted a shot from this particular spot, and his previous mid-range efforts had been rather inaccurate, suggesting that he ought not to shoot from here. The unexpected nature of his attempt caught Aldridge off guard, leaving him unprepared to contest the shot, which Odin effortlessly converted. Odin's mid-range shooting attribute has reached an impressive score of 70, a significant improvement from his time with the Trailblazers. If he is not adequately defended, he can effortlessly score from this position, relying solely on his mid-range shot even without employing the skyhook. I glanced at Odin in disbelief and couldn't help but inquire, "When did you develop your mid-range shooting skills? I hardly ever saw you use it before." He replied, "I've been practicing it during my time with the Warriors. The coach has been insisting that I work on my mid-range game, and through consistent practice, I've improved." Odin certainly couldn't reveal the existence of his system, so he simply rambled on. "Oh, to have mastered it in such a short time, it seems you've put in quite a bit of effort." Aldridge's mid-range shooting is notably precise, and he is acutely aware of the difficulty involved in honing such a skill. Considering Odin's previous shooting ability, it is evident that his mid-range accuracy on the official NBA court is commendable, yet mastering it within a short time frame seems implausible. However, witnessing the confidence radiating from Odin as he shot, it was clear he held a strong belief in his own mid-range capabilities. Thus, despite some skepticism regarding his claim of having diligently trained recently, I chose to trust him. As the two of them jogged back to the defensive end, their conversation flowed effortlessly, as is customary among old friends. When it was the Trailblazers' turn to attack, it became apparent that their perimeter shooting capabilities surpassed their interior play. Following Roy's injury, the offensive focal point of the team shifted to Monta Ellis, who had recently joined from the Warriors. Discontent with being traded away, Ellis has displayed an extraordinary performance since the season commenced. With Roy absent and Aldridge not being the type to seek the limelight, Ellis gradually assumed the role of offensive leader for the Blazers. His statistics certainly reflect his standing, as he boasts an average of 29 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, currently ranking 7th in the scoring leaderboard. Under his and Aldridge's leadership, the Blazers have achieved a record of 17 wins and 8 losses, placing them 6th in the Eastern Conference. Facing the Warriors again has ignited in him a desire to unleash the pent-up frustration from his trade. After crossing half-court, Andre Miller naturally passed the ball to Ellis. Though Ellis was not particularly familiar with the current Warriors starters, he was resolute in his approach, believing that he could score regardless of their defense. This indicates a lack of preparation, as he seemed overly confident in his abilities. Had he reviewed the recent game footage of the Warriors against the Heat, he might have reconsidered his stance. Upon receiving the ball, he confronted Williams' defense and boldly drove to the left. His speed allowed him to evade an immediate block from Williams, who could only trail him closely. As he approached the free throw line, Battier was already poised to provide assistance. Battier's positioning was astutely placed directly in Ellis's path. If Ellis attempted a forceful drive, he would undoubtedly collide with Battier, leaving him no choice but to pivot and seek alternative routes for advancement. Yet, as he turned, Battier unexpectedly advanced to double-team him. Faced with the defensive prowess of two skilled players, Ellis found himself bereft of a shooting opportunity and reluctantly passed the ball to Rudy Fernandez. Upon receiving the pass, Fernandez charged towards the basket, while Williams remained preoccupied with guarding the interior-bound Ellis. Battier swiftly confronted him, yet to his surprise, Fernandez exhibited agile footwork. executing a Euro step that compelled Battier to retreat repeatedly. He matched Fernandez's rhythm for the first 2 steps, but faltered on the third. As Fernandez created space for a shot, just as the ball left his hands, Odin surged in from beneath the basket, delivering a resounding slap that sent the ball soaring beyond the three-point line. Odin possesses not only remarkable speed but also impressive leaping ability, and the visual impact of his block is truly astonishing. Witnessing Odin soar high to reject Rudy Fernandez's shot, a portion of the audience instinctively erupted into applause for him. After all, Odin was still a member of the Trailblazers last season, and seeing him execute such an exhilarating block caught them off guard. It was entirely natural for them to applaud. However, once they realized that Odin was no longer part of the Trailblazers, their expression shifted to a somewhat awkward demeanor under the gaze of those nearby. Chapter 81. Curry and Monta Ellis go head-to-head. The ball was swatted beyond the three-point line, where it was retrieved by Andre Miller, who then passed it back to Monta Ellis. Prior to the game, Monta had specifically requested more passes from him for this match. In truth, even without his request, Andre would have naturally favored passing to him, as given the current state of the team, distributing the ball to Monta Ellis was evidently the most prudent choice. Having previously attempted to penetrate the defense without success, Monta decided to take a shot from the perimeter instead. His mid-range and long-range shooting remained quite accurate, after signaling Aldridge and Cunningham to focus on securing rebounds. He created some space from Curry and opted to shoot from beyond the arc. The basketball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the hoop, granting Monta Ellis 3 points. After the shot, he cast a disdainful glance at Curry, having long believed himself superior to him. He was particularly irked that the Warriors had opted to retain Curry while letting him go, a decision that he found exceedingly frustrating. Thus, he was determined to demonstrate through his performance that the Warriors had made a grave mistake in their choice. Noticing Monta's arrogance, Odin approached Curry and assured him not to worry about the rebounds, encouraging him to shoot boldly in this match. "That's all I need to hear," Curry responded. Since his arrival with the Warriors, he had often found himself overshadowed by Ellis, who had bullied him previously. Having not been fond of Monta, he relished the opportunity to compete with him now that the chance had arisen. As Curry dribbled past half-court, he confronted Monta Ellis directly. Given Monta's previous disdain for him, Curry was eager to shatter that perception. After Monta sunk a three-pointer moments ago, Curry was determined to respond in kind. Although Battier intended to provide a screen, Curry waved him off, opting to go solo. He executed a series of crossover dribbles, faking a drive to the left before pulling the ball back, and then faking a drive to the right. With just enough space created, he swiftly launched a three-pointer. His shooting motion was rapid. He needed only a sliver of room to release the shot, and Monta was unable to contest it in time. As the three-pointer splashed through the net, Curry turned to Monta with a smile, as if to convey, "Did you see that? I too can score effortlessly." There is nothing to boast about. Monta Ellis appeared somewhat flustered by his own expression. Once Andre Miller delivered the ball to him, he disregarded everyone else and charged forward with the ball. At that moment, the Warriors players had only just settled into their positions when Monta Ellis had already reached beyond the three-point line, entirely dismissing Curry's defense. Upon reaching the three-point arc, he attempted a trailing three-pointer, but unfortunately, it did not find its mark. The basketball was easily secured by Odin, while Aldridge had yet to even step beyond the three-point line. After securing the rebound, Odin passed the ball back to Curry and then sprinted energetically towards the front court. Unlike Monta Ellis, Curry did not act impulsively. He waited until Odin reached the basket before choosing to shoot from beyond the three-point line. Curry struggled to contain Monta Ellis, who in turn found it equally challenging to defend against Curry. Once again, Curry effortlessly created space for himself, and, as he released the shot, Monta Ellis hurriedly turned to see whether the ball had gone in. Fortunately, it did not, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, he was met with unexpected developments. Odin has already secured the rebound in the paint and passed the ball back to Curry. Before Curry prepared to shoot, he had already begun to establish his position beneath the basket. Back in his days with the Trailblazers, it was Aldridge who aided him in positioning for rebounds, allowing Curry to capitalize on them. It is somewhat poignant to find the two now vying for rebounds against each other. Nevertheless, camaraderie aside, the imperative to seize the rebound remains. Aldridge's strength is still slightly inferior, and knowing that Curry would attempt a shot, he had prepared in advance, thus easily securing his position. After Curry's initial shot missed, Aldridge could only watch helplessly as Curry snatched the rebound. Once he received the ball again, Curry made a slight adjustment and proceeded to shoot once more. this time successfully sinking the ball into the net. After making the three-pointer, he flashed a grin at Monta Ellis, whose expression darkened. Although he had intended to express his frustration towards Aldridge, he refrained, realizing that they still depended on Aldridge for rebounding and considering Aldridge's favorable standing within the team. He chose to hold his tongue. However, as Aldridge passed by, he couldn't help but murmur a reminder to focus on securing the rebounds. Aldridge, by nature rather reserved, chose not to retort, especially since he had indeed failed to secure the rebound. However, Odin, who stood nearby, felt a twinge of annoyance. Why didn't you say anything when you threw up that ill-advised shot? Yet you're quick to criticize when others make minor mistakes. Such blatant double standards. As he passed by Curry, he leaned in and whispered, "If the opportunity arises, intentionally draw Monta Ellis into the paint, and I'll treat him to a hot pot afterwards." Curry nodded in understanding and flashed a subtle smile in Monta Ellis's direction. After Andre Miller advanced the ball past half court, he did not immediately pass to Monta Ellis, who had already attempted 2 consecutive offensive plays and appeared somewhat overzealous. Initially planning to pass to Aldridge, he reconsidered upon noticing Odin entangled with him. A glance at Rudy Fernandez revealed that he too was struggling against Badier's defense. At that moment, Monta Ellis began signaling for the ball, and Miller reluctantly complied. Upon receiving the pass, Monta Ellis, having discussed his next move with Odin, sought to lure him into the paint. Consequently, as Monta Ellis held the ball, Curry focused his defense on his shooting. Monta Ellis smirked inwardly, thinking, "You assume I'll shoot again? If you're not guarding my drive, I want to hold back." He charged towards the basket, only to find Curry's defense had improved. Evidently, he was clever. Since Curry was primarily focused on blocking his shot, Monta opted to drive instead, successfully finishing with a layup. Once inside, Badier stepped up to momentarily slow down Monta's offensive momentum. Observing a fake pass, Badier returned to guard Rudy Fernandez. Thanks to his defensive assistance, Curry managed to catch up with Monta Ellis, re-establishing his defense. Although they were near the free throw line, Curry's strategy remained to guard against drives rather than shots. Monta Ellis exploited his speed to once again outmaneuver Curry, drawing closer to the basket as he prepared to shoot. Meanwhile, Odin, having anticipated Monta's initial drive against Curry, was ready to provide help defense. As Monta prepared for his second drive, Odin silently positioned himself, poised to contest the shot. After Monta successfully broke through Curry's defense, Odin lunged forward, abandoning his coverage of Aldridge to attempt a block. As Monta Ellis rose for the shot, Odin arrived just in time, preparing to contest. Sensing Odin's approach, Monta intentionally elevated his shooting angle. However, he clearly underestimated Odin's leaping prowess. As the ball left his hands, Odin soared high and swatted it away. The basketball flew across the court, but fortunately, Badier, aware of Odin's defensive capabilities, had already positioned himself to transition to the other half of the court. He initially envisioned that if Monta Ellis's shot were to miss, Odin would secure the rebound and swiftly pass the ball forward. However, to his surprise, Odin directly blocked Monta Ellis, sending the ball soaring towards the front court. Observing the basketball hurtling towards him, Badier, already poised for action, dashed towards the front court, ready to seize the opportunity for an offensive play. In contrast, Rudy Fernandez's reaction was slightly delayed. He could only trail behind, hastening towards the opposing half. Yet, lacking Badier's speed and facing Badier's earlier start, he was unable to impede Badier's advance. As Badier crossed the three-point line and gathered the basketball, he executed a seamless three-step layup, effortlessly scoring 2 points. Meanwhile, Rudy Fernandez could only resignedly retrieve the ball from the ground, preparing to inbound. After the subsequent inbound, Andre Miller decided against passing the ball to Monta Ellis, opting instead to initiate a pick-and-roll with Aldridge, who emerged from the paint. Odin was well acquainted with their synergy and tactics, having played here for 3 years. As Aldridge moved away from the paint to engage in a pick-and-roll with Miller, Odin trailed Aldridge closely. After Aldridge blocked Badier, Miller penetrated the lane, and Odin merely stepped forward to delay him briefly. He then swiftly returned to position himself in front of Aldridge, and this momentary delay allowed Badier to maneuver around Aldridge, positioning himself behind Miller. Given Miller's limited scoring capability and his height disadvantage compared to Badier, along with Badier's defensive prowess, it was evident that Miller would struggle against Badier. Consequently, when Badier returned to confront him, Miller opted to pass the ball back to Aldridge. At this juncture, Odin remained in front of Aldridge, rendering their pick-and-roll ineffective. With no successful plays available, Aldridge, as the team's second scoring option aside from Monta Ellis, had no choice but to step up. Aldridge possessed a comprehensive offensive repertoire, excelling in mid-range jump shots, face-up plays, and post-ups. However, his somewhat slender physique and less aggressive style proved disadvantageous when contending with a robust interior presence like Odin. Initially, he attempted a face-up attack, but due to their frequent training sessions together, Odin was acutely aware of Aldridge's offensive patterns. Aldridge's successive dribbling attempts to break through were futile, and when he tried to back Odin down, he found little success against Odin's strength. Reluctantly, he resorted to a mid-range jumper. Against most opponents, Aldridge's height, wingspan, and high shooting release point rendered him nearly unguardable. Yet, Odin presented a different challenge. In terms of static athleticism, Odin surpassed Aldridge, and their prior shared experiences on the court made Odin familiar with Aldridge's habits. Thus, when Aldridge took his shot, Odin was able to block it, albeit not significantly due to Aldridge's elevated release point. Although the ball was deflected, it did not travel far and was fortuitously retrieved by Monta Ellis, who must have thought, "If you won't let me play, you can't succeed either." With the ball back in his possession, he seized the opportunity, dribbling past Curry and charging into the chaotic Warriors' interior, aiming for a direct layup. With others unable to provide timely help, Odin, positioned near the free throw line, noticed Monta Ellis passing by. He abandoned his defense of Aldridge to assist against Monta Ellis, swiftly moving to his side and following him toward the basket. Monta Ellis initially intended to use his speed to shake off Odin, but to his surprise, as he neared the basket, Odin remained closely beside him. In a moment of desperation as he approached the rim, Monta Ellis pushed off Odin with his left hand and leapt diagonally into the air to release his shot. However, he underestimated Odin's leaping ability. As the ball reached its apex, it was blocked by Odin. Had he not been so self-centered, the optimal choice would have been to pass the ball back to Aldridge as he neared the baseline. Yet, driven by a desire to prove himself before the Warriors, he resolutely opted to take the shot. The ball was sent sailing out of bounds, resulting in a turnover. With only 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Miller inbounded the ball directly to Rudy Fernandez. Without time to adjust, Fernandez hastily attempted a shot, which, under Williams' interference, failed to find the mark, allowing Odin to secure the rebound. He then passed to the awaiting Curry and sprinted toward the front court. Chapter 83, clocking out at the end of the third quarter. Upon reaching the front court, Curry bypassed the pick and roll with Odin and directly passed the ball to him. Odin received the ball in the paint, confronting Aldridge. Aldridge's defense pales in comparison to his offensive prowess. Odin initially turned his back to the opponent, taking 2 steps toward the basket before executing a swift pivot into the paint. Aldridge found himself blocked behind Odin, who effortlessly leaped to complete a dunk. It was exceedingly simple to overpower Aldridge, whose physicality has always been lacking. As long as one possesses a stronger physique and applies some pressure, scoring becomes remarkably easy. As the Trail Blazers prepared for their offensive, their head coach called a much-needed timeout. With less than 4 minutes into the match, the Blazers were already trailing 12-3. Observing the recent play, it was evident that if the timeout had not been called, the deficit would have further widened. After regrouping and reassessing their strategy, the team returned to the court. During their offensive play, Miller advanced the ball past half-court and subsequently passed it to Monta Ellis. Upon receiving the ball, Ellis opted against solo play, instead inviting Aldridge to set a screen, initiating a pick and roll. Ellis posed a significantly greater offensive threat compared to Miller, and Aldridge's capabilities were commendable as well. Their collaboration in the pick and roll proved to be quite formidable. As Curry was obstructed by Aldridge, Ellis made a decisive move toward the basket. Odin trailed closely behind him to the rim, but this time, he refrained from forcing a shot, instead pivoting to pass the ball to Aldridge. Aldridge, upon receiving the ball, faced Curry directly, foregoing even a jump shot, and effortlessly released the ball from his position, the basketball swishing through the net. To Aldridge's surprise, Monta Ellis joined him in a collaborative effort, leaving one to ponder what the Trail Blazers coach had communicated to them moments prior. As the Warriors launched their offensive, Curry passed the ball to Odin, only for Aldridge and Cunningham to advance and double-team Odin. Observing David Lee, who was left open on the sideline, Odin passed the ball his way. However, after a prolonged absence from the game, Lee's shot from the open position failed to find the basket. Consequently, Odin found himself alongside Aldridge and Cunningham in pursuit of the rebound, but Cunningham's positioning made it exceedingly difficult for Odin to leap, allowing Aldridge to claim the rebound effortlessly. The remainder of the first quarter mirrored this sequence of events, though Curry's shooting touch was notably sharp today, and Lee's rhythm began to improve as well. By the end of the first quarter, astonishingly, the Warriors led the Trail Blazers by a margin of 10 points, 32-22. As the second quarter commenced, Darrell spearheaded the Warriors' bench unit on the court. Under Darrell's guidance, the Warriors ensured that their second string would not succumb to a scoring drought against their opponents. Darrell's shooting was also commendable. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter and the initial minutes of the second, he had made 4 of 7 attempts, including 1 out of 2 from beyond the arc, amassing 9 points. Thanks to his performance, when the Warriors starters re-entered the game, the Trailblazers had not only failed to narrow the gap, but had instead witnessed the Warriors extend their lead to 13 points. With the starters back in play, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. Aldridge immediately sought out Odin. Having played a full quarter, he sensed that Odin had significantly improved during their months apart. Not only had Odin's mid-range shooting become more precise, but his defensive prowess had also enhanced remarkably. His judgment of offensive players' trajectories and timing for blocks had evolved considerably since his days with the Trailblazers. Thus, Aldridge approached Odin, inquiring about his training regimen that had led to such rapid progress. While remaining vigilant of the ball's movement, he quietly conversed with Odin. "Greg, how have you been practicing lately? Your mid-range and defense have improved tremendously." "I haven't really practiced much, just following the coach's guidance. Perhaps it has something to do with my recovery. You know, my legs were once uneven, but after the doctor helped me, I feel much more coordinated in my movements. Consequently, my shooting has improved significantly. As for my defense, that credit goes to Bell. Since joining the Warriors, he has taught me a great deal about defensive strategies," Odin casually explained, offering a semblance of clarity regarding his progress. After reflecting on Odin's remarks, Aldridge deemed them reasonable. Just as he momentarily lost focus while contemplating Odin's words, Curry had already passed the ball into Odin's hands. Before he could react, Odin swiftly pivoted into the paint, denying Cunningham the opportunity to double-team him, and executed a thunderous dunk, securing 2 points. It was only when Odin completed his turn that Aldridge realized what was happening, but by then it was evidently too late. He could only watch helplessly as Odin slammed the ball through the hoop. After stepping down from the hoop, Odin unexpectedly murmured a quiet thank you to him, which incensed him to the point of turning and running away, unwilling to engage further with the fellow. This individual, during his time with the Trailblazers, had exhibited a commendable demeanor. How could he have transformed so drastically within mere months of joining the Warriors? As the second quarter progressed, and throughout nearly the entirety of the third, aside from Monta Ellis's occasional bouts of defiance and attempting to resist, the other players from the Blazers failed to pose any significant threat. By the end of the third quarter, the Warriors had established a commanding lead of 26 points, with a score of 88-62, rendering the fourth quarter essentially a mere formality. True to Odin's expectations, the starters from both teams remained sidelined in the fourth quarter, leaving him and his teammates to languish on the bench for the duration. Up until that point, Odin had already amassed an impressive tally of 21 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, and 8 blocks in just 3 quarters. Smart inquired whether he wished to re-enter the game for a chance at a triple-double, but Odin, valuing his dignity, hesitated and ultimately declined Smart's proposition. After all, this was his former team, and it would be inappropriate to excessively pursue statistics. During his time with the Blazers, he had maintained amicable relations with most, aside from the team physician, so there was no need to overstep boundaries. As for the opportunity for a triple-double, he knew there would be ample chances in the future. The game concluded, and the Warriors were set to face the Rockets the day after tomorrow. With ample time at their disposal, they chose not to travel overnight, opting instead to fly back to San Francisco the following morning. Thus, after the evening's match, Aldridge and a few others, who had previously nurtured a good rapport with Odin, organized a party that lasted until the early hours of 1 a.m. before returning to the hotel. Chapter 84. Facing Bedrins upon returning to the hotel. He checked the system and was rewarded with 6 energy points, bringing his total to 42. He promptly exchanged 2 points for basic attributes, allocating them to his mid-range shooting, which elevated his ability to 72. He then reviewed the progress of the Sunshade skill, which had reached 77,100. After completing these tasks, he finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning at 10 a.m., the group arrived at the airport and boarded their flight back to San Francisco. Upon their return, there was no training scheduled for the day, allowing them to relax at home for the afternoon. The next morning, they arrived punctually at the training facility for practice at 9 a.m. The atmosphere within the Warriors was presently exemplary. As the team's leader, his rigorous training and strict self-discipline inspired his teammates to emulate his example. It was rare to see anyone missing practice or arriving late. After a productive morning session, They took a brief respite at noon, and by nearly 6 p.m., the group traveled to the Warriors' home arena. Following a brief warm-up, the game commenced. And today, he would be matched against Bedrins, who had recently been traded to the Rockets. Strangely, he felt a twinge of disappointment at not facing Hayes. However, he remained undaunted in his matchup against Bedrins, confident in his ability to outshine the player from whom he had seized the starting position. Approaching the center circle alongside Bedrins, they prepared for the jump ball. Badelin was usurped of his starting position by Odin and subsequently traded to the Rockets, harboring considerable resentment towards both Odin and the Warriors. Thus, from the outset, he was determined to excel in this match. However, there exists a disparity between ambition and capability. Despite his fervent desire to secure the jump ball, the basketball, upon reaching its zenith, was deftly redirected by Odin to Curry. As Curry advanced past the half-court line, he faced Lowry's defense, attempting to penetrate twice. Yet he was unable to surpass Lowry's formidable guard. Seeing that he could not penetrate Lowry's defense, Odin stepped forward to provide a screen, allowing Curry to advance into the paint. In the paint, Bedrins attempted to provide help defense. Curry, positioned near the free throw line, patiently awaited his approach. And as Bedrins drew near, he decisively chose to break to the left. Although Bedrins demonstrated commendable defensive awareness, his speed ultimately fell short. Curry effortlessly maneuvered past him, executing a layup to secure 2 points. As the play transitioned, it was the Rockets' turn to attack. After Lowry dribbled the ball past half-court, he passed to Scola in the paint. Scola, facing David Lee, enjoyed a slight advantage with his footwork, creating a bit of space before swiftly executing a shot fake. David Lee, momentarily deceived, leapt into the air, allowing Scola to close in and release the ball. At the instant the ball left his hands, the referee's whistle echoed through the arena, and fortunately, the shot did not find its way into the basket. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a 3-point play. David Lee glanced at Scola, feeling a strong urge to confront him. Scola approached the free throw line, successfully converting the first shot, while his second attempt lacked sufficient force, causing the ball to carom off the front of the rim. David Lee effectively blocked Bedrins, preventing him from jumping, allowing Odin to secure the rebound with ease. He then passed the ball to Curry, who immediately advanced up the court alongside Odin. Once in position, Odin established himself in the paint. Bedrins, attempting to contest, found himself overmatched in strength and footwork, ultimately conceding the advantageous position to Odin. Observing Odin's established position, Curry promptly delivered the ball, with Scola pulled out by David Lee. He could not assist Bedrins, leaving him to face Odin alone. Upon receiving the ball, Odin found himself in a fierce contest with Bedrins, who valiantly pressed against him from behind, attempting to prevent his advance into the paint. However, despite his efforts, Bedrins lacked the strength to match Odin, who relentlessly propelled himself further into the interior. As Odin approached the basket, he thrust his ample physique forward, forcefully nudging Bedrins back a step. He then pivoted, intending to execute a powerful dunk. In that fleeting moment of being displaced, Bedrins sensed the impending danger. Thus, as Odin prepared to ascend for the dunk, Bedrins resolutely wrapped his arms around the airborne Odin, preventing him from completing the dunk. Nevertheless, having been former teammates, despite Odin's recent move to the Rockets, their animosity was not profound. Consequently, Bedrins merely restrained Odin from executing the dunk without resorting to any excessive actions. After being embraced by him, Odin casually tossed the ball, unexpectedly watching it find its way into the net. However, the referee called a foul on Bedrins. Subsequently, Odin approached the free throw line. Possessing a free throw attribute of 76 points, considered decent for a center, but surprisingly failed to convert this opportunity. The ball circled the rim twice before rolling out, while David Lee, positioned beneath the basket, faced both Bedrins and Scola. Aware that he could not outmaneuver the two, he promptly directed the ball back into the air. Upon witnessing that none of the three players managed to secure the rebound, Odin surged forward towards the free throw line. Approaching the basket, he leapt effortlessly, soaring over the trio to emphatically slam the ball into the hoop. The three men below, taken aback, hesitated to jump directly to the ground. Instead, he grasped the rim and waited until they dispersed before descending. Bedrins, observing Odin's recent feat of athletic prowess, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It became evident that his own path was not unjust, for he recognized that his abilities paled in comparison to Odin's. Scola, noticing his companion's distress, approached to offer words of solace, advising him not to dwell on it too heavily. Given Odin's physical gifts, it was only natural that he would be difficult to defend against. Indeed, few in the league could truly contain him. After Scola's attempt at consolation, he found himself in a deeper state of frustration. It would have been better had he not offered any comfort at all. The Rockets launched an offensive, with Lowry passing the ball to Martin. Although Martin's defensive skills left much to be desired, his offensive prowess was commendable. Faced with Battier's defense, he astonishingly maneuvered past him, drawing a defensive foul from Williams as the latter attempted to provide assistance. The infuriating Williams, brimming with indignation, could hardly conceal his desire to retaliate, his teeth gritting at the sight of Martin's smug expression. Due to insufficient fouls and the nature of the infraction not being a shooting foul, the referee merely awarded the Rockets a free throw without imposing any further penalties. As the Rockets prepared to inbound the ball, Scola initiated the play, passing it once more to Martin. To everyone's dismay, Scola advanced to set a screen for Martin. This was utterly vexing. One relished drawing fouls while the other thrived on theatrical falls. Now, these two were collaborating, and witnessing Williams and David Lee rise to defend was a moment that warranted 3 minutes of silent tribute in their honor. Chapter 85, The Trouble of Fouls. Kevin Martin surged toward the paint, with Scola stepping in to block Williams. Subsequently, as Martin faced David Lee, it was evident that Lee's defense against Martin was tantamount to inviting a foul. Thus, Odin, before stepping in to defend, had specifically cautioned him to maintain distance from Martin and to refrain from allowing any fouls to occur. Should Martin penetrate, Odin would be ready to provide support. In isolating defense against Martin, Lee merely focused on contesting his shot, deliberately guiding him toward the basket. Martin, predictably, fell for the ruse and charged forward. Odin's defensive skills had significantly improved, reaching an impressive proficiency level of 77/100. No longer relying solely on his physicality, he approached Martin's offense with far greater composure than Lee had. At this moment, passing to Bedrins might have yielded better results, or perhaps shooting before Odin fully closed and would have been prudent. Yet, Martin, determined to challenge Odin's defense and elicit a foul, opted neither to pass nor shoot. He merely stood stationary, dribbling the ball twice in anticipation of Odin's approach. Attempting to replicate his earlier tactics, Martin sought to deceive Odin into committing a foul. But to his surprise, Odin's defensive acumen proved formidable. After 3 unsuccessful attempts to draw a foul from Odin, Martin, resigned, was left with no choice but to take a contested shot as the shot clock dwindled. Although Odin failed to block Martin's attempt, the shot nonetheless missed its mark. Due to the immense defensive pressure exerted by Odin, his opponent was compelled to elevate his shooting arc. Although the ball was not blocked, his accuracy completely faltered. The rebound was seized by Bedrins, who prepared to dunk before Odin could react. However, he was taken aback by Odin's remarkable speed as Bedrins gathered for the dunk. Odin turned and leapt once more, executing a seamless block that sent the basketball soaring out of his hands. The force of the block propelled the ball out of bounds. Bedrins, on the verge of tears, lamented his misfortune, wondering why he was always the one to suffer. His aspirations to perform well in this match had evaporated within the first 5 minutes. Noticing Bedrins' troubled demeanor, the Rockets head coach opted to substitute him with Hayes early on. In truth, Bedrins had played reasonably well since joining the Rockets, demonstrating tenacious defense and some offensive capability. He did not wish to let a single game erode his confidence. Upon Hayes' entry onto the court, Odin felt a surge of satisfaction. He held a preference for Hayes over Bedrins. Despite Bedrins' considerable height and robust defense, which required a degree of exertion to counter, Hayes presented a different challenge altogether. In every aspect, height, weight, vertical leap, and speed, Hayes overwhelmingly outmatched Odin, making him significantly easier to handle. With Hayes on the court, Odin found himself more at ease, wishing only that Martin and Scola would refrain from drawing fouls intermittently. Ultimately, although the first quarter concluded with the Warriors leading the Rockets by 9 points, 31-22, the Warriors faced considerable challenges, primarily due to foul troubles. By the end of the first quarter, nearly all of the Warriors starters, save for Curry, had encountered some foul issues. David Lee and Williams, tasked with defending Martin and Scola, each accrued 2 fouls in the first quarter. Additionally, Odin and Battier also picked up a foul each while attempting to help on defense. This foul predicament rendered several players hesitant to make defensive moves as the first quarter progressed. Had it not been for these foul troubles, the Warriors could have easily led the Rockets by at least 15 points. Faced with the formidable duo of Martin and Scola, the Warriors found themselves in a challenging situation. Due to the foul issues among the starters, Smart only substituted them back into the game nearly 6 minutes into the second quarter. When they re-entered the game, the Warriors bench players swiftly retreated to the sidelines as if they had seen a savior. Under normal circumstances, they would have relished the opportunity to remain on the court longer. However, against the Rockets, they found the experience quite arduous, wishing to escape the arena. Upon returning to the court, the coach had advised them to ease their defensive pressure on Martin and Scola, emphasizing the importance of self-preservation and minimizing fouls. Consequently, the court witnessed a somewhat comical scene during the second quarter while defending against David Lee and Martin. Warriors players were observed making evasive maneuvers to avoid contact with their opponents during their offensive plays. Nevertheless, by the conclusion of the second quarter, both Williams and David Lee had accrued their third fouls, while Oden picked up his second, leaving the Warriors still grappling with foul issues. Fortunately, their offensive performance remained commendable, allowing them to finish the half with a 12-point lead over the Rockets, 63-51. After a brief respite, the third quarter commenced with Dorrell substituting for Williams. Oden also switched defensive assignments, taking on Scola. The first possession saw the Rockets inbounding the ball, after spending a considerable amount of time on the bench. The Rockets coach had conducted extensive psychological preparation, and Badrins finally regained his confidence. Upon facing David Lee instead of Oden, Badrins promptly called for the ball in the low post. Lowry, not wishing to disregard his teammate's request, passed him the ball. Badrins, seizing the opportunity, immediately began to back down against David Lee. With Lee's defense not particularly robust, Badrins executed a swift spin move and penetrated the lane. Approaching the unguarded basket, he unleashed a thunderous dunk and, in a moment of catharsis, roared towards the audience, releasing the pent-up emotions he had harbored throughout the half. Observing his exuberance, Oden merely scoffed, noting that after half a game, Badrins had only managed to score 2 points. What was there to boast about? He had not seen Badrins display such fervor when he had blocked his shots. It seemed that more blocks were in order should the opportunity arise. As the Warriors regained possession, Badrins was reluctantly tasked with defending Oden once more. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to step up for the challenge. Meanwhile, Curry, noticing Badrins returning to defend Oden, promptly passed the ball to Oden, who had already established position in the paint. After obtaining possession of the ball, Oden, wishing not to torment his former teammate excessively, effortlessly executed a skyhook to score. As the Rockets initiated their offensive, Lowry, perhaps influenced by the previous success of Badrins against David Lee or noting that Lee had already accumulated 3 fouls, decided to allow Badrins to engage Lee once more. Surprisingly, he passed the ball to Badrins again, encouraging him to confront Lee. To create space for Badrins, Scola ventured onto the perimeter. Once more against Lee, Badrins resorted to the same strategy as before, attempting to back down Lee. However, this time Lee was prepared for Badrins' spin move, maintaining a hand pressed against his waist to thwart any effortless turn towards the basket. Yet Badrins, undeterred, continued to lean into Lee, inching closer to the hoop. From a distance, Oden observed the unfolding scenario and subtly signaled to Badier to keep an eye on Scola, before gradually making his way towards the vicinity of Lee and Badrins. Just as Badrins approached the basket, poised to pivot for a shot, Oden suddenly quickened his pace, heading towards the pair. Unaware of Oden's approach, Badrins was caught off guard when Scola attempted to alert him. It was too late for him to retract as he had already elevated the basketball above his head to shoot. Just as he released the ball, before it had completely left his fingertips, Oden leapt from behind and snatched it away. Badrins was left bewildered. This was not merely a block, it was outright theft. Moreover, one could hardly focus all their attention on a single player. This felt excessively unfair. Oden had already denied him 3 times during the game, and one might wonder why. Having disregarded his defense, he would then come to block his shot. Was this not a case of bullying the unsuspecting? After Oden seized the basketball, he swiftly hurled it towards the front court. Badier, already poised for a fast break as he sprinted towards the basket, shared the same intent as Curry, who was also racing after the ball. However, Oden's pass was evidently subpar, too forceful for the circumstances. Fortunately, just as the ball was about to go out of bounds, Badier managed to retrieve it and passed it to Curry. Initially, Curry contemplated a dunk, but upon noticing Lowry closing in rapidly, he opted for a layup, successfully sending the ball through the hoop. As the offense resumed, the Rockets finally ceased to pass the ball directly to Badrins, whose shooting efficiency had been dismally low throughout the game. After some deliberation, they decided to entrust the ball to Martin, allowing him to collaborate with Scola. A strategy that proved far more effective. With Scola and Martin working in tandem, as soon as Martin received the ball, Scola stepped forward to set a screen. Through a defensive switch, Martin found himself facing Odin. He had no intention of attempting to breach Odin's defense, which he deemed too formidable. Instead, he drew Odin towards the three-point line before passing the ball to Scola, who was comfortably positioned near the free-throw line, undeterred by Darrell's defense. Raising the ball above his head, Scola disregarded any thoughts of penetrating the defense and, right before Darrell launched a shot, Darrell was caught off guard. And the basketball swiftly found its way into the net, as the disparity in height and wingspan clearly favored Scola, making it challenging for Darrell to defend effectively. Subsequently, both teams settled into a rhythm on offense, with neither able to outmaneuver the other, and the point differential remained unchanged. Although the gap did not diminish, the Rockets managed to exact a toll on the Warriors, as the third quarter concluded with Odin accumulating 3 fouls, while Darrell had also reached 3 fouls. Fortunately, with only 1 quarter remaining, their current foul count suggested they would not be ejected from the game before its conclusion. With a 13-point lead over the Rockets, Smart did not rush to deploy all his starters at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Instead, he allowed Darrell and David Lee, accompanied by the bench players, to take the court for a brief stint until the 3rd minute of the fourth quarter. By the 8th minute of the fourth quarter, despite both David Lee and Darrell having accrued 5 fouls, the point differential lingered around 12, remaining insurmountable. Recognizing the dwindling prospects of victory, the Rockets head coach opted to substitute all his starters, conceding the game. Observing their surrender, Smart also withdrew Darrell and David Lee from the court. Throughout the entirety of the fourth quarter, Odin, Curry, and Battier did not re-enter the game. Ultimately, the match concluded with the Warriors triumphing over the Rockets with a score of 107-96. Today, Odin achieved a remarkable performance with 27 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, and 6 blocks. He took a moment to check the progress of his imposing shadow skill, which has reached 83-100. It seems that with just a few more games, this skill will be fully developed. Recently, despite an increase in blocks, his blocking skill points have risen from an initial 78 to 86. Once the imposing shadow skill is mastered, it is uncertain how much more it will enhance his abilities, but it is anticipated that the improvement will be substantial. He has notably improved his defensive skills during this period, displaying a greater mastery over the timing of his blocks compared to before. He feels confident that once he fully learns this skill, his blocking attribute could surpass 90 points. As he has a game against the Kings tomorrow, he planned to rise early for a 6 a.m. flight to Sacramento, thus he retired to bed early that night. Upon awakening the next morning, it was nearly 5:30 a.m. He hurriedly prepared himself and drove to the airport. By the time he arrived, his teammates had already boarded the plane. Waiting for his arrival, he rushed on board, had a light meal, and resumed his rest. Upon reaching Sacramento, it was nearly 10 a.m. He found a spot to rest briefly before the team arrived at the Kings home arena at 6 p.m. During warm-ups, he intended to greet Cousins, but it was evident that Cousins was not particularly welcoming and did not wish to engage in conversation. As Odin approached, Cousins offered only a perfunctory exchange. Recalling their previous encounters filled with less than favorable memories, Cousins was determined to teach Odin a lesson today. Having played nearly 30 games in the NBA, he was no longer the rookie he once was. Chapter 87. Encountering Cousins again at 8 p.m., the game commenced officially. The Kings' starting lineup consisted of Cousins, Udry, Evans, Dante Green, and Darnell Jackson, while the Warriors fielded their usual starting roster. As the game began, Cousins and Odin approached the center circle to contest the tip-off, with the referee tossing the ball into the air. Odin stands 5 centimeters taller than Cousins, and his leaping ability surpasses that of Cousins by a slight margin, allowing him to effortlessly secure the jump ball. The ball found its way into Curry's hands, and after dribbling past the half-court line, he initially passed the ball to David Lee before setting off to reposition himself. Upon receiving the ball, David Lee noticed that Dante Green had followed him. Green, a power forward with a penchant for shooting from the perimeter, preferred not to dwell in the paint for defensive duties or rebounding. Observing David Lee orchestrating the play from outside, he felt a sense of quiet delight, realizing he might be spared from tussling with the rugged players beneath the basket today. Upon gaining possession, David Lee immediately began searching for Odin, assessing whether Odin had a viable opportunity to receive the ball. Once he saw that Odin had established a favorable position, David Lee delivered the pass. As Odin received the ball, he sensed the formidable strength of Cousins while positioning himself. To his surprise, this individual possessed greater power than he himself did. Thus, upon securing the ball, Odin contemplated his offensive strategy. Cousins, invigorated by the moment, felt a surge of excitement as he anticipated the opportunity to avenge past encounters. Prior to the game, the coach had explicitly advised him to refrain from engaging with Odin, urging him to maintain his focus and not let Odin's presence affect his mindset. He adhered to this counsel diligently, remaining silent despite Odin's attempts at dialogue. He awaited this moment to redeem himself, eager to deliver two emphatic blocks to Odin and taunt him, demonstrating his prowess. Consequently, once Odin had possession, Cousins concentrated intently on his defensive stance. Although he appeared quite robust, his footwork within the paint was surprisingly agile, and while his strength was considerable, he faced a slight disadvantage in height. Odin made 2 attempts to score with his head, but was unable to find success, prompting a shift in his offensive strategy. He began to move laterally, positioning himself directly in front of the basket, preparing to execute a skyhook to conclude the play. As Odin shifted, Cousins relentlessly tried to push him further away from the hoop. However, Odin's strength was equally formidable. Their power was closely matched, leaving Cousins unable to displace Odin by any significant distance. Upon reaching the front of the hoop, Odin was still able to execute a skyhook while facing the basket. However, at the moment of his release, Cousins leaped in an attempt to block the shot, and Odin felt the tips of his fingers graze the basketball ever so slightly. The athleticism displayed was indeed formidable. It was the first time since mastering the skyhook that someone had nearly managed to thwart his attempt. Fortunately, the contact was minimal and did not alter the trajectory of the ball, which gracefully swished through the net. Upon witnessing the ball's successful entry, Cousins muttered in frustration that Odin had indeed been fortunate this time, but warned that such luck would not accompany him again. Although his words were spoken softly, Odin still caught wind of them. In an attempt to maintain his composure, Odin retorted, "Brother, this isn't mere luck, it's skill, understand? If you think otherwise, why not attempt to skyhook yourself? Though, perhaps it's best you refrain, given your apparent lack of intellect. You likely wouldn't grasp it." Cousins, who detested being belittled regarding his intelligence, felt a surge of anger and was on the verge of losing his temper. However, upon noticing the coach observing him from the sidelines, he managed to restrain himself, opting instead to ignore Odin's provocations. As Odin continued to dismiss him, Cousins lost interest in their exchange and shifted his focus solely to defense. Despite having just been outmaneuvered by Odin, he couldn't help but feel the sting of the insult, even if he refrained from responding verbally. As they transitioned to the offensive end, Cousins positioned himself just inside the free throw line, signaling for the ball. Udry, recognizing that Cousins had established a solid position and that his teammates had cleared the area, delivered the ball to him. With possession, Cousins mirrored Odin's earlier aggression, initially backing into the paint with force. Although he managed to push Odin back slightly with a couple of collisions, the impact was minimal, prompting him to switch to a face-up approach. While he might have fared better against other centers, facing Odin proved to be a different challenge altogether. After executing several fakes without success, Cousins began to lose his patience. He turned his back to Odin once more, charging at him with renewed vigor. Odin, anticipating Cousins' intention to collide and then pivot for a shot, knowing well that Cousins possessed a commendable shooting touch, elected to sidestep slightly. This decision caused Cousins to lose his footing, as he failed to make contact with Odin, resulting in him stumbling backward and nearly collapsing onto the floor. The audience erupted in laughter, despite being at the King's home court. Unable to contain their amusement at the comical display, it was difficult to fault the spectators, as Cousins' movements were undeniably humorous. As he awkwardly retreated, the basketball slipped from his grasp, allowing Odin to effortlessly retrieve it. He then passed it to Curry, and after the assist, he couldn't resist taunting Cousins, remarking that playing basketball requires intellect, not merely brute force, dear fellow. In a moment of indignation, Cousins could no longer restrain himself, having just suffered humiliation. He was now subjected to ridicule regarding his intellect. He approached Odin and gave him a shove. Odin, however, raised his hands in surrender, refraining from any retaliatory action. Observing this, the referee blew his whistle and hurried toward the two. Meanwhile, Cousins continued to hurl trash talk at Odin, and once the referee separated them, he promptly issued a technical foul to Cousins. The Kings head coach quickly instructed his players to restrain Cousins and hastily substituted him out. All the pre-game counsel he had received seemed futile. With such a temperament, he was an easy target in the NBA. Once on the bench, Cousins sat in silence, a towel draped over his head, fully aware that he had acted foolishly, yet he had been unable to contain himself in that moment. Now, after being benched, he regretted his impulsive actions, realizing it was absurd to be replaced just 2 minutes into the game. The coach refrained from addressing him immediately, understanding his nature and opting to let him cool off first. Chapter 88. Leading by 18 points in a single quarter after substituting Cousins, the Kings brought in Carl Landry, who paled in comparison to Cousins. With Cousins off the court, the Kings primarily entrusted the ball to Evans during their offensive plays. Evans was adept at driving to the basket and possessed a decent scoring ability. However, the Warriors had evolved since previous encounters, now featuring Battier among their starters and Bell among their reserves, making them less apprehensive in defending against formidable drives from the forwards. Following the Warriors' offensive sequence, it was once again the Kings' turn to inbound the ball. To everyone's surprise, both Landry and Danny Green opted to retreat from the paint to take outside shots. After a brief exchange with David Lee, he followed them out, while Odin remained inside. Receiving a pass from Udry, Evans surged toward the Warriors' paint. Employing sheer speed rather than finesse, he outpaced Williams significantly. As he penetrated the interior, Battier was unable to arrive in time to provide assistance, forcing Odin to step up for the defensive effort. Aware of Odin's formidable defensive prowess from reviewing recent game footage, Evans opted for a layup, releasing the ball prematurely. Before Odin could approach, he observed Evans launching the ball into the air, prompting him to swiftly pivot in preparation for a rebound. To his astonishment, the ball swished through the net despite its considerable distance and the lofty arc of its trajectory. He glanced at Evans, pondering whether this stroke of fortune was merely luck or if he truly possessed exceptional skill. As the Warriors commenced their offensive, the Kings found themselves bereft of any match for Cousins following his departure. Consequently, after Curry crossed half court, he effortlessly passed the ball to Odin, who had already established his position in the paint. David Lee had drawn Dante Green away from the interior, leaving only Carl Landry and Odin within the key. At that moment, Landry appeared visibly intimidated beneath the basket, unable to contend with Odin, who outmatched him significantly in height, weight, and speed. Upon receiving the ball, Odin exhibited an utter disinclination for any feints or elaborate maneuvers. He immediately turned his back to the basket, forcefully colliding with Carl Landry beneath the rim. Subsequently, he pivoted, gathered the ball, and leapt for a thunderous dunk. At that moment, in an effort to avoid being posterized, Carl Landry had already retreated from under the basket. Cousins, observing Landry's performance from the sidelines, was nearly driven to gnash his teeth in frustration. Was he truly so timid? If one cannot compete, surely a foul could have sufficed. Evading the confrontation could only be described as a display of timidity. As the first quarter progressed, it became a showcase for Odin, who dominated the game with a series of thunderous dunks and blocks, asserting his authority on both ends of the court. Had it not been for Evans occasionally sinking a couple of shots, the Kings would have been thoroughly overwhelmed by the Warriors. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 35-17, with the Warriors enjoying a commanding 18-point lead. As the second quarter commenced, Dorrell led the Warriors' second unit into battle against the Kings' reserves. Perhaps influenced by the energy of the starters, Dorrell played with remarkable enthusiasm and found his shooting touch, having already made 3 three-pointers within the first 3 minutes, extending the lead to a staggering 25 points. Witnessing this, the Kings head coach panicked and promptly called for his starters to return to the game. Meanwhile, the Warriors, comfortable in their significant lead, opted to substitute only David Lee, allowing the remaining starters to rest. Even as the second quarter reached the 7-minute mark, the gap between the teams showed no signs of narrowing. Although Odin was on the bench, David Lee was more than capable of managing the Kings' interior threats. Frustrated by the inability to close the gap, the Kings coach decided to reintroduce Cousins into the game. Observing Cousins' return and recognizing that their own starters had been resting for a considerable time, the Warriors chose to reinsert Odin onto the court. Upon re-entering, Cousins wore a stern expression, his anger barely contained as he faced Odin once more. Yet, mindful of the game's context, he suppressed the urge to physically confront Odin and instead signaled for the ball. However, Udry hesitated to pass it to him, fearing an impulsive reaction. After surveying the court, he ultimately decided that Cousins had the better chance to score, thus handing him the ball. Cousins, unperturbed by Odin's words, proceeded with a determined demeanor, initiating a back-to-the-basket dribble towards the paint. Sensing the pressure, Odin fully engaged in the game. After establishing a presence in the post, Cousins transitioned to facing the basket. While his temperament could be volatile, His offensive prowess was undeniable. He had mastered a variety of center techniques and possessed a gentle shooting touch. If he could temper his fiery disposition, his future achievements would be boundless. After executing several fakes, Odin, relying on the defensive knowledge acquired in the system's training, along with his superior skill set, intentionally feigned a weakness, guiding Cousins toward the paint. Seeing the apparent opening, Cousins, without a second thought, charged into the lane. Odin had anticipated this move. Should Cousins have opted for an outside shot, he would have found Odin a formidable obstacle. With Cousins penetrating the interior, the situation became more manageable for Odin, who held advantages in height, jump, and speed, with both players possessing comparable strength. As Cousins approached the basket, despite having breached Odin's defense, he found himself still closely guarded. He halted, preparing to shoot, only to realize how tightly they were matched. A shot would likely lead to a block, while passing the ball at this juncture felt unsatisfactory. Just then, Odin began taunting him. "Are you afraid? No worries. Just admit you can't match my skill, and I'll let you take the shot unchallenged." Upon hearing these words, Cousins, who had been wavering in his decision, instantly found his resolve. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to take the shot against Odin. Not even the presence of Jesus could deter him. Silently urging himself on, he leaned into Odin and opted for a forceful attempt. The ball was released, and while Odin failed to block it, the shot was executed with a hint of hesitation, resulting in the basketball not finding its mark. Odin seized the opportunity, snatching the rebound and swiftly passing the ball to Curry. Chapter 89, Dunking on Udre. Upon returning to the front court, Odin, seeking to conserve his energy, opted to engage in pick-and-roll plays with Curry once more. It was not that he was incapable of matching up against Cousins, but rather that it proved to be quite taxing, much akin to how Cousins contended with him. Since collaborating with Curry in the pick-and-roll would facilitate a more effortless resolution, why exhaust himself with one-on-one confrontations against Cousins? Observing Odin's intent to execute the pick-and-roll with Curry, Cousins felt a twinge of irritation and finally spoke up, mimicking Odin's tone to mock him. "Aren't you quite impressive? Why resort to playing with someone else in the pick-and-roll? If you're so skilled, why not take me on one-on-one? I see you're too timid to do that. Aren't you, coward?" Odin was taken aback when this individual actually spoke up, and to his astonishment, began to mock himself. Without hesitation, he retaliated with sharp words, hoping to provoke him further into a foul, ideally leading to his expulsion from the game. "Come on, my friends, playing basketball is not merely a matter of muscle, is it? Why resort to brute force when one can employ intellect to resolve challenges? Learn to embrace wisdom. As for my strength, you shall soon discover. However, given your level of intelligence, it is likely that even if you observed, you would not comprehend." With that, he moved towards Curry, positioning himself to shield him from Udre. Seizing the opportunity while Odin obstructed Udre, Curry surged towards the paint with the ball. Cousins, left with no choice, stepped up to defend against Curry. After the two departed, Odin sprinted towards the paint with Udre in tow. Curry did not venture deeply into the key. Instead, he halted near the free throw line, patiently awaiting Odin to establish his position within the paint or preparing to exploit Cousins with his footwork. Observing Odin swiftly secure his stance, Cousins contemplated advancing to defend Odin. Yet he was apprehensive that Curry might seize the opportunity to shoot as he approached, creating a rather uncomfortable predicament. As Odin firmly established his position in the paint, Curry signaled for his teammates to clear out, and before Cousins could devise a defensive strategy, he had already passed the ball back to Odin. Realizing that Curry intended for Odin to go one-on-one against Udre, Cousins, noting Udre's diminutive stature, surmised that he would be no match for Odin's physicality. Consequently, he abandoned his defense of Curry and began to move towards Odin. However, before he could reach Odin to assist in the double team, Odin had already executed his offensive play. There was no need for finesse. The disparity in size between him and Udre was glaringly evident upon receiving Curry's pass. Odin executed a swift pivot and leaped into the air, colliding with Udre and sending him tumbling out of bounds. With remarkable force, he then dunked the ball into the hoop. The display was undeniably brutal. Udre lay on the ground, feeling as though he had been struck by a truck. And it took him some time to regain his composure before he was assisted by Cousins to stand once more. The referee paused the game, allowing the King's medical staff to attend to Udre, who was subsequently cleared to continue. As the match resumed, Odin continued to taunt Cousins, inquiring about his toughness. He remarked that unlike Cousins, who relied solely on muscle, he played with intellect. He emphasized the importance of being able to be tough when necessary, attributing it to wisdom, and playfully suggested that Cousins might consider calling him master so he could impart some knowledge on how to play with more strategy, given their shared position as centers. As Cousins listened, he began to ramble incessantly, becoming increasingly irksome. Resolutely, he chose to remain silent, based on his experience. He knew that if he could endure just a few more minutes, this individual would cease his incessant chatter. When it was the King's turn to attack, Cousins, eager to emulate Curry and Odin, sought to collaborate with Evans for a pick and roll. Had he faced Curry, he would undoubtedly have executed a thunderous dunk, akin to Odin's play against Udry. Unfortunately, Udry lacked the offensive threat that Curry posed, compelling Cousins to seek Evans instead. Thus, while Udry prepared to inbound the ball from the backcourt, Cousins approached Evans, sharing his strategy. Evans, currently struggling against Badier's defense, consented to Cousins' plan. Once Udry dribbled past the half-court line and passed the ball to Evans, Cousins stepped out from the paint to initiate the pick-and-roll, positioning himself near Evans and Badier. He aimed to block Badier and allow Evans to break free, thereby initiating a switch in defense. However, he clearly underestimated Badier as a renowned defensive specialist. Badier was not easily thwarted by a single screen from Cousins. Badier was only momentarily delayed by Cousins' attempt and swiftly continued his pursuit of Evans. Simultaneously, Odin, no slouch in defense, had anticipated the switch as Cousins stepped forward to screen for Badier. As Evans finally broke free of Badier and made his way toward the paint, Odin moved to intercept, while Badier had already circumnavigated Cousins' block. Almost as if they were in perfect sync, both defenders converged on Evans to execute a double team. Both were defensive savants, denying Evans any opportunity to respond, and they completed the double team with precision. Before Evans could even think of passing, Badier snatched the ball from his hands. As Badier executed the steal, Curry and Williams had already prepared for a fast break. Upon witnessing the turnover, they immediately sprinted toward the front court. Badier quickly tossed the ball forward, and Curry, without dribbling, launched it toward the basket, where Williams soared to complete a spectacular alley-oop dunk. The entire offensive sequence, from the steal to the finish, transpired in under 5 seconds. Only after Williams had completed his dunk did the Kings players finally comprehend what had just occurred. The failure of this play stemmed primarily from the inexperienced collaboration between Cousins and Evans, who fortuitously encountered the defensive prowess of Odin and Badier. Astonishingly, these two remained oblivious to the futility of attempting a pick and roll that they had never practiced together, leading directly to their offensive failure. Meanwhile, the Kings head coach, watching from the sidelines, was seething with rage, irate that his players had disregarded the pre-established tactics while trailing in the game. He resolved to confront them during halftime with a scathing reprimand. Fortunately, the first half was nearing its conclusion, and the score would not be further exacerbated. Otherwise, his heart condition might flare up due to their incompetence. In the final 2 minutes before halftime, Cousins finally withstood Odin's verbal onslaught and refrained from acting irrationally. Chapter 90, Pachulia. By the end of the first half, the Warriors had established a commanding 30-point lead over the Kings, finishing the half with a score of 78-48. During halftime, the Warriors' locker room was imbued with a sense of relaxation, while the atmosphere in the Kings' locker room was palpably tense. As soon as the Kings entered their locker room, their head coach furiously hurled the tactical board to the ground. He bellowed at each player, questioning whether they had any semblance of pride left. Were they content to be featured in the media as the victims of the season's most significant slaughter? He demanded they apply themselves, warning that if they were unwilling to compete, they should voice their intentions. As long as he remained with the Kings, they would not see the court again. A group of formidable men bowed their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Among them, Evans was noted as the most prominent figure, yet his confidence was far from robust. Given his current level of skill, he could only be considered a standard starter in other teams, never approaching the stature of a true superstar. The others were even less inclined to voice dissent. Cousins, still a rookie, felt the heat of frustration but remained silent, aware that his own performance had not been stellar. After a tirade lasting a full 7 or 8 minutes, the tension began to ease slightly. He then picked up the tactical board, suppressing his irritation, and commenced a fresh explanation of strategies. However, with the team trailing by 30 points, the prospect of a comeback seemed nearly impossible. Thus, he devised several new tactics, treating them as mere drills. As the second half commenced, both teams fielded their primary lineups. Upon re-entering the game, Cousins, tasked with guarding Odin, was replaced by Dante Green. Given Cousins' temperamental nature, the Kings head coach took the precaution of advising Evans to keep a close watch on Cousins, cautioning him against any irrational actions. Seeing Dante Green assigned to defend him, Odin seized the opportunity and launched a powerful drive towards the basket, easily overpowering Green. After Odin had played for 25 minutes, and the score gap widened to 38 points, the Warriors coach decided to substitute his starters, leaving only David Lee and the re-entering Dorrell to continue the game alongside the bench players. Although the margin began to close, the Kings lacked the time to recover the score. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed with a score of 116-102. Had the Kings not reintroduced their starters for a few minutes during the fourth quarter, the point differential would have certainly exceeded a mere dozen points. In this match, Odin played for only 25 minutes but managed to secure an impressive 26 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 4 blocks. With these 4 blocks, the progress of his overshadowing skill reached 8-7-1-0-0. With just 3 more games, he would fully master this ability. Cousins, on the other hand, recorded 11 points and 10 rebounds, primarily accumulating his statistics after Odin had exited the game. Observers of the match would agree that Cousins had been thoroughly outperformed by Odin. During the post-game handshake, Cousins pulled Evans aside, preventing him from shaking hands. That evening, they boarded a flight back to San Francisco. Their next match was scheduled for the 26th. A Christmas showdown against the Trail Blazers, with 3 days of respite before the game, followed by a day off for the team. Early in the morning, Odin hurried to Luna's home, and after spending the day together, he invited her to watch his game at the Warriors Arena on the 26th. As the anticipated day arrived, the venue was filled to capacity, marking the first time in 2 years that the Warriors Arena was completely sold out. With the team's continuous victories this season, attendance had steadily increased. As of now, the Warriors boasted a record of 21 wins and 7 losses, nearly matching their total wins from the previous season. With fewer than 330 games played, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, their entry into the playoffs seemed all but assured, thus attracting a growing number of supporters. The much-anticipated Christmas clash between the two teams was less intense than expected. They had recently faced off, making them quite familiar with each other. The only player showing a hint of defiance was Monta Ellis, who relentlessly sought to prove himself during the game. However, after facing Odin and Badier's combined efforts a few times, he became considerably subdued. Ultimately, the Warriors secured a victory on their home turf with a score of 108-98, a margin of 10 points, without much alarm. After the game, Aldridge and his oblivious companions insisted that Odin take them out in San Francisco. Reluctantly, he first escorted Luna home before spending the night with his former Trailblazers teammates. Due to their late-night escapades, he requested a half-day off from his coach for the first time, sleeping in until noon before rising to have a bite to eat and heading to the training facility. Upon arrival, he found everyone else present, and, feeling somewhat disheartened by their suggestive glances, he offered no extensive explanations. The following day, they were set to face the 76ers for the first time this season. Since Iguodala's departure, the 76ers had entered a rebuilding phase. Although their performance this season had been decent, they had little chance against the Warriors. As anticipated, the Warriors emerged victorious with a score of 112-106. On the 30th, they would challenge the Hawks away from home. The Hawks lineup this season was formidable, featuring star players such as Josh Smith, Al Horford, Joe Johnson, Mike Bibby, and Pachulia, with strong substitutes like Crawford and Teague. The match commenced at 8 p.m. And as Pachulia faced off against Odin for the jump ball, Odin instinctively braced himself, checking his energy level, which had reached 37 points due to the combination of games and training. Fortuitously, he had not yet exchanged any for basic attribute points. Had he done so, sustaining an injury would have posed a significant problem. As the game began, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Odin leapt high, directing the ball to Curry, while being cautious of his landing to avoid any foot entanglements. After securing the ball, Curry sprinted forward, opting to pass to David Lee instead of attempting a breakthrough against Mike Bibby. The Hawks were a well-rounded team, and despite Curry's efforts to create space, he found himself closely followed by Bibby. Consequently, David Lee passed the ball to Odin, who struggled to establish his position as Pachulia nudged him uncomfortably. With Smith monitoring closely, ready to double-team, Odin was denied the chance to go one-on-one. With Smith defending, Williams' offensive capabilities were rather average, while Curry continued to circle with Bibby outside. Badier patiently awaited an opportunity in the corner, but Odin, with no options, passed the ball back to David Lee. After receiving the ball again, and seeing little chance for Odin, David opted for a solo effort against Horford. Though not an optimal choice, it was the only option available. As David Lee initiated his move against Horford, Odin positioned himself to battle Pachulia for rebounding position. David Lee executed 2 fakes, but failed to deceive Horford. Eventually, he managed to create a slight opening near the free throw line and took a jump shot. In an effort to avoid being blocked by Horford, David's release was rushed, resulting in a miss. The ball struck the rim and bounced upwards. Odin's leaping ability surpassed that of Pachulia, and the ball rebounded close to the hoop. After grabbing the rebound, Odin leaped and forcefully slammed the ball towards the hoop. Due to his impressive vertical leap, his abdomen inadvertently collided with Pachulia's face midair. Unfazed by Odin's airborne state, Pachulia attempted to shove him away. At that moment, Odin, suspended in the air, struggled to maintain his balance. Had he been knocked over, a fall would likely have resulted in injury. Fortunately, he opted for a putback dunk, avoiding a descent to the ground after securing the rebound. Upon completing the dunk, he clutched the rim to steady himself before descending. Once he landed, he directed a low curse at Pachulia, exclaiming how dirty his actions were, implying that such maneuvers were downright criminal. Pachulia, dismissive, retorted that Odin should leave the NBA if he was afraid, asserting that the league was not suitable for him. Infuriated by Pachulia's response, Odin vowed to teach him a lesson for resorting to such underhanded tactics instead of engaging in fair competition. When the Hawks took possession, Mike Bibby advanced the ball past half court. Once the court was cleared, he passed it to Joe Johnson, as the Hawks primarily relied on creating isolation opportunities for him to resolve plays. Battier, defending Johnson one-on-one, was not at a disadvantage, as Johnson's physical attributes were relatively average. He largely depended on rhythm for his offensive maneuvers. Johnson dribbled, executing a double crossover in front, while Battier remained still, unperturbed by the feint. Seizing the moment, Johnson initiated a backing maneuver, nudging Battier twice before faking and executing a turnaround jumper, which swished through the net. The sequence left Battier with no time to react, failing to even employ a closing defense, showcasing Johnson's terrifying control over the offensive rhythm. Subsequently, it was the Warriors' turn to attack. After crossing half-court, Curry approached Odin to initiate a pick-and-roll. Pachulia followed suit. After Odin successfully blocked Mike Bibby, Curry drove towards the paint but chose not to pass to Odin. The reason for this was the looming presence of Horford and Josh Smith, who were tightly guarding Odin. Passing the ball could have led to a double team, making it more prudent for Curry to take the shot himself. Utilizing his footwork advantage, he deftly spun around Pachulia, leaving him in an embarrassing position. Seizing the opportunity while Pachulia was out of position, Curry released the ball towards the basket, and it cleanly swished through the net. Following the successful shot, Pachulia glanced up at the replay of the basket, his expression darkening in dismay. Odin noticed that Curry's expression was off, and as he passed by him, he took the opportunity to caution Curry to be wary of Pachulia, particularly regarding any underhanded tactics during the offensive plays. Curry nodded in acknowledgement. Having already missed 2 games this season due to ankle injuries, he understood the potential severity of another setback, which could lead to habitual sprains, possibly forcing him to leave the court regardless of his skills. When it was the Hawks' turn to attack, they surprisingly passed the ball to Joe Johnson, allowing him to isolate for a one-on-one, demonstrating the coach's considerable trust in Johnson. Having learned from past experiences, Battier recalled the coach's insights into Johnson's technical attributes and initiated a more physical defense. Indeed, once he applied pressure, Johnson's offensive flow became noticeably hindered. Attempting to pivot and shield Battier behind him, Johnson found Battier retreating slightly, only to close the gap again, thwarting Johnson's subsequent movements. After several attempts, Johnson finally managed to shake off Battier's grip, yet he found himself perilously close to the basket. Initially intending to shoot, he was met with Odin's rapid defensive response. Before he could release the ball, Odin had already leapt in from the side, swatting it away with ease. Johnson's actions paled in comparison to Odin's swift defense, which resulted in a straightforward block. Frustrated after the rejection, Johnson shot a glare at Odin, contemplating a retort but ultimately deciding against it, plotting instead to catch Odin off guard should another opportunity arise. In Chapter 92, Horford stepped out of bounds to inbound the ball, directly passing it to Joe Johnson, while the others cleared out to allow him a chance to isolate. However, aware of Johnson's struggles against physicality, Battier was no longer intimidated. The moment Johnson received the ball, Battier began to impose his physical presence, squeezing him and disrupting his ability to dribble comfortably. Johnson's offensive game relied heavily on his rhythm. If forced to shoot directly, his accuracy would falter. Battier's physicality immediately disrupted Johnson's cadence, and while he could still attempt shots, his success rate plummeted. With no options left, Johnson passed the ball to Mike Bibby, known as the White Devil for his strength. After a couple of dribbles, he attempted to drive past Curry. Yet, Curry held his ground, prompting Bibby to charge directly into him. As Williams moved in for support, Bibby passed to Josh Smith, who, despite his mediocre scoring ability, was reliable when left open. Upon receiving the ball, Smith opted for a shot and successfully found the net. Following this, the Hawks' offense began to show signs of improvement. Observing Battier's effectiveness against him, Johnson sought to switch positions, coordinating with Smith and Bibby for successive plays. Once the switch was successful, Johnson confidently pursued isolation once more, ensuring a higher success rate for his one-on-one attempts, leading to a steady increase in both team scores. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 27-24, with the Golden State Warriors holding a slender 3-point lead. However, in the latter half of the quarter, after the starters took their leave from the game, the bench unit led by Dorrell struggled significantly, being thoroughly dominated by the Hawks' second unit, spearheaded by Crawford and Teague. Fortunately, by the time the starters exited the game, it was already the 9th minute of the first quarter, and with limited time remaining, the Hawks were unable to close the gap. At the beginning of the second quarter, both teams opted to field their bench players once more. The Hawks swiftly equalized the score, prompting Smart to reintroduce David Lee into the game. Watching Crawford play was truly a delight. Despite the competitive nature of the match, it did not diminish Oden's admiration for him. His dribbling was so fluid. It appeared as though he was dancing on the court, leaving the Warriors players utterly helpless in their attempts to defend against him. A quick hesitation followed by a crossover would completely disorient any Warriors player attempting to guard him. With a formidable duo in the Hawks consisting of K6 and ISO Joe, acquiring either of them would undoubtedly bolster the Warriors' strength, as they currently lacked a player with such exceptional one-on-one capabilities. Thankfully, Smart's timely decision to bring Lee back onto the floor prevented the score from widening before the starters returned. David Lee showcased his prowess against the Hawks bench, transforming into a dominant force in the paint, leaving the Hawks' interior defense utterly powerless. A little over 4 minutes into the second quarter, both coaches opted to reinsert their starters. Upon returning, Lee had just completed a brief stint on the court, which resulted in Oden temporarily stepping in to fill the gap. As a rookie with limited playing time, being thrust into a game alongside established starters placed substantial pressure on him. Facing Al Horford, he appeared somewhat flustered. Not only was he ineffective on offense, but he also struggled defensively, being easily scored upon by Horford on multiple occasions. In a desperate bid to assist, Oden found himself frequently stepping up to provide help defense, which drained a considerable amount of his energy. By the end of the second quarter, while the Warriors were not trailing by much, Oden's exhaustive defensive efforts left him quite fatigued as the halftime intermission arrived. Lacking the energy to absorb the coach's instructions, he returned to the locker room and promptly lay down in his spot to rest. Following halftime, he felt slightly rejuvenated. As the second half commenced, both teams reinstated their starters, and with Lee back on the court, Oden felt a significant reduction in pressure. As the third quarter began, the Hawks' approach remained unchanged from the first half, consistently allowing Joe Johnson opportunities to isolate and score. Conversely, the Warriors adjusted their defensive strategy, switching from man-to-man to a zone defense. To counter Johnson's isolation plays, they constricted their defensive perimeter, preventing him from comfortably executing his moves even in the paint. This effectively disrupted the Hawks' offensive rhythm, and despite attempts from Mike Bibby and Horford to hit outside shots, their low shooting percentage posed no threat to the Warriors' zone defense. As the Warriors embarked on their offensive plays, Oden, having regained some energy during the halftime break, found himself invigorated by the Warriors' switch to zone defense, alleviating his defensive burdens. Nearly 2 minutes into the third quarter, Oden executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk. As the Warriors initiated an offensive play, Curry advanced the ball past half-court. And with Bibby's defense closing in, Lee stepped up to set a screen. Seizing the opportunity, Curry penetrated into the paint, remaining unflustered by Horford's help defense, using his footwork to maneuver around him and break through. As Curry approached the basket, Pachulia abandoned his defense on Oden to assist against Curry. Yet, instead of immediately passing the ball or attempting a shot, Curry waited until Pachulia was fully committed before delivering the ball to Oden. With no defender present, Oden prepared to leap for a dunk. Pachulia's desperate attempt to contest Oden's shot was futile, appearing almost as if he had deliberately positioned himself to be dunked upon. Ultimately, his effort only served to highlight his failure to thwart the Warriors' offense. resulting in Odin's emphatic dunk and leaving Pachulia in a most embarrassing predicament. Chapter 93. A misstep. As the second half approached 5 minutes, the Hawks struggled to penetrate the Warriors' zone defense. In a state of desperation, they replaced Pachulia, who had been ineffective, with Teague. The responsibility of guarding Odin shifted from Pachulia to Horford, while Josh Smith began to defend David Lee. Teague, possessing some three-point shooting ability, managed to sink 2 three-pointers, temporarily alleviating the Hawks' offensive woes. However, their defensive issues resurfaced, as both Horford and Smith found themselves unable to contain either Odin or Lee effectively. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the Warriors led the Hawks by 6 points, 75-69, as they entered the fourth quarter. Given the severe defensive issues, both teams reintroduced their starters. Pachulia returned to the court for the Hawks, while Bibby took a brief respite, leaving Teague on the floor due to his commendable performance in the third quarter. As the starters resumed play, the score stood at 83-78, with the Warriors leading by 5 points as the Hawks prepared to inbound the ball. Teague advanced the ball, orchestrating the offense, while Johnson stepped forward to set a screen. But Teague opted not to drive into the paint, instead maneuvering along the three-point arc, feigning a shot. Aware of Teague's three-point capabilities, Battier had no choice but to step up and defend. As Battier approached him, he finally passed the ball to Joe Johnson. While Johnson may have struggled in confrontations, that notion was rendered moot in the face of Curry. With a single hand pushing against Curry, he maneuvered into the paint effortlessly, leaving Curry utterly incapable of posing any threat. In that initial moment of Johnson's drive into the lane, it was not Odin who stepped up to defend, but rather Williams, who feigned a defensive effort, merely disrupting Johnson's rhythm to prevent an early shot before retreating to resume guarding Josh Smith. This forced Johnson, who had intended to seize an opportunity for a shot once inside, to take a couple of dribbles forward. At this juncture, he and Curry were already in close proximity to the basket, prompting Odin to finally choose to assist in defense. Consequently, even if Johnson passed the ball to Pachulia, he had not strayed too far from the basket and was able to recover in time. Noticing Odin approaching, Johnson intended to create space for a shot with his familiar rhythm, but this plan was destined to falter. Odin harbored a certain apprehension towards exceptionally swift attackers. However, he exhibited no trepidation when faced with players like Joe Johnson, whose speed was rather mediocre and who preferred to exploit rhythm changes in his offensive maneuvers. Following the acquisition of his formidable skill that rendered him nearly impenetrable, Odin's defensive acumen was significantly enhanced. Regardless of the opponent's feints, he adeptly discerned their intentions. Despite Johnson's successive alterations in pace, he failed to disrupt Odin's rhythm, and unable to find a shooting opportunity for himself, he reluctantly passed the ball to Pachulia, who was poised beneath the basket, ready to receive. Upon receiving the ball, Pachulia, having learned from a previous block, chose not to attempt an immediate dunk. Instead, he awaited Odin's turn to defend against him, and as Odin struggled for balance, Pachulia executed a shoulder charge against him. He aimed to dislodge Odin and then proceed with a dunk. The impact did occur, yet Odin remained steadfast, retreating only slightly rather than being completely displaced. Despite still being under Odin's defense, Pachulia, after enduring a frustrating game, seized this rare opportunity to assert himself. Ignoring all caution, he lifted the ball and aimed for the basket. Odin, however, was not one to grant him leniency. Upon noticing Pachulia's intent to dunk, he leaped into action, rising on the spot to contest the shot with both hands. Like a volleyball player executing a block at the net, he thwarted Pachulia's attempt. Yet due to Odin's measured force, the ball did not soar away but remained in Pachulia's grasp, with Odin's hand still on the ball. Neither player was able to fully control it. The referee's whistle pierced the air, declaring a jump ball, and both athletes positioned themselves at the free throw line, ready to contest. At that moment, fire seemed to blaze in Pachulia's eyes, fixated on Odin with a burning desire to exact retribution. Having been blocked not once, but twice in the same game, and additionally having been subjected to an embarrassing dunk, he was determined to make it onto the highlight reel. Winning the match had become secondary. His sole focus was on avenging himself against Odin, and it needed to happen immediately. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Odin, leveraging his superior leaping ability, triumphed in the jump ball. Yet, as he descended, he noticed with alarm that Pachulia had barely jumped, clearly harboring unsavory intentions. Indeed, he caught sight of Pachulia's south foot extending dangerously close to his own, poised to trip him. As Odin descended, he swiftly spread his legs to avoid stepping on Pachulia's foot. Upon landing, he immediately muttered curses towards Pachulia, expressing his disdain for the latter's attempt to trip him. You don't deserve to play basketball. You're nothing but trash, resorting to such underhanded tactics because you can't compete, despite his efforts to guard against him. The moment Pachulia aimed to inflict harm, Odin felt a surge of anger, perhaps recalling the previous 3 seasons marred by injuries that had limited his playtime. He had thought that even if Pachulia were to foul him, he would not be so enraged due to the systematic nature of the game. Yet the weight of his past experiences undeniably fueled his fury. Upon hearing Odin's words, Pachulia retorted, "This is just the beginning. You may evade me this time, but I doubt you can do so again. You'd best be cautious." Odin, infuriated, resolved to take his position after halftime, extending his hand towards Curry to request the ball. Observing Odin's evident rage and uncertain of the cause, Curry, seeing him in position, unhesitatingly passed the ball. Chapter 94. Wrist injury upon receiving the ball. Odin abandoned any semblance of finesse and charged with brute force towards Pachulia. He collided with him 3 successive times, and then, with a slight elevation of his elbow, delivered a strike to Pachulia's chest. The subtlety with which Odin executed this maneuver rendered it imperceptible to the referees. Struck by the elbow, Pachulia immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest, leaving him no time to defend against Odin, who effortlessly dunked the ball into the hoop while Pachulia clutched his chest in discomfort. Upon completing his pivot, Odin executed a one-handed dunk with remarkable ease, then turned without a glance at Pachulia and sprinted towards the backcourt. Meanwhile, Pachulia was still entangled with the referee, lamenting that Odin had used his elbow, to which the referee nonchalantly replied that he had not witnessed such an incident and subsequently dismissed him. When it was the Hawks' turn to attack, the introduction of Teague brought a noticeable improvement to their 3-point shooting. The Warriors, employing a zone defense, hesitated to tighten their coverage, thereby granting Joe Johnson a modicum of isolation opportunities. Their offensive flow became somewhat more manageable, however, with Odin and Dorel, both proficient defenders, on the court. Their every offensive endeavor encountered a degree of difficulty. As the possession progressed after Teague advanced the ball past half-court, Johnson called for the ball in the paint, initially intending to assertively take on his defender. Yet, upon receiving the ball, he was abruptly met with a double team from Odin and Badier, leaving him no opportunity to dribble. Reluctantly, he passed the ball back out. With Odin obstructing the passing lane to Pachulia, he had no choice but to send it to the awaiting Horford. After receiving the ball, Horford immediately delivered it to the stationary Pachulia beneath the basket, who, overshadowed by Odin throughout the game, was not focused on shooting but rather scanning for Odin's presence. This hesitation cost him a prime scoring opportunity, inciting a furious outburst from the Hawks head coach on the sidelines. Realizing he had squandered his chance, and with Odin once again closing in on him, Pachulia had no option but to pass the ball once more, this time to Teague. The ball circulated around the perimeter without even grazing the rim before returning to Teague, who now found the shot clock dwindling to a mere 6 seconds. Without time for contemplation, Teague made his move, determined to initiate the offense himself. Confronted by Curry, who appeared somewhat vulnerable, Teague began to assertively push into the lane, using one hand to shield the ball from Curry as he drove inward. Teague, exhibiting commendable speed, advanced toward the basket, but as Williams approached to provide help defense, Teague discerned that Williams only intended to delay him. Consequently, he executed a feint as if to pass to Josh Smith, causing Williams to retreat before continuing his drive toward the basket. With time running short, he prepared to attempt a floating shot from close range. Odin observed that time was running out for the Hawks' offense. If Teague were to pass the ball to another player, it was evident that they would likely incur a 24-second violation before even attempting a shot. Thus, he resolutely abandoned his defense of Pachulia and rushed over to double-team Teague, denying him the opportunity to shoot. Realizing that Odin was approaching, Teague understood that if he did not take a shot soon, he might miss his chance entirely. Consequently, he swiftly released the basketball. Odin, noticing the ball being thrown, turned to position himself for a rebound, although Teague's shot did not find its mark. Before Odin could reach the basket, Pachulia had already secured the rebound, preparing for a second offensive attempt. Upon seeing Odin charging towards him, and startled by his urgency, Pachulia instantly conceived a cunning maneuver. He feigned a shooting motion, and as Odin leaped into the air to block him, he cleverly bent down. At this moment, Odin could no longer restrain his actions. If he were to be tripped by Pachulia and fall from midair, even if he escaped injury, the impact would be considerable. As he was about to collide with Pachulia's back, he slightly lifted one knee while preparing to embrace Pachulia with both hands. His knee made direct contact with Pachulia's waist, causing Petulia, who had harbored ill intentions, to trip Odin, to stagger sideways for a moment before being enveloped by Odin's grasp, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground. They fell together, with Odin landing directly atop Petulia. However, instinctively, Odin's left hand clutched Petulia as they descended, only to be subsequently pressed down by the fallen Petulia. Initially, Odin felt no pain upon hitting the ground, but upon rising, he began to sense discomfort in his left wrist. Meanwhile, Petulia remained on the floor, shielding his waist with his hand. He did not rise until the Hawks team physician arrived to confirm his condition was stable, after which he stood up, still kneading his waist, indicating that he had also sustained a significant blow. During the game interruption, Odin took a moment to consult the system, which indicated a minor sprain in his left wrist. It required a cost of 5 energy points for treatment, although it would heal automatically within approximately a week if left untreated. After some consideration, he opted to expend the 5 energy points, prompting the system to administer care. Following the depletion of his energy, he felt a slight tingling sensation in his wrist, and the discomfort vanished almost instantly. As the game resumed, Odin and Petulia regarded each other with heightened animosity, both aware of the underlying tensions from their recent encounter. Each sought retribution, yet as the game drew near its conclusion, neither found an opportunity to retaliate. With only a minute remaining, the Warriors led by 3 points. Possessing the ball. Should the Warriors score on their next possession, victory would be nearly assured. With possession in their grasp, Curry advanced the ball to the front court, deliberately delaying their offense. As the shot clock dwindled to 8 seconds, he finally passed to Odin, who had already established position in the paint. The strategy behind holding the ball to the last 8 seconds was to minimize the Hawks' offensive opportunities. By running down the clock, even if this possession failed, the Hawks would be left with only one chance to score. Conversely, should the Hawks manage a three-pointer, the Warriors would still retain another opportunity to respond, ensuring their advantage remained intact, at worst leading to overtime. Chapter 95, The Useless Petulia. Upon receiving the pass, Odin noticed that Petulia also became tense. This play was of utmost significance, and he had lost the inclination for any underhanded tactics, focusing solely on the task of defending this critical shot. Upon seizing the ball, Odin was consumed by a singular focus, determined to score after an entire game had culminated in this pivotal moment. As he prepared to back down against Petulia, an unexpected development unfolded. The previously silent Josh Smith attempted to stealthily encroach upon him for a double team. Fortunately, Williams's timely warning alerted Odin, heightening his awareness. However, at that juncture, Williams was nearly upon him, and with the clock winding down on the offensive possession, there was no time for further maneuvers. In a swift motion, Odin unleashed his most proficient skyhook, sending the ball soaring. To his dismay, the shot did not find its mark. Beneath the basket, Horford and David Lee reacted with remarkable agility. As the basketball ricocheted off the rim, both players leapt simultaneously in pursuit of the rebound. Yet, given their comparable strength, neither managed to secure it on the initial attempt. The ball was redirected by Horford towards Odin's vicinity, leading him to believe that Petulia and Josh Smith, in their endeavor to contest Odin, would have a marginally greater chance than he would against David Lee. However, he clearly underestimated Odin. In the very moment the ball was deflected his way, Odin leapt into the air and successfully claimed it, while Petulia and Josh Smith remained momentarily oblivious to the unfolding action. Upon witnessing Odin seize the ball once more, Petulia felt a surge of urgency. Without regard for his surroundings, he thrust his foot forward, intent on tripping Odin to thwart his play. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Odin, even while contending for the rebound, was acutely aware of his intentions. Sensing the imminent threat of injury, Odin, bolstered by the system's ability to mend his ailments, did not shy away from Petulia's advance. Instead, he forcefully stepped down upon the very ankle Petulia aimed to disrupt. In that instant, Odin inevitably lost his balance, his right foot twisting painfully. Yet, having anticipated such a scenario, he managed to release the ball just before he fell, though he had not expected the shot to succeed. Fortune smiled upon him, and he surprisingly scored. Upon landing, both he and Petulia found themselves clutching their ankles, sprawled on the floor. Despite Petulia's intervention, it appeared that he had sustained a more severe injury. In the immediate aftermath of the fall, Odin consulted the system to assess the extent of his injury. Fortunately, it was merely a sprained ankle, with no bone damage detected. The system indicated that a treatment would require 20 energy points. Before the team physician arrived, Odin hastily utilized 20 energy points to heal himself. Grateful for his prior habit of conserving energy points, he was relieved to avoid further complications. As all players gathered on the court awaiting the physician's assessment, Odin feigned discomfort despite having already healed himself. He was escorted back to the locker room. As the game clock dwindled to just over 20 seconds, with the Warriors leading by 5 points, victory seemed assured. Meanwhile, Pachulia appeared to be in a more precarious state. Remaining on the court, as Odin returned to the locker room. Once back, Odin watched the game conclude via the broadcast. Following their injuries, the players from both teams seemed devoid of any competitive spirit, hastily wrapping up the match and retreating to the locker rooms. Upon their return, the Warriors players were relieved to find Odin unscathed. In contrast, the atmosphere among the Hawks was somber, as initial assessments hinted at potential bone injury for Pachulia, necessitating further examination at the hospital. This revelation cast a pall over the Hawks' morale. For safety's sake, Coach Smart advised Odin to undergo a checkup at a nearby hospital the following day. Odin is acutely aware of his own physical condition, yet to assure everyone, he has decided to undergo a medical examination. With today's match, the Warriors face the challenge of playing 5 away games in just 8 days. If there were any concerns regarding his health, the head coach would certainly refrain from allowing him to take the court. The following day, with the exception of Odin, the rest of the team boarded a flight to Charlotte, while he awaited the results of his examination before joining them. After completing his medical checkup, the results were, of course, favorable, and he subsequently flew to Charlotte to reunite with the coaching staff. In the subsequent 2 games against the Hornets and the Heat, the Warriors triumphed over the Hornets, yet succumbed to the Heat. The victory against the Hornets appeared rather effortless, as Odin played for less than 30 minutes, contributing to the Warriors' commanding 116-98 win, effectively dominating the Hornets' interior defense. During his brief stint on the court, he amassed an impressive tally of 25 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 blocks, and 1 steal. Curry also showcased an exceptional performance, sinking 7 of 11 three-point attempts and finishing with 35 points, 6 assists, and 3 rebounds. Among the Hornets, the player who left a lasting impression on him was Livingston, who later became one of the Warriors' revered bench players. In his previous viewings of games, Odin had been particularly struck by Livingston's skills. However, he currently receives little recognition in Charlotte, as his playing time is limited to that of a substitute. He contemplated how advantageous it would be if the Warriors could acquire him through a trade. The defeat against the Heat was rather disheartening, as the Warriors' perimeter shooting was abysmally poor throughout the match. They managed to convert only 4 of 21 three-point attempts, resulting in a success rate of less than 20. This allowed the Heat to relentlessly double-team Odin, making his performance exceedingly challenging. He could only muster 15 points, relying solely on offensive rebounds, as the Heat denied him any opportunity to score in a conventional manner, immediately swarming him with defenders upon receiving the ball. Nonetheless, his shot-blocking prowess shone through, as he recorded 6 blocks against a team known for its aggressive drives to the basket. Following this match, his skill, Sky Shield, reached a progression of 96-100. And with the addition of those 6 blocks, it was fully mastered, indicating he had completely acquired the skill. In that game, LeBron James delivered a stellar performance, accumulating 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, just shy of a triple-double. Chapter 96. Encountering the Beast after concluding the game against the Heat. The Warriors prepared for their upcoming match against the Magic, scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Since his return from injury and subsequent impressive performances, many have begun to draw comparisons between him and Howard. This forthcoming game marks their first encounter of the season, generating considerable anticipation. Currently, in the 2011 All-Star voting, Howard leads in the Eastern Conference, while Odin ranks 3rd among forwards in the Western Conference, not far behind Anthony, with Duncan occupying the top spot. Therefore, to enhance his voting prospects and secure a starting position, this game holds significant importance. Following the match against the Hawks, Odin's Sky Shield skill reached its maximum level, and his defensive abilities increased from 86 to 91 points. Due to expending 25 points for injury recovery during the Hawks game, he currently possesses 22 energy points, limiting further attribute enhancements for the time being. He intends to elevate his driving and shooting capabilities, as his current driving ability is only 60 points. While adequate against slower-footed centers, he must rely on his physicality against others. After reuniting with his teammates, they practiced strategies for the Magic in the afternoon and trained intensively the following morning, with the match commencing promptly at 8 p.m. The Magic's starting lineup featured Howard, Turkoglu, Jameer Nelson, Bass, and Jason Richardson, with their bench bolstered by the newly acquired Arenas and the adept three-point shooter Redick. With Howard dominating the paint and a plethora of sharpshooters on the perimeter, the Magic proved to be a formidable opponent. At precisely 8 p.m., the match commenced, with Odin and Howard approaching the center circle for the tip-off. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, both players leapt simultaneously, each attempting to gain control. At the apex of their jump, they both managed to touch the ball, resulting in no clear possession. As they landed, the ball fell to the center circle, marking an unusual failure in the tip-off. Both players exchanged surprised glances, as neither was accustomed to losing the jump ball. With the tip-off nullified, the referee reset the play and tossed the ball into the air once more, and this time, both players appeared notably more focused. Odin possesses a slightly greater advantage in height and wingspan, while Howard exhibits a marginal edge in vertical leap. During the second jump ball, Odin triumphed, leveraging his height to secure victory. At that moment, Howard finally subdued his smile, recognizing that he had encountered a worthy adversary today. As the play transitioned to the front court, Curry executed the strategy devised by the coach, initially passing the ball to David Lee, who was closely followed by Bass to the perimeter. In the paint, only Odin and Howard remained. Odin found it challenging to contend with Howard, thus David Lee refrained from immediately passing the ball to Odin. Instead, after Curry utilized Battier's screen to create an open opportunity, he received the ball from Lee. Upon receiving it, Curry made a slight adjustment before launching a three-point shot. Meanwhile, Odin and Howard began to jockey for position beneath the basket, preparing to contest for the rebound. Odin and Howard possess comparable strength, yet Odin carries a slight weight advantage, granting him a marginal edge when vying for position. Once both players established their stance and raised their gaze towards the hoop, they were taken aback as the basketball swished through the net, leaving no opportunity for either to contest the rebound. As the Magic launched their offensive, Jameer Nelson dribbled the ball across half-court before passing it to Hito T. Arkeolu. He then began to reposition himself, aware that several of his teammates were proficient in long-range shooting. Noticing that Odin was left alone to defend against Howard in the paint, T. Arkeolu promptly passed the ball to Howard, confident that Odin would struggle to contain him. Upon receiving the ball, Howard initially opted to back down Odin. But after a couple of unsuccessful attempts due to their similar strength, he decided to face the basket and prepare to utilize his footwork to break past Odin. However, as he began his drive, he soon realized that his speed did not match Odin's, making it nearly impossible to shake off his defender for a skillful shot. Odin sensed this as well, thus he advanced directly, initiating a press. Howard, in order to avert the risk of losing possession, had no choice but to pass the ball out. Odin, having never faced Howard before, exhibited a slight lack of confidence. In reality, aside from his somewhat inferior jumping ability compared to Howard, he possessed advantages in other aspects of the game. Moreover, Howard's shooting range remained consistent with his previous performance, characterized by a short range and imprecise mid-range shots. After defending for a round, Odin suddenly realized that Howard was not as formidable as he had imagined, which instilled him with newfound confidence in facing the Magic. As Howard passed the ball back to Turkoglu, he recognized that he was struggling against Odin, prompting him to reposition himself under the basket in preparation for rebounding. Turkoglu, upon receiving the ball, signaled Bass to set a screen. Bass effectively blocked Battier, and before David Lee could provide assistance, he launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. The basketball was released, yet it failed to find the net, ricocheting off the rim and back into play. Odin and Howard were both poised to seize the rebound, their abilities nearly equal, making it impossible for either to effortlessly claim the ball. As the ball descended, Odin, leveraging his height advantage, was the first to touch it. However, before he could secure it, Howard swiftly reached for the ball and flicked it into the air. They both leapt once more, and once again, Odin managed to make first contact, benefiting from his earlier experience. This time, rather than attempting to grasp the ball directly, he directed it towards a more favorable position for himself. Following a third jump, he finally secured the ball and promptly passed it to Curry, who awaited outside. Upon returning to the front court, Curry initially planned to execute a pick-and-roll with Odin. Yet, after observing the previous play, he decided to attempt a one-on-one against Howard. Once positioned in the paint, Curry delivered the ball into Howard's hands. Due to Howard's interference, Curry found himself slightly farther from the basket than intended. He first attempted to back down, but to no avail. Then he tried to pivot into the lane, but Howard simply took a step back, preventing him from advancing. Nevertheless, this created an opportunity for Odin, whose mid-range shooting attribute had reached 72 points, making it a viable offensive option. Chapter 97, Rebounding Battle. After pivoting, Odin, Without waiting for Howard to approach again, received the ball and opted to shoot. As the basketball soared through the air, both Odin and Howard gazed at the hoop, hoping for success. The ball swished cleanly through the net. Upon seeing the basket, Howard muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting the stroke of good fortune. Odin, however, felt no particular excitement. It was merely a reflection of his usual performance. After Howard passed the ball to Jameer Nelson, he sprinted back down the court, having failed to capitalize on 2 consecutive offensive plays. Upon reaching the front court once more, Howard dutifully began coordinating with Turkoglu. After Nelson dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Turkoglu. Upon receiving the ball, Howard moved in to set a screen, effectively blocking Badier's advance towards Turkoglu. Meanwhile, Odin positioned himself directly in front of Turkoglu, preparing to switch onto Badier. As Odin moved to defend Turkoglu, Howard opted to cut towards the basket, while Badier contemplated double-teaming Turkoglu. Before the defense could fully materialize, Turkoglu had already passed the ball to the cutting Howard, who had reached the basket. Odin, unable to recover in time, could only watch as Howard emphatically dunked the ball through the hoop. After slamming the ball into the hoop, Howard let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens, releasing his pent-up emotions. As he passed by Odin, he flashed a grin and remarked, "My friend, this is true prowess. Your jump shot was merely a stroke of luck. If you possess real skill, you should be able to dunk like I just did. This is what we, as sinners, are meant to do." Odin paid no heed to him, as if the opportunity to score was entirely of his own making. "Impressive. Continue to take me on one-on-one. Were it not for Turkoglu, would you even have the chance to dunk?" However, as the Warriors transitioned to offense, Odin proactively stepped forward to engage in a pick-and-roll with Curry after he brought the ball past half-court. Unlike his collaboration with Howard and Turkoglu, Odin possessed a commendable mid-range shooting ability, not merely descending the lane post screen. Furthermore, Curry's offensive prowess surpassed that of Turkoglu, enhancing the offensive threat of their partnership significantly. After Odin obstructed Jamal Nelson, Curry swiftly dribbled towards the interior, while Howard moved up to defend. At this juncture, Nelson switched to guard Odin. Upon reaching the vicinity of the free throw line, Curry ceased his advance into the paint, while Odin made his way directly to the basket. After altering his pace twice, Curry had already left Howard off balance, allowing him the option to either take the shot himself or pass the ball to Odin. It was evident that Odin's opportunity for scoring was far more favorable, prompting Curry to deliver the ball to him. Odin's encounter with Jameer Nelson was akin to facing an unguarded opponent, as there existed a staggering height disparity of 30 centimeters between them. Upon receiving the ball, he did not even dribble. He simply leaped to execute a thunderous dunk. Witnessing Odin's movement, Nelson swiftly sidestepped, realizing that failing to do so would lead to more than just a mere posterization. Given Odin's leaping ability, soaring over his head would have been entirely plausible. After successfully completing the dunk, Odin turned to Howard, who was poised to inbound the ball, and remarked that a dunk merely required hands. Following Nelson's progression past half-court, he passed the ball once more to Hito Trko. To their astonishment, Trko and Howard intended to continue their pick-and-roll. Yet Odin and Badier's defense was far from complacent. They might allow a single successful play, but sustaining such a strategy was out of the question. As Trko received the ball, Howard advanced to set another screen, yet this time, as Howard moved in to provide the pick, Odin did not remain in the paint waiting for Turkoglu. Instead, he followed Howard and switched to guard Badier, stepping up to defend Turkoglu. At that moment, Badier was directly confronting Howard, preventing him from easily rolling to the basket, which left Turkoglu unable to pass the ball to Howard. As Odin positioned himself in front of Turkoglu, he began to apply defensive pressure, simultaneously cutting off the passing lane to Howard. Under Odin's defensive intensity, Turkoglu struggled to dribble, while Odin persistently prevented him from facilitating a pass to Howard. Meanwhile, Badier was entangled with Howard, rendering him unable to receive the ball. Left with no options, Turkoglu reluctantly passed the ball to Jameer Nelson. After Turkoglu made the pass, Odin immediately switched back to guard Badier. Odin repositioned himself in front of Howard, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball. Observing the lack of openings, Jamal Nelson resolved to take matters into his own hands. He executed a play with Jason Richardson, who effectively screened Curry, allowing Nelson to step back beyond the three-point line and unleash a shot. Possessing a commendable three-point shooting ability, with a success rate exceeding 38 this season, he exuded confidence as he released the ball. As anticipated, the basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. Following his successful three-pointer, he brazenly gestured the three-point sign, extending his arms as he sauntered back towards the defense, relishing the moment. Curry, incensed by Nelson's audacity to flaunt his shooting prowess, swiftly took possession and dashed down the court, disregarding the need for his teammates to fall back into position. Spotting Odin in the paint, he seized the opportunity to launch a three-point shot while Nelson was still regaining his balance. The ball effortlessly found its way through the net. In a playful act of imitation, Curry replicated Jamal Nelson's celebratory gesture, infuriating him further. Confronted by Curry's blatant provocation, Nelson, upon bringing the ball past half-court once more, decided against passing to Turkoglu. Instead, he aimed to respond to Curry's antics. After setting another screen with Jason Richardson, he deftly shook off Curry's defense and, positioned beyond the three-point arc, took another shot. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him this time, as the ball failed to find the mark. Odin and Howard began to contend for rebounds beneath the basket. The disparity in their abilities was negligible, and the outcome of the rebound largely hinged on fortune. Whichever player found the ball in a more advantageous position held the upper hand, making it easier to seize the rebound. In this instance, Odin appeared to have the better luck, as the ball descended into a more favorable spot for him. Instead of leaping, he used one hand to shield Howard away from the basketball while cradling the ball with the other. After securing the rebound, he promptly passed the ball to Curry, who executed a more audacious move. Without waiting for anyone, Curry dribbled past half-court, and as the Magic players were still scrambling to establish their positions, he launched a three-pointer from just 2 steps inside the arc. Jamal Nelson, who had rushed back on defense, stood dumbfounded. Upon witnessing Curry's release, he quickly pivoted to face the hoop. Once he confirmed the ball had swished through the net, a surge of panic washed over him. If this shot wasn't merely a fluke, then Curry's shooting prowess was indeed terrifying. Chapter 98. Referee bias. Curry's consecutive three-pointers forced the Magic to call a timeout, widening the gap between the two teams to double digits. Upon resuming play, it was evident that the Magic intensified their defense against Curry. As he received the ball near the three-point line, he was met with a double team from the Magic players. The first quarter concluded with the Warriors leading the Magic by 6 points, 31-25. This lead was attributed, in part, to the Magic's dismal shooting from beyond the arc during the first quarter, while the Warriors found their rhythm from long range. Additionally, Odin effectively curtailed Howard's impact, as the latter failed to provide substantial assistance to the Magic in terms of rebounds or scoring during the opening period. As the second quarter commenced, the Magic's bench, led by Arenas and Redick, dealt a swift blow to the Warriors. Just 3 minutes into the second quarter, Arenas and Redick had already leveled the score with their efforts. Observing this turn of events, Smart hastily reintroduced the Warriors' starters to stabilize the situation. Once the starters were back on the court, the Magic's head coach opted not to rush his starters back into play, but allowed the bench players to remain on the floor for an additional 2 minutes. After ensuring his starters were well rested, he sent them back in, by which point the Magic had taken the lead, surpassing the Warriors by 5 points. Upon witnessing the Warriors deploy their starters, the Magic decided to field their own key players as well. Once back on the court, the Magic's tactics remained largely unchanged. In contrast, the Warriors' head coach intended for Odin to assert his presence in the paint, thereby creating pressure on the Magic and potentially drawing double teams, which would facilitate easier scoring opportunities for the Warriors' perimeter players. Consequently, after re-entering the game, Curry promptly passed the ball to Odin, who had established a strong position in the low post. Odin positioned himself roughly a step within the free throw line, facing the basket directly. This location is where he feels most comfortable executing his skyhook. Rather than driving toward the paint, he dribbled the ball a couple of times, made a simple adjustment, and then rose to unleash his skyhook. Howard leaped in an attempt to block the shot after Odin had already taken off, but Odin's release point was exceedingly high, especially with the skyhook in play. Consequently, Howard could only watch in astonishment as the basketball soared into the hoop, ultimately finding its mark. Upon landing, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. He recognized his own offensive abilities were somewhat lacking and felt a profound admiration for Odin's mastery of the skyhook. As the Magic took possession once again, it became apparent that the collaboration between Turkoglu and Howard in the first quarter had not yielded favorable results. After Turkoglu received the ball, he refrained from attempting another play with Howard, who showed no inclination to provide a screen, instead focusing his energy on securing rebounds. After gaining possession, he began directing his teammates to reposition, ensuring they provided mutual coverage. Ultimately, Jason Richardson found an opportunity to shoot. Turkoglu promptly delivered the pass, but Richardson's attempt unfortunately did not succeed. Odin and Howard commenced a fierce contest for the rebound beneath the basket, with the trajectory of the basketball favoring Howard's chances of securing it. Upon gaining possession, he had no intention of passing the ball. Instead, he prepared to launch a second offensive. Positioned in close proximity to the rim, his remarkable leaping ability allowed him to rise effortlessly and execute a powerful dunk. Thus, after actively seeking confrontation with Odin, he leapt into the air, poised to deliver a resounding slam. Odin was struck by his opponent, however. Having prepared in advance, and with their strengths being comparable, he remained firmly in place. As Howard leaped, Odin followed suit, ready to block the impending shot. Utilizing his fully mastered skill of celestial obscurity, he effortlessly discerned the trajectory of Howard's impending dunk. A large hand came down decisively upon the basketball in Howard's grasp. Given their similar strength, Howard retained possession of the ball, while Odin's hand remained firmly on it as well. Upon landing, the referee should have called for a jump ball. Yet astonishingly, he ruled a foul against Odin. This decision seemed to favor Howard, a current superstar of the league, and it was not unusual for him to receive a bit of leniency in his home arena. Nonetheless, this ruling left Odin quite displeased, prompting him to approach the referee for a discussion. To his dismay, the referee stood resolute in his decision and warned Odin that any further questioning of his call would result in a technical foul against him. Odin, seething with anger, muttered a few choice words under his breath before positioning himself to contest the rebound following Howard's free throw. Howard's free throw performance had consistently been subpar, remaining at a level comparable to his previous efforts. On this occasion, he failed to convert either of his attempts, and after the second miss, Odin seized the rebound beneath the basket and promptly passed the ball to Curry. As he sprinted towards the front court alongside Howard, he couldn't help but taunt, "You know, this is divine intervention. The ball was never meant for you." Reflecting on the earlier foul called against him, Odin felt a surge of indignation as Howard, fully aware of the circumstances, exhibited no remorse and even reveled in the situation with a smug grin. This recollection only fueled Odin's desire to mock him further. Howard, however, was not particularly incensed. He had endured similar situations over the past 2 years, rendering Odin's jibes somewhat ineffective. What truly vexed him was the fact that he had failed to convert both free throws. Upon reaching the front court, Odin, still brimming with frustration, resolved to confront Howard directly. He established his position close to the basket, ready to receive a pass for an offensive play. Noticing Odin's intent to receive the ball in the paint, Howard relentlessly attempted to disrupt his movement. After a spirited struggle, Odin ultimately secured his position in the paint, prompting Curry to deliver the pass at last. After receiving the pass, Odin replicated the offensive maneuver from the previous play, once again employing his skyhook to send the ball soaring through the hoop. Following the successful basket, he cast a provocative glance at Howard and remarked, "This is true skill. Perhaps you should learn a thing or two instead of merely relying on dunks." He continued, "You may think you're exceptional, but just wait. I shall soon demonstrate my own prowess." Howard retorted briefly before sprinting towards the front court. Internally, he resolved that once he obtained the ball, he would showcase his skills to Odin, proving that he was not to be underestimated. Chapter 99. The Magic adjust their strategy as it was the Magic's turn to attack. Jameer Nelson dribbled past half court and passed the ball to Hedo Turkoglu. According to the plan, Howard was supposed to step forward to set a screen. However, still incensed by Odin's earlier comments, he fervently demanded the ball in the paint, neglecting to provide the necessary pick. Aware of his own rudimentary skills, he recognized that scoring against Odin would be a formidable challenge, so he opted to position himself near the basket, where his chances of scoring would be enhanced. Seeing Howard firmly established in the paint, Turkoglu decided not to dwell on the plan and passed him the ball, directing his teammates to spread out. Upon receiving the pass, Howard steadied himself, having been subjected to some minor antics from Odin behind him that had hindered his ability to secure the ball effectively. Once he regained his balance, he began to back in, gearing up for his offensive move. Positioned close to the hoop, Howard aimed to use his body to push Odin back a step before executing a shot. Dunks were no longer on his mind. After more than a quarter of competitive play, he had come to understand Odin's defensive capabilities. With his unrefined technique, simply making the shot would suffice. Attempting a dunk could very well result in being blocked. After a couple of solid pushes, he succeeded in forcing Odin to retreat a step before turning to shoot. However, as he backed into Odin, the latter had already anticipated his intentions. Therefore, as Howard prepared to pivot, Odin deliberately grasped his waist, causing Howard to contort slightly in pain. As he completed his turn and prepared to shoot, Odin lunged forward, leaping in an attempt to block the shot. Though Howard had anticipated the move and managed to avoid being swatted, the alteration in his motion resulted in a missed basket. Odin and Howard, having both missed their shots, immediately commenced a fierce contest for the rebound. Due to his proximity to the ball's descent, Odin successfully secured the rebound. Upon gaining possession, he swiftly passed the ball to Curry and propelled himself forward toward the offensive end. Upon reaching the front court, the unassuming Odin approached Curry to engage in a pick-and-roll. Utilizing Odin's screen to elude Jamal Nelson, Curry found himself face-to-face with Howard, opting not to penetrate the paint as Howard's defense was formidable. He instead maneuvered to keep Howard near the three-point line. Meanwhile, Odin had already ushered Jamal Nelson into the interior. Observing this development, Curry instinctively lofted the ball toward the basket. Odin took 2 great strides towards the basket, then leapt to catch the basketball, executing a powerful dunk. Meanwhile, Jamal Nelson had already halted his movement as Curry passed the ball to Odin, recognizing that since he could not impede the play, he might as well pause to appreciate the moment. After completing an alley-oop, Odin exuberantly bumped chest with Curry, bringing the score back to a tie. The Magic called for a timeout, aiming to disrupt the Warriors' offensive rhythm. Upon returning to the court, the Magic initiated another attack. This time with Howard focusing solely on securing rebounds rather than contributing offensively. Aware of Howard's determination on the boards, Odin also heightened his vigilance. Turkoglu orchestrated the offense from the perimeter, initially receiving a screen from Jameer Nelson. As Curry took on the defensive assignment against Turkoglu, the latter began to drive towards the basket, and although Curry managed to keep pace, he was unable to thwart the forceful drive. Consequently, Badier had no choice but to step up for the double team, relinquishing his defense on Jameer Nelson. Turkoglu's experience shone through as he passed the ball to Jameer Nelson just as Badier was about to complete the double team. When Nelson caught the ball, Williams rushed over for support, while Jason Richardson retreated to the corner, poised to receive the pass. As Williams approached to provide assistance, Nelson swiftly passed to Richardson, who found himself in a completely open position. With no one able to contest, Williams made a token effort to close in. After receiving the ball, Richardson took a moment to adjust before shooting, and by the time Williams arrived, Richardson had already released the shot, which smoothly swished through the net. During the remaining time in the second quarter, Howard ceased his involvement in the Magic's offense, dedicating himself entirely to defense and rebounding. Ironically, the Magic's offense became more fluid in Howard's absence. Although the Magic's perimeter players excelled in the second quarter, sinking several three-pointers, the Warriors maintained their lead at halftime. Thanks to the impressive shooting of both Curry and Badier, Odin also managed to bully Howard in the paint, grabbing 2 offensive rebounds. Thus, at the conclusion of the second quarter, the Warriors held a slender 3-point lead at 65-62. As the halftime break came to a close, the Magic made adjustments by substituting Base for Redick to enhance their outside shooting prowess. This change immediately bore fruit at the start of the second half. With Base off the court, David Lee found himself matched up against Turkoglu on the perimeter. It was evident that Lee struggled to defend effectively outside. Although he enjoyed shooting from distance, his defensive capabilities were somewhat lacking. All 4 perimeter players on the Magic's roster possessed 3-point shooting skills, alongside Howard, creating a formidable offensive threat. Fortunately for the Warriors, Odin was able to contend with Howard on the boards. Had another interior player been present, the Magic's lineup would have posed a significant challenge. Due to Lee's inadequate perimeter defense, the Magic seized an opportunity early on. After Richardson set a screen for Turkoglu, the latter capitalized on a miscommunication between Williams and Lee regarding their defensive responsibilities. Turkoglu decisively launched a 3-pointer that found its mark. On the ensuing possession, Curry passed to Lee, who was guarded by Turkoglu. Despite Lee's ability to shield Turkoglu momentarily, his slower foot speed allowed Turkoglu to interfere with his shot, resulting in a miss. Fortuitously, the rebound favored Howard, who secured it effortlessly. After Howard passed the ball to Jameer Nelson, he sprinted up the court and entered the paint. Disengaging entirely from offensive participation, Nelson advanced the ball and passed to Turkoglu, fulfilling his role as a facilitator. Following a similar offensive pattern as before, Redick and Nelson executed a cross-screen, allowing Redick to find an open look. Observing Redick's clear opportunity, Turkoglu promptly delivered the pass. Redick, upon receiving the ball, launched a 3-pointer that swished through the net. Noticing the Magic's consecutive 3-pointers and recognizing Lee's diminished impact on the game, Smart opted to substitute Lee for Darrell. Subsequently, both teams inexplicably entered a shootout, with each side enjoying high shooting percentages from beyond the arc in the third quarter. Odin and Howard largely became relegated to the role of rebounders, with Odin proving slightly more impactful offensively than Howard. Meanwhile, Howard found himself unable to contribute offensively under Odin's relentless defense. By the time the main players exited the court at the end of the third quarter, the score was once again tied. However, as the reserves took the floor, the Warriors quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, concluding the third quarter with a score of 88-82, as they fell behind by 6 points in a mere 2 minutes. At the start of the fourth quarter, in an effort to prevent the deficit from widening, Smart initially planned to have Dorrell and Lee accompany the reserves for a brief stint. However, the Magic unexpectedly deployed their entire starting lineup, prompting the Warriors to quickly substitute in their starters after just one possession. The match resumed at the pace of the third quarter, continuing until the final 2 minutes when the Magic led by 8 points. Recognizing the futility of a comeback, Smart made the decision to withdraw his starters. Ultimately, the Warriors succumbed to a 104-113 defeat. Despite the loss, Odin emerged victorious in his direct matchup against Howard, achieving 21 points, 17 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 blocks, 3 of which were against Howard. In contrast, Howard managed only 13 points, 13 rebounds, and 2 assists. Odin's performance outshone Howard's in both statistics and on-court presence, prompting various media outlets to assert that Howard was outperformed by Odin. Following this game, Odin garnered significant support in the All-Star voting, securing the second position among frontcourt players in the Western Conference. After concluding the match against the Magic, the team boarded a flight to New Orleans for the final leg of their 5-game road trip. Facing the Pelicans, led by Chris Paul, the Warriors felt confident about their chances. The Pelicans' interior presence was currently held by Okafor, a player who had once reached his peak early in his career but had since been hindered by injuries, possessing defensive capabilities but lacking offensive prowess. After finishing their game against the Magic, the team flew directly to New Orleans. The following day, they located a gym to conduct tactical drills all afternoon, with the official game set for 8 p.m. the night after. Last night, Odin received a call from his agent, Bill Duffy, with whom he had not been in contact recently. Duffy expressed a desire for Odin to perform exceptionally on the court, as several brands were interested in him for endorsements. Although Duffy had yet to finalize any agreements, he believed that if Odin could secure an All-Star selection this year, his market value would significantly increase, allowing for negotiations regarding pricing with potential brand partners. Odin is currently not particularly affluent. In his past life, he was merely a coach and had little exposure to investments. In this life, he has yet to secure any substantial contracts. Due to injuries in previous years, few brands sought him for endorsements. Now that he has finally made a name for himself, he naturally aspires to sign several lucrative contracts and indulge in a life of luxury. Thus, after receiving a call from Bill Duffy, he resolved to perform exceptionally well in his upcoming games in hopes of securing a significant contract soon. Consequently, Okafor became the first casualty of his newfound determination. The game commenced at 8 p.m., with the starting lineup for the Pelicans comprising Paul, Okafor, Bellinelli, West, and Ariza. Okafor and his companion arrived at the center circle, where the referee tossed the ball into the air. Odin, leveraging his strength, outmaneuvered Okafor to secure the tip-off and pass the ball to Curry. Just as Curry grasped the ball, before he could even dribble, Paul swiftly snatched it away with a deft swipe. Among guards, Paul is considered a formidable defender, armed with a wealth of experience. After stealing the ball from Curry, he surged forward, sprinting towards the frontcourt while the others remained oblivious, still moving in the direction of the Warriors' frontcourt. Reaching the unguarded basket, he effortlessly scored, marking the first points of the game, at which point the others finally reacted. Curry offered an awkward smile to Odin, who, unperturbed, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was no matter. Only then did Curry dash to inbound the ball. Given the Pelicans' commendable perimeter defense and relatively weaker interior, Smart devised a strategy focused on exploiting the inside. As Curry dribbled past half court, he found it challenging to pass to Odin due to Paul's relentless pressure. Fortunately, David Lee was there to provide support. Curry passed the ball to him and began to maneuver with Paul. After receiving the ball, David Lee, noticing that Odin had established a strong position in the paint, promptly delivered the ball to Odin without hesitation. Upon receiving the ball, Odin faced Okafor's defense, initially opting for a back-to-basket move. After a couple of nudges to gauge Okafor's defensive balance, he swiftly executed a pivot, driving towards the basket, and leaped for a thunderous dunk. leaving Okafor utterly unable to withstand his offensive prowess. Without a glance at Okafor's expression, he sprinted towards the backcourt to prepare for defense. While Okafor, with a stern countenance, made his way to the baseline to inbound the ball. Chapter 101. The Thief. Paul dribbled past half-court, with West stepping up to provide a screen. After Curry was momentarily halted by West, Paul confidently advanced into the paint, only to be met by David Lee's defensive switch. It was evident that Lee struggled to keep pace with Paul's rhythm. Paul executed 2 quick changes of direction, followed by a feigned drive to the right, successfully evading Lee, and then swiftly cut to the left, approaching the basket. At this juncture, Odin was compelled to step in for a defensive assist. Failure to do so would allow Paul an unobstructed shot. As Odin positioned himself before Paul, the latter continued with 2 deceptive moves, aiming to shake off Odin for either a shot or a drive. However, to his surprise, Odin's defensive acumen was formidable, remaining steadfast without yielding to Paul's fakes, even attempting to snatch the ball away from him. Sensing the pressure of Odin's defense and glancing at Okafor behind him, Paul made the decision to pass the ball, believing it to be a sound choice. Okafor, positioned as he is, could simply execute a slam dunk once the ball reaches his hands, leaving Odin unable to react in time. Yet, he was unprepared for Odin's unexpectedly swift response. The moment the basketball left his grasp, Odin swiftly pivoted to counter. At this moment, Okafor had just received the ball, preparing to leap, while Odin swiftly ascended, delivering a resounding block. He seized the ball from the rebound, intending to bask in his triumph as he prepared to pass it out. However, unexpectedly, Paul, lurking beside him, swiftly reached for the basketball in his grasp. Caught up in his moment of self-satisfaction, he failed to secure the ball, allowing Paul, the opportunistic thief, to snatch it away. This left him feeling quite frustrated, especially as Paul audaciously attempted a layup right before his eyes, underestimating his own leaping ability. Simultaneously, as Paul released the ball, Odin instinctively jumped, extending one hand to swat the basketball away. It was sent soaring beyond the three-point line, where Curry awaited to retrieve it. As Curry collected the ball, he intended to launch a quick counterattack, but to his surprise, Ariza abandoned his defense against Badier, momentarily stalling his offense. In that instant, Paul and Okafor hurried toward the Warriors' front court to prepare for defense. As Paul passed by Odin, he cast a surprised glance at him, astonished by Odin's rapid response. It seemed he would need to exercise greater caution during the impending offensive. Curry dribbled past half-court, waiting for Odin to establish his position before passing the ball back to him. Odin once again faced off against Okafor, while the other members of the Pelicans refrained from providing any defensive assistance. Odin, displaying no hesitation, backed up with 2 firm thrusts, and rather than proceeding to dunk, he swiftly pivoted to face the hoop. Employing the finesse of his skyhook technique, he effortlessly sent the ball soaring through the net. Okafor leaped with all his might, aiming to block Odin, yet Odin's vertical leap surpassed his own significantly, rendering Okafor unable to touch the ball at all. Having faced Howard just days prior, competing against Okafor today felt remarkably effortless, devoid of any substantial pressure. As Paul dribbled past half-court, West once again stepped forward to set a screen, successfully obstructing Curry. This time, Paul chose not to drive inside. Noticing David Lee positioned just inside the three-point line, Paul rhythmically dribbled a couple of times before launching a shot from beyond the arc. At that moment, it was evident that David Lee could no longer intervene. Left to watch helplessly as the ball soared towards the hoop, Paul was in fine form today, effortlessly sinking the three-pointer. Odin observed Paul beside Curry, fervently gesturing for three-point attempts, disregarding any tactical considerations. As he passed by Curry, he quietly advised him to shoot as soon as he crossed half-court, assuring him that he would secure the rebound. Curry met his gaze with a determined expression, responding that he understood and would certainly deliver. When it came to individual three-point shooting, Curry harbored no fear. As Odin established his position in the paint, Curry had already chosen to shoot from at least a meter beyond the three-point line. Paul was momentarily stunned. Could one really attempt a shot from so far out? With the distance considered, he assumed Curry's accuracy would falter. To his astonishment, the ball swished through the net, prompting Paul to mutter a few curses under his breath, deeming it a stroke of luck. Upon receiving the ball, Paul initiated another offensive thrust. Aware of Odin's presence in the Warriors' interior, the Pelicans' big men struggled to penetrate the paint. So Paul directed West to position himself away from the basket. He orchestrated the movements of his teammates, and West stepped forward to set a screen, effectively blocking Curry's pursuit. Subsequently, David Lee advanced to impede Paul's path. Recognizing that Lee would likely struggle to contain Paul, Battier abandoned his assignment of Ariza to double-team Paul as he prepared to drive. However, before Battier could effectively execute the trap, Paul swiftly passed the ball to Ariza, who awaited it beyond the arc. Without hesitation, he delivered the pass, and with ample time to compose himself, Ariza adjusted before releasing his shot. Finally, the basketball found its way into the net. Failure to score would have undoubtedly led to dire consequences for some, as the head coach would certainly express his discontent. With the basket made, the Pelicans collectively exhaled in relief. As the Warriors prepared for their next possession, Curry, as before, passed the ball to Odin after crossing half-court. Upon receiving the pass, Odin was astonished to see that the Pelicans had chosen to assign Okafor to defend him single-handedly. Odin, no longer holding back, aimed to deliver a decisive blow to Okafor, invigorating the team's spirit. After receiving the ball, he turned his back, dribbling 3 times towards the basket. Upon confirming his position beneath the hoop, he swiftly pivoted, gathered the ball, and leapt into the air, poised to execute a powerful dunk. Okafor leaped directly into the air, intending to execute a block. However, Odin soared too high, leaving him unable to touch the ball. After the ball was emphatically dunked, Okafor was also knocked out of bounds by Odin's momentum. Okafor was directly dunked on, a moment that was truly breathtaking. Many fans of the Pelicans in attendance rose to their feet, offering their applause. The emotions of the Warriors were instantly ignited, while the morale of the Pelicans noticeably waned. Observing the shift, the Pelicans head coach quickly called a timeout, urging his players to regroup and reinvigorate their spirits. Upon returning to the court, the Warriors could distinctly sense that the Pelicans' morale had significantly improved. Their gazes towards Odin were no longer filled with trepidation. Chapter 102. Exploiting the Pelicans' interior defense after crossing half-court, Paul began directing his teammates' movements. West came forward to set a screen, effortlessly blocking Curry, and then prepared to penetrate the paint. However, he did not venture too deeply, halting near the free-throw line. Meanwhile, Okafor was fiercely entangled with Odin beneath the basket, preventing him from stepping forward to provide help defense. David Lee found himself in a one-on-one situation against Paul. Paul executed several deceptive dribble moves near the free-throw line, leaving Lee utterly disoriented. Subsequently, Paul ceased passing the ball and took a shot himself. Confident in his shooting ability from that position, the ball swished through the net. Once again, it was the Warriors' turn to attack, and today they seemed resolutely focused on exploiting the interior. After Curry brought the ball across half-court, he sought out Odin again, while the others dispersed to grant Odin ample space for a one-on-one opportunity. Okafor was on the verge of tears. It seemed endless, didn't it? Why was he the only one being exploited? Did they not realize the importance of utilizing outside shooting? Odin paid no heed to anything else. Upon receiving the ball, he immediately began to back down into the paint. Currently, Odin is not particularly adept at executing breakthrough techniques, as he possesses only a mere 60 skill points in this area. When faced with opponents skilled in defense, his ability to penetrate the defense falters, compelling him to resort to tactics such as backing down and forceful plays. After being pushed 3 times, nearly forcing Okafor into the baseline, he finally pivoted to prepare for a dunk. Observing Odin's intent to employ this maneuver once more, and wishing to avoid another humiliation of being dunked on, Okafor seized Odin's right arm as he leaped for the dunk, resolutely preventing him from ascending. In midair, Odin found himself unable to adjust, and thus could only awkwardly toss the ball towards the hoop with his left hand. Fortune did not favor him this time, as the attempt failed to find its mark. Upon landing, Odin struggled to regain his balance, prompting Okafor to hurriedly assist him while wearing a sheepish grin, softly apologizing for the necessity of his actions. In light of Okafor's contrite demeanor, Odin refrained from expressing anger, instead advising him to exercise caution in the future and not to exert such force. He then turned and approached the free-throw line. Perhaps influenced by the earlier incident with Okafor, his first attempt failed to find the net. However, he adjusted himself for the second shot and successfully scored. The Pelicans regained possession, and after Paul advanced the ball past half-court, he sought to position West for a screen. Yet, this time, as West moved to set the screen, Battier proactively stepped in to switch onto David Lee, positioning himself directly in front of Paul. Paul attempted several feints, aiming to disrupt Battier's rhythm, but it was evident that Battier was not David Lee. His defense remained resolute, providing Paul with little opportunity. Faced with the futility of both penetration and shooting, Paul passed the ball to West, who was stationed nearby and now confronted by Curry. West opted for a forceful approach, relying on his physicality rather than finesse, shoving Curry aside before retreating beyond the three-point arc to take his shot. Against a relatively weaker defender like Curry, West's physical advantage was apparent. As he released the ball, Curry leaped desperately to contest the shot, achieving a modicum of success. The basketball did not find its way through the hoop. Instead, Odin had already established position beneath the basket, observing that the ball had not gone in. He leapt to seize it. However, as he landed, Paul, having seemingly emerged from nowhere, snatched the ball from Odin's grasp before he could react. By the time Odin regained his composure, Paul was already near the free throw line, preparing to shoot again. Is this never ending? Odin thought. Frustrated that Paul had managed to steal the ball from him once more. Unable to tolerate this any longer, he charged at Paul. Noticing Odin's approach and feeling that he was still a distance away, Paul remained calm and took his shot. Yet, as the ball reached its apex, Odin surprisingly managed to get a fingertip on it. While the touch was minimal, Paul was taken aback that such a block was even possible. He quickly called out to Okafor, still under the basket, urging him to prepare for a rebound. After landing, Odin did not pause to ascertain whether the ball had gone in. Instead, he promptly turned and sprinted towards the basket. His fingers had barely grazed the basketball, indicating a high probability that it would not score. He reasoned that if he lifted his gaze to check on the ball's fate, it would undoubtedly waste precious time. Thus, he proceeded directly to the basket. Upon arrival, he then had the opportunity to observe the ball's status. It had bounced twice on the rim and had yet to leave the vicinity of the hoop, rendering any attempt to grab it futile. Just as he reached the basket, the ball finally fell outside the rim. Although Okafor had established his position in advance, Odin leapt from behind him, utilizing his superior vertical leap to secure the rebound. This time, he was more attentive and noticed Paul approaching him once again, rather than immediately bringing the ball down. He held it aloft above his head and directly passed it to Curry. With Paul still positioned near the basket and no defender on Curry, he swiftly dribbled down court, reaching the basket with ease to score 2 points. When it was the Pelicans' turn to attack again, Paul brought the ball past half court and began orchestrating his teammates' movements. He called upon West to set a screen for him, and, after penetrating the paint, faced David Lee. This time, he afforded Lee little reaction time, executing 2 quick feints near the free throw line to shake him off before preparing to drive into the lane once more. Meanwhile, Okafor was entangled with Odin, preventing him from providing defensive support. Thaddeus, observing Odin being occupied, stepped forward to assist defensively, but this left Ariza unguarded. At that moment, Paul passed the ball to Ariza, who took a wide-open three-pointer after dribbling once to adjust his rhythm. During this period, Ariza's shooting was notably accurate, and the basketball swished through the net effortlessly. In the first quarter, the Warriors primarily focused on interior play, while the Pelicans relied on their perimeter shooting, with neither side managing to effectively counter the other's strategy. The Warriors struggled due to David Lee's slow footwork, which allowed the Pelicans to capitalize during substitutions. Conversely, the Pelicans found it challenging to defend against Odin, resulting in the Warriors accruing numerous points within the paint. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 27-25, with the Warriors leading by 2 points. Remarkably, Odin had already amassed 13 points, 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 3 blocks in just the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Warriors made several adjustments to their lineup. They sent David Lee onto the court to lead the second unit, intending to synchronize with the Pelicans' rotations when the starters returned. However, this strategy came with a drawback. During rebounding situations, Odin often found himself contending with both West and Okafor for the ball. Fortunately, both players were not particularly adept at rebounding, allowing Odin to navigate the situation with relative ease even when faced with both opponents. Once the starters were back on the floor, the Pelicans initiated play. Paul brought the ball past half-court, seeking to implement the same tactics as in the first quarter. However, after substituting West, his defender transitioned from David Lee to Thaddeus, whose defensive prowess differed considerably from Lee's. Consequently, Paul's attempts to breach the defense became increasingly difficult, and he was compelled to pass the ball to West, urging him to take on Curry. Following his coach's advice, Curry focused solely on defending West's shooting, easing off on his drive defense. Given West's physicality, Curry recognized he could not effectively halt his penetration, so he opted to heed his coach's counsel, leaving the responsibility of defending West's drive to others. Within their interior defense lies the formidable presence of Odin, complemented by Thaddeus and Williams, who are ever ready to provide assistance. Thus, even if one were to penetrate the lane, scoring remains a formidable challenge. In this particular instance, as West attempted to breach the interior, He was first met with an interference from Williams, which hindered his ability to shoot comfortably near the free throw line. Just as he approached the basket, Odin emerged to bolster the defense. Given Odin's defensive prowess, the likelihood of a blocked shot was significantly high. However, West displayed a commendable level of basketball intelligence. Upon noticing Odin's impending defense, he swiftly passed the ball to Okafor. Okafor had just been blocked, so this time he exercised greater caution. Upon receiving the ball, he deliberately feigned a shot, prompting Odin to react swiftly, turning and jumping to prepare for the block. However, once airborne, he realized that Okafor had not leaped, and he understood he had been deceived. As Okafor prepared to leap in an attempt to dunk over Odin, seeking to redeem himself, he remained unaware of Odin's astonishing vertical leap. Upon landing, Odin immediately sprang back into action. With an outstretched right hand, he emphatically swatted the basketball from Okafor's grasp, sending it soaring into the stands. Upon landing, Odin, brimming with exhilaration, unleashed a tirade at Okafor, declaring, "You think you can dunk over me? Perhaps in your next life." Okafor possesses a somewhat gentle disposition. After receiving a couple of barbs from Odin, despite the fire of indignation kindling within him, he refrained from retorting, acknowledging his inferior prowess. In contrast, his companion West could no longer contain himself and retorted to Odin, questioning his bravado. "What is so impressive about a mere block? It's as if your victory is assured. Why not secure the win before boasting?" Upon hearing this, Odin cast a dissatisfied glare at West and remarked, "If I am not impressive, then why did you hesitate to shoot when you had the ball? Are you not simply afraid of being blocked? A coward has no right to converse with me." This statement rendered West speechless. After the ball went out of bounds, the Pelicans resumed play, with Ariza passing the ball to Paul. Due to the dwindling time for this offensive possession, Paul, upon receiving the ball, requested Ariza to set a screen for him, and then took a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball wobbled precariously on the rim before ultimately falling through, leaving Odin, who had already positioned himself beneath the basket, at a loss for words. When it was the Warriors' turn to attack, their primary offensive strategy remained to pass the ball to Odin. Upon receiving a pass from Curry, Odin was unexpectedly confronted by West, who advanced to initiate a double team. However, Odin was already in close proximity to the basket, so he opted not to pass the ball, but instead chose to pursue his own offensive maneuver. First, he maneuvered his robust elbow to intimidate West, causing him to retreat a step, and then he forcefully displaced Okafor, who was within the restricted area, out of bounds. Once the area beneath the basket was devoid of threats, he leaped and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. After landing, he bellowed at West, who was poised to inbound the ball, proclaiming his prowess with a boastful remark. Without waiting for West's response, he turned and sprinted towards the Warriors' backcourt, preparing to commence his defensive duties. Observing Odin's evident excitement today, Curry found himself puzzled, wondering if his exhilaration stemmed from the impending conclusion of their road trip and the prospect of returning to San Francisco to reunite with Luna. If this is indeed the case, then the New Orleans Pelicans' interior defense has encountered significant misfortune today. During the remaining moments of the second quarter, Odin proved to be a formidable presence in the paint, causing considerable challenges for the Pelicans. By the conclusion of the first half, bolstered by Odin's contributions, the Golden State Warriors had established a 10-point lead, 65-55, as they entered the second half. At this juncture, Odin had already accumulated impressive statistics: 25 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, and 6 blocks. Should the Pelicans fail to implement substantial adjustments in the second half, securing victory for the Warriors seems inevitable, and Odin is likely to achieve commendable figures. Following the intermission, the teams returned to the court to resume play. This time, however, the Pelicans adopted a zone defense, significantly tightening their coverage. Odin found it exceedingly challenging to receive the ball for offensive maneuvers within the paint. Even when he managed to secure possession, he was often met with double teams from at least 2 Pelicans players. Occasionally, either Paul or Ariza would join the fray, complicating matters further. Nevertheless, this strategy effectively curtailed Odin's offensive output. During the third quarter, he scarcely touched the ball. The few opportunities that arose were primarily due to his relentless efforts to secure offensive rebounds. With his offensive options limited, Odin redirected his focus towards defense and rebounding. Although he only managed to score 6 points in the third quarter, he remarkably secured 6 rebounds, 3 of which were offensive, in addition to recording 2 blocks. While his scoring was modest, the Warriors' perimeter shooting was notably effective during this period, with Curry and Dorrell each sinking 3 three-pointers. By the end of the third quarter, The Warriors had extended their lead to 18 points. Chapter 104. A reunion with Griffin despite the score widening to an 18-point margin. The Pelicans remained steadfast in their defensive approach towards Odin. It was as if they were resigned to losing the game, yet determined to ensure Odin did not achieve a high-scoring tally. With an 18-point lead, the Warriors commenced the fourth quarter with Darrell and David Lee leading the second unit onto the floor. However, to their surprise, the Pelicans displayed a lackluster performance. Even after over 6 minutes into the fourth quarter, the primary players for the Pelicans had only managed to reduce the deficit by a mere 3 points, leaving the score unchanged. Realizing the slim chances of a comeback, the Pelicans head coach opted to substitute the starters with 6 minutes remaining, effectively conceding the match. Consequently, the Warriors starters remained on the bench for the entirety of the fourth quarter, culminating in a final score of 117-101 in favor of the Warriors. In this match, Odin delivered an impressive performance, accumulating 31 points, 15 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 5 assists. Had he not been sidelined in the final quarter, he undoubtedly would have been on track to achieve yet another triple-double. Following the conclusion of a grueling 5-game road trip, the Warriors promptly returned to San Francisco that very night. Upon arriving home, he checked his system and found his energy reserves had replenished to 36 points. Once again, he exchanged 10 points of energy for 1 point of basic attributes, enhancing his breakthrough skill from 60 to 61 points. The following day was spent resting in the morning, and after a midday meal, he made his way to the training facility in the afternoon. The Warriors were set to face the Cavaliers the next evening. Since LeBron's departure, the Cavaliers had been in a complete downward spiral this season. To date, they had played 35 games, winning only 7, placing them at the bottom of the Eastern Conference standings. Competing against such a struggling team posed no challenge for the Warriors, especially given their current roster and the advantage of playing on home turf, leading to a notably relaxed atmosphere during practice. The next morning, training continued, and the official match commenced at 8 p.m. Throughout the entire game, the Warriors maintained a dominant stance over the Cavaliers. Odin dominated the paint with an ease that was nothing short of astonishing, single-handedly overwhelming the Cavaliers' interior defense. The Cavaliers deployed 3 different big men in succession and even resorted to double-teaming him, yet they were utterly powerless against his prowess. Not only did they fail to contain him, but each defender also accumulated at least 3 fouls in the process. Over the course of the game, in merely 3 quarters of play, he amassed an impressive tally of 41 points, 17 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 blocks, and a steal. Had the Cavaliers not performed so poorly, it is likely he would have shattered his personal single-game scoring record, considering his limited time on the court. Ultimately, the Warriors triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 127-98, marking the highest point total they had achieved this season thus far. Following the contest against the Cavaliers, the team was set to travel to Los Angeles for a match against the Clippers. It had nearly been 2 months since their last encounter with the Clippers, during which Odin had not yet perfected even his little jump shot, and Battier had not yet been acquired through trade. Although they emerged victorious in that previous matchup, the win was hard-fought. This time, however, both his offense and defense had significantly improved. He had mastered the skyhook and the sweeping shot, instilling confidence that victory would come with greater ease. The Warriors did not rush to Los Angeles. Instead, they arrived by plane on the morning of the game. After a light lunch and a brief rest, they boarded a bus to the Clippers arena. They reached the venue at 6 p.m. and engaged in a brief warm-up. During this session, Griffin, accompanied by DeAndre Jordan, provocatively approached him, boldly proclaiming their intent to dominate him, a display of misplaced confidence. At 8 p.m., the game commenced, with DeAndre Jordan starting in place of Kamon for the Clippers. While Jordan lacked offensive prowess, his physical attributes and defensive capabilities were commendable. In this matchup, Odin found himself jumping against Jordan for the tip-off, rather than Griffin, as he had anticipated revenge. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, Odin and Jordan leaped simultaneously, reaching for the ascending basketball. Odin was the first to make contact with the basketball, deftly slapping it towards Curry. After dribbling past the half-court line, Curry initially passed the ball to David Lee, allowing him to orchestrate the offense while he commenced his movement. Upon receiving the ball, David Lee took a moment to assess the situation, noticing that the paint was occupied solely by Odin and DeAndre Jordan, with Odin establishing a strong position and signaling for the ball. At this juncture, Curry was still maneuvering and had not managed to shake off Davis, leaving little opportunity for the others, prompting Lee to pass the ball to Odin. Upon receiving the pass, Odin found himself engaged with DeAndre Jordan, who steadfastly prevented him from advancing towards the baseline, effectively confining him near the free throw line. Odin attempted several times to break through, his back to the basket, but each effort was thwarted by Jordan's firm presence. After another brief bout of physicality, Odin gauged Jordan's positioning and executed a swift pivot, slipping into the paint. Though his footwork was not entirely polished, Jordan was unable to keep pace, and Odin left him trailing behind. With the basket now unguarded, Odin took a step forward and soared, slamming the basketball through the hoop. The opening score of the game was a magnificent dunk, despite being in the Clippers' home arena. A number of fans applauded his prowess. As he jogged back down the court, he passed by Griffin, casting a provocative glance his way before swiftly heading to his defensive position. Griffin, incensed by Odin's gaze, resolved to retaliate with a dunk of his own when it was his turn to attack. After Davis advanced the ball past half-court, he initially passed it to Gordon. Gordon had intended to drive himself, but, upon noticing Griffin's eagerness for the ball, hesitated and opted to pass it to him instead. Confronted by David Lee's defense, Griffin signaled for everyone to clear out, intent on a one-on-one showdown. Griffin's robust physique and notable ability to penetrate defenses became apparent as he directly challenged Lee. With two rapid changes of direction, and as Lee shifted slightly to the left, Griffin seized the opportunity to break through on the right. Lee hastily maneuvered to keep pace. But by the time he turned, Griffin was already barreling towards the basket, his speed far outmatching Lee's. Upon crossing the free throw line, Griffin took a massive step forward and leaped, preparing for a thunderous dunk, while Jordan and Odin remained near the rim, poised to contest the rebound. Seeing Griffin's demeanor, Odin and Little Jordan both understood his intention to attempt an emphatic dunk over the two of them. Concerned about becoming mere bystanders, Little Jordan swiftly vacated the area beneath the basket and positioned himself to the side. Chapter 105, Aerial Block Against Griffin. Odin gazed at the formidable Griffin, boldly choosing to confront him head-on. As they collided in mid-air, Griffin, charging in from the perimeter, was expected to possess an advantage. Yet, astonishingly, their clash resulted in a stalemate. The ball, held aloft by Griffin, was effectively blocked by Odin's outstretched hand, rendering it impossible for him to extend even a fraction towards the hoop. With a resounding rejection, Odin thwarted Griffin's attempt, and upon their descent, neither relinquished their grip on the basketball, prompting the referee to call for a jump ball. As they surrendered the ball to the official, Odin taunted Griffin, remarking on his audacity to attempt a dunk, suggesting that perhaps he should return once his arms had grown a few more centimeters. This provocation incited Griffin's ire, compelling him to consider retaliating, but the presence of the referee restrained him from delivering a couple of punches. Positioned at opposite ends of the free throw line, the referee tossed the ball into the air. However, due to Griffin's shorter reach, Odin managed to swat the ball first, directing it to David Lee. Meanwhile, Curry found himself stymied by Davis, who proved significantly more robust, leaving Curry struggling to assert any advantage during the positioning. David Lee executed a quick handoff, successfully delivering the ball to Curry. Although not as physically imposing as Davis, Curry possessed a notable burst of speed, sprinting towards the front court and leaving Davis behind. However, by the time Odin arrived at the front court, the Clippers had already established their positions, eliminating any opportunity for a fast break. Thus, Curry initiated a pick-and-roll collaboration with Odin. Odin advanced to the front court and immediately set a screen for Curry, thereby creating an opportunity for him to penetrate the lane. In the face of Jordan's defensive rotation, Curry effortlessly toyed with his opponent near the free throw line, executing a swift series of crossovers that left Jordan spinning in place. Observing Odin's entry into the paint, he deftly tossed the ball in his direction. Odin observed the ball soaring near the hoop, and with a swift acceleration, he leaped to catch it, executing a magnificent slam dunk that completed this aerial relay. Although Davis is considered one of the more robust players among guards, he pales in comparison to Odin's prowess. After the impressive display, Odin directed a taunt towards Griffin, exclaiming, "Did you see that? Now, that is what a dunk looks like. Take notes." Griffin, feeling a sense of frustration, lowered his head in silence and sprinted toward the front court, preparing for the ensuing offensive play. Following the Clippers inbound, Davis advanced the ball past half court, but this time refrained from passing it into the paint. Instead, he engaged in a collaboration with Gordon on the perimeter. Gordon moved forward to set a screen against Curry, and then Davis, dribbling toward the sideline, executed a feint shot that successfully deceived both Batum, who had come to provide help defense, and Curry, who was trailing him. As they lunged towards him, Davis swiftly passed the ball to Gordon, who was positioned unguarded nearby. After receiving the ball, Gordon glanced at Odin, who was waiting in the paint to secure a rebound, and then launched a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball swished through the net, marking the Clippers' first point of the game. Before they could revel in their moment of joy, Odin, noticing Curry had already sprinted to the front court, promptly sent the ball ahead. By the time the Clippers realized what was happening, Curry had already scored, infuriating the Clippers players, who rushed to protest, claiming that Odin had violated the inbounding rules. However, the referee paid them no heed and warned them that further complaints would result in a technical foul, prompting them to disperse, as the previous inbound had been entirely legitimate in the referee's view. Davis, feeling somewhat disheartened, prepared to inbound the ball again, but just as he did, the Clippers head coach called for a timeout. After a series of setbacks, he needed to allow his players to regain their composure and to adjust their tactics slightly. Once both teams returned to the court, the Clippers made some adjustments to their offensive and defensive strategies. Upon resuming play, after Gordon passed the ball to Davis, he immediately positioned himself at the left sideline, 45 degrees outside the three-point line, a spot where his shooting accuracy was at its peak. If the Warriors dared to leave him open for a three-pointer, he would undoubtedly make them pay. Davis, with the ball, moved to the top of the three-point arc, and Griffin stepped forward to set a screen for him. As Davis faced the basket, preparing to drive inside, he found David Lee standing in his path just as he crossed the three-point line. Although Lee was not particularly swift, Davis, too, was not renowned for his speed at that moment, making it a challenge for him to break through Lee's defense. However, Griffin had already drawn Curry into the paint, so instead of attempting to penetrate, Davis passed the ball into Griffin's hands. The disparity in physical prowess between Curry and Griffin was stark. Griffin essentially disregarded Curry's defense. With Curry defending him, Griffin took 2 steps into the free throw area and leapt to release his shot. At this moment, Odin was engaged in a fierce contest with young Jordan, poised beneath the basket to vie for the rebound. With no option to assist in defense, he could only watch as Griffin sent the basketball soaring through the hoop. After the successful shot, Griffin shouted at Odin, taunting him about the futility of merely performing dunks, challenging him to demonstrate his prowess with a couple of jump shots. He recalled their last encounter, where Odin, aside from his dunks and offensive rebounds, had scarcely made any mid-range shots. Thus, he sought to provoke Odin with his words, hoping to draw him further outside the arc. Upon hearing this, Odin smiled at him but chose not to respond, evidently unaware of his current prowess. His mid-range shooting attributes had reached a commendable 72. Complemented by his exceptional skill in the skyhook, the audacity of his opponent to provoke him into taking a shot suggested a profound ignorance of the consequences. Given this challenge, Odin resolved to impart a lesson. As Curry advanced the ball into the front court, Odin moved forward to engage in a pick-and-roll with him. However, when Curry penetrated the lane, Odin refrained from following too closely, instead positioning himself near the free throw line alongside Davis. Upon receiving the ball from Curry, Griffin swiftly approached to offer defensive assistance, yet Odin, undeterred by Griffin's presence, leaped and released the ball with precision. Griffin, astonished that Odin had indeed opted for a mid-range shot, abruptly altered his course towards the basket, intent on contesting the rebound against David Lee. Internally, he reveled in the notion that he had successfully baited Odin into shooting, believing him to be easily manipulated. However, before he could fully savor his triumph, the basketball defied expectations, swishing cleanly through the net rather than ricocheting off the rim. In an instant, his grin froze in disbelief. Chapter 106. The block on Griffin. He mused that it must have been mere luck, convinced that Odin's mid-range shot was a fluke. Without allowing Odin the opportunity to taunt him, he darted away. As the Clippers resumed play, Davis advanced to the front court, with Griffin once again rushing to set a screen for him. This time, Davis opted not to drive inside, but instead stationed himself beyond the three-point arc and launched a shot that effortlessly found the net. Meanwhile, David Lee remained in the paint, awaiting Davis's penetration. Only after Davis had successfully scored did he realize his own folly, filled with regret. When the Warriors regained possession, Curry crossed midcourt to find Odin already demanding the ball in the post. To his surprise, Griffin had taken on the defensive assignment, while David Lee and DeAndre Jordan stood ready beneath the basket, poised for a rebound. Upon receiving the ball near the free throw line, Odin found himself closely guarded by Griffin, who stood merely a step away, intent on thwarting any attempts at a drive. To Griffin's discerning eye, the threat posed by Odin's potential penetration into the paint was evidently greater than that of his shooting from this position. After Odin gained possession, Griffin taunted him once more, expressing disbelief in Odin's shooting accuracy. "I dare you to take that shot," he challenged. "I assure you, I won't impede your attempt. Show me if you truly have the courage to shoot. Were you not dismissive of my shooting moments ago? Now, take another shot and prove me wrong." Your previous success was nothing short of sheer luck. Odin cast a glance at the hoop and then executed a feint shot. To his surprise, Griffin showed no inclination to advance. Odin, undeterred, remarked to Griffin, "Let us see what you've got. What are you afraid of?" He then launched his shot, and Griffin, taken aback by Odin's audacity, turned to witness the ball swish through the net. A grimace crossed his face as he pivoted to sprint down the court, evading any opportunity for Odin to mock him. Throughout the remainder of the first quarter, Odin concluded every offensive possession with a mid-range shot before being substituted, achieving a flawless 6 for 6 and amassing 12 points. Thanks to his performance, the Warriors finished the first quarter leading the Clippers by 7 points, with a score of 28-21. As the second quarter commenced, both teams' substitutes battled for 4 minutes before the starters gradually returned to the court. The score remained unchanged, still a 7-point gap. Upon re-entering the fray, the Warriors, bolstered by Odin's presence in the paint, faced challenges with the Clippers' inside attacks, prompting the latter to bolster their perimeter efforts. Utilizing screens effectively, Gordon and Davis each sank a three-pointer, swiftly leveling the score. On the Warriors' side, they initially aimed to replicate their first quarter strategy, passing the ball to Odin whenever he called for it in the paint. However, the Clippers, employing unsportsmanlike tactics, immediately sent 2 or more defenders to double-team Odin upon receiving the ball. After several possessions, the Warriors found their scoring rhythm stifled, akin to a bout of constipation. Fortunately, after a few exchanges, Smart recognized the need for change and substituted David Lee for Moreland. David Lee's impact on the court had waned. Offensively, he struggled against both Jordan and Griffin, while defensively, he was outmatched for rebounds, leaving Odin to fend for himself in the paint under constant double-teaming. The strategy shifted to allowing him to focus on rebounding and defensive support instead of offensive pursuits. Regardless, even when battling against both Jordan and Griffin for boards, Odin proved to be a formidable presence. With Moreland's entry, the Warriors' offense became notably more fluid, although David Lee's absence diminished the team's ability to distract the defense. Odin held his ground in the paint, matching Griffin and Jordan in rebounding prowess, and even exuding a sense of superiority at times. Meanwhile, Griffin found the second quarter somewhat easier as he faced Battier in place of Lee. While Battier's defensive skills were commendable, his physical attributes paled in comparison to Griffin's, often leaving him vulnerable to Griffin's strength and physicality. Fortunately, with the occasional assistance from Odin, he managed to somewhat contain Griffin. At the conclusion of the second quarter, the Warriors held a slender lead of 65-62 over the Clippers, ending the first half of the match. After the intermission, both teams returned to the court, continuing with the lineups from the latter part of the second quarter, perhaps invigorated by a rousing speech from the head coach during halftime. Griffin appeared particularly animated upon his return. He leapt energetically on the court, and in the opening offensive play, he sought the ball in the paint, determined to initiate an attack. Upon receiving the ball, he relentlessly charged towards the interior, overpowering Battier, who was unable to withstand the force and was pushed backwards. Once he crossed the free throw line, Griffin executed a swift pivot, positioning Battier behind him, and surged towards the basket with the intent to dunk. Just prior to Griffin's turn, DeAndre Jordan had already begun to grapple with him, attempting to prevent him from advancing for a defensive play. Once Griffin completed his pivot, Jordan exerted every effort to obstruct his path and thwart his advance towards Griffin. Odin, clearly unable to fulfill his intentions, decided that since he could not escape from DeAndre Jordan, he would instead use him as a shield. As Griffin charged towards the basket, Odin pushed Jordan slightly forward in the direction of Griffin's advance, effectively turning Jordan into a human barricade. Just as Griffin prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk, Odin elevated behind Jordan, coincidentally at the moment when Griffin extended the basketball towards the hoop. Odin arrived just in time, delivering a forceful slap that sent the basketball soaring from the hands of his opponent. Thanks to the buffering from DeAndre Jordan, Odin managed to avoid a collision with Griffin midair. However, Jordan fared worse, as he was struck directly in the chest by Griffin and was now bent over, nursing his injury. The ball that had been swatted away flew beyond the three-point line, where Davis, capitalizing on his physical prowess, seized the opportunity to claim it. Noticing that only 5 seconds remained on the shot clock, he hesitated no longer and launched the ball toward the basket, challenging Curry in the process. Unfortunately, the basketball struck the rim and bounced out, missing the mark entirely. The rebound favored Griffin, who snatched it with ease. At this moment, Griffin, consumed by rage, attempted to dunk the ball right in front of Odin once more. With Jordan unable to impede him, Griffin skillfully maneuvered past him, only to find Odin ready to contest the dunk. Odin relished such straightforward attempts, summoning all his strength to leap and block the shot. This time, his preparation and force were ample, resulting in Griffin being sent crashing to the ground along with the ball. In truth, had Griffin released the ball during the block, he might have avoided such humiliation, merely losing possession rather than suffering this indignity. Chapter 107. The dreamlike dance. Observing Griffin sprawled on the floor alongside the basketball, Odin seized the moment, swiftly snatching the ball from Griffin's grasp before passing it to Curry. He then sprinted toward the offensive end. By the time he had nearly crossed half-court, Griffin had finally risen to his feet and began his own dash toward the opposing half. Upon entering the paint, with only Odin and Jordan remaining inside, the perimeter saw a 4-on-3 advantage. Consequently, Curry took a shot from beyond the arc. Regrettably, the attempt did not find its mark. But fortune smiled upon Odin, who secured the rebound. Upon seizing the ball, Odin found himself face-to-face with the diminutive Jordan, intending to initiate a powerful drive. He nudged Jordan forward, causing him to take a step back, and prepared to ascend for a dunk. Suddenly, the warnings from Curry and Battier pierced through the air. Hastily glancing outward, he was startled to see Griffin had already encroached upon the free-throw line, poised to leap and intercept him from behind. Thankfully, the timely alerts from Curry and Battier prevented what could have been a disastrous block by Griffin. However, now that Odin was aware of Griffin's presence, he would not allow himself to be thwarted. Thus, he abandoned his initial intention to dunk, instead feigning a dunk to lure Jordan into a jump. Odin then took a step back, clearing the space beneath the basket. In midair, both Griffin and Jordan were unable to halt their momentum, especially the advancing Griffin, and could only watch helplessly as they collided together. After the collision, Odin leapt and dunked the ball into the hoop. Upon landing, he glanced at the two players who had collided and were now lying on the ground, mockingly remarking, "You two are quite fierce. Even your own teammates collide. I should keep my distance from you both next time." With that, he turned and sprinted away, fearing that he might burst into laughter if he lingered. However, after he departed, the two players did not immediately rise from the ground. Their pained expression suggested they might be injured, prompting the referee to quickly pause the game and summon the Clippers' medical staff to assess their condition. Upon examination, the Clippers team physician determined that DeAndre Jordan had indeed sustained an injury. He was experiencing significant pain in his chest upon palpation, with a preliminary diagnosis indicating a possible rib fracture that necessitated further evaluation at a hospital. As for Blake Griffin, he appeared to be unscathed, having merely suffered a blow to his chin from Jordan's head during the collision, which had left him momentarily dazed but now was of no concern. Reluctantly, the Clippers had to substitute Jordan with Kamon. Given that Jordan struggled to defend against Odin, Kamon fared even worse. In the remainder of the game, Odin overwhelmed both Kamon and Griffin, relentlessly scoring with a series of mid-range shots and 3 dunks. By the conclusion of the third quarter, Odin had amassed an impressive 44 points, along with 14 rebounds, 7 blocks, and 5 assists. Thanks to his exceptional performance, the Warriors led the Clippers by 12 points, finishing the third quarter at 86-74. In the final quarter, David Lee initially led the Warriors' bench players for a few minutes, during which the Clipper substitutes were at a disadvantage without Kamon. Consequently, Lee found the game quite manageable, scoring 8 points and securing 4 rebounds, as the second unit propelled the Warriors to a 10-4 mini-run, extending their lead to 18 points. Observing the situation, the Clippers head coach realized the urgency of the moment. If the game continued this way, surrender would be inevitable. Thus, he hastily deployed all his starters. The Warriors, however, were not in a hurry to send in their main players, waiting until the Clippers narrowed the gap to around 10 points before finally reinserting their starters. When Aiden and his teammates re-entered the court, 7 minutes had already elapsed in the fourth quarter. Possessing a superior strength compared to the Clippers and enjoying a better stamina at this juncture, the Warriors swiftly overwhelmed the Clippers once their main players returned to the game. In the brief span of 2 minutes, the score once again widened to an 18-point lead, prompting the head coach of the Clippers to reluctantly substitute his main players. Realizing the hope of victory had dissipated, following the exit of the Clippers players, the Warriors starters were gradually replaced as well. At this juncture, Odin had amassed an impressive 49 points, shattering his personal single-game scoring record. The match concluded swiftly, with a final score of 112-96, securing a 16-point victory for the Warriors. After hastily showering, Odin returned home, arriving just past 11 p.m. Having broken his individual scoring record that evening, he eagerly reclined on the sofa to check the system for any rewards. To his delight, the system granted him a total of 12 energy points, aligning with his expectations. With this addition, his energy points rose to 48. Furthermore, the system bestowed upon him a new training regimen, precisely focused on the post-up skills he had been eager to enhance. The training plan was none other than the renowned Dream Shake, a technique pioneered by the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Upon discovering this reward, Odin was overwhelmed with excitement. Unable to sleep, he had previously been troubled by his proficiency in low-post techniques. As a center, he had not mastered these skills, often relying more on his physicality in the paint. Mastering low-post techniques would grant him greater offensive options and make his game more effortless. Upon reviewing the training requirements, he noted that this challenge was considerably more demanding than previous ones. It necessitated approximately 20 skill points to mentally simulate all necessary learning, followed by 50 real-life practice sessions and 200 executions in-game to fully master the skill. Faced with these daunting requirements, Odin felt bewildered. This was not something that could be achieved in a short span of time. He suppressed the urge to begin training immediately, returning to his bedroom with an indescribable mix of emotions and eventually drifting off to sleep after some time. Despite the difficulty of the skill, he resolved to commence practice early the next morning, determined to master this technique as soon as possible. Chapter 108. Encountering the Spurs. Following the conclusion of the game against the Clippers, the Warriors faced two subsequent matches against the Pacers and the Nets, both held at their home court. They triumphed over the Nets, but suffered a defeat against the Pacers. The game against the Nets proved to be more manageable, as their starting center, Brook Lopez, was relatively slow-footed, proficient in outside shooting yet lacking in physical confrontation. Before facing the Nets, Odin had utilized the previous 2 days to spend 20 energy points, completing the necessary simulations for the Dream Shake in the system. When the match against the Nets commenced, he found the opportunity to employ the Dream Shake against the slower-footed Lopez, showcasing this newly acquired technique in a real game scenario. Consequently, spectators were treated to a peculiar sight during the game. As Odin faced off against Big Low in solitude, he frequently resorted to his markedly slowed-down version of the Dream Shake. Surprisingly, Big Low managed to keep pace with his movements. Ultimately, after executing the entirety of the Dream Shake's intricate maneuvers, Odin abruptly accelerated to unleash a skyhook, thereby concluding the match. Throughout the first half, spectators were left feeling quite discomfort. Odin's offensive plays resembled the unsettling experience of watching a film that begins in slow motion, only to abruptly transition to double speed. During Odin's attempts at the Dream Shake, some fans even called out for him to quicken his pace. After a considerable duration on the court, the Dream Shake was only successfully executed once, indicating that he would need to hone his skills and practice before effectively utilizing it in a game setting. Consequently, in the second half, he decisively abandoned the Dream Shake in favor of his conventional offensive strategy, capitalizing on his speed and skyhook prowess to score consistently. When the final whistle blew, the Warriors emerged victorious with a score of 102-92. In the recent match, due to a lackluster offensive performance in the first half, Odin's overall scoring was modest, totaling just 22 points, along with 13 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 3 assists. Curry and David Lee showcased commendable performances. Curry excelled by sinking 8 of 13 three-point attempts and 3 of 4 two-point shots, amassing a total of 36 points, complemented by 6 assists and 3 rebounds. Meanwhile, David Lee contributed with a double-double, recording 18 points and 14 rebounds. As for the loss against the Pacers, the Warriors struggled with poor shooting from beyond the arc, and Odin was continually double-teamed throughout the game, with the Pacers also assigning a player to disrupt his ability to receive the ball. Consequently, Odin's scoring was limited to a mere 15 points, marking his lowest tally of the season thus far. On the opposing side, Granger and guard Collison delivered stellar performances. Granger scored 42 points on 18 of 27 shooting, alongside 9 rebounds and 8 assists, while Collison added 29 points and 9 assists to his name. Ultimately, the Warriors succumbed to the Pacers with a score of 96-110. Following the conclusion of the game against the Pacers, the results of the 2011 NBA All-Star voting were revealed, with Odin securing the second highest votes among frontcourt players in the Western Conference, thus earning a spot in the All-Star starting lineup. He became the sole representative from the Warriors for this year's All-Star game. The other Western Conference starters include Kobe, Duncan, Paul, and Durant, while the Eastern Conference starters comprise LeBron, Stoudemire, Howard, Rose, and Wade. The All-Star Game is scheduled to take place on February 11th in Los Angeles, just a month away. Bill Duffy, upon learning of Odin's selection to the All-Star Game, expressed even greater joy than Odin himself, personally visiting to offer his congratulations and discussing several contract matters with him. After listening attentively to Bill Duffy's detailed explanation, Odin selected a few companies interested in collaborating with him for promotional endeavors and asked Bill Duffy to initiate discussions on his behalf, particularly regarding the crucial sneaker contract. Odin instructed Bill Duffy to maintain contact with several genuinely interested parties, while discussions regarding the contract would be postponed until the conclusion of the season. Following these two matches, they were set to face the Spurs once more. The last encounter had ended in defeat against San Antonio, leaving Odin with a sense of dissatisfaction at that time. They had yet to acquire Battier, and Badrins was still recovering from injury, leaving the Warriors' bench severely depleted. However, the current starting lineup featured Battier, and the bench was bolstered by Dorrell. Thus, the Warriors had significantly addressed some of their shortcomings. Consequently, Odin was eager to seek vengeance in this matchup. On the night of January 23rd at 8 p.m., the Warriors hosted the Spurs for their second game of the season. The Spurs starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, Jefferson, and DeJuan Blair. The Warriors fielded their usual starting five, and as both teams took the court, Odin and Duncan approached the center circle, prepared for the jump ball. Duncan maintained his characteristic poker face, revealing no emotion. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and both Odin and Duncan leapt simultaneously. Odin's vertical leap was evidently superior to Duncan's at this stage. He deftly directed the ball to Curry. As Curry received the ball, Parker swiftly closed in on him, initiating defensive pressure to thwart a fast break. With the opportunity for a quick transition dissipating, Curry advanced towards the three-point line and passed the ball to David Lee. He then began to reposition himself, with Williams and Battier diligently setting screens for him. Meanwhile, Odin battled for position in the paint against Duncan, yet he had yet to establish a solid stance. Observing that neither he nor Curry had an opportunity to receive the ball, he opted to launch an offensive maneuver. Dribbling near the free throw line, he backed into DeJuan Blair momentarily before pivoting and taking a step back to release a shot. As David Lee launched a shot, Odin and Duncan resumed their tussle under the basket, preparing for a potential rebound. However, David Lee provided them no chance to contest, as his shot swished through the net, indicating a favorable shooting touch for him that evening. Next, it was the Spurs' turn to attack. After Parker advanced the ball past half-court, he attempted a drive into the paint. While he succeeded in penetrating, he found little opportunity against Battier's help defense. He sought to pass to Duncan, but Odin's entanglement with Duncan precluded that option. After exploring the interior for a chance and finding none, he retreated back outside. Upon returning to the perimeter, Ginobili stepped forward to set a screen, allowing Parker to drive into the lane once more. Faced with Battier's defense, Parker pivoted and passed to Ginobili, who lingered beyond the three-point arc. As Parker led Battier away from the paint, Ginobili received the ball and, with his characteristic fluidity, maneuvered past Curry's defense, penetrating the lane and advancing toward the basket. Battier attempted to assist, but Ginobili evaded him with a deft Euro step. Positioned just outside the restricted area, he released a high-arcing shot. Although Odin had shed Duncan and leaped to contest the shot, he was unable to block it. His failure to do so stemmed from two primary factors. The shot's high trajectory rendered it difficult to contest, and Ginobili's release was exceptionally unpredictable and sudden, making it challenging to anticipate. Fortunately, the shot did not find its mark. After failing to block the attempt, Odin quickly turned to observe the ball's trajectory. Upon seeing it miss, he immediately leapt again, prepared to secure the rebound. Meanwhile, Duncan, who had not followed the play, had already established position, effectively blocking Odin's advance and preparing to seize the basketball. Odin, recognizing that reclaiming his position was becoming increasingly improbable, leapt directly from behind Duncan. He seized the ball forcefully from between Duncan's outstretched arms, poised for the rebound. However, before he could secure the ball to his chest, Gin Billy swiftly reached over, intent on snatching the basketball from him. Drawing upon his experience from the previous game against the Pelicans, Odin had become exceptionally vigilant in protecting the ball once he secured a rebound. Thus, when Gin Billy reached out, Odin raised his elbow defensively, swayed momentarily, and quickly passed the ball to Battier. Even before Odin claimed the rebound, Battier was already prepared to initiate a fast break. As Odin delivered the pass, Badier, without waiting to fully control the basketball, hurled it forward and sprinted down the court. Alongside him raced Curry, pursued closely by Parker. The three players surged toward the front court. By the time Badier reclaimed possession, he had crossed within the free throw line. At that moment, Parker had remarkably caught up to Badier, beginning to interfere with his dribbling from the side. Meanwhile, Curry had positioned himself beyond the three-point arc, and upon noticing that he was unguarded, Badier passed the ball to him. After receiving the pass, Curry found himself in an open space within a 3-meter radius. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, he dribbled once and, without hesitation, launched the basketball, which obediently swished through the net, granting the Warriors another 3 points. As the Spurs inbound the ball, Parker dribbled it past half-court, this time opting not to penetrate the paint, but rather to orchestrate his teammates' movements. Utilizing DeJuan Blair's screen, Duncan finally gained possession of the ball. Positioned at a spot where he felt confident shooting, he began to dribble, intending to take a shot. From a 45-degree angle on the right side of the basket, Duncan backed into the post, attempting to assert his presence, yet he found himself unable to budge Odin. After a couple of shoulder fakes, he feigned a turn toward the interior, but Odin remained unperturbed. Consequently, Duncan resolved to genuinely pivot into the paint, only to be met with Odin mirroring his movements, effectively obstructing his path. With no options left, Duncan retreated a step, planning to execute a bank shot. Little did he anticipate that Odin would once again accurately read his offensive intent, just as he stepped back to release his shot. Odin advanced a step forward, leaping into the air to swat the basketball Duncan had attempted to shoot, sending it soaring beyond the three-point line. Curry, positioned outside the arc, seized the ball ahead of Parker, while Badier had already charged towards the front court. In that moment, Ginobili, realizing the situation, was a beat behind and could only trail after Badier, hastening towards the Warriors' offensive zone. Parker aimed to disrupt Curry's dribbling rhythm, but to his surprise, Curry, spotting Badier already within the three-point line, promptly passed the ball. The delivery was seamless. Upon receiving it, Badier took no time to adjust, setting off with long strides to execute a layup effortlessly. Ginobili, trailing behind, barely had time to extend a hand before Badier had already sent the ball through the hoop. The Warriors had scored on consecutive fast breaks, and thus far, the Spurs had yet to register a point, trailing 0-7. After Ginobili passed the ball to Parker, Popovich immediately called a timeout to interrupt the Warriors' offensive momentum and to confer with the players on the court, slightly adjusting their tactics. Upon resuming play, Duncan executed a pick-and-roll with DeJuan in the paint, successfully acquiring the basketball, though this time, his defender had shifted from Odin to David Lee. Employing the same strategy that had worked against Odin earlier, Duncan found the results markedly different this time. He backed into the basket, making 2 gentle nudges, then pivoted, effortlessly placing David Lee behind him. Before Odin could react to provide help defense, Duncan had already slammed the ball into the hoop. When the Warriors regained possession, the Spurs surprisingly adopted a zone defense, denying Odin easy access to the ball in the paint. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Odin vociferously urged Curry to seize every opportunity to shoot without concern for rebounding. As Curry advanced beyond the three-point line, he noted that Parker had not approached to defend him. Seizing the moment, he decisively launched a three-pointer. Unfortunately, the ball did not find the net. At that moment, David Lee had just exited the paint, positioned beyond the three-point arc, ready to orchestrate the offense. To his surprise, Curry had already released the ball. By the time he attempted to reclaim position for a rebound, it was too late. All he could do was hope that Odin could contend with Duncan and DeJuan Blair for the rebound. Odin, however, did not disappoint. Amidst the dual pressure from Duncan and Blair, he remarkably secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball back to the frustrated Curry outside, vocally encouraging him to shoot again. Duncan and Blair, already irked by their previous failure to secure the rebound against Odin, were taken aback by Odin's audacity, urging Curry to continue shooting while they prepared to contest for the rebound once more. This provocation thoroughly incensed Duncan and Blair, who began to forcefully push Odin away from the basket. Yet, to their dismay, Curry's subsequent shots swished through the net, leaving them frustrated. As the first quarter progressed, Odin transformed into a rebounding behemoth, wreaking havoc in the Spurs' interior. Inspired by Odin's presence, Curry frequently attempted shots, launching 6 three-pointers within the first quarter alone. With Odin's rebounding prowess assuring him, Curry shot with confidence, making 4 of his 6 three-point attempts and adding 2 mid-range baskets, amassing a total of 16 points by the quarter's end. Thanks to Curry's performance, The Warriors concluded the first quarter with a commanding 32-24 lead. After 3 minutes into the second quarter, both teams began to rotate their starters back into the game. Upon resuming, the Spurs shifted from a zone defense to man-to-man coverage. Under the relentless scrutiny of Parker, Curry found it challenging to shoot as effortlessly as he had in the first quarter. Consequently, he brought the ball past half-court before passing it to David Lee and began to reposition himself. To prevent Odin from receiving the ball in the paint, Blair stationed himself just inside the free-throw line while defending Lee, opting not to venture near the three-point line. This tactic was advantageous, as Lee lacked the three-point shooting ability. Should he drive toward the basket, Blair could step up to defend, and if Lee passed to Odin, Blair could quickly converge to double-team him. After scanning the court and finding no viable options, Lee resolved to take matters into his own hands and dribbled toward the paint. Observing Lee's advance, Blair did not rush to defend, but instead took a step back to stand at the free-throw line, allowing Lee to approach. Lee, sensing Blair's underestimation of his shooting skills, decided to demonstrate his prowess. With only a meter remaining to the free-throw line, he confidently shot and scored a two-pointer, prompting Blair to tighten his defensive efforts moving forward. As the Spurs took their turn on offense, Jin Billy and Parker initiated a well-coordinated play. Jin Billy set a screen for Parker, effectively blocking Curry. Once Parker penetrated the interior, Jin Billy remained stationary beyond the three-point line. As Battier moved to defend Parker, he passed the ball back to Jin Billy, who, accompanied by Battier, exited the paint. After a defensive switch, Curry found himself guarding Jin Billy. Upon receiving the ball, Jin Billy drove toward the basket, leaving Curry unable to contain him, forcing him to follow closely behind. Upon entering the paint, Jin Billy opted to shoot from just inside the free-throw line. Wary of Odin's impending defense, despite his awareness, he chose to release the shot early, confident in his shooting range, and successfully sank the basket. Meanwhile, Odin remained preoccupied with Duncan, unable to provide assistance, and watched as the ball gracefully descended through the net. In the remaining time of the first half, the Spurs diligently sought opportunities for outside shooting. Duncan attempted only 2 shots throughout the second quarter, one of which missed. He managed to score merely 4 points, 2 of which were courtesy of a foul drawn against David Lee after a switch. Odin's scoring was similarly modest, totaling only 6 points, hindered by the persistent double-teaming from Duncan and Blair, leaving him with limited offensive opportunities. His 6 points came exclusively from offensive rebounds and subsequent putbacks. Fortunately, Curry maintained the momentum from the first quarter, sinking 2 more three-pointers, while Battier also contributed with 2 of his own. Despite Jin Billy and Parker's commendable performances during this quarter, the gap in the score widened. Ultimately, the half concluded with the Warriors leading the Spurs 65-52, a 13-point advantage. During halftime, the Warriors felt a sense of relaxation, buoyed by their 13-point lead and the realization that the Spurs lacked effective strategies to counter them. The atmosphere among the players and coaching staff was one of ease. Conversely, the Spurs faced a different scenario. Upon entering the locker room, Coach Popovich unleashed his frustration, primarily targeting Parker. While Curry's exceptional shooting was noteworthy, Popovich was dissatisfied with Parker's defensive efforts, which incited his ire. Following his tirade, he proceeded to chastise the rest of the team, expressing indignation over their inability to compete effectively against the Warriors throughout the half. After a fervent admonition from Coach Popovich, the players of the Spurs finally exhibited a spark of determination, shedding their previously lackadaisical demeanor and approaching the game with newfound seriousness. Once the halftime intermission concluded and the teams returned to the court, the Warriors could distinctly sense this transformation among the Spurs players. The Spurs initiated the second half with an offensive play. After a couple of passes, the ball was directly sent to Duncan. Unlike the first half, where he merely tested the waters before passing, Duncan seized the opportunity with fervor, driving fiercely towards the basket. He managed to push Odin back a step, and as Odin strained to hold his ground, Duncan executed a swift pivot, penetrating the paint and finishing with a resounding dunk. This marked Duncan's first field goal of the game, catching Odin off guard. In the first half, he had passed the ball after being challenged by Odin, but now he demonstrated his prowess with an emphatic statement. As the Warriors took their turn on offense, Curry attempted to replicate his first-half strategy, using screens to create a shooting opportunity. However, as he crossed half-court, he immediately sensed the pressure of the Spurs' defense. No matter how he maneuvered with the screens to shake off Parker's coverage, Parker quickly re-established his position in front of him. Each time Curry seemed poised to break free, another defender would emerge, whether it was Ginobili or Jefferson, leaving him with little opportunity to shoot. Ultimately, he had no choice but to pass the ball to David Lee to facilitate the play while he continued to reposition near the three-point line. Yet, Parker remained vigilant, closely shadowing him. In the paint, Duncan intensified his defensive efforts against Odin, preventing him from receiving the ball inside. Odin, left with little choice, had to retreat towards the free throw line to receive a pass. Initially, he had no intention of moving out of position, but David Lee struggled to make a pass, compelling Odin to come out for support. Once he obtained the ball, Duncan stood a step away, ready to thwart any attempt at penetration, while Jefferson and Ginobili remained poised to assist with a double team. Fortunately for Odin, the Spurs were unaware of his mid-range shooting ability, affording him a modicum of space to take a shot. Odin executed a feigned jump shot, yet Duncan exhibited no intention of applying even the slightest forward pressure. Consequently, Odin released the ball. In the very instant the ball left his hands, Duncan swiftly turned to prepare for the rebound, only to be taken aback as the ball swished through the net. He cast a surprised glance at Odin, astonished to discover that Odin's mid-range shot was executed with surprising finesse. Without further comment, Duncan proceeded to the baseline to initiate the inbound pass. Parker once again advanced the ball into the front court, seizing the moment while the Warriors were still regrouping, and plunged decisively into the paint. Curry, caught unawares by Parker's unexpected drive, found himself unable to defend against the onslaught. As Parker charged toward the basket, Odin, still positioning himself, noticed Parker had already breached the interior, prompting him to hastily step up for defensive support. In response to Odin's approach, Parker executed a bounce pass that found its way into the hands of the guard, Duncan. With the ball secured, Duncan effortlessly completed a dunk, culminating in an offensive sequence that consumed less than 8 seconds. After Odin passed the ball to Curry at the baseline, he offered a gentle reminder for Curry to remain composed and not rush into an offensive play. At this juncture, they were in the lead, and it was the Spurs who needed to chase the score. There was no need for haste on their part. Therefore, upon crossing half-court, Curry deliberately slowed the tempo and began orchestrating the movements of his teammates. However, as the Spurs heightened their defensive intensity during this quarter, the Warriors found their offensive efforts increasingly challenging. This particular possession saw 16 seconds elapse before Battier finally managed to find an open shot at the baseline, utilizing Williams' screen. With no time for adjustment, and with Jefferson and Ginobili rapidly closing into double team, he released the shot. Shooting from this position was not his forte. As the ball left his hands, it circled the rim but ultimately fell away outside the basket. Meanwhile, while Odin positioned himself under the basket to contest the rebound with Duncan, DeJuan Blair had already sprinted over, intent on joining Duncan in securing that rebound. As Odin encountered Duncan, the congestion made it impossible for anyone to leap with ease, ultimately resulting in DeJuan Blair seizing possession of the basketball. He promptly passed the ball to Parker, who had already embarked on a fast break, with Ginobili sprinting towards the opposing basket. By the time Curry and Battier reacted, Parker and Ginobili had traversed half the court, rendering any attempt at defense futile. Curry and Battier merely jogged symbolically towards the other half, and by the time they reached the basket, Ginobili had already completed a layup and was preparing to return to defense. In the second half, the Spurs significantly intensified their defensive efforts, catching the Warriors off guard. Following this score, the point differential narrowed to just 7. After the Warriors inbound the ball, Smart quickly called for a timeout, allowing Odin and the others a moment to recuperate. He did not change the strategy but simply urged them to be resolute in both offense and defense. When faced with the Spurs' defense, they must shoot decisively when the opportunity arose. Acknowledging that David Lee's current contribution on the court was minimal, he replaced Lee with Darrell, aiming to accelerate the offensive tempo and disrupt the Spurs' defense. This substitution proved effective almost immediately. With Darrell on the court, the Spurs, unable to contain the Warriors' perimeter attack due to Duncan and Blair's inability to guard the three-point line, found themselves outnumbered. Consequently, 3 Spurs players were forced to defend against 4 Warriors, resulting in myriad shooting opportunities for the latter. After a series of passes, the ball eventually landed in Battier's hands, and he faced no defender. Adjusting his stance as Ginobili approached from a distance, Battier released the ball, which swished through the net effortlessly. However, despite the improvement in the Warriors' offense following Darrell's entry, their defense faced challenges. Odin remained the sole formidable presence in the paint, while Battier could only offer temporary assistance in guarding DeJuan Blair. This left the remaining 3 Warriors struggling against the Spurs trio. As both Curry and Dorrell were not particularly adept at defense, and Ginobili and Parker excelled at penetrating. Consequently, Odin and Battier frequently had to provide help defense, which often left them vulnerable to Spurs' scoring opportunities. Odin also incurred 2 fouls due to the constant need for assistance. Fortunately for the Warriors, they continued to score, preventing the point gap from widening further. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the score remained 79-72 in favor of the Warriors. As the third quarter ended, both teams appeared fatigued, resting on the bench during the intermission to recuperate their energy, to allow the starters more time to rest. Both teams reintroduced their main players only after 4 minutes into the fourth quarter. At this juncture, the Warriors maintained a 5-point lead and regained possession upon their return. The Spurs reverted to a zone defense, primarily because the Warriors' shooting touch had waned in the latter part of the third quarter. Coach Popovich sought to ease Duncan's defensive burden, enabling him to focus more on offense, especially since the Spurs were still trailing, with Duncan, currently the team's leading scorer, having only accumulated 14 points. Popovich aimed to maximize his scoring potential in the final quarter to swiftly close the gap, or even surpass the Warriors. In other words, as long as one possesses sufficient experience, a white skill could potentially be transformed into a purple one. While it remains uncertain whether this is a unique ability of his NPC template or akin to a rebirth's golden finger, it is certain that with such an advantage in hand, Lin Qianjun's future endeavors will undoubtedly become significantly easier.